Chapter 1. The Sorting Hat. In the city of Connaught, at the Grud Magic Academy. Beneath the dome, several crystal chandeliers illuminated the night, casting a brilliant glow upon the grand hall. Mole stood among the new students, secretly clutching the hem of his robe, his gaze fixed intently ahead. There a fellow first-year student sat, eyes closed, upon an oak chair, adorned with an excessively tall wizard's hat. School of Storms and Waters. The hat proclaimed loudly, its pleated mouth opening and closing. Hooray! At this announcement, the girl on the chair leaped up in excitement, unable to contain her joy. Next, the sorting hat hovered in the air above the wooden chair. Wow, quite the luck, Mole remarked enviously. What luck is there? The curly-haired boy in front turned to him, puzzled. We're all here because we possess elemental affinity. Surely a school will accept us. The curly-haired boy, a pure-blood human named Dane, was from the same hometown as Mole. You wouldn't understand. Mole shook his head, redirecting his gaze to the ancient sorting hat. The dark brown hat was embroidered with intricate silver runes, its brim significantly worn, clearly having endured countless sorting ceremonies. Mole couldn't shake the impression that it resembled a battered traffic cone. If you have a preferred school, you can silently wish for it when the hat descends. They say it can sense your true desires, Dane whispered. Really? Mole's eyes brightened. A wizard who graduated from here once stayed at my home and mentioned it during a casual conversation. There is some credibility to it. Sounds reliable, buddy. Mole gave Dane a thumbs up. Next, him up, Dane exclaimed, sprinting excitedly. It was almost Mole's turn. He held his breath, focusing. School of Thunder and Fire, the sorting hat declared. Woohoo! Ha! Dane's face lit up, his smile broadening. This catchphrase was something he and Mole had recently learned. Congratulations! Mole patted Dane on the shoulder as he passed by, receiving a radiant smile in return. Next, Mole took a deep breath and stepped forward, the hem of his robe swaying gently with his movement. The murmurs of hundreds of new students around him buzzed like a distant swarm of bees, while his heartbeat echoed loudly, as if it could shake the entire hall. I'm still a bit nervous, Mole chuckled to himself, the pointed wizard's hat hovering above him, casting a slender shadow in the light. Mole awkwardly sat on the oak chair, slowly closing his eyes. As the heavy hat settled upon his head, a peculiar warmth flowed from his crown to his entire being. He sensed or rather imagined that some presence was establishing a faint connection with him, delving into his thoughts. Not civil engineering, not civil engineering, Mole fervently chanted within his mind. Visions of construction sites flashed before him, that a few days off each year, working late into the night to compile data, and the endless grind of plastering. This marked the 7th day since Mole had arrived in this world.in. His previous life, he gained admission to a respectable university, only to find himself redirected to the field of civil engineering. In this life, however, a new chapter unfolds. A well-known poem from his past, breaking the array, resonates with the experiences of many in the civil engineering realm. Intoxicated, I ignite the lantern and lay the lines. Dreaming of the construction site's joint endeavors, 0.8 centimeters of foundation sink, a 50-year sentence awaits as autumn soldiers march in prison. Concrete pumps swiftly discharge. The mixture solidifies like molten lead. Resolving the client's oversight, I win the struggles of injuries and affairs. With 3 children, not of my blood, on that fateful rainy night when he finally resolved to leave the construction site behind, a truck laden with steel rebar bore down upon him. Could it be that I failed to mention the red bucket while fleeing? This was the last thought lingering in his mind from his former existence. As he closed his eyes and opened them once more, he found himself in a fantastical world imbued with extraordinary powers, reborn as an 18-year-old youth in a quaint town. On the very day of his arrival, an elderly mage, journeying around the town, detected his elemental affinity, revealing his potential to become a mage. Under the guidance of the old mage, Mori, along with several other townsfolk possessing similar elemental affinities, hastily boarded a carriage bound for Connaught City, arriving just in time for the final registration of new students at the city's sole magic academy. At present, the academy was embracing its age-old tradition, the sorting ceremony led by the sorting hat. According to the old mage, the academy comprised 5 distinct schools: Thunder and Fire, Storm and Water, Earth and Nature, Holy Light and Shadow. The vast majority of mages dedicate their lives to mastering a singular school, while only a select few prodigies or the fortunate ones with affinity for all elements possess the capability to practice every type of spell. Mori's desire was straightforward. He simply wished to avoid being placed in the civil engineering school, which he loathed. How intriguing, utterly fascinating. A raspy voice echoed in Mori's mind. Ah, I hear the gravel singing, and behold the trees flourishing. No, not civil engineering. Please, Mori fervently screamed within his heart. The hat suddenly twisted atop his head. I have heard it. Ah, a clear and powerful desire. The sorting hat intoned with rhythmic inflection. I can sense your emotions, hear your fervent call to earth and wood. What? No, my friend, I meant do not, Mori exclaimed, bewildered as his eyes widened. Earth and Nature School. The sorting hat proclaimed loudly, its voice resonating throughout the hall. Mori's complexion turned ashen, collapsing onto the oak chair, emitting a feeble wail. Please no, you must be mistaken. Can it be changed? Mori protested. But the hat had already leapt from his head, joyfully announcing, next. Stumbling down the steps, he felt as if his legs no longer belonged to him. Mori, in a daze, approached the long table, filled with newly sorted students who had found their paths. They chattered excitedly, their eyes sparkling with dreams of the future. Dejected, Mori felt utterly out of place among them, but he slumped in his chair, his gaze lingering on the floating sorting hat in the distance. At that moment, several lines of translucent text suddenly materialized upon the sorting hat. The old, tattered wizard hat. Quality, epic purple. Description. The wizard hat of the first dean, bequeathed to the academy, for use as the sorting HAT can detect the elemental affinity of the wearer and hear their innermost thoughts. However, due to prolonged usage and lack of maintenance by its creator, it can now only occasionally discern fragments of the wearer's heart's whispers. Note, you are perfectly suited for this. Yes, you. Mage Grud. Is this the introduction panel? Mole was taken aback, rubbing his eyes. As he meticulously read the text, his expression gradually shifted from pale to a deep crimson. So this hat could only hear him mentally shouting civil engineering? Damn it, this broken hat is still in use? And this panel arrived far too late. Mole gritted his teeth, steam visibly rising from his head. The youthful fervor radiating from him surpassed any expletive. Chapter 2. Sir Nine Wisps. A newcomer from the geotechnical school? Why the expression, as if you've been licked by a cursed frog? A melodious female voice interrupted Mole's silent grievances against the sorting hat. Turning his head, he saw a girl with flaxen hair tilting her head in examination. Mole recognized her as a fellow newcomer, assigned to the storm and water school before him. Because I detest civil engineering. Oh, here it's called. The Geotechnical and Natural School. Perhaps the name civil engineering failed to attract students. Mole mused. Wasn't it true that many universities in his former life renamed civil engineering to intelligent construction for the same reason? Why is that? The girl blinked her emerald eyes. The Geotechnical and Natural School is the oldest of Grud schools, with a history nearing 1,000 years, she stated earnestly. It is said to have the most spells cataloged among all schools. Oh, the history of civil engineering in my hometown is even more ancient. Mole shrugged. In antiquity, it was known as Corps of Labor. Corps of Labor? What is that? It can be understood as the sort of work where one builds palaces for kings and walls for cities, toiling until death. I have not heard of such history. The girl furrowed her brow in confusion. Least in our kingdom of Hail Sun, most geotechnical mages build houses within the city, and they typically do not risk their lives to accept tasks or battle monsters. I rather wish to experience that latter kind of life. You mentioned a hint of yearning laced Mole's voice. Having ventured to another world, should he not indulge in the thrilling existence of an adventurer? At that moment, the grand doors of the hall creaked open, revealing a stout, elderly man clad in a deep brown robe striding in. He raised his staff, instantly illuminating the hall and capturing the attention of everyone present. It's the light dance spell. The girl beside him, well versed in magic, immediately recognized the incantation cast by the stout elder. All right, all newcomers have now completed their assignments, the elder proclaimed. Now, the mentors of each school will lead their respective newcomers to rest. The 5 mentors rose from the elevated platform of the hall, signaling their new students to gather. We should be on our way, the young girl waved to Mori. Farewell. As he watched her depart with a light step, Mori sighed and began to search for his mentor. Though he was dissatisfied with the allocation results, he could still learn magic. He could hardly consider dropping out entirely. Freshman of the Geotechnical and Natural School, this way, called the mentor, a tall, slender man with a deep voice, his robe adorned with intricate patterns of mountains and oak. Trees. As Mori followed the group through the brightly lit corridor, he overheard the excited discussions of freshmen from the Thunder and Fire School, animatedly talking about fire, arrows, and electric claws, while those from the Storm and Water School exaggeratedly described the advanced spell ice storm that he had witnessed. We have any renowned spells in our school? Mori could not resist inquiring of a fellow student ahead. Perhaps oak staff magic? There's also earthen wall magic, came the curt reply without turning. Mori stumbled slightly at his feet. The dormitory building, shaped like a castle, was ancient, its exterior walls adorned with climbing vines. The mentor turned to the moss-covered steps. Your rooms are on the 3rd floor, one for each of you, with the keys placed on the doorknobs. The communal washroom is at the end of the corridor. Tomorrow morning, gather on the 2nd floor of Starshine Hall for your public classes. Mentor, our personal belongings are still in the reception hall outside. Someone raised a hand to ask. Once the allocation is complete, your items have already been moved here, the mentor indicated toward the interior. Mori peered inside, and indeed, the area was cluttered with rolled bedding. How astonishing. Is this also magic? Mori mused to himself as he located his suitcase in the 1st floor hall, then ascended to the 3rd floor to choose a room at random. In the 10-square-meter room, there was merely a hardwood bed, a desk, a half-length mirror, and a wardrobe that bore a faint musty odor. Not even a private bathroom? Disappointing, Mori shook his head, but at least it's a single room. After arranging his bedding, Mori lay back on the bed and closed his eyes. Moments later, he suddenly opened them, as if an idea had struck him. Rising from the bed, Mori gazed into the half-length mirror, reflecting his image. Seconds later, lines of translucent text materialized before his eyes. Name: Mori. Race: human. Attributes: strength: 11 athletic ability and physical potential. Agility: 12 flexibility and reaction capability. Constitution: 10. Endurance and vitality. Intelligence: 9 memory and cognitive ability. Perception: 10 intuition and sensory ability. Charisma: 10 unique personal charm. Talents: geotechnical affinity, otherworldly fortune. Geotechnical affinity: your efficiency in learning earth and nature spells is significantly enhanced. Additionally, while researching earth and nature spells, you may encounter unexpected gains. Otherworldly fortune: after each rest, you can ensure that one melee attack will deal a critical hit. Skills: none. Indeed, not only can I see my possessions, but my own attributes are visible as well. With his suspicions confirmed, Mori felt a sense of relief as he began to scrutinize his panel, observing that all 6 attributes hovered around the 10-point mark, suggesting that 10 points were likely the baseline for an ordinary human. Wait, is this attribute value truly befitting of mage? Can one with an intellect soaring to 9 truly cast spells? Mori found himself engulfed in concern as he continued to peruse the details. Point 2. Innate talents. Otherworldly luck seems rather lackluster and appears misaligned with a mage vocation, but what on earth is this affinity for earth and wood? The earthen grooves are still pursuing me. Clenching his fists upon observing his talent bar, Mori sighed. Ah well, as a knight of the 9th intelligence, I may not even be able to cast spells. After a moment of introspection, he self-deprecatingly remarked, perhaps I can only manage to wield the stone spell. After browsing the information a few more times and confirming there was nothing else of significance, he returned to bed, laden with complex emotions. The morning sunlight streamed through the towering arched windows of the classroom, casting elongated shadows of ancient stone columns. Mori rubbed his drowsy eyes and shuffled into the classroom designated by his mentor the previous night. Mori, over here, a familiar voice called from the right. Dane was seated at a long table, excitedly waving at him. Taro, you're here too. Mori responded with mild surprise as he took a seat beside him. This class is a general course our Thunderfire Academy is attending alongside your Earth and Wood department. Did I ask that so? How's your dormitory in the Thunder and Fire? Mori casually inquired while opening the hefty textbook, Introduction to Magic Tricks. Quite well. Dane's eyes sparkled, Our dorm corridor walls are adorned with portraits of renowned fire mages through the ages, along with their signature spells. I spent half the night admiring them. What about yours? Maury sighed, pretty much the same, just introductions of the illustrious earth mages. There must be many powerful earth spells showcased, right? Not at all. They are merely depictions of the structures they contributed to. Maury stated expressionlessly. There's one particularly large painting of the Great Mage Grud supervising the construction of the capital sewer system. Huh, I could somewhat understand why you harbor disdain for Earth, and would now. Dane chuckled heartily. Chapter 3. An introduction to cantrips at the forefront of the classroom. A middle-aged sorceress adorned in a deep blue robe emerged upon a raised platform. Her presence commanded silence. Though her voice was soft, it resonated clearly throughout the entire room. The first-year students immediately ceased their conversations, their attention collectively directed towards the podium. I'm Elena, and I shall be your instructor for today's introductory course on cantrips. The sorceress surveyed the assembly, emphasizing that cantrips form the foundation of the magical profession, representing the initial step on your journey to becoming a formal mage. Mole quietly opened his textbook, revealing an extensive directory of cantrips. Spells such as Ignite, Luminary, Resist, Oakstaff, and Mage Hand were among the plethora, with at least 100 listed. To become a true mage, Elena continued, you must master at least 4 cantrips before you are deemed capable of learning first-tier spells. Only those who can consistently cast first-tier spells are worthy of being called mages. Today's session aims to provide you with a preliminary understanding of cantrips, allowing you to select which to study based on your individual circumstances. Now, please turn to the first chapter, where we shall commence with the fundamental principles of cantrips. A spell is an independent magical effect, a process of reshaping the pervasive magical energy to manifest in a specific manner within a designated area. After 2 hours of theoretical exposition, Elena gently closed the textbook, her wand tracing a shimmering arc through the air. Thus concludes the theoretical segment. Her gaze swept across the packed classroom. Those present surely possessed an affinity for some elemental force, endowed with a nascent talent for magic. Upon hearing this, the students leaned forward, visibly eager to engage. For your first practical exercise, I recommend that everyone begin with Mage Hand. This is the most fundamental and versatile cantrip. Mole detected a chorus of disappointed sighs from those around him. I understand that many of you wish to experiment with the distinctive cantrips of your respective disciplines. Elena's voice carried an undeniable authority. However, remember that Mage Hand is one of the most practical cantrips, nearly a requisite for every spellcaster. It can assist you in retrieving books from high shelves, stirring materials during alchemical processes, and even fetching a cup of coffee when your hands are otherwise occupied. Upon hearing this, Mole suddenly conceived a bold idea. When casting a spell, the spellcaster meticulously invokes the invisible yet omnipresent primal magic, interweaving and solidifying it into a specific form, before releasing it to achieve the desired effect, an intricate process that typically unfolds within mere seconds. Elena raised her left hand, her fingers gently splayed. Though mortals cannot wield magic directly, they can leverage a magical weaving structure as a bridge connecting the spellcaster's consciousness with the primal magical essence. The original batch of spellcasters referred to this as the Ethernet. A soft azure thread of mana began to weave in her palm, ultimately forming a translucent blue hand that gracefully spun above the podium. Sunlight filtered through the hand, casting a delicate azure pattern upon the floor. This is the Ethernet structure of Mage Hand. Everyone, like Maury, gazed intently at the transparent hand suspended in the air. After successfully casting the spell, one must concentrate sufficiently to control it with precision. The instructor suddenly commanded the magical hand to grasp the ink bottle on the podium, instructing the students to envision the hand as an extension of their own body, as natural as controlling their own fingers. The ink bottle traced a graceful arc through the air, landing steadily on the desk of a student in the front row. The startled student leaned back in shock, nearly toppling over with his chair, eliciting a wave of suppressed laughter from those around him. The diagram of the mage's hand appeared on the 8th page of the textbook. Instructor Elena clasped her hands behind her back and the translucent mage's hand instantly shattered and dispersed, signaling the start of practice. If any discomfort arises, one must cease immediately. Mori rubbed his hands together in excitement, quickly flipping the textbook to the corresponding page. He felt as though his mind had already grasped the concept. He began to attempt the spell, referencing the magical web structure illustrated in the book. A faint blue light flickered in his palm, but nothing happened. Well, my hand isn't learned yet, he muttered, frowning as he focused intently to try once more. This time, he sensed a slight flow of magical energy, yet he still could not conjure an effective mage's hand. After an indeterminate number of repetitions, a semi-transparent blue hand gradually took shape before him. Simultaneously, a flurry of semi-transparent characters flashed across Mori's vision. Spell Mage's Hand acquired. Mage's Hand, LV1-15, category. Cantrip description, creates a ghostly hand that can manipulate and interact with objects. If it exceeds a distance of 10 meters from you, or if you recast this spell, the existing ghostly hand will vanish. Note, speed, help me grab some toilet paper, bro. An unnamed spell inventor. I did it, Mori exclaimed with joy. His intelligence score of 9 did not seem to hinder his spellcasting. He looked around and noticed that most of his peers had successfully completed the task at least once. With a dozen semi-transparent blue hands floating in the classroom like jellyfish gliding through the air. Huh, you finally succeeded, Dane chimed in, approaching quietly, his mage's hand performing acrobatics between the two of them. I've been successful for half an hour. You're the slowest in the group. Oh no. With a pop, Dane's mage's hand vanished in response. Heh, I got distracted, he chuckled awkwardly, regrouping to recast the spell. Don't talk to me. I need to create another one. Mori nodded and began to attempt to control his own mage's hand. The translucent palm moved clumsily forward, swaying like a toddler learning to walk. Focus, focus. Mori chanted inwardly, his brow furrowing in concentration. Under his mental command, the mage's hand slowly clenched into a fist and then opened, its movements becoming increasingly fluid. Wise tears disappeared. Suddenly, the spell-casting Dane's eyes widened as he pointed at the motionless mage hand before Mori. I've already recast it more than a dozen times. Oh, a surge of realization flickered within Mori. This must be a characteristic of his panel. Once a spell is successfully cast, it is learned permanently, unlike others who must repeatedly practice to weave the arcane net. Ah, you fail to see my sweat and toil. Mori feigned a sigh, shaking his head. Is that truly the case? Dane regarded Mori with evident skepticism, unable to discern any signs of the latter's exertion. Indeed, that is precisely it. Mori casually patted Dane on the shoulder. Hey, be careful. You nearly caused me to break it again. Dane nervously managed the transparent hand he had summoned anew. Very well. Mori dedicated his entire focus to the manipulation. As time progressed, he felt an increasingly intimate connection with the magical hand, as though it had genuinely become an extension of his own body. When the classroom's timer chimed, a line of new text materialized in his vision. Mage Hand proficiency has increased. Mage Hand LV1-25. Can it be upgraded through practice? How intriguing. Mori clenched his fist in excitement. Chapter 4. Creatures and staves. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the coarse glass windows, casting a warm halo upon the stone floor of the classroom. Mori and Dane hastily finished their lunch and arrived at the classroom for the Introduction to Magical Creatures course. This classroom was significantly larger than the one for the morning Estrix class, with walls adorned with an array of specimens and illustrations of various magical beings. Look at that, Dane exclaimed in an excited whisper, pointing towards a massive wolf head specimen at the front of the room. That must be a winter wolf. The legendary novelist Soya mentioned in his adventurous tales that their breath can freeze an adult in an instant. Mori followed his gaze and noted the faint frost clinging to the wolf's fangs, which, despite its long-dead state, still emanated a chilling aura. Cough, cough. Please remain quiet, students. A resonant voice called from the front of the classroom. A middle-aged man clad in brown leather armor, with a short sword hanging at his waist, ascended the platform. A prominent scar marked his right cheek, and a small piece was missing from his left ear, indicating a seasoned adventurer. I am GOL. You may call me Instructor GOL. He clapped his hands, and the classroom fell silent. Today's lesson would cover the identification and handling of commonly encountered low-tier magical creatures on the continent, as well as the valuable alchemical materials they possess. Instructor Joel approached a cage covered with a black cloth and abruptly unveiled it. Inside was a large bat, entirely black. With a wingspan of 2 feet, its wings displaying distinct veins, while its body featured a single enormous eye radiating an orange-yellow glow. Startled, the bat emitted a piercing shriek and violently crashed against the iron bars. The Cyclopean bat, one of the most frequently found low-tier magical creatures in underground caverns. Instructor Joel gently tapped the cage with a wooden stick, prompting the bat to leap forward in an attempt to bite. Although individually, they pose little threat in swarms. Their sonic attacks can render adventurers temporarily deaf or even unconscious. Their eyeballs are invaluable alchemical materials. As he explained, Instructor Joel produced a transparent vial containing several miniature eyeballs. After processing, these can be affixed to arrows, granting them the ability to automatically track their targets. A wave of astonishment rippled through the classroom. Dane excitedly nudged Mori in the ribs. "This is incredibly useful. I want to learn this." Mori, rubbing his side where he had been poked, replied, "Then go poke Instructor Joel. Why are you poking me?" "I wouldn't he dare," Dane retorted with indignation. Mori shook his head, choosing not to engage further. His attention was drawn to another glass jar that the instructor had brought forth. Inside, a pair of shrunken bat wings floated, appearing to be only 1/3 the size of their normal counterparts. "These wings have been reduced through alchemy," Instructor Joel noted, observing the student's gaze as he held up the glass jar. "When attached to a cloak or boots, they can briefly enhance the wearer's jumping distance and cushioning ability during falls. I once used a cloak like this in my youth and leapt from a 20-foot-high wall unscathed." Certainly, if a spellcaster proficient in the art of featherfall is among the companions, there would be no need for it. In the subsequent hours, Minter Gore showcased a plethora of common magical creatures and their invaluable components. The venom glands of giant spiders that secrete paralyzing toxins, the ears of wurgs used for crafting speed oil, and the livers of trolls, which serve as primary ingredients for stamina potions. Throughout the afternoon, Mori listened with rapt attention. Finally, he turned to discuss a magical item intimately connected to every wizard, the staff. Minter Gore lifted a slender, light brown wooden staff from the podium, its surface smooth and inscribed with intricate runes. The staff is not merely a symbol of a wizard status, but also a conduit for casting spells. "What is the most common material for staffs, such as ash and oak?" He waved the staff gently, and a soft green light danced at its tip. "Wooden staffs are easily sourced, lightweight, convenient for carrying and spell casting, and possess excellent resilience, making them difficult to break." Dane murmured softly, "That sounds perfect for beginners. It must be quite affordable, right?" Mori nodded in agreement. "It's likely the most cost-effective option. Metal staffs, on the other hand, can be crafted from iron, copper, or silver. Their sturdy composition allows them to withstand greater magical impacts. Certain metals possess unique properties. For instance, silver staffs inflict additional damage to undead and malevolent entities." Minter Gore continued his discourse. "Moreover, there are bone staffs made from the bones of high-tier magical creatures, equipped with fixed spells. That sounds exorbitantly priced. I can't afford that," Mori thought, calculating his dwindling savings in his mind and shaking his head. According to regulations, freshmen must procure their own staffs within 2 months of enrollment. You might want to visit the Arcane Street in the eastern district of Conot City. There is a shop called Crow Feather Wand Workshop. Mention my name for a discount when purchasing a staff." "Huh?" Mori blinked, sensing a hint of DJVU. "Is this live advertising?" The transition seems a bit clumsy due to the lack of finesse in the presentation, Mori assessed silently. As the bell rang to signify the end of class, Dane beside him could hardly contain his excitement. "Mori, we must check out the Eastern District this weekend. I want to get one." "Sure," Mori replied, equally intrigued. Although it was likely he wouldn't be able to afford it, broadening his horizons would be worthwhile. After dinner, Mori returned to his room, collapsing onto his bed in exhaustion. It had been years since he had paid such keen attention in class. Yawning, he rested his head on his arms, gazing at the ceiling, pondering how arduous it had been. A massage would be delightful right now. He couldn't help but reminisce about the foot massage parlors from his previous life, of course, the reputable ones. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him, and he snapped his fingers. Wait, I now possess the mage hand. Mori focused his mind, summoning the semi-transparent azure palm. After a day of practice, conjuring it had become considerably easier. He carefully maneuvered the hand above his right foot. Gently, yes, just like that. Recalling the techniques of the massage therapist from his past life, he allowed the mage hand to apply a gentle pressure. A sensation of tingling warmth emanated from the soles of his feet, soon accompanied by a delightful wave of relaxation. However, it was somewhat regrettable that the mage's hand could summon only a single entity. If only he could conjure several. He could easily establish a foot massage parlor with his techniques. Moray felt a pang of disappointment. As the massage continued, he sensed the weariness of the day gradually dissipating. To his astonishment, a line of semi-transparent text suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Mage's hand proficiency has increased. Mage's hand, LV135. Is that possible? Moray couldn't help but chuckle. He wondered how significant the enhancement would be upon reaching level 2. With renewed enthusiasm, he guided the mage's hand to massage his other foot, anticipation blossoming within him. Chapter 5. The Art of the Club. Mo sighed deeply. What was inevitable had finally arrived. The classroom for the Geotechnical and Natural School was located in the underground level of Xinghue Building, where thick stone walls were entwined with luminescent vines, casting a soft glow in the dim space. Rather than a classroom, it resembled a training ground. Rough sand and gravel covered the floor, while assorted stones and wooden sticks of various sizes were piled in the corners, and an array of tools hung from the walls. This decor style, Molay's lips twitched. It was rather too rustic, wasn't it? Inside, dozens of fellow freshmen had gathered, chatting in small groups. Molay found a seat towards the back, anxiously surveying his surroundings. There were no desks, only crudely crafted low wooden stools. Is everyone here? A voice, resonant and sonorous as a bell, boomed from the entrance. Molay turned his head, his eyes widening in astonishment. Entering was a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, with a bare, muscular torso, bronze skin marred by numerous small scars, and a simple leather kilt around his waist, resembling a barbarian warrior. I am your instructor for this specialized course, Brook Stonefist. The giant's voice reverberated through the chamber, shaking the very walls. From today onward, I will be responsible for teaching you the general techniques of the Geotechnical and Natural School. Is this guy in the right place? Molay stared dumbfoundedly at the instructor. Brooke strode confidently to the center of the classroom, casually seizing a boulder nearly as tall as himself and effortlessly raising it above his head. A wave of gasps rippled through the newcomers. Before we formally delve into the techniques, I must first impart to you the fundamental tenets of the Geotechnical Magus. The path of the earth and stone prioritizes physical strength, Brooke proclaimed, his voice echoing in the stone chamber. We Geotechnical Magi must possess formidable physiques. As he spoke, he struck several muscular poses, showcasing his bulging muscles, leaving Molay with a peculiar expression. Is this truly not a barbarian come to disrupt the class? Clearly, he was not alone in his thoughts as a timid, bespectacled boy raised his hand hesitantly. Instructor, why must a magus have a strong physique? Should we focus on mental cultivation and the study of spells? Brooke grinned broadly, revealing a set of white teeth. Excellent question. He held the boulder with one hand while tracing a magical sigil in the air with the other. Molay felt a surge of magical energy and watched as the surface of the stone began to undulate. Brooke kneaded it with his hands, and small fragments of stone began to fall away. Is he refining it into fine aggregate? Molay rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Ultimately, the stone in the barbarian's hands transformed into a rough humanoid sculpture. A fourth ring spell, stone shaping, Brooke explained, eliciting gasps of awe from several students. The ability to wield a fourth ring spell indicated that Brooke's professional level was at least 7, a rare sight indeed. A high-ranking spellcaster whom villagers in remote areas might never encounter in a lifetime. But did you notice? I held onto that stone throughout the spell casting. Why? Because we must maintain control over our casting materials. He casually tossed the statue aside, kicking up a cloud of dust. How laughable it would be if one lacked the strength to control their magical creations. It was a tenuous explanation at best. Mori nodded thoughtfully. Furthermore, Brooke continued, raising his hand to trace an arc of earthy yellow light behind him. Earth wall. A robust wall of earth erupted from the ground, towering 2 meters high. Brooke struck the wall forcefully, producing a deep, resonant echo. Earth-based spells typically create tangible constructs, which offer formidable defensive capabilities. It elaborated, however, defensive magic that creates physical entities, like this earth wall, can leave the caster vulnerable to backlash if forcibly destroyed, resulting in a rapid loss of combat effectiveness. He let out a low growl, crouching down to concentrate his energy, and with a sudden shrug of his shoulder, he shattered the wall. Turning to face the audience, he flexed his muscles once more. If you possess a robust physique, you can endure the backlash and continue fighting. Unable to contain himself, Mori raised his hand to inquire. Instructor, will we all eventually develop physiques like yours? Brooke burst into hearty laughter, waving his hand dismissively. That is unlikely. My physique is the result of my dual training as a barbarian. You should focus on regular exercise to enhance your physical condition. Mori was taken aback, secretly relieved. He surveyed the room and noticed that many shared his reaction. It seemed no one wished to resemble their instructor. Instructor, I have a question. Another female student raised her hand. Where does your nature manifest? Her ears were slightly pointed, though not as exaggerated as an elf's, leading Mori to suspect she might possess a trace of elven blood. Brooke paused, scratching his head. My muscles are quite natural. I practice pure natural body refinement and do not consume alchemical potions. I only indulge in a bit of monster cuisine. The female student shook her head. Instructor, I meant to ask how our Earth and Nature School embodies nature. Ah, Brooke suddenly understood, smacking his forehead. A druid serves as your natural spell instructor, but he is currently away on business. However, I possess a basic understanding of nature spells and can teach you tricks and first circle spells without issue. Now, let's get to the main topic. Prepare to learn the specialized tricks of our school. Since this student mentioned nature, we shall begin with a Nature School staff spell. Brooke walked to the corner of the classroom and retrieved a stick from pile. He drew an arc in the air. This is the most fundamental nature-based trick, capable of temporarily enhancing an ordinary stick. He recited the incantation and then lifted the short stick with one hand. A faint brown glow enveloped the stick, its texture appearing to harden. The magical framework of the staff spell is quite unique, requiring one to infuse magic into the stick's interior. Brooke repeated the spell twice, meticulously explaining the casting principles. Now, you may each retrieve a stick to practice. So, those sticks in the corner serve this purpose. Following the crowd, Mori also took a stick. Do not speak. This wooden staff is not only long and straight, but also possesses a uniform thickness that does not cause discomfort. If I had found it back in middle school, there would not have been a single intact dogtail grass within a kilometer's radius. After toying with it for a while, Mori dismissed his distractions and, following Brooke's guidance, endeavored to channel his magical energy to form a magic net, gradually infusing it into the staff in his hand. Suddenly, intricate patterns emerged on the surface of the staff, emanating a faint brown light. Spell, Staff of Tricks acquired. A semi-transparent text flashed before his eyes. Staff of Tricks, LV1-15, category, spell description, transforms the short stick or long staff in hand into a magical weapon, enhancing its damage output to a certain extent. Until the spell concludes, it becomes more resilient and durable. Note, a spellcaster who is not adept in close combat is not a worthy mage. Legendary, Mage Haiju Lu. Huh, did I learn it this quickly? With the experience of having a mage's hand, Mori gained a clear understanding of his learning abilities. It seems that his innate affinity for earth and wood is coming into play. With this thought, Mori felt a mix of emotions. Although he felt a certain disdain within, he acknowledged that it could indeed serve a purpose. Chapter 6. The Crow Feather Wand Workshop, the East District on the weekend, was far more vibrant than Mori had anticipated. Broad streets lined with shops resonated with the clanging of blacksmiths and the enticing aroma of bakeries. Dane, consulting the map, turned into a relatively narrow street. where a hefty wooden sign adorned with elegant script read Mystic Avenue. In stark contrast to the bustling main streets, Mystic Avenue was remarkably tranquil, flanked by cobblestone paths. A uniform array of magical supply stores displayed an assortment of wands, crystal balls, and potion bottles in their windows. Occasionally, cloaked patrons glided in and out, their footsteps barely audible. It's rather empty here, quite normal, as wizards are a relatively rare profession, with most congregated in border towns or settlements with dungeons. That should be the place. Dane suddenly lowered his voice, pointing towards a shop adorned with black feathers. Maury looked up to see the name Crow Feather Wand Workshop glimmering in gold beneath the sunlight. The entrance featured a robust oak door, intricately carved with elaborate runes. Inside, the lighting was dim, and the air was imbued with a subtle blend of sandalwood and wood shavings. Display cases along the walls showcased dozens of wands, ranging from simple wooden sticks to extravagant pieces encrusted with gemstones. "Welcome." A rasping voice emerged from behind the counter as a balding old man, sporting a monocle, looked up, momentarily pausing his carving. "Are both of you wizards?" Dane nodded. "Yes, Master Gore mentioned that the wands here are exceptional." At this, the old man grinned, revealing a few golden teeth. "A recommendation from acquaintance, I see. The usual practice applies, a 10% discount. Are you looking to customize or purchase?" "Purchase," Dane exclaimed eagerly. "May we take a look at the merchandise first?" Maury raised his hand, attempting to restrain his impatient companion. This fellow practically wore I know nothing on his face. "Of course. What type of wand do you wish to buy?" Dane's gaze was already glued to the display case, stretching his neck in eager anticipation. "Well, preferably one that accommodates fire spells." "Fire spells?" The shopkeeper adjusted his monocle and turned to retrieve 3 wands from the display case, placing them on the counter in succession. "This one is a redwood wand, filled with powdered tailbone of fire lizards, which can somewhat accelerate casting speed and offers a slight enhancement to fire spells, albeit at the expense of increased mana consumption." He pointed to the first wand, dark red with spiral patterns. The second is an ashwood wand, adorned with a red crystal. The shopkeeper gestured toward a light brown wand topped with a small orange-red crystal, which also provides a modest amplification effect, slightly more than the first. Finally, this one. The shopkeeper picked up an unassuming oak wand that appeared ordinary, but was presumably treated to offer minor enhancements to spells across various schools. "Presumably?" Maury inquired. "Well, this wand was not crafted by me, but was recently acquired by the shop. Naturally, it is also the least expensive among them." Molei noticed the price tag beneath the original position of the staff and gasped in astonishment. "For gold coins and 10 silver? That is indeed quite expensive." The principal currency in the Kingdom of Hailsun comprises gold, silver, and copper coins, fluctuating at a conversion rate of approximately 120, 240. To his knowledge, a typical laborer on a farm earns around 13 to 15 copper coins per day, accumulating nearly 20 gold coins over an entire year of labor. This implies that the least expensive staff before him would require a laborer to work tirelessly for 3 months without sustenance to afford it. Is crafting staffs so lucrative? Molei's remaining savings amounted to merely 3 gold coins and a handful of silver, and he was reluctant to spend them frivolously. Dane, fixated on the redwood staff, found himself in a quandary. What to say? "I believe the first one seems quite suitable, but could we examine it more closely?" Molei inquired. "Certainly." The shopkeeper gestured invitingly. After receiving an affirmative response, Dane carefully lifted one of the staffs, his face contorted in contemplation. Molei followed suit, handling 3 staffs in succession. The attributes of the 3 staffs immediately materialized before them. Redwood staff, long staff, quality, ordinary, white effect, increases casting speed by 20. Enhances fire spell effectiveness by 5, and raises mana consumption by 10. Description: a classic creation from the Crow Feather Wand Workshop. Ashwood staff, long staff, quality, ordinary, white, effect, enhances fire spell effectiveness by 10. Remark: a conventional choice, entirely compliant with the Hailsun wand crafting regulations. Oakwood staff, long staff, quality, ordinary, white, effect, enhances spell effectiveness by 3, and improves the accuracy of ranged spells by 50. Description: the most common type of staff, yet its previous owner's enchantment has enhanced its casting precision. Molei raised an eyebrow. This oakwood staff possessed an undiscovered hidden enhancement that the shopkeeper had overlooked. He speculated that the shopkeeper had not been meticulous during testing, thus misclassifying it as an ordinary staff for sale. What is the origin of this oakwood staff? Molei pondered as he caressed the seemingly ordinary staff, feeling the subtle textures of the wood. The shopkeeper adjusted his monocle and shook his head. The specific origin is unclear. Last month, an adventurer brought it in as a debt settlement. I've examined it. It's merely an ordinary oakwood staff, though well-maintained. Molei glanced at the redwood staff in Dane's hands, then lowered his gaze to the oakwood staff's attribute panel, formulating a plan in his mind. Dane, I believe this one suits you better, Molei whispered in a tone audible only to the two of them. Is that so? Dane appeared perplexed, questioning whether the redwood staff wasn't more suitable for fire spells. I sense it can enhance spell accuracy, which is ideal for someone of your less-than-stellar precision. Molei understood that Dane had recently learned the fire arrow spell, which had been wildly inaccurate. Dane's eyes widened. How do you know? It's just a feeling. Molei shrugged, leaving it to Dane's belief. Dane hesitated, glancing back and forth between the two staffs, ultimately making up his mind. All right, I'll trust your judgment. Boss, I'll take this oak one. The shopkeeper raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Are you certain? This item offers no special enhancement for fire spells. This one will do, Dane affirmed resolutely, though a hint of uncertainty lingered in his gaze. The original price was 4 gold and 10 silver, but after the discount, it came to 4 gold and 1 silver. Let S drop a 0. I'll charge you 4 gold coins, the shopkeeper said briskly, producing a delicate wooden box. Would you like it wrapped? That's an additional 5 silver. No. Thank you, Dane quickly waved his hand, pulling out his coin pouch and counting the gold coins, revealing a flicker of regret in his expression. Although his family was reasonably well off, this was still a considerable sum, and parting with it caused him some discomfort. Mori, are you not buying anything? Dane inquired as he secured the staff. Mori shook his head, not now, perhaps later. His savings were dwindling and lacking a means to earn. He had no intention of making a purchase at the moment. After a brief hesitation, Dane suggested, How about I lend you some? Thanks, but that's unnecessary, Mori replied, waving his hand. Dane was one of his few friends in this world, and incurring debt could alter their relationship. Furthermore, Mori despised the concept of consumer debt. Chapter 7. The staff in the dormitory under the cloak of night, Mori paced restlessly, replaying the day's encounters in his mind. The oak staff wielded by Dane was indeed remarkable, yet its exorbitant price rendered it unattainable. With a sigh, he caressed his withered purse, contemplating ways to amass a fortune. Perhaps he could seek part-time work? But in this unfamiliar place, what opportunities lay before him? Or might he venture to the nearby town's underground market in search of fortune? He muttered to himself, only to inadvertently stub his toe against an object lurking beneath the bed, eliciting a sharp gasp of pain as he jumped, clutching his foot. What on earth is that? Grimacing, he crouched down and reached beneath the bed, extracting a cold metallic object. Bathed in the moonlight streaming through the window, he discerned its true nature, a steel rebar approximately 1 meter in length, adorned with a threaded end. This was not merely a coincidence. Mori was momentarily transfixed. This was the very steel rebar from the truck that had transported him to this world, the sole remnant of his past life. Upon arriving at the academy, he had deemed it useless and carelessly discarded it beneath his bed to gather dust. With a diameter of 36 millimeters and classified as Grade 4 steel, HRB 500E, where H, R, and B stand for hot-rolled, ribbed, and rebar, respectively. The number 500 indicated its yield strength of no less than 500 megapascals, while the suffix E denoted its excellent seismic performance. Cursed by knowledge, memories from a life long past surged forth, assailing Mori. Grasping the steel rebar, he marveled at its icy and refined texture, the surface's threads glimmering faintly in the moonlight. Suddenly, a line of translucent text materialized before his eyes. Steel rebar staff, long rod, quality, rare blue, effect, spell effect enhancement of 15, melee damage increase of 50, bludgeoning. Critical hit damage increase of 30 description. High-quality steel from another world, possessing excellent magical conductivity. Perhaps the threaded end could accommodate a crystal. Note, where is the engineering department? The materials have arrived for inspection. Mori's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the steel rebar in his hand. This object? A rare quality staff. He attempted to swing it a few times, only to find it exceedingly cumbersome. With a diameter like this, the rebar weighed over 10 pounds per meter. And with the threaded end, it was nearly 20 pounds, comparable to a two-handed sword wielded by a paladin. Yet, despite its weighty nature, the advantages it offered could not be overlooked, even disregarding the enhancements to melee damage and critical hits. The spellcasting effect alone surpassed that of the oak staff Dane had selected. However, the weight was indeed exorbitant, as Professor Brooke had rightly pointed out. A mage must also strengthen their physique. With a wry smile, Mori cast aside the staff and muttered to himself. In the classroom dedicated to the study of geology and nature, Mori supported himself with his hands on the ground, beads of sweat cascading down his chin and splattering onto the rough stone tiles. His arms tensed, muscle straining, his entire being appearing as though he had just emerged from water. 499,500. As the final digit fell, Mori collapsed to the ground, releasing a sigh of relief, gasping for breath. His vision blurred and a buzzing filled his ears, yet a faint smile of satisfaction graced his lips. Suddenly, translucent text materialized before his eyes, invigorating him. The comprehensive physical training you have undertaken has granted you the following enhancement: a permanent increase of 1 point to your strength attribute. An inexplicable surge of warmth coursed through his body, rapidly spreading throughout him. His weary muscles relaxed, seemingly becoming more toned, and his strength was markedly enhanced. The earlier fatigue dissipated in an instant. Mori eagerly checked his personal attribute panel. Name: Mori attributes. Strength: 12, 1, agility, 12 constitution, 10 intelligence, 9 perception, 10 charisma, 10 at last. Mori clenched his fists, feeling the power surging within him. Although the panel indicated only a 1-point increase, he sensed that his actual strength had improved by far more than 10%. Could be a multiplicative or exponential growth. He pondered for a while, counting on his fingers, but ultimately abandoned the calculations. In any case, the 2 months of training had not been in vain. He could finally wield the nearly 20-pound steel staff with ease. Not bad at all, lad. Instructor Brooke approached, his broad palm giving Mori a hearty pat on the shoulder, nearly toppling him back to the ground. When you first enrolled, you could barely manage 50 push-ups, and now you've completed the entire training regimen. Mori struggled to prop himself up, wiping the sweat from his brow. Thanks to the monster cuisine from the instructor. This was no flattery. A few days prior, Brooke had brought a batch of dried monster meat, claiming it was a specialty acquired from an adventurer friend. Most of their classmates had recoiled from the dark, unappealing jerky, but Mori had discerned its unique attributes through his panel. Dried giant crocodile meat, quality, excellent, green, effect, when consumed in conjunction with training. There's a certain probability of gaining an increase in strength or constitution, only effective for the first time, and only if the consumer's constitution or strength does not exceed 15 points. Remark: chewy and unforgettable. Barbarian chef Danet Brooke erupted into hearty laughter, his voice booming. Good lad, you have an eye for quality. That stuff is indeed a great tonic. He glanced around to ensure the other students were engrossed in their training before lowering his voice. Would you care for some more fine goods? I know a splendid place. Mori's eyes sparkled with interest. Please instruct me. After walking east for quite a while, you'll find a place called Stone Creek Town. Brooke rubbed his stubble thoughtfully. There's a medium-sized dungeon nearby, and recently, quite a few monsters have emerged, many of which are edible. Mori's smile faltered, and he pointed at himself. Me? Defeat monsters? In the 2 months since his enrollment, he had only mastered a few tricks and had yet to learn a single tier spell. He could hardly consider himself a professional. He did not mean for you to take action yourself. Rather, he implied that many taverns in the town offer monster cuisine. Brooke waved his hand dismissively. Oh, Mori sighed, then suddenly pondered a question. The monster dishes sold at the taverns must be quite expensive, right? What are you worried about? The clay manipulation skill you've learned is in high demand in this small town. You could easily earn 4 or 5 silver coins a day. Work there for 3 days, and you'll have enough for a lavish monster feast. So much, Mori's heart raced. Since the beginning of his enrollment, his finances had dwindled, and he was nearing rock bottom. Indeed, there are plenty of monsters around, and houses frequently fall into disrepair, leading to a constant demand for construction and demolition. To repair houses? Mori's lips twitched. MHM. Brooke nodded, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, explaining that the primary tasks involve laying foundations and renovations. Clay manipulation is precisely for that purpose. As I too have come up this way. So, I'm to serve as a human shovel, then Mori mused, stroking his chin. The prospect of earning 4 silver coins a day was not unacceptable. It would suffice to relieve him of his long robe. No, rather, to shed his Mage's cloak. In a month, that would amount to 120 silver coins, equivalent to 6 gold coins, enough to match the earnings of a regular labor for half a year. It is no wonder that most aspire to become mages. Chapter 8. Wildfire Tavern. Earth Manipulation. LV1. 3-5. Category. Cantrip description. Select a visible mound of soil or low-strength rock within a radius of 10 meters, occupying half a cubic meter of space. You may alter it in one of the following ways. 1. Point to a patch of loose soil, allowing it to be instantly excavated and shifted along the ground, though this motion lacks the force to inflict harm. 2. Change the shape of the soil to inscribe simple words, draw patterns, or carve designs, with this alteration lasting for 1 hour. 3. If the specified soil or rock is on the surface, you can transform it into complex terrain or revert an area of complex terrain back to normal. This change also endures for 1 hour. Note, as long as one wields the hoe skillfully, no corner is beyond excavation. Tauren Druid Gladden, this was the 3rd cantrip that Mori had learned just over a month ago. In his youth, he often gazed through fences at construction sites, imagining a future as a worker, a crane operator, or perhaps even a designer, contractor, or chief engineer. He never envisioned becoming an excavator on a construction site. I feel as though my existence has been alienated. After a long day, Master Mori lay expressionless on his bed, staring at the ceiling. What alienation! On the other bed in the tavern room, Dane turned curiously. Did you purchase a painting with today's earnings? Oh, not all. Mentioning his wages lifted Mori's spirits. Well, alienation is what it is. Being a tool, isn't so bad after all. The salary in my previous life as a civil worker was hardly comparable to the rental cost of a crane. With the talent of affinity for civil engineering and the spellcasting effects of his reinforced staff, Mori was able to excavate slightly more with each casting. Coupled with his prior work experience, he, as a newcomer, earned the maximum wage of 5 silver coins. By the way, how is your progress? Is everything going smoothly? Mori changed the subject. Not too shabby. I've gathered most of the materials and even bought a local adventurer-esque guidebook. Let me see. Mori had not anticipated that just a week after Brooke's suggestion, he would arrive at the Stone Creek town his mentor had mentioned. The reason was simple. The Harvest Festival, one of the most important traditional celebrations in the Kingdom of Hailsun. The Academy had granted a generous half-month holiday, allowing those apprentices from rural backgrounds to return home and assist with the harvest. As a solitary individual, Mori did not intend to return to what was termed his hometown, but instead came to Stone Creek town to seek work. Dane, having no land of his own, decided to accompany Mori, also intending to purchase some local specialty materials. To save costs, they shared a twin room at the tavern, saving a silver coin each day. Indeed, Brooke had spoken truthfully. The very next day in Stone Creek town, Mori found a job digging foundations, and the pay was quite satisfactory. Are you planning to spend the entire holiday working? Dane casually inquired. Not necessarily. I'll work for a few days and see how it goes, Mori replied. Mole's venture to Stone Creek town harbored yet another purpose. His mentor had informed him that earth mages must select a specific type of soil to serve as their primary casting material. The various soils provided by his mentor, such as limestone powder, yellow sand, clay, and black swamp mud, had all been examined through his interface. Yet none of them satisfied him. Suddenly, a daring thought struck his mind. Since the available soils proved inadequate, why not concoct a blend of his own? If sludge could be classified as soil, then surely concrete could also be deemed as such, Mole pondered. The primary components of concrete are cement, water, sand, and gravel. The latter three materials are commonplace. Even Minterbrook could manually grind stones into sand. However, procuring cement posed a challenge. Mole sighed, momentarily at a loss for ideas. Perhaps it would be best to sleep on it. Mole, are you certain you wish to order this? Dane exclaimed, his eyes widening at the prices on the tavern menu. The rock lizard tail, stew, and thunderbird breast staked together amounted to a staggering 15 silver coins, nearly 1/5 the cost of his own oak staff. Our Minterbrook has mentioned that the monster cuisine here possesses special effects, Mole whispered, and after working for 5 consecutive days, shouldn't I treat myself? Fine. If you're paying, it's your call, Dane replied with a resigned shake of his head. It's rare to see you so generous. He failed to notice the slight upward curve of Mole's lips. The young mage recalled a poignant adage. She was too young then to realize that all gifts bestowed by fate had already been secretly priced. Having treated you to a meal, helping a brother out should be no trouble, right? When the server presented the duo's meal, a familiar translucent text appeared before Mole. Rock lizard and thunderbird combo, large, quality, excellent green, effect. Engaging in rigorous exercise within 3 days of consumption may permanently increase constitution by 1 point. Only the first effect applies. And the consumer's constitution or strength must not exceed 15 points. Description: one of the signature dishes of the Wildfire Tavern in Stone Creek Town, though its price may deter many. Note: add rock salt, sugar, and pepper to enhance flavor and reduce fishiness. Chef Nomi Mole's eyes sparkled with excitement. Minterbrook's information remained as reliable as ever. He would be sure to bring back a portion upon his return. Dane, after we finish eating, let us practice a few sets, Mole urged in a hushed tone. Not again. Dane grimaced. Don't hold me to your school-s standards. My arms are still sore from our previous training just a couple of days ago. Out of curiosity, Dane had joined Mole for a workout a few days prior, and he was yet to recover. Hey, is that you? A bright, melodic voice called from behind them. Mole turned to see a girl with flaxen hair standing at their table, a drink in hand. He blinked, recognizing her as the freshman from the Storm and Water School who had spoken to him after the division ceremony. Mole struggled to recall her name, ultimately resorting to an awkward chuckle. What a coincidence. You've come to Stone Creek Town as well. The young girl seemed to perceive Maury's embarrassment and took the initiative to introduce herself. Ifalna, a first-level mage, majoring in water and wind magic. Maury, slightly taken aback, replied, I didn't expect you to become a full-fledged mage so swiftly. Oh, by the way, this is Dane, also a freshman this year. Dane's fork clattered onto his plate. It's only been 2 months. How did you manage that? Perhaps it's due to hard work, coupled with a bit of luck. Ifalna responded nonchalantly, though the pride in her eyes was unmistakable. Congratulations, Maury said, offering a slight bow. The gap between himself and a true prodigy was quite significant. But fortunately, his own abilities could likely bridge that divide. Just as Ifalna was about to respond, the tavern door was abruptly pushed open, and 5 young individuals clad in the academy's standard cloaks entered, chattering boisterously. Maury recognized them as students from his cohort, belonging to the schools of light and shadow. Chapter 9. The adventurous newcomers fear not. It shall undoubtedly be fine, proclaimed the blonde leader, gesticulating dramatically. Maury, having attended a public alchemy class with him, recognized him as Carl. Hey, ISNT that Dane and Maury. Carl spotted them and approached with an air of familiarity. What a coincidence. We're forming an adventure party. Would you care to join us? We accepted a quest to eradicate a goblin den, with a reward of 20 gold coins. Ah, quite the classic initiation for newcomers. Battling goblins, Maury mused, stroking his chin, yet remained silent. In contrast, Dane's eyes gleamed with excitement. 20 gold coins? Is that for real? Absolutely. Carl plopped down beside them, lowering his voice conspiratorially. I've heard there are magical items in the den. We already have healing and damage output covered. We just need a fire mage. Maury furrowed his brow and cleared his throat. I must ask, Carl, do you and your companions possess any prior experience in adventuring? ISNT a single outing enough for experience? Carl waved dismissively. It's merely a few goblins. We are all students of the Magic Academy. So, You Haven T sought the guidance of a local adventurer to lead you? Not necessary. Many adventurers aren't even professionals. What use would they be? Carl scoffed. Having a seasoned local guide would certainly mitigate many troubles. Wow. Our Earth Mage is quite knowledgeable. Carl raised an exaggerated eyebrow. Do you possess any adventuring experience, then? Unearthed from digging, his companions erupted in laughter. Sighing inwardly, Mori mused on the innate recklessness and unwarranted confidence some individuals possess. Each summer, teachers warn against swimming in the river. Yet every year, someone is swept away by the current. Let go of the urge to assist. Respect others' fates, he thought, sipping his soup with an impassive demeanor, while Dane's face flushed with indignation. Mori is right, Ifarna suddenly interjected. The books state that one must not underestimate even the most basic goblins. They possess enough intelligence to set rockfalls and spike traps. Ifarna, you are here too. A girl with a ponytail hurried over to embrace her. Perfect. With a true professional on our side, we are bound to succeed. Lucy, Ifarna hesitated, casting a glance at Mori. He merely shrugged. Why look at me? I am not a professional. The decision rests with you. Carl seized the opportunity to embellish the moment. Why consult a theorist? A true mage should grow through actual combat, right? Lucy is eagerly anticipating teaming up with you. Ifarna's fingers subconsciously traced the rim of her cup, her gaze drifting between Lucy's eager expression and Mori's calm demeanor. Finally, she inhaled deeply. All right, I will join as well. Splendid, Lucy exclaimed, grasping Ifarna's hand. We shall set off tomorrow morning. With a confirmed answer, Carl stood proudly and turned to Dane. So what about you? Will you join us? Dane bit his lip as he glanced at Mori, who subtly shook his head. Never mind. Dane eventually said, we have plans for tomorrow. Coward. One cannot become a true warrior without embracing risks, Carl remarked before turning to order at the counter. Dane rolled his eyes at his retreating figure. The following dawn, Mori led a bleary-eyed Dane out of the city. Why are we up so early? Dane complained, rubbing his eyes. It's not even fully light yet. There is quite a bit to do today. If we don't rise early, we might not manage at all, Mori replied, holding the adventurer's guide while referencing the map. A few days prior, he had noted a section in the book describing a quarry 3 kilometers east of the city, where exposed gray-white rock layers could be found. Mori surmised this was likely the limestone he sought. This must be the place, he thought as the morning light bathed the quarry's edges in a soft glow. Mori crouched down, using his reinforced staff to pry out a sizable chunk of gray-white stone, which he inspected with satisfaction. This is it, he smiled, limestone. Dane, still rubbing his sleepy eyes, looked at Mori with confusion. What do you need these stones for? They don't seem much different from ordinary rocks. They are of great use. You'll see shortly, Mori replied with a mysterious grin, choosing not to elaborate further as he began manipulating the surrounding clay with earth magic. As he gestured, the clay writhed like a living creature, gradually forming a ring with a missing segment. Beads of sweat appeared on Mori's forehead. Such intricate work demanded considerable magical energy. Dane, use your fire spell to harden it, Mori urged, patting his companion on the shoulder. Though Dane was perplexed by Mori's intentions, he obediently conjured the flame. The fire spell, a simple trick, conjured a flickering flame in Dane's hand, which he hurled toward the clay ring. The orange-red fire surged from the tip of his staff, but it was insufficient to encompass Mori's earthen creation. Not quite enough. Mori mused, setting down his backpack to retrieve some coal he had purchased in town, tossing it into the fire. Increase the intensity. Dane signaled his understanding with a gesture, then employed a fire control spell to amplify the blaze. This spell, also a basic technique, was essential for fire mages. Under the high temperature, the clay quickly hardened and took shape. Mori manipulated additional clay, layering it atop the freshly baked portion. Once more, after repeating this process several times, a simple half-spherical kiln was completed. Perfect, Mori exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow. I'm exhausted, Dane groaned, collapsing heavily onto the ground, rolling his eyes and sticking out his tongue. The prolonged casting had taken its toll on him. You've worked hard. Take a break for now, and we'll continue shortly. Mori retrieved food and water from his backpack, offering them to his companion. Wait, we're continuing after this? Dane grimaced. I knew this monster feast you mentioned wouldn't be easy to digest. After a brief respite, Mori rose first, employing a steel rod and clay manipulation to extract a modest heap of limestone. Subsequently, he stuffed the limestone along with coal into the kiln he had constructed. Once more, he required sustained high temperatures. Dane sighed and once again invoked the spells of fire creation and fire control. This time, the flames blazed more ferociously, causing the temperature within the kiln to soar rapidly, rendering both their faces crimson. Under Mori's direction, Dane occasionally adjusted the positioning of the flames to ensure even calcination. As time elapsed, Dane's complexion gradually paled, his magical energy nearing depletion. At last, Mori called for a halt. That's enough. Once the kiln cooled, he donned gloves and carefully extracted the white fragments within, grinding them into a powder with his staff. Perfect, Mori exclaimed, his face alight with joy as he raised his arm in triumph, celebrating his success. He retrieved a water flask and poured a small amount inside. Instantly, the water began to boil violently, releasing a copious amount of white steam, while the powder writhed and morphed dramatically. Oh! Mori was taken aback by this reaction, stepping back with a somewhat stiff smile upon his face. Is that right? This reaction doesn't seem quite like cement, does it? Mori fell into contemplation. Is this what you intended to create? Dane inquired curiously. Mori, momentarily at a loss for words, silently gazed at the calcined stone fragments. Quicklime, quality, none effect. Reacts violently with water, generating intense heat, suitable for drying, disinfection, or the production of building materials. Chapter 10. The word oh no, Mori lamented, slapping his forehead in frustration. He had returned all his chemistry knowledge to his teacher. He could never have imagined, a decade later, that he would possess such wisdom. It was the wisdom of 9. His intellect had surged to a remarkable 9 points. What he had concocted was not cement, but quicklime. Well, since it was made, I might as well bag it up. Mori sighed and began to tidy the area, all the while racking his brain to recall the proper method for making cement. Was it limestone mixed with clay? No, there must be something else. At that moment, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the scene. Help! Help! There are monsters! Mori and Dane turned simultaneously, spotting figures in the distance, frantically fleeing toward them. As they drew nearer, Mori recognized the adventuring party he had encountered at the tavern the previous day, although their numbers had evidently dwindled. The 6-member team was now reduced to 4. No, more accurately, 4.5. Carl was being carried by another young man, his upper body all that remained, blood dripping incessantly onto the grass. Ifalna and Lucy sprinted ahead, their faces pale and their robes stained with mud and blood. Upon seeing Mori and Dane, the flicker of hope that had momentarily appeared on their faces vanished. What happened? Dane exclaimed in dismay. Mori swiftly grasped his steel staff, leaning against a rock, and tugged at the dazed Dane, urging him to run while casting a wary glance behind the party. He too felt a sense of confusion. Although they were outside the town, this area was relatively safe, typically devoid of perilous monsters. Moreover, with Ifalna, a seasoned practitioner, present, they should not have been in such dire straits even if faced with a bear goblin. Clearly, what pursued them was a far more dangerous creature. As a fellow apprentice mage, Mori was acutely aware of the limitations of his own combat prowess compared to his contemporaries. In such dire circumstances, those who lag behind would be the first to fall. Works, and one among them is a leader. Ifalna gasped, breathless. We have been pursued for half an hour. We are nearly out of strength. At her words, Mori's heart sank, and he cast a quick glance over his shoulder. Several hunched figures loomed in the shadows, their eerie green eyes flickering like will-o'-the-wisps, accompanied by a hyena-like, piercing howl. This was dire. He recalled the lessons from his textbooks and the Adventurer's Guide. Wergs, a type of lower-tier humanoid monster, were far more dangerous than ordinary goblins. Known for their ferocity and cunning, the Werg leader was comparable to a seasoned practitioner possessing remarkable speed. At this distance, escape was clearly no longer an option. Rather than being picked off one by one, it would be better to fight back. How much strength do you have left? Mori slowed his pace, posing a brief question while signaling Dane to prepare for battle. Ifalna's complexion darkened. I can cast a first-level spell one more time. I used fog cloud to cover our escape before. We can use holy fire, minor illusion, and radiant prayer, but these tricks are nearly ineffective against them. Lucy and the others were expressions of despair. As for Carl, the half-elf who had recently changed professions, he had succumbed to unconsciousness from excessive blood loss. I have little magic left. At most I can cast 2 fire arrows, Dane remarked with a wry smile. Maury, with a grave countenance, fixed his gaze upon the bag of freshly prepared quicklime in his arms, and suddenly an idea struck him. I have a plan. Ifarna, can you cast the fog spell? I can, but it's merely a cantrip, ineffective against the Wurgs. No, it is useful. Maury quickly seized a generous handful of quicklime. At my signal, you will first cast fog, and then immediately follow with wind, directing this bag towards the Wurgs. Though Ifarna was perplexed, the urgency of the situation left no room for questions. She nodded and took the cloth bag. The silhouettes of the Wurgs became distinct, for ordinary Wurgs accompanied by a notably larger leader. They bared their razor-sharp fangs, their claws stained with fresh blood. Clearly the culprits behind the squad's losses. Now, Maury commanded softly, fog spell. Ifarna immediately conjured the fog, a dense white mist enveloping the space between them and the Wurgs. Having witnessed this maneuver before, the Wurgs slowed their advance, the leader emitting a low growl to caution its companions. Maury, unrelenting, cast his own cantrip, transforming the area behind them into a quagmire. After a few tense seconds, he estimated the Wurgs were sufficiently distracted and murmured, "Now, all right." As Ifarna dispelled the fog, Maury and Dane propelled the bag of quicklime high into the air, the wind spell carrying it toward the Wurgs. The white powder surged forth like a snowstorm, colliding intimately with the widened eyes of the Wurgs still obscured by mist. "Awoo!" The cries of agony echoed. The Wurgs clutched their eyes in torment, 2 of them even rolling on the ground in distress. "Water, water!" A clever Wurg blindly fumbled for its water pouch, attempting to wash its eyes. However, it was unaware that quicklime would react with water to produce slaked lime, leading to even more anguished cries. The plan succeeded. Maury felt a surge of joy. "Now let's finish them." He raised his steel staff, ready to deliver the final blow. Yet, at that moment, the Wurg leader suddenly emitted a deafening roar. Despite the pain, it wiped the quicklime from its face with its claws, sniffing the air and turning its gaze toward Maury and his companions. "Just a little trick." The leader's raspy voice dripped with derision, a mere child's play. "But Hoth can still smell your stench." The faces of the adventurers turned pale in an instant. Ifarna whispered in despair, "We're doomed. Its challenge level is at least 2. A level 2 creature typically requires 4 level 2 professionals to take down with minimal losses. Despite the fact that the Wurg leader had temporarily lost its sight, it was not something a few novice mages could confront head-on. The Wurg leader Hoth advanced menacingly, its face directed toward Maury. "I can smell you, cunning mage." Its ferocious countenance bore a hint of sarcasm, and it could barely lift the staff with a single hand. I had never encountered such a feeble mage before. "Let us make you the target." Maury refrained from speaking hastily, uncertain whether the leader Hoth discerned his surroundings through scent or sound. Yet he would not remain passive. His hands gripped the steel staff tightly, beads of perspiration forming as his mind raced to devise a strategy. The Wolfman leader Hoth was drawing closer, relying on his sense of smell, now within mere steps. "Dane, prepare the fire arrow," Maury whispered, quietly casting a spell, waiting for the opportune moment to release it. Dane swallowed hard, his trembling fingers clutching the staff, and nodded. Though fear rendered his legs weak, he trusted Maury's judgment. The mage's hand, a translucent blue palm, formed silently before Maury, drifting forward without a sound. He held his breath, guiding the mage's hand to a position slightly left of 2 meters in front of him. "Found you," Hoth snarled, suddenly quickening his pace in the final strides. Chapter 11. The Professionals. Now is the moment. With a sharp exclamation from Maury, the mage's hand surged unexpectedly towards Hoth. Although the force was insufficient to displace the robust creature, the sudden sensation caused a momentary disruption in Hoth's balance. "Fire arrow!" Dine nearly screamed as he unleashed the spell. An orange-red flame shot forth from the tip of his staff, striking Hoth's furry chest directly. A howl escaped Hoth's lips as a tuft of fur ignited, releasing a burnt odor. Though the fire was relatively weak, the low-level fire arrow spell inflicted minimal damage on a second-tier creature, yet it served only to infuriate it further. Seeking death, Hoth roared in rage, swinging his claws with abandon, ignoring Dine entirely as he lunged directly towards Mori. However, as Mori completed his control over the mage's hand, he promptly cast the Staff of Wood spell, successfully channeling all the mana he could muster into the steel rod he grasped. Its surface displayed intricate brown patterns, glinting with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. Come on! Mori's muscles tensed suddenly as he took a decisive step forward, closing the distance to the werewolf-like creature. Swinging the steel rod overhead with both hands, his eyes blazing with a ferocity that matched that of Hoth. The talent of otherworldly fortune activated. Your next melee attack will undoubtedly result in a critical hit. Smash it. The outcome hinged on this very moment. The steel rod, weighing a hefty 20 pounds, with a thicker threaded sleeve at the head, traced a half-circle trajectory through the air, accompanied by a whooshing sound as it descended mercilessly upon the leader, Hoth's head. Hoth's ears twitched, indicating he sensed the impending strike, yet he did not evade. Instead, he raised his claw to block, a look of disdain etched on his face. In his narrow-minded view, Mori was merely a frail mage, the weakest among all present, especially since he needed both hands to wield his staff. How much power could such a mage possess, even if driven to desperation? Bang! A dull thud resonated, followed by the sickening crack of bones. Hoth's head, supported by his claws, crumpled at an unnatural angle, and his entire body was sent sprawling several meters away, akin to a rag doll, crashing heavily to the ground. He twitched a few times before falling still. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. Dine's jaw dropped, capable of accommodating an egg. Ifarna and Lucy stared wide-eyed, as if witnessing the most astounding spectacle of their lives. Panting, Mori staggered back 2 steps, collapsing onto the ground, drained of strength. The astonishing effect of that strike was undeniable. The enhancement of melee blunt damage by 50 and critical hit damage by 30 contributed significantly to the outcome. The evidence of its power lay in the lifeless Hoth, sprawled like a maggot. You have fully awakened your physical potential, surpassing your limits. Your constitution permanently increases by 1. Suddenly, translucent text materialized, nearly eliciting a laugh from Mori. Unexpectedly, there was an additional surprise. Was it due to that monster package? Exchanging several silver coins for a boost in constitution was truly a bargain. Yet the translucent characters did not cease. They continued to flicker. You have mastered the battle skill, Fury Slash. Furious Slash LV1-15. Category: Combat Skill, First Ring, Description: Infuse your mana into the weapon you wield. The next melee attack you execute will deal additional damage to the target based on your current anger. If the target is a living being, there's a chance they will succumb to fear. Note: I'm exceedingly enraged. The consequences will be dire. Huh? As the words manifested before him, Mori blinked in confusion, momentarily at a loss for words. What? I, an apprentice mage, have mastered a first-ring combat skill? Surely, there must be some mistake. You have acquired sufficient spells and combat skills to meet the job requirements. You have attained your profession level. You have gained 2 first-ring spell slots, restored after each rest. Strength 1, Constitution 1, Perception 1. The series of translucent texts left Mori's mind in a state of bewilderment. What? Have I truly become a professional? With the comprehension of Furious Slash, am I still considered a mage? As he felt a significant enhancement in his physical prowess, Mori muttered to himself in confusion. At that moment, a robust figure suddenly materialized in his mind. Brook, the Earth Element Mentor, the man who mastered Earth spells while simultaneously dabbling in the barbarian profession. It seems I ought to consult this mentor when I return to the academy, Mori resolved inwardly. Ifalna's lips quivered, her emerald eyes fixated intently on the steel staff in Mori's hands, her expression peculiar. Hey, are you really a mage? The girl's inquiry snapped Mori's wandering thoughts back to reality. Not quite. I should still merely be an apprentice mage. I think. Mori was uncertain, as he had yet to learn the formal first-ring earth spells. Well, am I saved? The girl named Lucy and her two companions surfaced, gasping for breath. I suppose so, Mori nodded. Now the professional, though uncertain of which profession, he felt an inexhaustible vigor and intended to finish off the remaining gnolls. He lifted his staff, glancing at the gravely injured Carl. By the way, you all need to hurry and take him back to town for treatment. Otherwise, this unfortunate halfling won't last long before becoming undead. All right. Prompted by his words, the others hurriedly checked on their companion's condition. At that moment, Dane finally regained his composure, stammering, Mori, that strike you just made was incredible. Our mentor once said that in the path of earth and stone, the foundation of the body is paramount. Mori waved his hand dismissively. It's merely the result of 2 months of practice. After dispatching the remaining gnolls and collecting the spoils as indicated in the adventurer's manual, Mori returned to his companions. Everyone, does anyone have extra water? I wish to cleanse my staff. Mori inquired, as grasping the blood-soaked steel rod was quite uncomfortable. I can help. Ifalna wielded her water manipulation technique, her gaze reflecting a complex mix of emotions as she regarded Mori. It appeared to be the first time she truly recognized this classmate, who was notably dissatisfied with the outcomes of the Academy's allocations. She softly inquired, by the way, what is that white powder you scattered? Lime, Mori replied, scratching his head. I intended to make cement, but it seems I miscalculated the formula. Nevertheless, it has proven unexpectedly useful. Cement? Ifalna echoed, grappling with the unfamiliar term. It is one of the materials for mixing soil. Success is not guaranteed. Mori shook his head, dismissing the topic for the moment. We shall discuss this later. For now, we should return to town. This place feels rather unsafe. Given the recent events, he had lost the inclination to conduct any experiments. Very well. On their journey back, Mori finally found the opportunity to examine his attributes. Name, Mori. Occupation, Mage Warrior. LV1 attributes. Strength, 13, 1 Agility, 12 Constitution, 12, 2 Intelligence, 9 Perception, 11, 1 Charisma, 10 Talents, Affinity for Earth and Strong Luck from Another World skills. Tricks, Mage Hand, LV2, Staff Technique, LV1, Clay Manipulation, LV1, Magic Stone Technique, LV1 Combat Skills, Furious Slash, LV1, First Ring, Chapter 12. The bounty. Mori gazed intently at the words Mage Warrior in the profession column, lost in contemplation. A Mage Warrior? Is this some sort of hidden class? He murmured softly, his fingers unconsciously tracing the grooves of his steel staff. Dane leaned in curiously and inquired, what are you mumbling about? What hidden class? Nothing, Mori replied, shaking his head, uncertain of his own thoughts. Let's head back to town first. By the way, Ifalna, wasn't your team tasked with clearing out the goblin nest? On their way back, Mori subtly probed into the details of the team's ambush. Ifalna's expression darkened as she explained, we did find the goblin nest and successfully eliminated most of the goblins, but 2 managed to escape. To ensure their complete eradication, we pursued them a bit deeper, and then you encountered werewolves? Mori interjected. Ifalna nodded, a flicker of dread passing through her emerald eyes. We never anticipated running into them. Pondering, Mori stroked his chin. It was indeed peculiar. The local adventurer's manual made no mention of werewolves, suggesting they were not native creatures. Upon returning to Stone Creek Town, the group decided to split up. Lucy and 2 other team members took the severely injured Carl directly to the church for treatment, while Mori, Dane, and Ifalna proceeded to the Adventurers Guild to report their mission and gather information about the werewolves. The Adventurers Guild was a colossal institution spread throughout the kingdom. The local branch was situated next to the town square, housed in a 2-story stone building, with a sign hanging at the entrance depicting crossed swords and a staff. As they entered, the cacophony of voices enveloped them. The hall was filled with a diverse array of adventurers. Some were exchanging quests, while the majority engaged in spirited discussions. Fortunately, the guild prohibited alcohol, or the scene would have been far more chaotic. Hello, I am here to report the completion of the goblin nest clearing mission, Ifalna stated as she approached the counter, placing a bag of goblin ears on the surface. The blonde girl behind the counter skillfully took charge of the task, counting the ears. 20 goblin ears, mission accomplished. She slid a small pouch back to Ifalna. 20 gold coins, please take it. Ifarna hesitated for a moment and asked, "May I inquire if there have been any recent news regarding werewolves?" The receptionist nodded. "There are rumors of a small werewolf tribe migrating to the nearby mountains. Just yesterday, someone posted a bounty at the guild." She pointed towards the task bulletin board at the rear side, where it listed bounties: 3 gold coins for a common werewolf, 20 for a leader, and 50 for a chief. "We encountered one of the werewolf squads." Ifarna's voice dropped, revealing that one of them was indeed a leader. At this point, her demeanor grew somber, as her team had suffered casualties. The blonde girl looked up in surprise. "You managed to return from the werewolf leader's grasp? Quite impressive. You must be a formidable mage from a reputable academy." She noticed Ifarna's sky blue standard robe. "My companions dealt with them." Ifarna stepped aside to yield her position. The receptionist's gaze shifted towards Mori, a flicker of surprise crossing her features, though she quickly regained her professional demeanor. Evidence must be submitted to claim the bounty. She refrained from asking further questions, for adventurers of various ranks were not uncommon here. In fact, it was frequent to encounter high-ranking individuals exceeding level 7. According to the classification standards of the Kingdom of Helsin, levels 1 to 6 are deemed adventurers. 7 to 12 are classified as high-ranking adventurers, and those above level 13 are referred to as extraordinary adventurers, eschewing the traditional categorization of low, mid, and high tiers. This reminded Mori of a certain type of rubber product from his past life, which was initially categorized as small, medium, and large, yet due to pride, individuals often refrained from purchasing sizes that suited them, leading to a shift to categorizations of large, extra-large, and gigantic, which ultimately resolved the issue. Surely, there lies a parallel in this situation. Mori extracted a string of Wurg ears from his backpack and laid them out on the counter. Initially, he intended to preserve these for an attempt at crafting speed oil, but upon hearing the bounty amount, he promptly altered his intention. After the receptionist counted the ears, 1 leader and 4 ordinary Wurgs, she nodded, confirming a total of 32 gold pieces. She turned to retrieve a pouch from beneath the counter, the sound of clinking coins resonating melodiously. 32 gold coins. Mori accepted the weighty pouch, delight blooming within him. This unexpected windfall was equivalent to nearly half a year's earnings from his previous labor. No wonder everyone was willing to risk their lives in this profession. It was indeed lucrative. Upon leaving the guild, Mori divided the coins in his pocket into 3 portions. "I propose we distribute these according to our contributions." In his former world, fair profit sharing and teamwork was a fundamental professional ethic, though most leaders frequently overlooked this principle. "Ifarna, here are your 8 gold pieces." Ifarna promptly waved her hands in refusal. "No need, just surviving is quite enough. Besides, had it not been for you, we might have. Your cloud mist and gale spells were crucial." Mori insisted. "Take it." After several rounds of polite refusal, Ifarna ultimately accepted the gold. When it was Dane's turn, the young lad adamantly refused. "I hardly contributed anything. I just wasted a few fire arrows." Mori attempted to persuade him. "Your fiery arrows provided significant distraction. I wouldn't have hit without them." Dane exaggeratedly waved his hand. "My contribution was minuscule. I merely coasted on your efforts." The two found themselves in a stalemate, until Mori conceded at the very least. "Let me treat you to a few monster feasts." Dane's eyes brightened. "That I can agree to." Upon returning to their room, Mori collapsed onto the bed, exhaling deeply. Though today's battle had been perilous, the rewards were abundant. Not only had he unexpectedly advanced to the rank of adventurer, but he had also earned a considerable bounty. Rubbing his sore arms, he reflected on the details of the battle, suddenly realizing something. "Wait a moment, I believe my mage hand has leveled up." He vaguely recalled a prompt flashing as he pushed against the Wurg leader, but the urgency of the situation had left him no time to examine it thoroughly. Upon contemplating this, he promptly straightened his posture and snapped his fingers. The mage's hand, a translucent azure palm, gradually materialized before him, its contours appearing more defined than before. Mori gazed at it, as new panel information emerged before his eyes. Mage's hand, LV215, category. Cantrip description, a spectral hand capable of manipulating and interacting with objects. Through diligent daily use, its stability has been enhanced, acquiring a touch of sentience. Stability and sentience? Mori raised an eyebrow. His curiosity piqued in an instant. He focused on the hovering mage's hand and tentatively commanded, "You, prepare 2 dishes for me." The mage's hand hesitated briefly, as if contemplating the feasibility of this directive. Moments later, it slowly formed a fist, turned its back towards Mori, and then raised its middle finger. Mori? Chapter 13. Alchemy. A cacophony of jingling coins resonated from the pouch at Mori's side. He gently shook the bag, relishing the melodic sound. While contemplating the potential uses of this unexpected windfall, he had no intention of spending it all at once, nor did he plan to save it entirely. Rather, he aimed to allocate a portion of it to enhance his combat prowess. He already possessed a staff, and with a glance at the steel rod leaning against the wall, he shook his head. This rare quality weapon was sufficiently effective. Perhaps he could indulge in some monster cuisine? Recalling the physical enhancement he experienced from a splendid meal just days prior, Mori felt a flicker of temptation. However, after 2 subsequent meals with Dane following their last battle, he had not noticed any further improvement. Investing in spell scrolls for self-defense seemed prudent, yet the exorbitant prices posed a significant barrier. Mori furrowed his brow. The Adventurers Guild perpetually offered single-use spell scrolls, but their prices were staggering and beyond his current means. A mere second-tier spell scroll, Fireball, was audaciously priced at 50 gold coins. The recollection of the price tags he had seen at the guild made him grit his teeth in frustration. Speaking of fireballs, a sudden notion sparked in Mori's mind. A bold idea materialized. He could potentially create a far more economical alternative. A Molotov cocktail? This incendiary device, known for its simplicity in production yet formidable impact, could undoubtedly serve as a powerful means of self-defense if replicated in this world. What a stroke of genius! Following the guide provided in the Adventurer's Handbook, Mori ventured alone to a local alchemical supply store. After haggling with the proprietor, he expended a full 12 gold coins to acquire a basic set of alchemical equipment, which included a small stove and furnace, a crucible, and various styles of glass containers. How many monster feasts could this sum provide? He lamented as he fondly caressed his now-deflated pouch. Yet the potential value of the incendiary device made this investment seem remarkably worthwhile. Upon returning to the inn, Mori carefully arranged the equipment in a corner of his room before heading to the town's general store to procure several barrels of inferior spirits. This cheap alcohol, brewed from aged grains, boasted a low alcohol content but was exceedingly affordable, costing merely a few copper coins for a large barrel. The next step involved extracting the alcohol. Mori strained to recall his chemistry knowledge, assembling an improvised distillation apparatus using various glass vessels, and subsequently ignited the kindling within the furnace. Given that alcohol has a lower boiling point than water, it should evaporate first. I hope I am not mistaken. Mori murmured softly, his confidence shaken from past experiments. As the first droplet of liquid condensed and fell from the condenser, he swiftly caught it in a small glass cup and brought it to his nose for a deep inhalation. The sharp scent of alcohol instantly filled his nostrils. Oh dear. It seemed he had unwittingly produced a concoction that would elicit a sharp reprimand from any chemistry instructor. Realizing his oversight, Mori frowned. The aroma was decidedly more pungent than the ethanol from his previous laboratory experiences, clearly indicating the presence of impurities. However, as a fuel source, the purity requirement need not be excessively high. Mori carefully collected the distilled alcohol into the prepared glass bottles, filling each to half capacity. He pondered for a moment, then poured a small cup of kerosene into the mixture, sealing it with a cork, and finally wrapping the bottle's neck with a cloth strip soaked in grease. The Molotov cocktail was complete. Mori lifted the finished product, sunlight filtering through the translucent liquid, casting dancing reflections upon the wall. Though rudimentary, it was indeed a weapon that could prove life-saving in a dire situation. Would its power surpass that of second-ring spells Fireball? Could it possibly approach the prowess of a third-ring Fireball? Mori speculated based on the descriptions in his textbooks. Next came the testing of its efficacy. Just as Mori contemplated where to conduct the experiment, the door was flung open with a crash, and Dane burst in, full of excitement. Mori, good news. The word tribe has been eradicated. What? Mori exclaimed, startled, nearly dropping the freshly concocted incendiary device. Who did it? It was the Magley Squad, a local, veteran adventuring group led by dwarven warriors. I heard they accepted the guild's bounty yesterday and eliminated the Wurg's lair this morning. What a sight! Dane's nose twitched as his gaze fell upon the array of bottles and jars Mori had assembled. You're actually practicing alchemy in a hotel room? Chill. Keep it down. Mori gestured for him to lower his voice. It was merely a small experiment. All right then. It's good that the Wurgs have been wiped out. It alleviates our worries. Mori carefully placed a Molotov cocktail into a compartment of his backpack. What do you have there? Dane inquired, leaning closer and pointing at the cloth strip protruding from Mori's bag. A little something for self-defense. Mori refrained from elaborating and shifted the topic. Now that the area outside the city is safe, shall we revisit the quarry? Again? Dane grimaced. More kiln work? My arms are still sore from the last time. I'll treat you to a meal afterward. When do we depart? Just a moment. I need to procure some additional materials. Limestone, clay, and what else? Mori ruffled his hair, murmuring to himself, pondering what essential item he might be forgetting. Iron ore. As he passed a blacksmith shop, inspiration struck him like a bolt of lightning. Of course, the cement formula requires a small amount of iron ore as an ingredient. It seemed that the enhancement of his perceptual attributes upon becoming a professional had sharpened Mori's associative abilities. He strode into the blacksmith shop, but emerged a minute later, his expression one of embarrassment, shaking his head at Dane who awaited outside. The blacksmith doesn't sell iron powder, and even inquired if I was selling my staff. With no choice left, Mori made another trip to the alchemical supply store, where the owner, recognizing him as a returning customer, offered an 8% discount. Now, he had everything he needed. As familiarity bred confidence, Mori and Dane quickly located the quarry after exiting the city. The makeshift kiln they had constructed last time still stood. Mori rubbed his hands together in anticipation, beginning to measure the materials from memory. 6 portions of limestone powder, 3 portions of clay, and a smidgen of iron powder. Then, mix the clay evenly. It is now your turn, Mr. Furnace. Mori glanced at Dane, who reluctantly stepped forward, shoving some coal into the furnace before casting a fire spell. The blended materials began to transform under the intense heat, gradually shifting to a deep gray hue. How long will this take? Dane crouched beside, panting, until it becomes mature material. Mori wiped the sweat from his brow while squatting at the kiln's mouth, and then it must be ground and mixed with gypsum. You practitioners of the geosciences are truly cumbersome. As the daylight faded, after several adjustments to the ratios, Mori finally achieved the desired result, a mound of unremarkable gray powder. You have successfully completed an alchemical process, creating the material cement for the first time. Alchemical Pioneer specialization acquired. Translucent text suddenly materialized within his field of vision, invigorating Mori. Alchemical Pioneer category. Specialization effect. Extensive research in alchemy has elevated your perception beyond that of others. As the inventor of a novel material, you gain the following benefits. Permanent 1 to perception and charisma attributes. Increased ease in identifying the correct material ratios during alchemy. Note, add a bit of poisonous mushroom and an old shoe heel. Chapter 14. Gray Arrival. Perception and Charm. Mori gazed at the semi-transparent text before him, his brow furrowing involuntarily. He had anticipated an enhancement in intelligence, as that was the very essence of a mage's core attributes. It seemed the title of Sir Nine Wisdoms was not one to be easily shed. Yet, as he contemplated, he realized that one should never dismiss free attribute points, especially since this particular expertise could also augment his alchemical success rate. What is the matter? Dane inquired, brushing off the dust from his hands and leaning closer. Did you mix up the formula again? No mistake, Moredi Blade. Retracting the interface and redirecting his focus to the pile of dusty cement powder, pondering his next steps. He crouched down, pinching a handful of the powder between his fingers, appreciating its fine texture. It bore little difference from the ordinary silicate cement he had encountered in his previous life. Perhaps the only distinction was that the craftsmanship of this world was more advanced, yielding a finer and more uniform powder. What next? Dane yawned, the evening drawing near. Gather some sand and gravel. Cement is merely one of the raw materials for concrete. To concoct true concrete, we also require coarse and fine aggregates. Mori rose and surveyed his surroundings. The quarry was abundant with rubble. With the aid of the earth-shaping spell, he should be able to sift out materials of suitable granularity. Approaching a heap of crushed stones, he raised a steel rod and invoked earth-shaping. As he cast the spell, the stones beneath began to writhe, gradually sorting themselves by size. The smaller particles coalesced into a mound of sand, while the larger ones formed a pile of gravel. Beads of sweat formed on Mori's forehead. This intricate operation demanded a significant expenditure of his magical energy. Impressive, Mori, Dane whistled. Your earth-shaping skills are becoming quite adept. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Mori surveyed the categorized aggregates with satisfaction. The grains of sand were uniform, and the gravel predominantly comprised sharp-edged fragments, excellent materials for crafting high-quality concrete. Next came the task of proportionate mixing. He closed his eyes, striving to recall the concrete mix ratio. Perhaps it was the effect of his alchemical pioneer expertise that a set of numbers vividly materialized in his mind. Eureka! Mori abruptly opened his eyes, hastily rummaging through his backpack for paper and pen, fearing he might soon forget these precise figures. In that fleeting moment, he quickly noted down. It was observed that when the ratio of water to cement to sand to gravel was 0, 38, 1, 11, 2, 72, it would yield C30 concrete. Curious, Dane leaned over Mori's shoulder, and upon seeing the recorded figures, his expression turned bewildered. Huh? Where did you get this ratio? Your focus is lacking, my friend, Mori remarked, patting Dane on the shoulder, who responded with a roll of his eyes. In his previous life, there had been a mathematician named Ramanujan who, with astonishing concentration, could directly write out the calculations for. Comparatively, Mori, with his perception just elevated to 12 points, had yet to reach that level. Now we only need water, Mori said, furrowing his brow. Water is a concern. There is less than half a flask remaining, which is far from adequate. However, the nearest river is still a kilometer away. Dane suggested, as the day was drawing to a close, that they should perhaps postpone until tomorrow. It seemed there was no other option. Just as Mori was about to acquiesce, the sound of footsteps approached from a distance. He turned to see familiar faces. Ifarna and several others were making their way toward them, led by a scarred middle-aged man, who appeared to be a local adventurer. Hey, what brings you here? Ifarna asked, surprise evident in her voice. She had donned a more practical hunting outfit today, her flaxen hair tied back in a ponytail, giving her a more vigorous appearance. We didn't finish what we started last time, so we're back at it today, Mori replied tersely, then inquired, what about you? We're here to collect Sindori's belongings. Ifarna's tone noticeably dipped, revealing her somber mood. Sindori, presumably the companion they lost a few days prior. It was a tragic irony that a promising apprentice mage met their demise on their first adventure, leaving Mori with a sense of melancholy. Mori, we owe you a debt of gratitude for what you did last time. Lucy and others greeted him warmly. They still felt the lingering fear from their recent ordeal. Just luck, sheer luck. Mori waved his hand dismissively. His gaze fell upon the staves, tightly grasped in their hands, and suddenly a thought struck him. Ifana, I recall that you have mastered the water creation spell. The water creation spell, a first-tier incantation, is an essential skill for water mages. It can conjure a certain quantity of clean water or induce rainfall over a small area, extinguishing any uncovered flames within. Ifarna nodded. Yes, what of it? Could you assist me in creating some water? Mori gestured to the materials on the ground. I estimate we need, around 170 liters. That much? Ifarna frowned slightly. My magical energy may not suffice. I should only be able to create half that amount. That's acceptable. Whatever you can produce will do, Mori replied. Since it was intended for experimentation, he could adjust the proportions of the other materials accordingly. Very well. After a moment of hesitation, Ifarna agreed. Lucy, you all should head back. She instructed the others in her party. All right, take care. Lucy nodded in response, and along with the others, began to make their way back toward the town. What will you use it for? Ifarna asked curiously, her interest piqued by the neatly categorized materials on the ground. A new type of soil, intended as a spell-casting material, Mori explained as he crouched down, beginning to proportionally mix cement and aggregate, which might also serve as building material. Let us get started. Mori shook off distractions. Ifarna, I appreciate your help. Ifarna nodded and raised her staff, commencing her incantation. As she chanted, moisture in the air gradually coalesced, forming a stream of clear water that fell into the container Mori had prepared. Although water creation was merely a first-tier spell, its sustained casting still exacted a significant toll on a newly promoted mage like Ifarna, whose complexion began to pale. That's enough. Upon noticing something amiss with her condition, Mori promptly called for a halt, declaring that it was nearly sufficient. Huffing, Ifarna ceased her incantation and wiped the sweat from her brow, stating that she could only conjure approximately 80 liters. That will suffice, thank you. Recalling the proportions from memory, Mori gradually poured the water into the meticulously mixed dry materials, while continuously stirring with a steel rod. A grayish-white slurry began to take shape, achieving the perfect consistency. Is this what you refer to as concrete? Dane inquired, squatting nearby, curiously prodding at the mixture, which resembled mud. It will be quite different once it hardens, Mori replied, his stirring unceasing. He surveyed the vicinity, seeking a mold for pouring. Scattered throughout the quarry were some dilapidated wooden crates. Mori selected the smallest ones, applying a layer of kerosene inside to serve as a release agent, and then poured the prepared concrete into them. Now, all that remained was to await its solidification. Wiping his brow, Mori gazed upon his creation with satisfaction. Chapter 15 3 entries. How long do we have to wait? Dane inquired. It takes 24 hours to reach the demolding strength, and 28 days to achieve the design strength, Mori instinctively replied. Demolding strength? Upon noticing the bewildered expressions of the crowd, he suddenly realized, I meant that we can observe the results by this time tomorrow. Full hardening will take about a month. Once hardened, it can withstand a pressure of 300 kilograms per square centimeter. What I mean is it could accommodate 3 fully armored knights playing a game of balance on an area the size of a silver coin. Ifarna regarded the box of gray mortar thoughtfully. If it truly possesses the hardness you claim, then it is indeed an impressive building material. However, I have a question. She raised a hand, leaning forward. When we first met, were you not quite dismissive of the geotechnical school? Why then, are you now actively researching it? Good question. Mori's movements suddenly froze. The inquiry struck him like a heavy blow, leaving him somewhat dazed. Indeed, why had he once harbored such disdain for civil engineering? He was now so deeply engrossed in studying concrete. Mori gradually straightened, brushing off the dust from his hands, his gaze somewhat distant. Perhaps it was not the field of civil engineering he despised, but rather the abysmal working conditions, the perpetual irregular hours, the overwhelming workload. Being 1,000 kilometers from home, making it impossible to return for an entire year, the lack of more than 20 days of vacation, and the frequent wage delays that plague his life. Well, how should I put it? I suppose I've come to understand some things. Mori replied after a brief silence. I see. Ifarna noticed the fluctuations in Mori's emotions and chose not to press further. At that moment, a semi-transparent message appeared before his eyes. You have successfully completed an alchemical experiment, creating the material concrete for the first time. Your alchemical proficiency has increased. Mixing a bit of concrete counts as alchemy? Mori internally scoffed. Then I can proudly call myself the alchemist of concrete. Unhardened concrete quality, rare, blue, effect, a seldom seen soil material, a premium resource for earth-related spells. Perhaps blending it with other materials could alter its properties. Characteristics, fluid in form, as solid as a rock, resistant and durable. Remarkably, it even possesses 3 inherent characteristics. Mori raised an eyebrow, realizing his own talent did not boast such abundance. Fluid in form, exhibits excellent plasticity before solidification. When used as a spellcasting material, it significantly enhances the stability of earth-shaping spells, making the creations more aligned with the caster's intentions. As solid as a rock. Once hardened, it boasts astonishing compressive strength. Earth-based defensive spells cast using this material gain a 20 effectiveness increase and extended duration. Resistant and durable. Exhibits strong resistance to fire, freezing, corrosion, and other effects. Earth spells cast using this medium experience a notable increase in durability when facing attacks. Marvelous. Upon seeing the detailed description of the characteristics, Mori's eyes sparkled with delight. It was worth the time I spent creating it. Mori, why are you lost in thought? Dane gently tapped his shoulder, noticing that dusk was fast approaching. Are we leaving? Maury snapped back to reality, realizing that the sun had dipped below the mountain ridge, casting elongated shadows across the quarry. He hastily packed up his panel and called out, "Let's go to the tavern. Today it's my treat." The unique properties of concrete had left Maury quite pleased, and he decided to reward himself. Of course, he couldn't forget his diligent companions. "Now that's more like it," Dane said, stretching his limbs as he stood up. The group gathered their belongings and made their way toward the small town. The lights of the Wildfire Tavern shone warmly against the encroaching night. As the wooden door swung open, the crisp chime of the brass bell mingled with the laughter of patrons and the clinking of glasses. The air was thick with the aromas of roasted meat, malted beer, and charcoal, while in a corner, a wandering minstrel strummed a lute. Maury chose a spot nestled in the corner, where the flickering candlelight cast soft shadows on the youthful faces of the trio. As soon as Dane sat down, he eagerly ordered a mug of honeymead, while a cheerful Maury thoughtlessly requested 3 servings of the tavern's signature monster delicacies, a rich rock lizard tail soup paired with thunderbird breast, along with a basket of toasted bread. Though the dish's physical enhancement effects had already been activated once, its flavor alone justified the price. Truly, it was one of the most esteemed dishes recommended by Master Brook, a connoisseur of life's pleasures, Maury mused. The food arrived swiftly, and before long, the server placed the delectable dishes before them. "How is your progress in learning?" Ifarna stirred her stew with a spoon, her emerald eyes shimmering like 2 clear springs in the candlelight. Dane ran his fingers through his hair in frustration. "I'm still trying to master the electric claw cantrip, but I'm utterly lost." He opened his palm, and a burst of orange flames flickered to life. "Fireball, flame arrow, fire control. I can conjure those with ease. But after a week of practice, I can't even produce a spark with electric claw. Perhaps my affinity for the lightning element is just too low," he lamented. "If it proves too difficult, it's perfectly acceptable to abandon it. Not every spell within a school must be mastered," Ifarna reassured him. "Take Maury's specialization in the earth and nature schools, for instance. While many choose to balance both, one can also opt to focus solely on earth magic as a geomancer, or specialize in nature spells to become a druid." Maury nodded thoughtfully, understanding why some in his class were resistant to earth spells, while showing enthusiasm for nature spells, like that student of considerable elven descent. "It seems I'll have to settle for being a fire mage," Dane sighed, shaking his head. "Becoming an adventurer doesn't sound too bad either. Just imagine, adorned in a crimson robe with golden embroidery, summoning a rain of fire at will. Just be careful. Last month, someone here accidentally set fire to a field owned by the association while casting spells, and ended up losing everything," Ifarna interjected unexpectedly. "Truly, as a water mage, you have a knack for dousing enthusiasm," Dane thought to himself. He took a hearty sip of honeymead and turned to Maury. "What are your thoughts?" Having not yet fully decided, he concluded that he would not pursue the path of the druid. After swallowing the food in his mouth, Maury responded. Initially, he had intended to methodically study spells until he became a formal mage, but upon becoming an unusual practitioner, he was compelled to reassess his ambitions. Several successful experiments awakened his expertise in alchemy, further deepening his confusion regarding his identity. With only a handful of cantrips under his belt, Maury could hardly be deemed a mage, and possessing merely a single combat technique did not qualify him as a warrior. His amateurish grasp of alchemy was insufficient to elevate him to the ranks of a true alchemist. "Oh well," he thought, "I shall take one step at a time." Chapter 16. The Art of Featherfall. On the first day after the holiday, Maury arrived at Master Brook's office, carrying a selection of specialty monster jerky he had purchased from Stone Creek Town. "Come in," a deep, resonant voice beckoned from within. As he pushed the door open, Maury found Brooks seated in a specially crafted, spacious wooden chair, engrossed in a hefty tome. Upon recognizing Maury, he closed the book and smiled. "Have you returned from Stone Creek? How was your holiday?" "It was quite good, Master," Maury replied with a smile, extending the package in his hands. "The local monster cuisine is indeed remarkable. I brought back some specialty jerky." Originally, Maury had intended to take an entire portion of monster cuisine from the tavern, but due to preservation issues, he had to settle for the smoked jerky instead. Brooks' eyes lit up as he accepted the package, eagerly tearing it open. He He extracted a piece of dark jerky and bit into it with a satisfying crunch. Not bad. Quite hearty. You've got good taste. Mori chuckled, but after a moment's hesitation, he decided to be direct. Master, I have a question I would like to discuss. Go ahead, Brooke replied, popping another piece of jerky into his mouth, his words muffled. During the holiday, I grasped a combat technique, and it seems I have consequently become a practitioner, Mori articulated cautiously. I am uncertain if this will affect my career as a mage. Brooke set down the jerky, wiped his hands, and regarded him with keen interest. Oh, please elaborate. Mori succinctly recounted his battle with the Wolfman chief and the circumstances surrounding his realization of the combat technique. To comprehend a combat technique on your own? Quite impressive. Though not entirely rare, Brooke mused, nodding thoughtfully. In your case, it appears you might fall under the category of Arcane Knight. Arcane Knight? Mori blinked in surprise. Indeed, a subclass within the warrior category, Brooke elucidated. An Arcane Knight is a profession that fuses martial prowess with rigorous magical study, capable of engaging in melee combat while casting spells. Huh? Are you suggesting I should transition into a warrior? Mori frowned, as he had aligned his career aspirations with that of a mage ever since his magical aptitude was detected, and he had made no preparations for shifting to the warrior path. Certainly not. Brooke shook his head, grinning broadly. It seems you have misunderstood the causal relationship. Mori looked at him in confusion. Take me as an example, Brooke said, patting his robust chest. It is not because I became a barbarian mage that I possess a strong physique alongside my ability to cast spells. Rather, I learned magic and trained my body to become a barbarian, thus earning the title of barbarian mage. Mori blinked, suddenly grasping the implication. So, master, you mean? The profession title is merely a result, not a limitation? Precisely. Brooke laughed heartily. Acquiring an additional combat technique is not detrimental. It will not alter your original training direction, but rather provide you with another means of approach. You may certainly continue to study spells while treating combat skills as auxiliary, much like myself, although I can withstand formidable opponents. My true proficiency lies within the realm of earth and stone magic. Mori felt a sudden clarity. He had initially feared that this might divert him from the path of a mage, but it now appeared that martial prowess was merely an embellishment rather than an exclusive choice. Seeing his expression relax, Brooke added, however, should you possess an interest in the warrior class, you might consider dual training. For instance, you could join the knightly order in the royal capital and train to become a true arcane knight. Mori promptly shook his head. For the time being, I think not. He had little desire to travel great distances to pledge allegiance to a king he had never met. Brooke shrugged with mild regret. Very well, it is your choice. But remember, having grasped martial skills, they are now your own. Whether to utilize them or how to employ them is entirely up to you. Mori nodded, expressing his gratitude to his mentor before departing the office. He touched the steel-cord staff at his waist, feeling a newfound sense of reassurance. Having an additional path to consider was not a detriment. It seemed that his daily physical training should not be neglected either. After this reflection, Mori hastily made his way to the second floor of Starlight Tower. The first public class after the holiday was about to commence. A female instructor clad in a deep blue robe stood at the podium, surveying the students in the classroom. After this period of study and a holiday of practice, I trust that everyone has at least mastered 4 cantrips. Elena's voice was clear and resonant. Thus, starting today, we shall embark on the study of first circle spells. A low murmur of discussion erupted in the classroom, with students appearing both excited and anxious. After all, mastering a first circle spell would grant them a professional rank, allowing them to become true mages. Elena raised her hand to signal for silence. Unlike cantrips, the casting of first circle spells typically requires the fulfillment of 3 essential components: words, gestures, and materials. Most spells of the first circle and above necessitate the recitation of incantations to channel magical energy, although the specific pitch and resonance of the sound combinations can manipulate the strands of the magic web to achieve casting. The gestures may involve a fixed hand sign or an intricate series of movements. For proficient casters, these may not be strict requirements, but they are crucial for novices. Certain first circle spells must be complemented by casting materials to be successfully executed. For instance, the Featherfall spell requires a feather or down, while Tasha's acid arrow necessitates a bit of decayed food. If one finds themselves devoid of materials during combat, even the most skilled spells cannot be cast. She retrieved a hefty leather-bound tome from within her robe, its cover embossed with golden runes that shimmered in the sunlight. Gently, she turned the pages, revealing densely packed text, diagrams of the magic web, and various small items nestled within. Feathers, fine sand, dried petals, and even seed from certain plants. Therefore, as mages, each of you must prepare your own spell book. She held the book aloft for all to see clearly. This serves not only as a record of the spells you have mastered for your convenience and review, but also as your repository of casting materials. By affixing the corresponding trace materials for each spell on the subsequent page, you can avert the awkwardness of scrambling for ingredients at the last moment, thereby enabling you to cast spells with greater efficiency. As she spoke, Elena retrieved a small cage from beneath the podium, within which trembled a quivering gray rabbit. She extracted a feather from between the pages of the book and, simultaneously, opened the cage to seize the rabbit. Under the watchful gaze of all present, the sorceress suddenly hurled the rabbit high towards the vaulted ceiling of the classroom. The rabbit yelped in terror, its limbs flailing as it began to plummet swiftly downward. Just as it was about to crash upon the podium, Elena swiftly wove a magical net with her hands and softly intoned the incantation. Featherfall. A wondrous scene unfolded. The rabbit's descent abruptly slowed, as if cradled by an invisible current, and it began to drift gently downward. At last, it alighted softly on the podium, its paws firmly planted, appearing unscathed. Elena tenderly stroked its head before returning it to the cage. She then raised the hefty tome, revealing that she had inserted the feather on the page, documenting the Featherfall spell, ensuring it was readily accessible when needed. Imagine, if you will, the inconvenience of having to search for a feather at the edge of a precipice during a crisis. Indeed, it makes perfect sense. Mori nodded thoughtfully, realizing that the spell books of this world differ from those in certain games, which merely serve to record a limited number of spells, requiring rest to adjust spell slots. Rather, the spells learned can be employed at any moment, rendering the spellbook more akin to a memorandum and toolbox. Chapter 17. The mage profession. A murmur of hushed discussions filled the classroom as many students began to contemplate the materials necessary for their spellbooks. Elena's tone suddenly took on a grave seriousness. Furthermore, I must caution everyone not to embark on any reckless endeavors until you have mastered a sufficient number of first-tier spells. Her gaze swept across the room, lingering on several students for a few extra seconds. There have been incidents of casualties among students from a neighboring academy during the holidays, and she hoped everyone would take heed. Mori and Dane exchanged a knowing glance, lowering their heads in unspoken understanding. "We are implicated in this," Dane murmured softly. "The instructor must be aware of the specifics. Our names were not mentioned," Mori reassured him. "Today, we shall first learn the common life-saving spell used by mages, Grease Your Feet." Elena raised her staff and began the demonstration. Grease Your Feet is one of the most practical first-tier spells, granting the caster a significant boost in mobility for a brief period, ideal for fleeing or pursuing. Alas, poor Carl. If only he had learned this before embarking on his ill-fated adventure, he would not have been reduced to a halfling, Dane lamented, shaking his head. Even if he learned it now, it would be of no use to him. Mori winced slightly. Following Elena's guidance, Mori attempted to construct the spell's magical web structure. Yet the complexity of first-tier spells far exceeded that of cantrips. After several unsuccessful attempts, he made little progress throughout the lesson, and most of his classmates wore expressions of frustration akin to his own. After class, Dane slumped in his chair, wailing, "Why is first-tier magic so difficult? I feel as though my brain is going to explode." Mori rubbed his throbbing temples and replied with a wry smile, "Take it slow. After all, we are just beginning." It was hard to believe that their fellow freshman, Efarna, had already mastered 2 first-tier spells. The disparity between individuals seemed greater than that between man and dog. Spell Grease Your Feet acquired. Translucent text flashed before him. Grease Your Feet, LV1-15, category. Spell, first tier, description. This spell allows you to move at an astonishing speed. For a limited time after casting this spell, you can walk and run at an accelerated pace. Note: talk, I will run first. Fight, I will run first. Run, I will run first. The freest bard on the surface, Geralt the Swift, finally, I've damned well learned it, Mori exclaimed as he dashed across the Academy's training grounds, feeling the scorching gusts of wind envelop him, akin to the relief one experiences after finally alleviating days of constipation. After a full week of relentless practice, he had successfully cast his first-tier spell, Grease Your Feet. It is worth noting that when he first learned cantrips, he could master and cast them within a single lesson. In contrast, the difficulty of first-tier spells had increased exponentially. I must devise a method to enhance my intellect, Mori murmured to himself. He had observed the learning pace of others. Most managed to cast their first spells within 3 to 5 days. But true mastery would require at least another 2 weeks of practice. Mole's learning pace was somewhat lagging. Yet fortunately, with the support of the panel, he mastered each skill in a single attempt, sparing him the need for repetitive practice like others. He was now ready to delve into new first circle spells. Besides the mandatory practical spell, Feather Fall, required by his public course instructor, Mole also intended to learn Alarm. In terms of specialized courses, he wished to experiment with the Earth spell, Tremor, as well as the Nature spell, Animal Communication, to prepare for his future adventures as an adventurer. Alas, the journey ahead was daunting. Generally speaking, successfully mastering a first circle spell would formally qualify one as a practitioner of magic, simultaneously granting the ability to embark on an adventurous journey. However, with Carl as a cautionary tale, Mole felt that being exceedingly prepared was not unwarranted. How exhilarating, Mole! I did it! The enthusiastic voice of Dane approached rapidly. Mole looked up to see his friend, flushed with excitement, rushing toward him, his robe billowing with each stride. Startled, Mole sidestepped just in time to avoid a collision with Dane. Weren't you successful with your spell just a few days ago? Why the excitement now? Dane came to a sudden halt, leaning in conspiratorially. It's different this time. I've truly mastered it. I am now officially a practitioner of magic. Mole raised an eyebrow. Congratulations. You finally shed your identity as an apprentice. He was not surprised. Having learned a first circle spell indeed qualified Dane as a level 1 spellcaster. But that's not all. Dane's eyes sparkled with fervor. The sensation of becoming a practitioner is extraordinary, akin to someone having conducted a thorough cleansing of my mind. My thoughts are clearer than ever. The intricate structure of the magical web, which once eluded me, I can now perceive effortlessly. Mole's smile faltered. According to Dane's description, it seemed he had gained a boost in intelligence. Did that imply that legitimate spellcasters received an intelligence enhancement upon attaining their professional level? He instinctively touched the back of his head, recalling his own experience when he became a practitioner. At that time, his strength, constitution, and perception attributes had each increased slightly. Aside from feeling more robust, he had not experienced a surge in mental acuity. Oh no, it seems my attribute points are misallocated. His panel appeared to offer only prompt notifications without allowing for the free distribution of attribute points. Don't be disheartened, my friend. Dane misinterpreted Mole's expression as envy and jovially patted him on the shoulder. You, too, have successfully cast spells. With just a few more days of practice, you'll become a genuine mage like me. I hope so, Mole replied. He had only disclosed his status as a practitioner to his instructor. Dane was unaware. It was not an intentional concealment, but rather due to Mole's own confusion regarding the situation. In the days that followed, Mole engaged in the monotonous routine of study day in and day out. It took him a full half-month to master both Alarm and Featherfall. It is worth noting that Mori astonishingly mastered the Earth and Nature spells in just a day, having swiftly learned the first-tier spells of Earthquake and Animal Communication. This remarkable proficiency is likely attributable to his innate affinity for the Earth. Mori, are you still practicing? Came the voice of Dane from the entrance of the training area. Today he donned a brand new red robe, adorned with a small flame emblem on his chest, an insignia signifying his status as a formal mage. Yes, I just learned the Alarm spell, Mori replied, tucking away his newly acquired spellbook. "Where are you headed, dressed so formally?" As the sole magic academy in Connaught City, Grud Academy naturally possesses the credentials to register mages. A few days prior, Mori had showcased the earthquake spell at the registration department, subsequently earning his title as a mage. The academy had also issued him a deep brown robe, an emblem denoting his formal mage status. However, Mori found them unappealing and chose not to wear them. Dane proudly adjusted his collar. "Our mentor is taking us to a fire mage exchange meeting. I can now reliably cast 3 first-tier spells, and my mentor believes I may learn another one before the semester concludes, advancing to the 2nd tier." Chapter 18. The Dilemma of Advancement. Go ahead, and good luck. Mori waved his hand. However, as he watched Dane's retreating figure, he suddenly froze in place. Something was amiss. Dane's words had triggered a realization. He had become aware of a grave issue. The instructor of the General Studies course had mentioned that a level 1 mage could advance to a 2nd-tier practitioner upon mastering 4 first-tier spells. Recalling the knowledge acquired in class, Mori hurriedly made his way to the nearest public restroom. After washing his face, he gazed into the mirror at his reflection. Name: Mori. Class: Spell Warrior. LV1. Attributes: Strength 13, Agility 12, Constitution 12, Intelligence 9, Perception 12, Charisma 11, Talents. Earth Affinity: Otherworldly Fortune. Spell slots: First-tier spells 2, Feats: Alchemical Pioneer Skills, Cantrips: Mage Hand LV2, Quarterstaff Technique LV1, Mold Earth LV2, Magic Stone LV1. Spells: First-tier Grease LV1, Featherfall LV1, Alarm LV1, Animal Communication LV1, Earth Tremor LV1. Combat Technique: Furious Slash LV1, First Tier. Evidently, Mori had mastered 5 first-tier spells. Yet his class level remained at 1. What on earth was happening? Mori raked his fingers through his hair. Perhaps someone could elucidate my current predicament? With urgency coursing through him, Mori knocked on the door of the instructor's office. "Come in," came the robust voice of Brooke through the heavy oak door. Mori pushed the door open and beheld his mentor seated in an oversized chair specially crafted to accommodate his imposing stature. Before Brooke lay a hefty tome, and beside him, a spectral hand held a steaming cup of beverage. "Mori, what brings you here again?" Brooke inquired, closing the book and offering a smile as warm as possible. "Instructor, I've encountered yet another issue," Mori stated directly. "I have learned 5 first-tier spells, yet I feel no sense of advancement. I suspect my class level still remains at 1. Brooke's thick eyebrows raised in surprise. 5? Based on your progress, that should be sufficient. He had witnessed firsthand Mori's rapid mastery of earth spells, and he held no doubts regarding it. Yet, Mori had not felt the familiar sensation of becoming a practitioner. He shrugged in resignation. Brooke stroked his stubbled chin, pondering the situation. Indeed, this is rather unusual. Under normal circumstances, mastering 4 first-tier spells is enough to elevate to level 2. He rose from his seat, circled around Mori, and suddenly inquired, "Have you attempted to learn any combat techniques recently?" Mori was taken aback. "No, I have been entirely focused on learning spells." "Precisely," Brooke exclaimed, slapping his thigh. "I believe the issue lies here." He returned to his seat and retrieved a piece of parchment from the drawer, sketching a simple linear diagram upon it. A conventional spellcaster enhances their abilities through the study of spells, gaining both attribute improvements and augmented casting prowess, often referred to as spell slots, with each level attained. However, Brooke, drew a branch on the other side. Upon mastering combat techniques, you embarked on a different path when you became a professional. I surmise this belongs to a rare occupational classification with upgrade conditions possibly diverging from those of a traditional mage. Did you not previously mention that combat techniques do not influence advancement? Mori furrowed his brow, wondering if the mentor had never encountered such a dilemma. I base my previous judgment on experience. Brooke scratched his head awkwardly. My situation differs from yours, as I only embraced the path of the barbarian after achieving the rank of a 4th-level earth mage. Mori's heart sank. Does this imply that I suspect you must simultaneously enhance both your spells and combat techniques to level up? Brooke tapped a charcoal pencil on the paper, noting that while his spellcasting was evidently up to standard, he had yet to master more than one combat technique. Mori grimaced. His greatest fear had materialized. He had hoped to find solace in being a mage, yet fate had drawn him towards the life of a warrior. Do not wear such a gloomy expression. Brooke laughed heartily, clapping Mori on the shoulder with enough force to nearly topple him. Acquiring a few additional combat techniques is hardly a misfortune. So, would you be interested in learning a few moves from me? Perhaps barbaric, roar or frantic strike? The names seem ill-suited to me. Mori pondered briefly before shaking his head. Those techniques belonged to the barbarian class, while his character sheet indicated he was a mage warrior, suggesting he might not be cut out for the barbaric ferocity. Indeed, Brooke paused, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. My combat techniques are, in truth, not particularly fitting for you. The Academy's library contains the Compendium of Combat Techniques, which encompasses various weapon types. You might find inspiration there. Mori's eyes brightened. The library? Our Academy houses combat techniques? Absolutely. Brooke grinned broadly. Go on, young man. The choice of combat techniques should resonate with oneself. Do not let the paths of others confine you. Very well. The library, a Baroque-style ancient stone edifice, stood on the east side of the Academy. Towering bookshelves reached toward the ceiling, and the air was imbued with the scent of aged paper mingled with the passage of time. As Mori navigated through the rows of shelves, he finally discovered the section dedicated to combat techniques. Upon opening the hefty tome titled The Compendium of Combat Techniques of the Kingdom of Hylson, Volume 1, he was immediately struck with awe. The table of contents alone spanned dozens of pages, ranging from fundamental techniques such as the chain, slash and disarm to advanced maneuvers like iron wall, shield, defense, and vacuum slash. So many? Mori muttered to himself, his fingers lightly tracing the pages as he found himself at a loss for where to begin. At that moment, a familiar voice called from behind. Mori? I was just looking for you. Mori turned to see Afarna, draped in a cerulean robe and exuding an elegant demeanor, standing beside the bookshelf. Her flaxen hair shimmered softly in the sunlight. Her gaze fell upon the book in Mori's hands, and she raised an eyebrow slightly. Are you studying combat techniques? With a sigh, Mori closed the book and remarked, it's a long story. He briefly elucidated his current predicament along with his mentor's advice. After listening, Afarna nodded thoughtfully. I see. So what brings you to me? Mori inquired. Oh, I wanted to ask, Afarna said, unconsciously clutching the hem of her garment. Have you formed a team for next week's practical class? Practical class? Mori paused, then quickly grasped the situation. One of the Academy's long-standing traditions mandates that students, upon mastering 2 fundamental spells in their first year, must undertake and complete at least 3 quests related to dungeons through the Adventurers Guild, one of which must involve the eradication of monsters. The nearest dungeon to the Academy is the Stone Creek town, which Mori had visited once. He scratched his head. I plan to team up with Dane, but I haven't finalized the others yet. Afarna's eyes brightened. Perfect. I have contacted a level 5 druid who is willing to lead a group to Stone Creek next week. Would you like to join us? Mori was taken aback. A druid? Is he from the Academy? Afarna shook her head. No, he is an adventurer from Stone Creek, quite experienced. With him leading, the safety will be significantly enhanced. After a moment's reflection, Mori nodded in agreement. All right, let's do it together. Upon receiving his affirmative response, Afarna seemed to exhale in relief. Then we shall meet at the Wildfire Tavern next Tuesday. Sound good? Chapter 19. Wilderness forms the morning sun filtered through the dense canopy, casting mottled shadows upon the jungle path. Mori and his companions set forth from Stone Creek town, trekking through the underbrush towards the underground city. The decaying leaves beneath their feet producing a gentle rustling sound, while the air was infused with the fresh scent of earth and foliage. The party maintained a brisk pace, buoyed by several translucent hands that floated in the midst, supporting their backpacks. Leading the group was a druid of approximately 40 or 50 years, named Hal. He was slender, his skin bronzed by the sun, clad in a coarse linen garment, and adorned with a bone knife at his waist, resembling an ordinary farmer. Had it not been for the feathered lightning falcon perched upon his shoulder, Mori might have doubted if Afarna had indeed found the right person. This jungle could be regarded as the 0 level of the underground city, with magical energies seeping from below, influencing the local fauna. Hal's voice was deep and raspy, as if shaped by years of smoke. Throughout the journey, he shared knowledge and precautions regarding the underground city, exhibiting a commendable reliability. Some creatures may mutate, developing additional horns or scales, or even acquiring abilities to breathe fire or spew ice. Yet worry not, for these mutations are generally feeble, easily manageable even by an average adult. Like the rock lizard? Mori inquired casually, his gaze drifting to a gnawed bone by the roadside, remnants of grayish scales still clinging to it. Indeed, the rock lizard is a quintessential low-tier, mutated creature, Hal affirmed with a nod. Their flesh becomes denser due to magical energies, making them a staple for adventurers and taverns alike. Mori's attention was drawn involuntarily to the lightning falcon upon Hal's shoulder. Though small in size, its gaze was sharp as a blade, and its feathers occasionally shimmered with bluish-purple sparks in the sunlight. It would occasionally tilt its head, emitting a series of brief calls as if surveying the surrounding environment. Is this falcon also a mutated creature? Mori could not help but ask. Hal chuckled softly, reaching out to stroke the falcon's feathers. No, this one is called Thunderclaw. I rescued it from the underground city when it was merely a chick, likely having fallen from its nest. I have nurtured it for several years. It is now my companion. As they spoke, Thunderclaw suddenly took flight, soaring in low circles nearby, releasing a series of melodious calls. Dane looked up at it, grinning widely. That bird has quite a charming voice. Mori raised an eyebrow, suddenly recalling a newly acquired spell. He discreetly lifted his hand to cast the incantation, whispering, Animal Communication. Animal Communication, LV1-15, Category. Spell, First Tier, Description. During the spell's duration, you gain the ability to understand beasts and communicate with them. Many beasts possess low intelligence, yet they can provide some information regarding their surroundings and monsters. Perhaps you may persuade them to assist with minor tasks. No, what does the dog say? High-level hunter macro panned in an instant as the spell took effect. Thunderclaw's calls transformed into coherent phrases in Mori's ears. All eyes turned toward me. Is there anyone else like me? I seek to mate, and this needs addressing. It turns out I was merely courting. Mori felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. At that moment, Dane imitated the tone of the Thunderclaw and let out a few whistles. Remarkably, he mimicked it quite well. Before Mori could process this, Thunderclaw landed back on Hal's shoulder, blinking its large eyes continuously in Dane's direction. You can forget it. It tilted its head, scrutinizing Dane. For the first time, Mori discerned disdain in a bird's gaze. Unable to contain himself, he burst into laughter. What's wrong? Dane looked at him, bewildered. Ahem, nothing. Mori struggled to maintain a serious expression, merely recalling something joyous. As they conversed, the lightning falcon soared into the sky again, continuing its aerial patrol. Before long, it suddenly emitted a series of urgent alarm calls, its feathers crackling with electricity. There's something ahead. Mori understood Thunderclaw's warning and promptly alerted the others. Almost simultaneously, Hal raised his hand to signal the group to halt. Everyone, prepare yourselves, there is a beast ahead. He turned to Mori, and their eyes met, each reflecting a sense of vigilance. Do not worry, it is not a grave matter. Hal grinned, revealing a wild smile. Leave it to me. With that, he took a deep breath, his muscles beginning to convulse violently. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Hal's form swiftly expanded and morphed, dark brown fur erupting from beneath his skin. In mere seconds, a living man transformed into a massive black bear. Roar! Transformed, Hal let out a deafening roar, causing leaves to tremble and fall. Wild form bear! Wow, you startled me, Dane exclaimed in awe. Hal hails from the Moon Circle, Ifarna softly explained. They're the most valiant guardians of the wilderness. Mori nodded, unperturbed by this sudden transformation. The Academy's textbooks had familiarized him with the various circles of the druid profession. Druids of the Moon Circle are renowned for their shape-shifting abilities, shifting freely between human and beast forms, much like the phases of the moon. They often gather on nights of the full moon to share intelligence and exchange warnings, before venturing alone into the wild, merging with nature. Thud, thud. Heavy footsteps approached from ahead, accompanied by rustling sounds. Suddenly, two wild boars, each the size of a small calf, burst through the underbrush, charging toward the group. Their bodies were encased in thick mud armor, their eyes a furious crimson, fresh bark hanging from their tusks, clearly in a state of rage. Just what I needed. The bare form of Hal stood tall, casting a formidable shadow over 2 meters high amid the trees. Then, with a paw covered in barbs, he struck the ground heavily, sending decaying leaves soaring half a foot into the air, charging directly at the boars. The 2 wild boars seemed momentarily stunned by the sudden pressure, but did not halt. The distance between them rapidly closed. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Before our eyes, the colossal figure of Hal deftly maneuvered, taking 2 swift steps to the side, his massive paw expertly grasping the nape of the wild boar on the left. Utilizing the momentum, he hefted it entirely into the air. With a thunderous crash, the mud-armored boar was violently slammed against its companion rushing from the right. The 2 great beasts tumbled together, crashing through a tree as thick as a bowl. Amidst the resounding roar of the toppled crown, a low rumble emanated from Hal's throat. Moray instinctively raised his steel staff, ready to cast a spell, only to find Afarna gently shaking her head. The young girl was enveloped in a soft azure mist, clearly intending to assist with her own magic, yet it was dissipating, ultimately rendered unnecessary. The 2 boars struggled to rise, but Hal had already lunged forward, standing upright. His claws glinted with a metallic sheen as his heavy paw, cloaked in dark brown fur, struck down repeatedly. The impact of his claws shattered the boar's mud armor like brittle cookies, exposing deep, bone-revealing gashes beneath. Was it over? So swiftly? Dane blinked in surprise, somewhat awkwardly extinguishing the flame in his palm. The battle transpired in mere moments, a mere handful of breaths. Was the foe truly so feeble? Hal shook off the bloodied fur, his head swaying. Our lunch is secured. Chapter 20. The true bear Hal was not entirely mistaken. Although the 2 wild boars were in a frenzied state, they were, after all, merely beasts devoid of any extraordinary abilities. Their combined strength would scarcely rival that of a level 1 common monster, the bear goblin. The challenge level is a metric employed to gauge the ferocity of monsters. Taking the typical level 1 bear goblin as an example, a squad of 4 to 5 adult adventurers, after expending a modest amount of resources, could vanquish it with relative ease. By the way, is it truly safe for us to be barbecuing here in a dungeon? Maury pondered, turning the meat while occasionally casting wary glances around. Perhaps it was the novelty of their first adventure, but he felt an unsettling sensation that something was watching them. At that moment, 4 hours had passed since the wild boar incident, and the party had successfully reached the dungeon. Following Hal's suggestion, they decided to pause and replenish their strength while enjoying a midday meal. Rest assured, this is merely the first level, which was cleared over a decade ago. Any monsters above level 2 have largely been eradicated. The black bear Hal lay sideways before the campfire, his voice deeper and more resonant in his bear form. He had not reverted to his human shape, believing that this form was more intimidating and would effectively reduce the likelihood of trouble from beasts and monsters. Besides, did you not set up alarm spells? Indeed, Maury conceded, feeling somewhat paranoid. The sizzling wild boar leg rotated slowly over the fire, its fat dripping and producing a crisp crackle. Maury retrieved spices from his backpack, sprinkling coarse salt over the meat and brushing on a layer of honey. The sweet aroma mingling with the charred scent, tantalizingly enticing in the damp dungeon air. It is fortunate you brought these seasonings. The rich fragrance wafted through the cavern, causing Dane to swallow repeatedly. One must be prepared for any eventuality, Maury replied. To ensure their adventure proceeded without mishap, he had made extensive preparations, filling his backpack to the brim. The wild boar, being truly feral and uncastrated, carried a notably strong, gamey flavor. Under Hal's guidance, Maury sliced the tenderloin, hind leg, loin, and foreleg of the boar, all relatively mild cuts. After generously applying spices, the flavor should be quite acceptable. Maury flipped the meat once more, then settled onto the ground, surveying their surroundings. The history of the dungeon was ancient, predating the kingdom of Hailson, and no one knew who had constructed these subterranean halls. Each level boasted a vast interior space, with the lowest ceilings exceeding 10 meters, feeling anything but cramped. The uneven walls were adorned with glowing blue-green moss, resembling a starry sky, complemented by clusters of luminescent mushrooms sprouting from the ground. In the distance, tall, glowing ferns stood, ensuring that even without the campfire, the area was not particularly dim. "Mori, do you think these mushrooms are edible?" Dane inquired, poking at a purplish-capped fungus at his feet. The monster compendium mentioned that some glowing fungi could be used for delicious soups. "If you wish to perish, just say so." A deep, muffled voice emanated from the black bear's throat, while the violet umbrella induced hallucinations lasting several hours, with certain subspecies exhibiting even greater toxicity. "Avoid any ingredients that cannot be identified." All right, Dane said, sticking out his tongue. At that moment, a blue-purple flash of electricity streaked across the space, and the Thunderclaw falcon descended from the depths of the passage, landing firmly on Hal's shoulder. Its beak drew close to Hal's ear, emitting a series of brief, low chirps, its wings fluttering incessantly. Hal immediately sat up, shaking off the grass clippings from his fur. "The Thunderclaw has made a discovery," he stated succinctly. "Stay here and do not move. I will take a look and return shortly." With that, he patted the falcon's head, and the bird soared to a prominent ledge atop the wall. Just as Mori was about to speak, Hal had already vanished into the shadows around the corner of the passage. "This feels amiss," Mori frowned. "It's probably not a threat. If it were, he would have taken us with him," Ifarna reassured him. "Let's hope so," Mori sighed. "Nevertheless, we should eat while we can. The meat is ready." He shared the roasted meat with his companions, taking a bite himself. The wild boar meat was more tender than he had anticipated, though it did carry a slightly gamey flavor. Fortunately, the richness of the honey and spices was sufficient to mask it somewhat. Suddenly, a clear, ringing sound echoed from behind Mori. "It's the alarm spell. The alert set at the entrance has been triggered." "Who is it?" Mori exclaimed, grabbing his staff and spinning around, facing a large shadow resembling a bear. "Hal!" Dane, seeing the shadowy form, exhaled in relief, his mouth full of food as he mumbled, "How careless. Didn't you know there was an alarm set?" In the ethereal blue glow of the luminous plants, a massive figure slowly emerged from the shadows. However, Ifarna tightened her grip on her staff, sensing something was amiss. No, that isn't Hal. It was a grayish-white giant bear, larger than Hal in his bear form. The tip of her staff quivered slightly, yet she swiftly wove a web of magic. The gray-white bear approached slowly, halting a few meters away, showing no signs of aggression, merely observing them with its gray-blue eyes. "Wait, don't act rashly. It seems to harbor no hostility," Mori whispered, signaling his companions not to attack. "My animal communication spell is still in effect. Let us see what it intends." "Be careful," Ifarna warned, her expression fraught with concern, remaining poised to cast a spell at any moment. Mori nodded, took a deep breath, and stepped forward, speaking in a slow, clear voice. "Hello, White Bear. What is your intention?" The gray-white giant bear tilted its head, seemingly attempting to comprehend Mori's words. After a moment, it emitted a series of low, rumbling sounds which, upon reaching Mori's ears, conveyed a peculiar message that caused his expression to shift. "It appears that it has noticed the faux bear among your group has departed. The true bear is Beck, and he is even stronger. Present some honey-glazed meat to Beaker, and he may be inclined to assist you. What do you say? A deal?" Mori hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words. "That is not a mere bear. He is our druid, tasked with reconnaissance." Carefully choosing his words, Mori continued. "In addition to transforming into a bear for combat, he possesses spells such as Thorn Whip and Barkskin. Are you familiar with these?" "No," Beaker replied, a hint of disappointment in his voice. However, Beaker can imbue his claws with lightning and summon localized thunderstorms within a specified area. I assure you, he is no less formidable than that imposter bear." Mori gasped in surprise. "I must inquire, Brother Bear, you're not a local, are you?" Chapter 21. The deep visitor by the flickering firelight, the grayish-white giant bear, Beak, contentedly licked the honey from its claws, a few pieces of medium-rare wild boar entrails glistening before it. Beak relished this flavor. It gently patted the ground with its paw, emitting a satisfied rumble. It was far superior to raw consumption. Dane cautiously edged away a bit and lowered his voice to inquire of Mori. It won't suddenly go berserk and attack us, will it? It shouldn't. I've come to an understanding with it, Mori replied softly. And it hasn't attacked us when it was hungry. Now that we've fed it, it certainly won't. It seemed quite reasonable. Afarna had not lowered her staff, though her tense shoulders had relaxed considerably. What did you discuss with it? A fair exchange. We provide it with food, and it aids us in battle, Mori responded. Afarna was about to press for further details when a heavy footfall resonated from the depths of the passage, drawing the attention of all, including Beak. Hal's bear-like figure emerged from the shadows, a plant emanating a faint purple glow clutched in his mouth. Upon witnessing the scene by the fire, he appeared momentarily stunned. Well, no issues here. The party still comprises 3 individuals and 1 bear. A thoughtful, human-like expression crossed Hal's bare face, before suddenly widening his eyes in realization. Wait, who am I? The grayish-white giant bear, Beak, rose and amiably nodded at Hal. Greetings, faux bear. I am the true bear. The plant in Hal's mouth fell to the ground with a thud. He glanced at Beak, then at his own paws, before abruptly transforming back into his human form. What is happening? Hal scrutinized Beak warily, his hand instinctively resting on the short dagger at his waist. Do not be alarmed. Mori quickly stood to clarify. This is Beak. It means no harm, merely seeking a meal. Hal eyed the remnants of roasted meat on the ground with suspicion, his fingers tracing a faint green magical web. Animal communication. He muttered. As a druid, he naturally possessed this particular spell. Where do you hail from? What is your purpose here? Hal inquired. Beak chased a chicken snake, got lost, and caught a whiff of something delightful, the grayish-white giant bear replied, smacking its lips. Then Beak struck a deal with that human. He feeds Beak, and Beak helps him fight. Chicken snake? Hal's pupils constricted slightly, and he sheathed his dagger after a brief twirl between his fingers. The chicken snake. A hybrid creature resembling a mix of lizard, rooster, and bat, was renowned for its ability to turn flesh and blood into rock. Mori had encountered illustrations of this magical beast in textbooks. They were roughly the size of a large swan or turkey with the head and torso of a rooster, bat wings on either side, and a long, lizard-like tail trailing behind. Local adventure manuals also mentioned this creature, noting its presence only below the 4th level of the dungeon. Hal's gaze remained fixed on Beak. So, you originate from the depths of the dungeon? Well, according to your human terminology, it would seem so, Beak replied. Precisely how many levels down? Mori queried. The gray-white giant bear shifted its gaze, manipulating its claws, having traversed 2 long staircases and navigated through several tunnels. Beck could hardly recall. The party had currently explored down to the 5th level of the dungeon and had not encountered any reports regarding such a creature. Hal surmised that Beck was unfamiliar with this type of bear, likely originating from deeper than the 5th level. Deeper than the 5th? Does that imply it possesses considerable strength? In a medium-sized dungeon, which typically comprises 9 to 10 levels, the ferocity of monsters intensifies with depth. Perhaps I might not stand a chance against it. Hal noticed the faint arcs of electricity flickering at Beck's claw tips, revealing a hint of apprehension. Thankfully, no rash attacks were made. Mori silently expressed relief. Even a level 5 druid lacked absolute confidence in victory, let alone their group of 1st-level mages. By the way, Hal, what were you doing just now? Afarna inquired. The Thunderclaw informed me that it discovered the droppings of a large beast, the remains seemingly not belonging to the magical creatures of this level, Hal replied. I feared that a larger group might attract attention, so I went to investigate. Wait. He turned his gaze towards Beck. Beck, did you relieve yourself in that patch of mushrooms over there? The white bear paused, unusually embarrassed. You humans are truly peculiar. After some communication, the group learned that Beck indeed hailed from the depths of the dungeon, though the exact level remained unknown. Beck belonged to a relatively rare category of magical creatures that are friendly towards humans. If such beings possess higher intelligence, they can communicate and typically do not initiate attacks on humans, who likewise refrain from provoking them. Everyone, I have an idea. I'll address the well-fed group. I intend to venture to the 3rd level. The 3rd? Dane exclaimed. Wasn't it agreed that we would operate on the 1st level? The Adventurers Association regularly issues material collection tasks, and their original plan was to gather several unique plants on the first level, in addition to eliminating a dozen or so one-eyed bats to fulfill the Academy's task requirements. I have spent considerable time on the second and third levels, becoming quite familiar with them. Previously, I remained on the first level for your safety. A glimmer of determination shone in Hal's eyes. With Beck's presence, safety would be significantly enhanced. Moreover, the rare materials and magical creatures on the third level offer rewards far richer than those of tasks on the first level. That makes sense, Mori concurred. The Adventurer's Handbook mentioned that the third level had been previously explored, with its most valuable treasures already claimed. The manual also included a hand-drawn distribution map of magical creatures, and following the recommended routes therein was relatively safe. Currently, the challenge level of creatures present there usually does not exceed level 3, and with the current configuration of our party, addressing them would not pose much of a difficulty. I have no objections. Ifarna pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement, deeming Mori's decisions generally reliable. Let's set off then. Where is the entrance to the lower levels? There is one nearby. Hal pointed towards the depths of the passage, where a staircase led directly down to the second level. With Beck's addition, the mood of the party lightened considerably. Once more, Harold, transformed into the form of a black bear, led the way at the forefront, closely followed by a massive grayish-white bear, whose imposing bulk instilled a profound sense of security among the group. With the addition of Bake, the journey through the dungeon became remarkably smooth. Any creature possessing a modicum of intelligence would catch a whiff of Bake's presence and promptly retreat. With a resounding thud, Bake swatted a solitary-eye cave bat that had approached, reducing it to a pulpy mass, its shattered eyeball splattering across the surroundings. Mori watched in dismay as the materials they had intended to collect were wasted in such a manner, yet felt powerless to intervene. Bake, do be gentler. Those are items of value, they could be exchanged for a third of a wild boar. Bake was indeed gentle. The grayish-white bear blinked innocently, its claws still dripping with viscous remnants, attributing the destruction to the fragility of the creatures. Ifarna remained ever vigilant, her staff firmly in hand. Her gaze flitted among the luminescent mosses adorning the cave's ceiling, lost in thought. Ahead lay the staircase leading to the second level. Harold pointed toward the nearby opening that descended further, remarking that while the second level posed greater dangers, their capabilities would suffice to navigate it without issue. Chapter 22. The formation of the squad strode through the first and second levels of the dungeon with unbridled ease, occasionally encountering individuals of insufficient intellect who unwittingly fell prey to them. Hal was well acquainted with the environment of the earlier levels, and under his guidance, the team swiftly reached the third level. Our objective, the gargoyle, resided predominantly in the southeastern region of the dungeon. He raised his massive paw to indicate the direction, noting that their horns were vital alchemical components, capable of concocting various types of potions. Suddenly, the great bear, Beck, twitched his nose. Beck had caught a whiff of something delectable. Without waiting for a response, he began to bound toward the other side, his heavy footsteps echoing through the cavern. Wait, Hal called out, hastily pursuing him. Don't run off. The trio of Moray exchanged glances and promptly followed suit. Upon arrival, they found Beck crouched before a rocky wall, pawing at something with fervor. Beck had discovered something remarkable. He turned his head in excitement. A spider the size of a basin clutched in his jaws. The creature's 8 legs wriggled in a frantic dance, evidently having just been extracted from a crevice by Beck. This was, Moray recognized the creature, a cave spider unique to the third level. Beck, unfazed, devoured the spider in a few hearty bites, licking his lips in satisfaction. Dessert is delightful, Beck approves. Suddenly, a cacophony of rustling emerged from the crevice of the rock wall, akin to countless legs scraping against the stone surface. The sound intensified, drawing nearer, sending shivers down their spines. No, Hal's expression shifted dramatically. They were near a nest of cave spiders. As if to affirm his words, dozens of fist-sized black spiders surged forth from the crevice, followed by even larger ones, some the size of hounds. They swarmed towards the squad, their compound eyes glimmering with unmasked malice beneath the eerie blue glow of the moss. Simultaneously, a colossal black spider, the size of an adult bull, descended slowly from the rocky ceiling, its abdomen enveloped in a thick cocoon of silk, with a mouthpart composed of several menacing fangs. The Spider Queen, a rare creature in the depths of the 3rd level, presenting a challenge level of at least 4. "Look what you've done!" Hal bellowed angrily. "Beck, join me in confronting this beast. The smaller ones are yours to handle." Roar. Beck, recognizing his misstep, refrained from retorting this time, letting out a low growl in agreement. The 2 bears charged towards the Spider Queen, their claws shimmering with energy. Hal's claws glinted with a metallic sheen, while Beck crackled with arcs of electricity. "What shall we do?" Dane's voice trembled, struggling to stabilize the staff in his hands. Moray quickly surveyed their surroundings, his mind racing. They were positioned in a corridor open at both ends, with spiders encroaching from 2 directions, numbering at least in the hundreds. Taking a deep breath, he raised his steel staff. "I'll handle this side. Dane, you incinerate the rear. Don't let them approach." "All right." Moray's face was as solemn as stone as he plunged the staff into the ground with force. Earth manipulation. The ground responded with a resounding upheaval, becoming utterly muddy and temporarily halting the advance of the swarm of spiders surging forth. Just days ago, the spell had been upgraded to level 2, enhancing its effects significantly. Those small black spiders now moved at nearly half their usual speed. The ground trembled. Mori promptly cast a second spell. The earth quaked incessantly, causing the first 20 or so spiders to shake uncontrollably. However, these arachnids, with their 8 legs firmly planted, remained quite stable, and once the ground settled, they resumed their forward march. The tremor spell had a limited effect on such diminutive insectal creatures. Yet, Mori's objective had been achieved. He retrieved the backpack entrusted to him by the mage and extracted several glass bottles filled with liquid, dipping a cloth strip soaked in oil into the bottle's mouth and extending it behind him. "A spar, please." Dane was casting a spell in another direction, conjuring a fiery hand, a conical flame erupting from his fingertips, igniting all the spiders within a radius of 7 to 8 meters. The nearby spiders crackled and curled into charred spheres amidst the flames. The range was broader than usual, thanks to Afarna's spell, the Gale Trick. "Behold!" Mori abruptly turned, hurling 3 flaming bottles towards his designated area. Molotov cocktails. The instant the glass shattered, the high-concentration alcohol and kerosene ignited, unleashing a spectacular wave of fire, its force far surpassing that of the fiery hand. "Impressive, Mori!" Dane exclaimed, stealing a glance behind him. "Just a trifle," Mori replied modestly. The heat wave washed over him, compelling him to retreat a few steps. The spiders in front and behind had been temporarily dealt with. It was time to consider. To the left, Afarna suddenly shouted. Mori turned to look, his heart tightening. He had overlooked the spiders on the cave's ceiling. Those creatures had also crawled down the rock wall to their rear, now within a mere 3 meters. At such a distance, using a burning bottle would be perilous. He could easily harm his own allies. Mori tightened his grip on his staff, furrowing his brow. Was he left with no choice but to engage in melee combat? Just then, Afarna stepped forward, producing a similarly filled small glass bottle from her waist and tossing it to the ground, then crushed it with her little boot, splashing water everywhere. Frostbound Mist. With her cool incantation, the splashed water rapidly crystallized into white frost, spreading in a conical shape ahead, freezing dozens of spiders in place. Those spiders maintained their attacking stances. They were ensnared by the white frost, rendered immobile. Frostbound Mist, Afarna's first second-tier ice spell, was a simplified version of the renowned 5th-tier spell, Ice Cone, or perhaps a super-simplified iteration. The casting requirement was a bottle of water derived from melted snow. It released a chilling energy in a conical area ahead, causing all creatures within that lacked sufficient resilience to suffer cold damage and become encased in frost, lasting for a minute or until they or another being broke free from the ice. The speed of any creature ensnared in frost was reduced to 0. Mastering a second-tier spell indicated that her class level had reached at least level 3. How impressive! Mole was taken aback, simultaneously feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered this maneuver in a game from a previous life. Thus, he blurted out, "Goodness, old cold legs." How'd that slip out? The moment the words left his mouth, he instantly regretted it. After the incantation was completed, the previously smug Ifalna's body stiffened momentarily, and she slowly turned her head to gaze at Mole, her emerald eyes filled with disbelief. "Old cold legs? Aw, no, I didn't mean your legs." Mole attempted to clarify, but the young girl had already turned away with a frosty demeanor, refusing to glance at him again. Infuriating, infuriating, infuriating. Ifalna's fingers tightened around her staff, her knuckles paling. Frostbound Frostflower, such an elegant name. How could anyone bestow such an unflattering nickname? She silently approached the group of frozen spiders, the creatures beneath her feet cracking into shards as she passed. Chapter 23. The transaction on the other side. The battle between Hal and Beck was nearing its conclusion. The Spider Queen, though imposing in size, found herself at a disadvantage when confronted by the formidable duo of a giant bear and a smaller counterpart. Each strike of Beck's lightning claws left scorched marks upon the Queen's web-like armor, while Hal's sharp talons continued to inflict grievous wounds, causing her to bleed profusely. Ultimately, the Spider Queen emitted a piercing shriek, attempting to flee. "Huh, you wish to escape?" Beck sprang into the air, his powerful legs driving down with tremendous force. The blow landed squarely upon the head of the fleeing Spider Queen, and as a consequence of losing her balance, Beck found himself tumbling onto the colossal arachnid. The 8 slender legs of the spider, in contrast to Beck's exaggerated bulk, could not withstand the weight, resulting in a thunderous crash as the creature collapsed. With the demise of their queen, the remaining smaller spiders scattered in an instant, quickly vanishing into the shadows of the cave. Phew! Witnessing this scene, Mori let out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. The ordeal was finally over. He glanced at Afarna, noting that the young woman still had her back to him, her flaxen hair indicating her continued displeasure. Hal transformed back into his human form and approached, his expression grim. "Beck, look at the trouble you've caused." The grayish-white bear lowered his head, resembling a contrite child. Beck was wrong. Beck did not anticipate such a multitude. "Well, at least nothing catastrophic occurred," Hal sighed, turning to Mori and the others. "Are you all unharmed?" "We're fine," Dane replied, patting his chest, though his face still bore a pallor, as he had almost been terrified to the point of losing control. "That is good to hear." Hal retrieved the poison glands and several particularly sturdy leg spikes from the Spider Queen, valuable materials for alchemy. "These are worth at least 40 gold coins," he mused, weighing his acquisitions in hand, a silver lining amid the chaos. Upon hearing that these items could be sold for coin, Beck perked up instantly. "Beck want to share." Beck defeated the Great Spider. "Do you even have the audacity to ask?" Hal shot him a glare. "If it weren't for your reckless behavior, we wouldn't have had to engage in this battle at all." After a moment of contemplation, the white bear nodded sincerely. "Beck does not consume the small spiders. Without Beck, the false bear wouldn't acquire these treasures." "That's a fair point." Hal pondered briefly before reaching a compromise. "Thus, once our task is complete, we shall allocate 1/5 of all the spoils from this adventure, approximately 15 gold coins, towards purchasing honey and meat for you. How's that sound? 15 gold coins? What can that procure?" Beck inquired eagerly. Hal gestured, illustrating 2 jars of honey, akin to the size of those 5-headed pigs we encountered before. "All right, the false bear is very fair. It's a deal." Beck nodded in satisfaction. "Ah, experience indeed speaks volumes." Mori mused inwardly. If their new plan proceeds without a hitch, their total earnings would amount to at least 120 gold coins, with 1/5 of that being far more than 15 coins. Moreover, according to Haleson's market rates, an entire live pig costs less than 2 gold coins, and even with honey included, it would barely reach 10 gold. Hal's negotiation skills were evidently honed through years of experience, indicating that this old druid had quite the knack for brokering profitable deals. That being said, Mori would naturally refrain from elaborating further. Prior to their departure from Stone Creek Town, the team had already reached an agreement regarding the division of spoils. As a level 5 professional well-versed in dungeons, Hal would take half of the profits, while the remaining 3 would evenly split the rest. The number of capable adventurers willing to lead newcomers is indeed quite limited. Thus, this division seemed exceedingly reasonable to Mori. After a brief clearing of the battlefield, the weary group decided to take a long rest, intending to resume their journey towards their objective the following day. Certain areas of the dungeon naturally form rooms, often serving as resting spots for adventurers, referred to as safe havens. The experienced Hal guided the team to the nearest one. Fortuitously, they encountered no other adventurers there. The campfire flickered within the safe haven, casting the shadows of the group upon the stone walls. Hal, feeling quite at ease, rummaged through Maury's backpack and retrieved a bottle, shaking it slightly to produce a faint sound from within. "Hey, where did you procure this?" he inquired, fiddling with a Molotov cocktail, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Its potency was considerable. "Homemade," Maury replied with a slight smile, quite pleased with its power, a simple alchemical trinket. "Quite impressive." Hal stroked his stubbled chin and asked, "Could you sell me a few bottles?" After the mission's conclusion, Maury agreed, nodding, then added with a contemplative glance, "Oh, never mind. I'll 1T profit from you. 3 gold coins each a cost will suffice." "Deal. I'll reserve 5 bottles." Hal readily accepted. Although this item lacks portability, a spell scroll of equivalent power would sell for several dozen gold coins, making it a remarkable bargain in Hal's estimation. Maury felt a surge of joy, though he concealed it well. Oh, what a lucrative deal! Setting aside the alchemical equipment, the actual production cost of the Molotov cocktail was merely 4 to 5 copper coins. Thus, Maury had made a profit of over 90%. Tears of joy almost welling in his eyes. Suddenly, he sensed someone observing him. Turning to glance over his shoulder, he found only Afarna, who was engrossed in organizing her spellbook, her back turned to him. It must have been an illusion. The young woman pressed her lips together, her face shrouded in shadow, rendering her expression indiscernible. Afarna was indeed quite intrigued by Maury's creation, yet due to her annoyance and a subtle sense of pride, she resolved not to engage with him any further. How infuriating! This fellow doesn't even know how to apologize properly. At that moment, the colossal bear, Beaker, lumbered through the doorway, dragging an unknown object behind him. In a deep, rumbling voice, he stated, "Roast this. Beaker wishes to eat." The group paused in unison, their gazes drawn to the massive corpse of spider he had brought in. Its legs were as thick as an adult's arms, covered in a hard shell, with viscous fluid still lingering at the joints. It was indeed the Spider Queen they had encountered earlier. "What does he intend to do with that?" Dane inquired curiously. "He says he wants to eat this." Maury volunteered as a translator. "But it's all smashed up, isn't it?" Dane's face turned a shade of green. "Beaker seems to have no particular preferences," Maury speculated. Har touched his chin thoughtfully, pondering the notion that the legs of the Spider Queen could indeed be consumed, devoid of venom after the glands were removed, albeit lacking in flavor. Beck, feeling hunger gnawing at him, wondered who might assist him in roasting a meal. Noticing the stillness among the crowd, the giant bear displayed a hint of impatience. "I shall," declared Maury, rising and extending his hand towards the druid within the ranks. "May I borrow your knife?" Seizing the rare opportunity to engage hands-on with a monstrous creature, he was eager to try his hand at it. "Certainly," replied old Har, handing over the short blade, his earlier agreement fostering a sense of camaraderie towards the earnest young man. "Allow me to instruct you. When dealing with the legs of a large spider, one must cut from this angle." Chapter 24. Roasted Spider under Hal's guidance. Maury skillfully severed several legs from the giant spider, which he then laid over the campfire. As the high heat enveloped them, the surface exoskeleton gradually became brittle, releasing a peculiar aroma that mingled a delightful burnt scent with a faint fishy undertone. Roasted cave spider queen leg quality, superior green effect upon consumption. There is a significant probability of permanently increasing agility by 1 point, only applicable on the first consumption, and provided the consumer's agility does not exceed 15 points. For a period of time, it is likely to attract hatred from spider-like creatures. Note, ugh, this ghastly thing. I dare say you wouldn't want to taste it a second time. Legendary barbarian, Old Glutton Haddock. Upon seeing the translucent text materialize, Maury's eyes sparkled with intrigue, although the note at the end suggested that the taste was probably unappetizing. The chance of a permanent attribute enhancement prompted Maury to sample it, if only to discern its flavor. The prospect of being pursued by spiders seemed trivial. After all, their leader, the Spider Queen, had been vanquished. What threat could the remaining stragglers pose? Resolute, Mori declared, I intend to try this. Are you certain? Dunna exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he glanced at his friend. Even Ifarna, who had ignored Mori all afternoon, finally turned her head, her beautiful visage marred by an expression of disdain. Absolutely, Mori replied, prodding the charred spider leg with his steel staff. I deemed this a form of monster cuisine. It would surely fetch a handsome price in a tavern. Hal, with a straightforward demeanor, broke off a piece of the exoskeleton, revealing the pure white flesh within. The legs of large spiders are devoid of poison once the venom glands are removed. The taste, however, leaves much to be desired. Perhaps the spider queens might be better? He spoke as he popped the meat into his mouth, only to spit it out after a few chews. Ugh, still is dreadful. Hal's reaction did not sway Mori. He remained steadfast, peeling back the exoskeleton. Perhaps you should reconsider, Mori, Ifarna implored, tugging at the hem of his garment. An adventurer must dare to try, Mori retorted, seizing a generous handful of spider leg meat and stuffing it into his mouth. Almost instantly, his features contorted as the texture, reminiscent of crab meat yet denser, was overpowered by a bitter flavor that bore the distinct essence of crustaceans. Yet, for the sake of his attributes, Mori widened his eyes, enduring the intense discomfort, and forced himself to swallow it all. Ifarna released her grip and took a step back. The anticipated notification did not appear. It seemed he had not consumed enough. With a look of determined resignation, Mori grasped his second piece. You have consumed a cave spider queen leg. Agility 1. In that fleeting moment as the translucent text emerged, Mori felt an unexpected lightness wash over him, as if an invisible burden had been lifted. It was worth it, but he could no longer suppress the wave of discomfort. He dashed to a corner, bending over to retch. Yet nothing emerged. Was his digestion truly that swift? Mole wiped the corner of his mouth and took several hearty gulps from his water bottle. You actually managed to consume a second leg? Dane remarked with admiration. I once perused an ancient tome that documented how ingesting such spider legs could enhance agility, and I now feel its effects have indeed manifested. Mole stated earnestly, I recommend you all give it a try. Witnessing Mole's earlier reaction, Dane swiftly waved his hands in refusal. No, thank you. I would rather subsist on a month's supply of stale bread. He believed that he could not endure such unpalatable fare alone, and suspected Mole was attempting to entice them into sharing the ordeal. After pondering for a moment, he leaned towards Ifarna and whispered, Hum. The girl nodded vigorously. Observing this exchange, Mole shook his head in resignation. Very well. It seems I must level up on my own. The grayish-white bear, Baiko, was indifferent to their banter, eagerly seizing an entire spider leg, crunching through shell and flesh with resounding bites, occasionally emitting satisfied grunts. This creature certainly had no qualms about its diet. Once satiated, Mole brandished his steel staff and casually selected a corner to commence his daily training. Faced with an overwhelming array of combat techniques, he found himself at a loss as to which to practice, ultimately deciding to focus on perfecting his foundational movements first. Oof, The 20-pound steel rod sliced through the air with a dull whoosh, beads of sweat gradually forming on Mole's brow. The enhanced physique acquired upon becoming a professional allowed him to endure longer bouts, yet the continuous wielding of such a heavy weapon remained a considerable burden. Your training method is flawed. Hal's voice suddenly resonated from behind. The old druid had reverted to human form at some point, arms crossed as he scrutinized Mole's movements. Your wrists are too stiff, and your points of force are misaligned. Breathless, Mole halted his actions. You understand this? To some extent, Hal replied, over the years, I have encountered various combat techniques, if not learned them all. He gestured towards the scar on his face. By the way, as a spellcaster, why are you practicing combat skills? Personal interest. Mole wiped his brow, offering a casual excuse, in case I need to defend myself in close quarters. That is reasonable. The old druid nodded. But are you not concerned about damaging your staff? It appears rather valuable. Damage? A 36mm diameter, shock-resistant grade 4 steel rod? Mole chuckled lightly, shaking his head. It is not so fragile. It is quite resilient. Oh, Hal suddenly extended his hand. Let me have a look at your staff. Sure. Mole tossed the steel rod over with one hand. Hal caught it, but the moment it landed in his grasp, his arm sank heavily, almost causing him to drop it to the ground. Goodness, what weight! Hal regarded Mole with newfound respect. You're no ordinary fellow. No wonder you focus on physical conditioning. Just fortunate, Mole replied with a nervous chuckle. Noting Mole's reluctance to elaborate, Hal refrained from further inquiry, recognizing that every adventurer harbors their own secrets. He gripped the steel staff with one hand and gestured for Mole to observe his technique. Come, lad, pay close attention. The foundation of generating power is not merely about brute strength swinging your arms. Hal positioned his feet apart, knees slightly bent, and his center of gravity lowered, as if merging with the very rock beneath him. The initiation must be stable. Your core should be taut, akin to a drawn bowstring. With a powerful thrust from the waist and abdomen, he propelled his shoulders and arms, executing movements that flowed seamlessly, imbued with explosive energy, reminiscent of the sound of air being sliced. The force originated from the ground, with the waist serving as the axis, transmitting through the shoulders and arms, ultimately focusing at the tip of the weapon. His wrists remained relaxed, acting as an extension of his arms rather than a burden. Imagine the flow of water. The energy must be conveyed smoothly, rather than being forcefully struck. He slowed his movements, deconstructing and demonstrating several times, emphasizing the synchronization of breath and power generation. Mori observed intently, integrating his previous explorations, and immediately identified the flaw in contrast. He had indeed relied excessively on arm strength, with rigid wrists and a lack of focused energy. Now, give another try. Very well. Mori took a deep breath and accepted the steel staff from his partner. This time, he consciously relaxed his wrists, attempting to harness the power from his waist and abdomen. The heavy steel rod traced a trajectory through the air, though still weighty. The motion felt significantly smoother, the sound of wind slicing through seeming to sharpen slightly. Precisely. Feel that rhythm. Hal's eyes sparkled. Now test the power on that stone. He gestured towards a weathered rock, half the height of a person, in the corner of the safe house. Mori adjusted his breathing, locking his gaze onto the target. He sank his waist to gather strength, feeling the force surge from his feet, spiraling through his core, transmitting to his shoulders and arms, and ultimately channeling into the firmly gripped end of the steel rod. With a low shout, the staff surged forward, propelled by the accumulated power. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as fragments of stone erupted. The recoil reverberated through Mori's arm, causing a tingling sensation, yet the impact was profound. The hard surface of the rock bore a distinct depression, with spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward. Chapter 25, Combat Techniques and Upgrades. Thank you so much, Hal. Mori expressed his heartfelt gratitude, feeling immensely aided. Haha, it's nothing. I just find you rather likable. Hal grinned broadly, clearly pleased with Mori's perceptiveness. However, recalling the verbal transaction they had just made, Mori suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Let us forget about the 5 incendiary vials I mentioned selling to you. I'll send you a whole box instead. Oh, Hal was initially taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise, and the lines on his face smoothed out. What a good lad, quite generous. As a senior, I cannot simply take advantage of you. He rubbed his chin, his gaze flitting between Mori and his steel staff, as if weighing something. After a moment, he seemed to have made up his mind and lowered his voice. Given your strength and the weight of your weapon, how about I teach you a combat technique? It was a signature move from an old comrade of mine, a peculiar fellow who relished smashing large hammers onto people as heads. Really? Mori's curiosity was piqued. What kind of move? Jump slash. Hal uttered 2 words, demonstrating by leaping and striking down. An unadorned, yet exceedingly practical maneuver. He moved to a slightly more spacious area, using his hands as a staff to illustrate the technique. The essence of jump slash lies in the buildup of energy and timing. Bend your knees, shift your center of gravity back as if compressing a spring, channeling all your strength into your legs and waist. Then explode upward, just before reaching the apex of your jump, while your body is still ascending. Harness that momentum to deliver a devastating strike downward, as if a meteor were crashing to Earth. Hal's simulated movements radiated with a sense of power, as if he could truly cleave the ground. The effectiveness of this technique depends on one's physical condition and the weight of the weapon, making it quite suitable for you. Indeed, Mori found Hal's reasoning compelling. Moreover, his previous attribute enhancements have been related to his physique and strength, making this combat technique seem remarkably fitting for him. With this thought in mind, Mori eagerly grasped his staff once more, attempting to mimic Hal's actions. During his first jump, his movements appeared somewhat awkward, and the force with which the steel staff struck the ground was far inferior to Hal's demonstration. Yet, he did not feel disheartened. After several attempts, he gradually discovered the technique of exerting force. Yes, just like that. Hal offered guidance from the side, tightening his core while relaxing his arms, allowing the weight of the weapon to carry him down. Mori nodded, taking a deep breath before leaping again. This time, his movements were significantly smoother, and the steel staff struck the ground with a heavy whoosh, raising a cloud of dust. Combat technique, jump/acquired. A semi-transparent text flashed before him. Jump/LV115, category, combat technique, no cost, description. After leaping, launch a powerful strike against your adversary. The greater the weight of the weapon, the higher the damage inflicted. When combined with certain types of gravity magic, it can enhance power or add additional effects. Note, I once defeated a hill giant with just this one move. What? You asked how I achieved it? Of course. I jumped up and smashed his toes with great force. The legendary dwarven warrior, Black Iron Hammer Baroque, possesses a combat technique devoid of consumption. Moreover, there exists potential for further development in conjunction with magic. Mori raised his eyebrows in delight. As several lines of prompts dissipated, new text emerged. Class level has been upgraded. You have acquired a first-tier spell slot. Strength 1, Constitution 1, Perception 1, indeed. The previous inability to level up was clearly hindered by the conditions of combat techniques. Accompanied by these new notifications, Mori distinctly felt a significant enhancement in his physical abilities, eliciting a mix of joy and concern. The joy stemmed from his burgeoning understanding of his progression pathway, while the concern arose from, where are my intelligence points? After all, the class title includes the term magic, yet not a single point is granted to the intelligence attribute, which is so closely tied to spellcasting. Gargoyles, one of the common monsters found in the depths of dungeons, are ferocious predators born of magic. Initially, they were meticulously sculpted as ornamental downspouts atop magnificent structures, resembling either grotesque faces or distorted beast forms. However, at some unknown time, by the hand of an unnamed sorcerer, a potent and bizarre enchantment was cast, endowing these cold statues with a twisted semblance of life. Since then, the gargoyle populace has quietly proliferated, spreading throughout the shadowy underworld, and even within the remnants of ancient ruins on the surface. Gargoyles require no sustenance. They can stand motionless in chosen locations for days, months, or even longer, resembling true sculptures. They are natural ambushers, perfectly blending into their surroundings with their statue-like characteristics. Whether sitting in the middle of a fountain or masquerading as one of the stone beasts flanking a grand entrance. When unsuspecting prey ventures into their lethal radius, they suddenly spring forth, launching a vicious and precise attack. Following the unexpected skirmish of the previous day, Mori and his companions proceeded with heightened caution. Once again, Hal and Beck, the duo known as the Dungeon Bears, took the lead. This time, Hal's role extended beyond mere navigation. He was also tasked with keeping an eye on Beck. The team had previously agreed upon their division of labor. The two of them would serve as the primary combatants, targeting only solitary or paired gargoyles for swift resolutions. Ifalna followed closely behind, her duty being to employ second-tier spell, wind manipulation, to create strong gusts that would either push back or impede the gargoyles' attempts to flee. As for Mori and Dane, given that first-tier spells and cantrips had minimal effect on the gargoyles' hardstone skin, they primarily assumed the role of sentinels, vigilant against any small monsters drawn by the commotion of battle. It felt as though something was watching us. Throughout their journey, Mori repeatedly caught glimpses of spiders, both large and small, darting through the shadows of the passage or the crevices of the rocky walls. Their multifaceted eyes glimmered with an eerie light, seemingly scrutinizing the party. He understood in his heart that this was likely a side effect of the hatred attracted by the Spider Queen's consumption. Those small spiders were mere strays, insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Even the novice adventurer Mori could perceive them, and naturally, the seasoned Hal was well aware of their presence. Let's hope for the best. Fortunately, these lingering spiders appeared to be exceedingly wary of the presence of Beck and Hal, vanishing into the shadows after merely casting a fleeting glance, reluctant to approach. There lies a stone statue. The synergy of Hal's expertise and Beck's sheer brute strength was vividly displayed in their pursuit of the gargoyle. They did not tread lightly in their identification. Rather, upon encountering any form of stone sculpture, they charged forth with fervor, unleashing a flurry of strikes. Beck, with his massive claws crackling with arcs of electricity, delivered each blow with the force capable of shattering stone, favoring strikes to the statue's head, while Hal, the black bear, exhibited greater finesse, his sharp claws expertly targeting the vulnerable joints of the sculptures. The awakened stone figures were, of course, their intended quarry, the gargoyles, while those that remained unresponsive to their relentless onslaught were the seasoned, cunning old gargoyles, well-versed in the art of deception. Chapter 26. The Phase Spider. Adhering to this principle, the squad's actions proceeded with remarkable efficacy. With a resounding crash and the shrill, piercing shriek of a gargoyle meeting its demise, they dismantled a dozen or so medium and small statues, astonishingly eliminating 5 lone or paired gargoyles in rapid succession. The awakened gargoyles often appeared bewildered, unable to comprehend their predicament before being swiftly dispatched by a flurry of strikes, their horns broken off, granting them a truly eternal slumber. I would wager that those two are undoubtedly the real deal. Hal pointed towards a relatively open corner of the stone hall. There, 2 stone statues stood. One lay atop a fallen pillar, resembling a goat with bat-like wings. The other was embedded within a recess in the rock wall, taking the form of a fearsome beast with a human face and wings, its size markedly larger than its companion. Onward, the tactic remained unchanged. Hal and Beck growled in unison, lunging towards their respective targets. The larger stone sculpture reacted far more swiftly than ordinary counterparts, just as Beck's massive claw descended. It abruptly flapped its wings and evaded the rock wall, emitting a silent shriek. The invisible sound wave momentarily hindered Beck's movement. However, it did not attempt to counterattack, but rather flapped its wings desperately, seeking to gain altitude and flee. Not a chance. Afarna was already prepared. With a wave of her staff, she invoked the wind manipulation spell. The wind manipulation spell, a second-tier incantation, conjured a powerful, directed gale at the tip of the staff held by the young girl, akin to an invisible hand pushing the gargoyle, which had just lifted a few meters off the ground, off balance. It struggled to maintain its equilibrium in the fierce wind, emitting an enraged screech as it fought to escape, but was seized by the grayish-white bear, Beck, who brought it crashing down to the ground. Bang! Observing Beck gradually gaining the upper hand, Mori breathed a sigh of relief. Such a gargoyle was certainly beyond a challenge level of 3, possibly even 4 or 5. Yet, even so, the great bear Beck was still able to dominate. One could only wonder what Beck's equivalent professional level might be. As Mori pondered these thoughts, he keenly observed the battle. Just then, his nerves suddenly tensed. A chilling malevolence appeared without warning from behind him, so close that it made his hair stand on end. Mori barely had time to turn, instinctively attempting to dodge to the side. Swoosh! A searing pain erupted from his shoulder blade, spreading across his back as a bloody wound was torn open by lethal claws, instantly soaking Mori's shirt in crimson. The assailant struck with precision, its form flickering like a specter before vanishing as if it had never existed. Be cautious. It's a phase spider. Afarna's voice trembled with unprecedented tension as she recognized the figure. Mori stumbled slightly, steadying himself while enduring the excruciating pain, his mind racing with alarm. The phase spider, a perilous predator recorded in the monster compendium. They possess the magical ability to traverse freely between the material plane and the etheric realm, emerging from the latter to launch attacks, only to vanish back into it after striking, reappearing at another location in the material world after moving a distance in the ether. This uncanny ability to blink in and out renders them almost ghost-like, exceedingly difficult to anticipate and target. Moreover, their venom carries a potent paralyzing effect, while not lethal. It swiftly undermines the resistance of their prey. Fortunately, after several enhancements to his physique, Mori felt the numbing sensation of the toxin spreading from the wound. Yet his formidable constitution significantly diminished the paralysis, allowing him to maintain his mobility and spell-casting capabilities. He quickly imbued himself with the spell of bludgeoning, his steel staff radiating a light brown hue, becoming even more resilient. What? Where is it? Dane anxiously scanned the surroundings, the flickering light of the fire arrow in his hand wavering. Stay close. Do not let it touch your back. No sooner had he spoken, the air in front of Mori distorted, and the phase spider reappeared, its multitude of compound eyes shimmering with a crimson glow, its sharp pincers lunging towards Mori's throat with blinding speed. Clang! Mori managed to raise his staff just in time, barely deflecting the phase spider's attack. This time, he clearly observed the spider's body, adorned with a blue and white pattern reminiscent of fine porcelain. Earth sculpting, Mori commanded, attempting to transform the ground beneath the spider into a complex terrain to hinder its movements. However, as the spell's energy reached the spider's feet, its form faded and re-emerged 10 meters away. Hand of the Mage. Mori conjured a semi-transparent blue hand behind the spider, urging it forward as he leaped into the air to execute his combat technique. Jump slash. Yet, the phase spider seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, effortlessly evading the mage's hand, vanishing from sight once again before Mori could strike. Breathless, Mori gasped, the pain from the wound on his back causing his eyelids to flutter. But this was not the time for tending to injuries. The threat was far from over. By that rock, Dane warned. Quake! Mori placed one hand on the ground. The earth nearby began to tremble. Yet, the spider remained motionless, gradually becoming more translucent. Dane's fire arrow soared past, failing to even graze the spider. Damn it, it's a mechanized creature. Mori cursed, frustrated that this elusive entity was impossible to hit. After several exchanges, he had inflicted no damage upon the spider and instead sustained 2 more searing wounds. Frostbound mist. Afarna seized the fleeting moment after the spider attacked, shouting as she crushed a small glass vial hidden beneath her boot, unleashing a frigid energy in a conical wave. However, the phase spider seemed prepared, retreating into the ether just before the frost could reach it, perfectly evading the freeze. This won't do. It's too fast, and it's highly sensitive to ground vibrations. Afarna bit her lip, watching the fresh wounds on Mori's body with growing anxiety. Mo repeatedly executed his leaping strikes, the heavy steel rod slicing through the air with a fierce whoosh, yet each time it merely shattered the ground beneath him, yielding no tangible results. The phase spider flitted around him like a ghost toying with its prey, leaving trails of blood in its wake. Why does it seem to target only you, Mo? Dai-in appeared to have discerned a pattern. Had the phase spider's focus been on him, he would likely be beyond saving by now, perhaps due to the roasted meal he had consumed. As the attacks continued to falter, the flames of anger within Mo grew ever more intense, though he forced himself to remain calm. Squeak! The phase spider emitted a sound akin to leather scraping against leather from the cave ceiling, seemingly mocking the humans below. Is that so? Ifalna seemed to grasp something vital. Mo, don't move. Understood, although he was uncertain of their intentions. Mo chose to place his trust in his companions. Water creation. She raised her staff, and a stream of water cascaded over Mo. Hiss! As the water flowed over his wounds, Mo furrowed his brow. Please bear with it. Subsequently, the girl swung her staff rapidly, incanting Aegis of Icicles. A bone-chilling aura enveloped Mo in an instant, and where the water had splashed upon him, a layer of translucent ice armor, shimmering with an eerie blue glow, swiftly formed over his clothing and skin, exuding a frigid chill. However, Ifalna's spellcasting caused the trio to separate, and almost simultaneously as the ice armor took shape, the phantasmal figure of the phase spider reappeared behind Mo. This time, It opted for a more direct ambush, its sharp pincers lunging toward his vulnerable back. Crack! The pincers struck the ice armor. Instead of the anticipated sound of flesh being pierced, a dull thud followed by the crisp sound of shattering ice filled the air. Squeak! The phased spider emitted a sharp screech. The aegis of icicles not only provided solid protection, but also bore the attribute of retaliatory cold damage. The biting chill coursed through the pincers and instantly spread to the phased spider's body, visibly stiffening its movements for a moment. Simultaneously, the ice armor shattered at the point of impact, the exploding ice crystals inflicting additional frostbite upon it. This time, its attempt to flee was noticeably delayed, leaving behind a clearer trail than before. Now's the moment. Mo propelled himself upward with a surge of energy, his pent-up fury erupting like molten lava. Martial technique, leaping strike. His entire strength converged with the weight of the steel rod, transforming into a meteor plummeting to the earth. Yet it was still insufficient. The humiliation of being toyed with, the excruciating pain from his wounds. All emotions coalesced in an instant, igniting into flames. Martial technique, fury slash. As the steel rod arced above his head, Mo instinctively incorporated it into his strike. But this was still inadequate. Such a blow would not be enough to end its life. Innate skill, unparalleled fortune. The next melee attack would surely deliver a critical blow. Die for me. Ignoring the searing pain in his shoulder, Mo channeled all his strength and wrath into the steel rod, which glowed with a brown luminescence, its tip adorned with spiral grooves. In his eyes lingered only the phasing spider, its form sluggish due to the retaliatory effects of the icy armor. A significant portion of its body gradually becoming translucent. The steel rod cleaved through the air, imbued with unmatched weight and ferocity, akin to the hammer of divine retribution, striking with precision upon the spider's rotund, intricately patterned abdomen. A resounding thud echoed, a jarring sound that grated upon the teeth, a cacophony of shattered exoskeleton and splattered ichor. Its abdomen burst forth as if struck by a colossal hammer, exploding in a radiant display of viscous greenish fluid, ruptured innards, and fragments of shell, splattering across the adjacent rock face. The tremendous force drove the spider's battered form forcefully into the ground, creating a shallow crater. Leveraging the momentum, Mori executed a roll, kneeling on one knee to stabilize himself, his steel rod planted firmly on the ground, supporting his slightly heaving frame. He lifted his gaze to the glaring greenish stain on the rock face and the twitching remnants upon the ground. A wild grin spreading across his face as he uttered 3 audacious words toward the mass of mangled flesh. Operate you. Having nearly been bested by the spider, he relished the triumph of his superior skills. Chapter 27. Review. The campfire crackled in the corner of the safe house, its dancing flames casting the weary figures of the group against the moss-covered stone wall. The air was thick with the unique scent of herbal ointment mingled with a faint metallic tang of blood. Hiss! Mori winced, carefully inhaling sharply as he gingerly wiped the several claw marks across his chest with a cloth dipped in the ointment. The wounds throbbed painfully, their edges slightly swollen. But as he had surmised, the depth was limited, far from reaching the muscle or bone. This was largely due to the robust physique granted by several enhancements. Otherwise, the initial ambush by the phase spider would have incapacitated him, even if it did not strike a vital area, leaving him vulnerable to subsequent attacks. Don't move, came Afarna's slightly hoarse voice from behind him. She was skillfully manipulating a stream of clear water with her water manipulation spell, gently cleansing the longest wound on Mori's back. The icy water washed away the clotted blood and grime, bringing a brief numbness followed by a sharper sting. This ointment has quite a pungent aroma. Mori attempted to lighten the somewhat oppressive atmosphere, applying the external healing salve to his chest wound. The ordinary hemostatic and anti-inflammatory ointment he had purchased was far less effective than the expensive healing potions, yet it was significantly cheaper, making it a cost-effective choice for an inexperienced adventurer like him. He gazed at Afarna's pale, tense profile, silently grateful for his sturdy constitution. Otherwise, this venture would have been a tremendous loss. Just moments ago, Hal and Beck had dealt with the troublesome elite stone gargoyle, bringing along its massive horn, adorned with strange ice-cracked patterns. Upon seeing Maury's wounds and the greenish remnants of the phase spider sprawled on the ground, the seasoned druid was taken aback. "It was my oversight," Hal said solemnly, squatting by the campfire. This location was perilously close to one of the entrances leading down to the 4th underground level, where creatures occasionally roamed, including such phase spiders. The spawn of these spiders pose a challenge level of 2, and the adults, like the one you defeated, typically rank at 3. As for their queen, he paused, at least a challenge level 5, a troublesome entity. With our numbers, we might not even manage to flee. Maury managed a bitter smile. Fortune favored us with merely a common adult. Learning from experience, he vowed that next time he encountered such a menacing adversary, he would swiftly retreat to the town to recuperate. Hal turned his gaze to Maury and the others. To withstand the ambush of a phase spider, not only retaliating successfully, but also without casualties, is impressive, truly worthy of a top student from the academy. His eyes lingered on Maury's soiled steel rod staff. Thanks to Afarna's aegis of Icarus, Maury interjected, gesturing to the lingering traces of cold that had dissipated. Had it not been for that icy armor reflecting the damage, I would not have had the chance to reveal its true form. He recalled that fleeting moment, a shiver of apprehension still coursing through him. Beside him, Dane parted his lips, seemingly on the verge of utterance. Yet the words remained unspoken as he swallowed them back, ultimately releasing a heavy sigh, his shoulders sagging in resignation. Alas, it seems I have no right to voice my thoughts. Throughout the ordeal, I was utterly useless. My fire arrows went amiss, and my burning hands failed to ignite, leaving me without even a single assist. His tone was saturated with the frustration of ineffectiveness. His face, illuminated by the flickering flames, bore an air of despondence. In the face of the phase spider's elusive speed, his fire spells indeed appeared clumsy and impotent. "Do not speak so," Maury consoled, placing a reassuring hand on his friend's shoulder. "That creature was exceedingly slippery. My spells failed to find their mark as well. The earth-shaping, the tremor, and the mage's hand, none of them grazed its form. Had it not been for Afarna freezing it at a crucial moment, coupled with the combat technique my brother Hal taught me, I would be lying here instead." "I share the blame," Afarna interjected, lowering her gaze. Halting the flow of water in her grasp, she murmured, "I should have summoned the aegis of Aegis sooner. Encountering such a being for the first time, my thoughts were clouded. I only sought to ensnare it with frostbound mist, thus delaying my response." Her voice dripped with self-reproach as her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her robe. As the highest-ranked spellcaster among the trio, she felt an obligation to perform better. "There is no need for self-blame. You have done remarkably well," Maury replied, turning to face her with genuine sincerity. "Your final strike was impeccably timed, turning the tide of battle. Without your ice armor, I would have had no chance to fight back. Moreover, I did not perish." Afarna lifted her head, her emerald eyes meeting Maury's, revealing a blend of guilt and uncertainty. She softly acknowledged his words, and although her spirits remained low, the tension in her shoulders seemed to ease slightly. "Enough of this," Hal interjected, sensing the lingering gloom. He clapped his hands together, his voice resonating to shatter the silence. "We have not encountered any grave misfortune here. Lift your spirits. Let us take stock of our gains from this venture. I guarantee it will brighten your moods." His words proved effective. Maury's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, and Afarna momentarily set aside her guilt, turning to Hal with interest. "First, we have the collection tasks we have been undertaking," Hal began, counting on his fingers. "The smoke, mushrooms, and black fern spores we collected along the way are of sufficient quality and quantity for a satisfactory report, though merely gathering tasks. They are materials from the 3rd level of the underground. Combined, they should yield around 20 gold coins from the guild." 20 gold? That is quite decent," Dane exclaimed, his spirits lifting. This far exceeded their initial expectations for a first-level task reward. The warg leader they had encountered was only worth 20 coins. "Ah, but there is more." Hal grinned broadly, reaching into the pouch at his waist to produce several items. The most striking were 7 gargoyle horns of varying sizes. One in particular stood out, robust and dark gray, almost black, its surface adorned with peculiar, icy, porcelain-like silver veins that shimmered with a cold brilliance beneath the campfire's glow. Behold, the gargoyle horns, 7 in total, with an ordinary specimen valued at approximately 15 to 20 gold coins. He grasped the elite horn, adorned with ice-like fissures. Its exceptional quality suggests it is a premier material for crafting wands or certain potions, which I estimate could fetch over 40 gold coins on its own. He then pointed to a few items carefully wrapped in oilcloth nearby, the venom sacs and spines of the former Spider Queen, along with the limbs and fangs of the phased spider that Mori had vanquished. All these together, I conservatively predict, could easily command an additional 60 gold coins. Hal surveyed the circle of excited young individuals and concluded, therefore, excluding Baker's share of the honey pork fund, our total bounty this time amounts to over 200 gold coins. After deducting my share, the 3 of you shall receive over 100 each. So, was this journey not worth our while? Chapter 28. Harvest a staggering sum of over 100 gold coins. Such an extravagant valuation made Mori's heart skip a beat, alleviating the pain from his back wound, as if this colossal figure diluted the discomfort significantly. The realm of adventurers indeed thrives on exorbitant profits. The 3 of them, fresh from the academy, had spent merely 3 days in the underground city. Yet the average earnings from this short period surpassed what an ordinary individual would toil for over a year. However, Mori was acutely aware that this sudden windfall was largely attributable to the unexpected inclusion of the formidable white bear, Becker. Without it, they would have been relegated to performing simple tasks on the first level of the dungeon, where good fortune would have granted them no more than 10 coins each. After resting for a night in the safe house, Mori's wounds had significantly improved under the dual effects of ointment and enhanced vitality. The quartet departed the underground city as planned, returning to Stone Creek Town. Becker, the white bear, remained on the first level of the dungeon, eagerly awaiting the promised pig and honey from Hal. Being a creature of the dungeon, it could not simply saunter into Stone Creek Town, lest the townsfolk erupt in alarm. The Adventurers Guild Hall was still bustling with life and noise. Hal, a seasoned local adventurer, led the 3 newcomers to the task submission counter. Smoke mushrooms and black fern spores. Perfect. This was a long-term collection task issued by the guild, welcoming all who brought these materials. After all, the resources from the dungeon were always in demand, easily yielding a profit of over 30% when sold to other towns. Next, Hal retrieved the venom glands and several stingers from the Spider Queen, along with the blue and white legs and sharp fangs of the phased spider. Excellent items indeed. The appraiser responsible for evaluating the materials nodded in approval. Finally, Hal laid out 7 gargoyle horns of varying sizes on the counter. This is a rare sight. One horn, adorned with peculiar ice crack patterns from an elite gargoyle, drew the appraiser's attention as he leaned in for a closer inspection, marveling at its uniqueness. A plethora of materials was displayed, eliciting hushed gasps and murmurs from the surrounding adventurers. Impressive, old Hal, an acquaintance among the adventurers, greeted him, to which Hal humbly replied that it was merely luck. The guild staff worked with remarkable efficiency, yet the process of counting, appraising, and valuing these high-value items took considerable time. Mori and his companions held their breath, keenly observing and awaiting the outcome. At last, the guild's appraiser announced the total, 235 gold and 7 silver. This figure surpassed Hal's conservative estimate from the previous night. Please verify the quantity of gold coins. The guild assumes no responsibility once the transaction is completed. The counter attendant swiftly issued a receipt and pushed several heavy pouches filled with gold and a few silver coins toward Hal. Could you provide us with a record of our accomplishments? A verification of the tasks we have completed, if you will. As Hal counted the coins, Mori stepped forward to inquire. Certainly, the counter attendant nodded, requesting a silver coin for each individual and asking for identification cards. Very well, that makes 3 in total. Mori retrieved a piece of celadon inscribed with his name from his pocket and handed it over along with those of Dane and Afarna. Please hold on for a moment, the counter attendant said before turning and walking into the back office area. Prior to their departure, they had registered their identities as adventurers with the guild and received their respective identification cards. These cards served not only to accept and settle task commissions, but also possessed a hidden function. In the event of misfortune, they would aid later individuals in identifying the owner. The material of the card corresponded to the adventurer's rank, with celadon being the lowest tier, followed by oak, iron, copper, silver, gold, and platinum. The evaluation criteria primarily considered three indicators: personal profession level, task completion rate, and the quantity and quality of completed tasks. Initially, the guild did not have this set of assessment standards and relied solely on professional levels to restrict task acceptance, resulting in inexperienced high-ranking professionals facing dire consequences and overshadowing many lower-ranked, yet formidable individuals. After the implementation of the new system, the overall task completion rate within the guild saw a significant improvement, and the casualty rate among adventurers was notably reduced, a practice that continues to this day. Here are the credentials you requested. The smiling counter attendant returned a moment later, handing them several documents stamped with the official seal, along with 3 wooden identification cards. Congratulations. Your adventure rank has now been elevated to oak level. Oh, thank you, Mori replied with a smile as he accepted the identification cards. This was a delightful surprise. Achieving the oak level as an adventurer meant they could independently undertake higher-level tasks. It was said that the academy would also grant a few academic credits based on this rank. With everything settled, Mori intended to signal Dane and Afarna to leave the guild hall, but soon realized that Hal was nowhere to be seen. Where's Hal? Mori glanced around. I'm over here, came Hal's voice from a relatively quiet counter nearby. He held a piece of parchment bearing the guild's emblem and was conversing with an association staff member clad in standard leather armor, who appeared to be a recorder. Hal quickly returned, raising the document in his hand. I just registered Beck's basic information over there. Registering Beck? Dane inquired curiously. Yes, Hal nodded. The guild can register magical creatures or special beings that are relatively friendly toward humans, possess a certain degree of intelligence, and pose minimal danger. I provided a general report on Beck's physical characteristics, abilities, and our collaboration. Is that even possible? Mori raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Hal explained with a nod. The guild will send someone to verify the situation and assess its potential threat. If it is confirmed that Beck, as we described, shows no inclination to attack humans, the guild will classify it as observation level or friendly level. This way, if other adventurers encounter in the future, they will not act hastily or might even attempt communication and trade. This benefits Beck, us, and the entire exploration of the underground city. Now I see. Mole was taken aback. The association system was far more sophisticated than he had anticipated. Since everything had been settled, let us depart. Hal shook his coin pouch and, noticing the early hour, remarked, I must head to a nearby ranch to purchase a few live pigs. Ifrana and Dane, the honey is entrusted to you. Please procure 2 large jars of that thick wildflower honey. 2 gold coins should suffice. Very well, Dane and Ifrana replied. As for you, Mole, given your injuries, it would be prudent to return and rest, Hal added. Certainly. Should I accompany you back? Are you sure you can manage alone? Ifrana leaned slightly forward. Concern etched on her face. It is merely a small injury. I shall survive. Mole waved his hand dismissively and made his way back to the inn alone. Chapter 29. Division returning to the room, Mori retrieved the set of rudimentary alchemical equipment he had purchased in Stone Creek, methodically arranging the furnace, crucible, and glass containers. He had brought these tools back with him after his previous departure. Despite the dull ache in his back, he proceeded with nimble movements, pouring the inferior liquor he had acquired on the way into the distiller, igniting the furnace, regulating the temperature, collecting high-concentration alcohol, blending it with kerosene, sealing it, and wrapping it with oil-soaked cloth strips. The entire process had become second nature to him. Although he was an unlicensed apothecary, his technique was commendable. With self-deprecating humor, he focused intently on his craft. Besides the box he promised to give to Hal, he prepared a few bottles for himself as well. His expertise as a pioneering alchemist seemed to be coming into play. This time, the entire process proceeded remarkably smoothly, and he vaguely understood when to replace the raw liquor. The purity of the alcohol appeared to surpass that of his last endeavor. As Mori completed the final bottle and carefully placed the ones intended for Hal into a small wooden box, separated by soft cloth, He faintly heard familiar voices emanating from outside the door. Quick, quick, open the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by Dane. Dane and Afarna each struggled to carry a heavy ceramic jar, nearly half a person's height, into the room. The rich, sweet aroma of wildflower honey instantly overpowering the lingering scent of alcohol and ointment. Goodness, such large jars, Mori remarked, turning to support his waist as he watched the two panting from their exertion. This should keep Bex satisfied for a while. What about Hal? He asked downstairs, Dane replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. We saw him in the street herding 5 plump black pigs. It was quite a sight. Given the time, he should be arriving shortly. Mori moved to the window and peeked outside, indeed spotting Hal's robust figure negotiating with the innkeeper at the back of the inn, while the restless pigs rooted around nearby. He nodded in approval. It seems he is close to a deal. Before long, footsteps echoed again in the corridor. Hal entered, his face displaying a weary yet satisfied smile. I've secured the 5 pigs. How did it go on your end? Right behind you, Dane indicated toward the door. We spent a total of 2 gold coins, including the jars. Excellent, Hal replied, striding to the center of the room. He unfastened a heavy purse from his waist and, with a flourish, poured the remaining coins onto the table. The golden glimmer instantly illuminated the surface, accompanied by a pleasing clatter. Here lies our remaining share. The 4 sat around the table, and Mori felt his breath quicken. The mere prospect of discussing 100 or 200 gold coins had previously excited him. How much more so now, witnessing the tangible wealth before him. Hal, with his rough hands, began to divide the coins into 2 piles. As agreed before we set out, I shall take half. The remainder is yours to share. Fair enough. Mori nodded in agreement. Harley neatly tucked his share into a money pouch and gestured toward the table, where a substantial pile of gold coins, though reduced by half, remained. These are yours. Divide them among yourselves. I shall not interfere. With that, he rose and leaned against the window, observing with keen interest the reactions of Mori and his companions. An air of silence enveloped the room for a moment. Dane scratched his head and spoke first. 10 gold coins will suffice for me. What? Mori replied, looking at him incredulously. Dane, was your arithmetic not up to par before you joined the academy? I am not jesting, Dane retorted, swallowing nervously. I hardly contributed this time, especially during the encounters with the Spider Queen and the Phase Spiders. I was more of a hindrance than a help. I only offered a bit of assistance with the trivial gathering tasks. 10 gold coins is already generous enough for me. It's sufficient to procure materials. Mori frowned at this and rapped his fingers sharply on the table. That is not how we account for things, my friend. We are a team, and our roles merely differ. You were present throughout the battles with the little spiders, and you certainly bore your share of the load in your backpack. Take 30 gold coins. During the last cement-making endeavor, he had treated Dane like a workhorse, which had left him feeling somewhat guilty. Thus, he sought an opportunity to make amends. Absolutely not. Dane shook his head vigorously. That is far too much. I would feel guilty even taking 20. If you insist on forcing 30 upon me, I shall refuse to team up with you for future adventures. I, Dane, am a man of my word. He stood firm, exuding a defiant air that suggested he would sever ties should Mori insist on overcompensation. Mori looked at his friend's obstinate demeanor, both amused and exasperated. After a moment of contemplation, he relented. Very well, 20 it is, but do not attempt this again next time. 20 is still excessive, but fine. Dane wished to argue further, yet was silenced by Mori's gesture, and he begrudgingly counted out 20 gold coins from the pile. Remaining were 91 gold coins and 7 silver. Mori turned to Afarna, but before he could speak, the young woman softly interjected. 20 gold coins will suffice for me as well. Why is everyone so eager to defer? Mori chuckled in resignation. What is your reasoning? Your spells turned the tide of battle. By any measure of contribution, 40 gold coins would not be excessive for you. Afarna pursed her lips, her gaze downcast. Had I not been slow to react, you would not have been injured. That cannot be blamed on you. Mori shook his head. Were it not for your timely freezing of that spider, I would not have had the chance to retaliate. Seeing her still hesitant, he counted out 40 gold coins and pushed them toward Afarna. This is what you rightfully deserve. Afarna was taken aback by his sudden insistence, gazing at the stacked coins before her, then meeting Mori's eyes. After a moment's hesitation, She refrained from further protest, merely responding with a soft acknowledgement. Her fingertips brushed against the cool metal surface, and a flicker of warmth crossed her emerald-hued eyes. Observing Mori and Dane as they navigated their exchange of gold, their modesty ultimately yielding to an unspoken understanding. Harley, leaning against the window, silently smiled, a complex glimmer passing through his weathered eyes. Before me, the youthful faces, bustling and considerate of one another, evoke memories of a spirited team from many years ago, united by trust. They too once gathered around a campfire, their cheeks flushed with fervor as they debated the rightful owner of a coveted magical gemstone or a finely crafted piece of equipment. Yet they always reached a cheerful consensus in the end. How nostalgic it is, though those days belong to a time long past. Standing upright, he approached the table, his gaze settling on Mori. Have the distributions concluded? That's splendid, Hal remarked, his voice tinged with an unusual depth and huskiness. Fixing his eyes on Mori, he continued, "You were injured this time, and I must admit, this oversight is on me. I completely forgot that the fourth-floor entrance was in that vicinity, and I certainly did not anticipate the presence of such a ghastly creature as a phase spider." From the pouch at his waist, he produced 20 gold coins, sliding them with a clink beside the pile, already before Mori. "Take these as a small token of my apology." Pausing, a rare, self-deprecating smile graced his lips. "It is rather shameful for a druid to lack healing abilities. I sincerely apologize. In his previous party, there had been a cleric, and later, his acquired wilderness form allowed for self-healing, which diminished his motivation to learn healing skills." Mori gazed at the unexpected addition of coins, then glanced at Hal's face, which bore a complex expression, instinctively beginning to decline. "This truly isn't necessary. Actually, if you insist, then I shall accept." Hal's eyes widened, his tone resolute. "Very well." The weighty coins felt substantial in Mori's hands, and he sensed a lightness in his back's wound. After securing the coins, Mori recalled the matter at hand. Turning to retrieve a prepared wooden box, he opened the lid to reveal neatly arranged glass vials, their mouths wrapped in oiled cloth. "Hal, as promised, here's a box for you." Mori pushed the box toward Hal, explaining, "The usage is quite simple. Just light the cloth strip before throwing." Hal's eyes sparkled with delight as he picked up a vial, examining it closely, his rough fingers caressing the cool glass. "This is splendid. I shall not be modest with this gift." He cherished the box, cradling it tightly to his chest. Chapter 30. Potions in return. The carriage jolted along the cobblestone road leading to Connaught City, the sound of wheels rolling over stones monotonous and rhythmic. Mori leaned against the corner of the hardwood carriage, gently swaying with its movements. In his hand, he held his noticeably diminished coin pouch, the coins clinking together, producing a melodious sound. Money truly does vanish quickly. Mori sighed silently to himself. The celebration feast at the Wildfire Tavern the night before, following the distribution of gold coins, was still vividly etched in his memory. To commemorate his first venture into adventure, he had splurged extravagantly, sampling various signature monster dishes from the tavern's menu. Coupled with several barrels of ale and mead ordered by Hal, the final bill amounted to 3 gold coins, which he considered quite indulgent. A single meal costing as much as his usual expenses for 2 months. Such extravagance would have been unthinkable during his previous life as a corporate drone. Of course, this expenditure was negligible for Mori, who had just received over 70 gold coins. The real financial impact came the following day, when he and Dane explored the trading area operated by the Adventurers Guild. The array of magical items was dazzling, while the price tags were shocking. The spell component section was relatively affordable, featuring various feathers, gemstone powders, and special plant roots priced by the portion. Mori replenished his supplies for commonly used spells, such as the small bells and silver threads necessary for the alarm spell, spending a total of 5 silver coins, which remained within his budget. The weaponry section was a sight to behold, offering a plethora of options, from ordinary iron swords costing a few silver coins to gem-encrusted, shimmering enchanted longswords priced in the hundreds of gold coins. Here, Mori purchased a standard dagger for 1 gold and 3 silver coins, intending to use it for extracting high-value materials from future spoils. The armor section displayed relatively reasonable prices, Basic leather and cloth armors range from 5 to 10 gold coins, while more expensive scale and chainmail armors fluctuated between 50 to 100 gold coins. However, he did not encounter plate armor, the ultimate defense that encases a person like a tin can. This was likely due to the necessity of pre-ordering such armor based on one's height and weight, as it was not sold ready-made. Gazing at the metallic rings and scale armor reflecting the cold, hard light, there was indeed a moment when Mori felt a pang of desire. Yet, recalling that his public persona was that of a mage, he suppressed the urge to make a purchase. After all, the casting of many spells required specific postures, and donning cumbersome armor could easily lead to failure in spellcasting. What truly took his breath away was the section for potions and magical items. A mere bottle of the most basic healing potion, capable only of hastening wound recovery and alleviating minor injuries, was astonishingly priced at 10 gold coins. Meanwhile, a universal resistance elixir, reputed to offer temporary protection against all elemental damage, toxins, and even mental harm, commanded a staggering price of 200 gold coins. It was essential to note that these were single-use items. Enchanted accessories, such as rings and necklaces, were the epitome of luxury. A quaintly designed ring, merely imbued with a featherfall effect, audaciously bore a price tag of 60 gold coins. At that moment, as Mori glanced at the few feathers tucked within his spellbook, he found the price utterly detestable. The most striking item was a pair of fearsome two-handed greatswords. Upon glimpsing its description panel, Mori noted the enchantment, allowing for a one-time use of a 3-ring spell to dispel magic. However, what nearly took his breath away was the staggering price displayed below, 1,780 gold. After wandering around, Mori profoundly understood why most adventurers earned substantial sums, yet appeared far from affluent. While earning money was swift, spending it was even swifter. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth against the pain of expenditure and purchased 2 items, a healing potion for 10 gold and a strength elixir of hill giants for 30 gold. Healing potion, quality, ordinary, white, effect, provides a certain degree of healing for the user's wounds. If the injury is minor, it may be completely healed. Description: the most basic healing potion, used for treating light cuts and abrasions. Note: if you can produce this, you are eligible to obtain a novice alchemist license. High-level alchemist Carol, strength elixir of hill giants, quality, ordinary, white, effect. After consumption, the user gains the strength of hill giants for a limited time, increasing their strength by 3 points, not exceeding 21 points, though intelligence will drop below 10 upon the effect's expiration. There is a chance of acquiring the permanent feat of giant strength, thereby enhancing the user's strength attribute. Description: this potion contains traces of hill giant nails, and its foul odor makes it difficult to swallow. Note: fellow adventurers, if the scent of that fellow's nails is so potent, one can only imagine the odor of his foot skin. Giant Scholar Aminos, although the description of this strength elixir was somewhat repulsive, its effects more than compensated for this flaw, as it could significantly enhance strength for a brief period. While it could not rival a genuine hill giant, the boost was still considerable, serving as a potential trump card in critical moments. The temporary reduction in intelligence was of little consequence to him, especially given the possibility of a permanent attribute enhancement. However, Mori's wealth had dwindled by more than half, leaving him with merely 23 gold coins in his pouch. He needed to devise a way to earn more money. Mori stroked his chin in deep contemplation. Yesterday, he had encountered numerous rare materials and potions capable of permanently enhancing attributes, yet their prices were far beyond his current means. Pulling back the curtain of his carriage, the familiar silhouette of the Academy's spires began to emerge. They were nearing their destination. He tucked away his pouch, suppressing his emotions for the moment. Upon returning to his familiar, albeit slightly musty, single dormitory, Mori closed the door behind him and walked directly to the half-length mirror. The young man reflected therein bore a gaze more composed and piercing than before his departure, with an added hint of ruggedness etched upon his brow. He gazed intently, and the familiar translucent text once again materialized. Name: Mori. Occupation: Arcane Warrior LV2. Attributes: Strength, 14 Agility, 13 Constitution, 14 Intelligence, 9 Perception, 13 charisma, 11 talents, affinity for earth and wood. Otherworldly fortune spell slots. First circle spells 3, feats, alchemical pioneer skills, cantrips, mage hand, LV2, staff technique, LV1, molding earth LV2, magic stone, LV1 spells. First circle grease, LV1. Feather fall, LV1, alarm, LV1, animal talk, LV1, earthquake, LV1 combat techniques, fury slash LV1, first circle, jump slash LV1, no cost, seeing that he had attained a second-level occupational rank. A slight smile graced Mori's lips. The flow of gold coins was ultimately a mere trifle. His greatest achievement on this journey was the successful elevation of his professional level. Having broken through to level 2, he might now be able to learn second circle spells, or so he hoped. His gaze lingered for a moment on the line, indicating his intelligence of 9, causing Mori's smile to falter momentarily, only to be replaced by a resigned sigh. Alas, when will this intelligence ever increase? Chapter 31. The Art of Earth Walls. Upon returning to the Grud Academy, the days seemed to unfold in slow motion. The thrill of the dungeon and the weight of gold gradually settled, and Mori's focus shifted back to the study of spells. After submitting his practical coursework, the Academy's Course Selection Center issued a new timetable based on his choices. Following the guidance of the schedule, he entered another classroom dedicated to the discipline of earth and nature. This classroom, situated on the ground floor, was expansive, with a ceiling height of at least 5 meters, and its floor composed of soils and rocks in various hues. However, as Mori surveyed the room, he keenly sensed some changes. The number of attendees appeared unchanged, yet many of the faces had shifted. A considerable portion of the freshmen from his cohort had been replaced by older students, whose countenances bore a certain gravitas, even a hint of weariness, likely indicating they were upperclassmen. The atmosphere, once infused with the eagerness and slight bewilderment characteristic of newcomers, was now supplanted by a more intricate ambience, a blend of anticipation from newly minted second-level mages and the detached or fatigued demeanor of the veterans. This atmosphere was familiar to Mori. It echoed the despondency of seniors who had encountered academic setbacks. Mori recalled Minter Brooks' earlier remarks regarding the Academy's spellcasting curriculum, which adopted a more flexible and pragmatic approach for students of the second tier and above. The basic tricks and first-tier spells were offered free of charge. Yet the challenges escalated significantly at the second tier, revealing disparities in talent and resources. Consequently, the Academy instituted a fee-based elective system for spells. Students wishing to learn a specific second-tier spell were required to pay a separate tuition fee. For instance, today's lesson on Earth Walls cost Mori 5 gold coins. Yet, he understood the necessity of such arrangements. The operation of the Academy, the remuneration of mentors, the consumption of spellcasting materials, all demanded financial resources. The privilege of learning numerous tricks and first-tier spells without charge was indeed a generous benefit. This system also proved humane, allowing students to pay once and continue learning until mastery was achieved. This explained the presence of upperclassmen in the classroom. Perhaps they lacked the requisite talent or resources to grasp the Earthwall spell in one attempt, necessitating repeated enrollments until they succeeded. Are we all present? A resonant voice echoed from the doorway, familiar to Mori. He looked up to see Minter Brook, his muscular frame glistening bronze under the light. He strode to the front of the classroom, his gaze sweeping over both new and familiar faces, pausing momentarily on Mori and a few other newly promoted second-level students, giving a slight nod of acknowledgement. Today, we shall study the second-tier spell, Earth Walls. Brook's voice reverberated in the stone chamber. This is one of the hallmark spells of the Earth Mages and will serve as a vital support in your future adventures or architectural endeavors. After a brief pause, his expression grew serious. As per tradition, before we embark on our formal study of this spell, I must inquire, are you ready with your earth? A chorus of affirmative responses echoed in the classroom. We're ready, Minter. I brought clay from my hometown. I have black marsh mud, limestone powder, Minter. I'm still using the yellow sand from last time when I didn't quite grasp it. Brook moved among the students, inspecting the materials they had brought. What is this? He paused beside Mori, who had arranged a small pile of sand, pebbles, a large water pouch, and an unrecognizable heap of grayish-white powder. This is a mixture I've concocted, which I've named concrete. Concrete? Brooke raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this unfamiliar term, as several upperclassmen cast curious glances. Yes, it's a composite soil that solidifies with significant strength, Maury offered succinctly. Brooke did not inquire further. He was more interested in the results and continued to assess the readiness of the other students. It seemed that everyone was adequately prepared. Choosing the appropriate soil is the first step in unleashing formidable earth-based spells. It can influence the strength of the spell, the ease of shaping, duration, and even additional properties. Now focus. He began to elaborate on the essential elements of the Earth Wall spell. First was the incantation, a sequence of ancient, convoluted syllables imbued with a rhythm to guide the earth elements into forming a wall. Brooke slowed his pace, clearly articulating it several times, urging the students to silently recite along and feel the magical resonance between the syllables. Next came the soil. The earth each student had prepared would be utilized in this step. It was imperative to infuse magical energy into the soil, using it as a medium to direct a broader expanse of ground to respond to the spell, coalescing into a wall that shared the properties of the chosen soil. Brooke emphasized this point. Then came a series of intricate gestures. Brooke plunged his staff into the earth with one hand while weaving an intricate magical web with the other, then abruptly lifted it as if unveiling a curtain from a storeroom. His movements exuded power, each stroke accompanied by a subtle surge of magical energy. He demonstrated repeatedly, deconstructing the motions, stressing the focal points, and the rhythm of magical output. Finally, they were to combine these elements. Watch closely, Brooke commanded, simultaneously reciting the incantation and executing the gestures with precision, raising his arm sharply. Earth wall. Boom! A thick, sturdy wall adorned with textures erupted from ground. It towered 2 meters high and stretched 4 to 5 meters long, standing majestically in the center of the classroom, exuding the steady, profound essence of earth elements. Wow! A chorus of awe erupted, predominantly from the newcomers. Brooke, satisfied, patted the earthen wall, producing a dull thud that attested to its solidity. Now it's your turn. Focus. Feel your soil, communicate with the earth, and construct your own barrier. Remember the rhythm of the incantation, the fluidity of the gestures, and the fusion of magic with the soil. Begin practicing. The students dispersed, each finding their position, their expressions serious as they commenced their attempts. Maury also began to practice, but first, he needed to mix the concrete. With the ratio meticulously calculated in advance, he began by employing the technique of clay manipulation, swiftly blending sand, gravel, and cement powder upon the ground before him. Subsequently, he added water, meticulously controlling the overall movement of the soil. A grayish-white slurry rapidly took shape. Then, he inhaled deeply, striving to recall every intricate detail imparted by his mentor. The incantation struggled to roll off his tongue, awkward and unrefined. His gestures were equally clumsy, lacking the fluid grace of Brooke. The complexity of the second-tier spell far exceeded that of the first, with the structure of the magical web intricately woven and magnitudes more convoluted, leading to a sharp increase in magical consumption. What did the magical web look like again? I must take another look at the textbook. Chapter 32, Concrete Walls and Early Strength Agents. Maury profoundly grasped the intricacies of the second circle spell. Just as a Farna's Frostbound rhyme was a simplified version of the fifth circle spell, Ice Spike, the Earth Wall technique similarly derived from the advanced fifth circle spell, Stonewall. He dubbed it the super-ultra-simplified mini-youth version of Stonewall. Even so, its complexity far exceeded that of a first circle spell. Maury tightly gripped his steel rod, embedding it into the concrete slurry before him, emulating Brooke's actions as an anchor point. He began to laboriously articulate the convoluted incantation of the second circle, the awkward syllables seemingly laden with weight. With his other hand, he mirrored the intricate gestures from the textbook, his fingers weaving through the air in an attempt to craft the elaborate net of magic. After a dozen attempts, his gestures finally aligned correctly, and the incantation reluctantly followed suit. Yet, the output of magical energy remained unstable, resulting in a soil wall that barely reached half a meter in height. Crooked and resembling a puddle of mud hastily piled together. Moreover, the constructed wall was soft and lacked any semblance of strength, collapsing the moment it formed, splattering Mori's pant leg with gray slurry. "Damn it," Mori muttered under his breath, wiping away the fine beads of sweat that had begun to form on his forehead. The energy expenditure of the second circle spell far exceeded his expectations. After several failures, the strain on his mental focus and magical reserves left him feeling utterly fatigued. He glanced around, noting that most of his classmates were also struggling, with only a few upperclassmen managing to erect precarious walls that looked as if they might topple at any moment. Their proficiency was still lacking, and their magical energy was scarcely sufficient. Breathing heavily, Mori retrieved his water bottle and drank deeply. Successfully casting a second circle spell would signify a breakthrough, elevating his mage rank to level 3 and granting him access to second circle spell slots. It sounded simple, yet for a second-level mage, it represented a formidable threshold, one that some mages never managed to cross in their lifetimes. Fortunately, the principles behind the Earth Wall spell bore a certain affinity with the clay manipulation technique that Mori had already mastered, both involving the control and shaping of Earth. Thus, he calmed his mind, abandoning the urge for immediate success, and concentrated on sensing the connection between his magical energy and the concrete slurry beneath his feet. Recalling the intimate familiarity of working with clay, he tried repeatedly, as the incantation transformed from awkwardness to fluency, and his gestures evolved from rigidity to fluidity. Sweat streamed down his temples, soaking his hair, and he paid no mind to wiping it away. The steel rod began to emit a faint glow as it channeled his magical energy, stabilizing its output. After several hours of tedious yet focused practice, Earthwall, Mori exclaimed, finally achieving harmony in the incantation and executing the gestures seamlessly. The magical energy surged through the rod, flooding into the concrete slurry beneath him, which in turn stirred the earth and stone in a broader expanse. With a thunderous boom, a gray-white wall, slightly coarse yet sharply defined, erupted from the ground. It stood resolutely before Mori, exuding a unique aura distinct from ordinary soil, imbued with a cool, damp essence. Success! A wave of elation washed over Mori, as a profound sense of accomplishment surged within him. He became one of the few students who successfully cast the Earth Wall spell on the first day of practice. However, his joy lasted less than 10 seconds. The smile on Mori's face froze. The grayish-white wall, though structurally stable and not collapsing, showed no signs of hardening whatsoever. The surface of the wall was damp. A gentle poke from his finger left an indentation, lacking any semblance of strength, resembling a gigantic slab of wet tofu. What was happening? Mori was taken aback. He had designed a concrete mix with a C30 rating, which theoretically required time to harden. But he had anticipated that the magic shaping would accelerate this process or impart temporary magical strength. Yet now, apart from its shape, the wall's defensive capability seemed inferior even to a wooden plank. Every year, there were freshmen attempting to take shortcuts. It was laughable. He fancied himself a genius. Derisive glances were cast around him, particularly from several upperclassmen, who seemed to have foreseen the failure of this new endeavor. Silence. Brooke raised his hand, signaling for quiet and admonishing the students not to discuss matters unrelated to the spell. If there's anything unclear, come and ask me. With the instructor's intervention, the classroom fell into silence once more, though many students continued to furtively observe the scene. The hardening process was inadequate. Ignoring the mockery, Mori concentrated on finding a solution. Was there a way to expedite the strengthening? He instinctively raised his hand to wipe away the sweat, touching the damp concrete wall again to test its texture. At the moment his palm made contact, an extraordinary change occurred. From the point of contact, a visible ripple of grayish-white slowly expanded outward. Wherever it passed, the soft, wet surface of the concrete appeared as though scorched by an invisible flame, its color deepening and hardening instantly, replaced by a firm, rock-like texture. Mori withdrew his hand, staring in disbelief at the area his palm had touched. It had become as hard as stone, forming a stark contrast with the surrounding soft wall. His mind buzzed, and fragments of dormant memories flickered into consciousness. Salt is present in sweat. Salt can serve as an early strength agent for concrete. How could he have forgotten this? Indeed, concrete requires time to harden, but the addition of chloride salts, such as the commonly used calcium chloride or sodium chloride, can significantly accelerate the early strength gain. This meant that the salt from his sweat had inadvertently acted as a catalyst. Realizing this, Mori sprang into action, channeling his magic through his steel wand with full force into the wall, while recalling the sensation of hardening from when his palm had made contact. He endeavored to guide his magic with intent, simulating the effect of the salt catalysis. This time, the magic was no longer merely shaping. It bore a catalytic will, penetrating every minuscule pore of the concrete. Before long, the entire gray concrete wall began transforming from the bottom, its color swiftly shifting from a damp dark gray to a dry light gray, and its texture visibly hardening and densifying within a mere span of mere seconds. A truly formidable gray-white concrete wall took shape. Its surface, though coarse, exuded an unwavering steadiness akin to that of a rock, standing in stark contrast to the earthen walls molded by Brooke and his fellow students from ordinary soil. Spell: Earth Wall has been acquired. Earth Wall, Level 1, 1-5. Category: Spell, Second Circle. Description: A substantial earthen wall materializes upon the designated ground within the casting range. The characteristics of the wall and the damage it can endure are contingent upon the materials used during the incantation. Should the wall be formed in the space occupied by a living creature, that creature will be displaced to one side of the wall. The wall shall collapse once it is breached or when the magical energy sustaining it dissipates. If one maintains concentration over an extended duration to control the spell, the wall may endure indefinitely until it is destroyed. Note: I dream of a day when even the most impoverished of citizens can possess a dwelling uniquely their own. Legendary Earth Mage, Heart of the Earth. Remington, Chapter 33. Advancement and job transition. The peculiar phenomenon of the wall instantaneously hardening naturally captivated the attention of all those nearby, including Brooke, who was instructing other students. Brooke strode over with great determination, his gaze keen and fixated on the wall before Mori, which exhibited an entirely different style. Without uttering a word, he extended his large hand, resembling a fan, and with a bent finger, he struck the wall forcefully with the back of his knuckles. Thud! Thud! The dull yet solid echo reverberated throughout the classroom, starkly contrasting with the muffled thuds of a typical earthen wall. A flicker of astonishment crossed Brooke's eyes, and he applied more force, even delivering a punch. Bam! The wall remained impervious, merely leaving a faint white mark. In contrast, a low earthen wall crafted by an older student from limestone powder trembled under Brooke's strike, shedding a considerable amount of powder, much to the chagrin of its creator, whose face flushed with embarrassment. This hardness. Brooke retracted his hand, observing the grayish-white powder clinging to his fist, then glancing back at the wall, which bore only a slight imprint, his expression one of incredulity. He circled the wall, meticulously examining its material and texture, which felt nothing like natural soil or rock, but rather possessed a remarkably uniform roughness. This material is quite intriguing. Where did you procure it? Brooke's voice resonated with suppressed wonder. However, he received no response, prompting him to turn and inquire, "Hey, Mori, what are you daydreaming about?" At that moment, Mori was engrossed in his own revelations. Having mastered his first second circle spell, he found himself elevated once more in his professional rank. Your professional rank has increased. You have gained 2 second circle spell slots. You have acquired 1 first circle spell slot. You will receive 2 attribute points and a unique talent, contingent upon your chosen advanced profession. Available professions include Spirit Pattern Warrior, Arcane Sentinel, Arcane Conqueror, Earth Guardian, Resonant Warrior. What followed was an extensive list of profession names and their corresponding advancement methods, leaving him somewhat dazed. ISNT my profession as spell-based warrior? Could it be that spell-based warriors are a general classification, with these being subclasses under the spell-based warrior category? Mori felt his hypothesis held considerable merit. The general studies textbook had mentioned that most professionals upon reaching the second or third rank, must select a more specific career path according to their aspirations to gain unique enhancements. For instance, the druid profession is actually subdivided into over a dozen factions, such as the Earth Circle, Spore Circle, and Dream Circle, with Old Hal belonging to the Moon Circle faction, which grants the unique benefit of obtaining wild shape, bare upon reaching the second rank. Meanwhile, certain professions are more specialized, having already established a career path as a first-rank professional. For example, one of the prerequisites to become a paladin is to vow adherence to a certain oath, such as the Oath of the Ancient, the Oath of Vengeance, or the Oath of Devotion, all of which similarly confer unique enhancements upon reaching the third rank. As the primary institution for the cultivation of mages, the Grud Academy has meticulously designed its disciplines from the outset with the Sorting Hat. Had one adhered strictly to the designated curriculum, such dilemmas would have been wholly unnecessary. Under normal circumstances, Mori would have undoubtedly evolved into a quintessential earth mage, akin to how Dane is destined to become a fire mage. However, an unexpected mastery of combat techniques has disrupted this trajectory. Which path to choose? Mori contemplated the array of career descriptions, his mind in turmoil. Mori. It seemed someone was calling his name. Quiet, I am deep in thought. Brooke scrutinized Mori, whose gaze drifted as if he were lost in a reverie, and frowned. He stepped closer, seizing Mori's shoulder and shaking him vigorously. Hey, wake up! Wake up! The translucent words faded like a receding tide, and Mori suddenly returned to reality, meeting Brooke's piercing gaze. I forgot I was in class. Now is certainly not the appropriate time to ponder such matters. I ask you, where did you acquire such materials? Brooke reiterated his question. Oh, that. Mori instinctively cleared his throat. I stumbled upon them while conducting some alchemical experiments during the break. Just a minor achievement, really. The older students who had previously mocked him exchanged glances, their expressions darkening further. Oh no, this kid is putting on an act. Ignoring the subtle shift in atmosphere behind him, Brooke focused entirely on Mori. Do you have any samples? Share some with me. I must take them back for further study. Ido, mentor, Ido. Mori readily nodded and bent down to retrieve several pouches from his backpack, handing them to Brooke. These were his pre-prepared backup materials. Brooke accepted them with the exuberance of a treasure hunter, clutching them tightly. Observing his mentor's fervor, Mori hesitated but ultimately decided to add a few words. His insights could spare Brooke considerable detours. Mentor, simply mix these materials in specific proportions. The resultant product as performance will vary according to the ratios employed, thus catering to different functional applications. Oh, you have even researched the specific ratios and applications? Brooke's eyes sparkled with excitement. Mori was momentarily at a loss for words. The disadvantage of his 9 intelligence points became apparent as he realized he occasionally spoke without much thought. The ratios were derived from my experiments during the break to test the effects. I don't have concrete application instances. I was just rambling earlier. He struggled to articulate a reasonable explanation. Brooke leaned forward, silently gazing into Mori's eyes. Just as a cold sweat began to bead on Mori's back, Brooke erupted into hearty laughter, clapping Mori on the shoulder with enthusiasm. Genius! You are inherently suited for this field. I shall refer to you as the innate Earth Saint. Upon hearing this, Mori felt a wave of darkness wash over him, as painful memories of his past life resurfaced like a relentless tide. His lips were tightly drawn, and his teeth clicked together as he almost forced a reply through gritted teeth. Well, I truly appreciate your compliment, Mentor. You certainly deserve that title. Brooke, oblivious to the tone in Mori's voice, commanded, "Follow me." Immediately, without giving Mori a chance to protest, he seized the remaining backup materials with one hand while the other clamped down on Mori's wrist like a vice, hastily making his way outside. Where are we going? To the alchemical laboratory. I need to meticulously document every single characteristic. Tell me about the ratios you have measured. Everything must be recorded. Mori had no opportunity to object as he was dragged out of the classroom by Mentor Brooke, leaving behind a trail of meaningful glances and murmurs. Chapter 34. Vocational choices in the stillness of the dormitory district, where only a few windows flickered with sporadic light. Mori dragged his leaden legs to push open the door of his room, nearly collapsing onto the rather unyielding bed. "Ah, I am utterly exhausted," he sighed deeply, burying his contorted face into the pillow. Though his physical attributes had ascended to a remarkable 14 points, the fatigue he felt was not so much from his body, but rather a profound weariness of the spirit. That day, he was finally reminded of the dread once instilled in him by the concrete test blocks. Professor Brooks' laboratory resembled a bizarre amalgamation of an alchemical workshop and a quarry, brimming with an array of rock samples, irregular molds, peculiar-smelling monster materials, and a newly added blend of cement and aggregates. The professor exhibited an almost fervent fascination for the innovative material Mori had conceived, eagerly drawing him into discussions about the varying characteristics of concrete under different mix ratios. When Mori suggested creating uniformly sized test blocks from the same batch of concrete for easier assessment and casually demonstrated the use of kerosene as a release agent for the molded blocks, Brooke regarded him as if he were a hidden treasure. For 10 long hours, Mori felt akin to a sophisticated mixing artisan and a living mana testing apparatus. It was not until the late hours of the night that Brooke, still yearning for more, finally allowed him to leave, delivering the grim news of his daily reporting for the next fortnight. "What was I thinking, getting myself into this mess?" Mori lamented, rubbing his forehead in regret. Almost forgetting the most crucial matter, he struggled to sit upright, shaking his heavy head. The specific career choices that lay ahead, interrupted by the professor and subsequently conscripted into labor in the laboratory for an entire day. He had momentarily cast this thought aside, but it suddenly resurfaced. Bathed in the moonlight, Mori leaned closer to the half-length mirror, and translucent text materialized once more, identical to what had been displayed during class. Spirit Pattern Warrior, Demon Disruptor, Arcane Conqueror, Earth Guardian, Echo Fighter. As he gazed at the lengthy list of vocational options along with their detailed descriptions, a flicker of confusion arose within him. When his vocation level had stagnated at 1, he had endeavored to level up without any prompt from the panel. Why then did it provide such comprehensive options after his ascension to level 3? Was it that the prior leveling up pertained to an elevation of life essence that required personal discovery? And now, the job transition options following his attainment of level 3 merely represented a diversification within the power system? Mori murmured to himself, attempting to untangle the logic behind it all. The text on the panel remained unperturbed, offering him no answers. Well, pondering this is of little consequence. Let us examine the vocational options before me. He cast aside his distractions and resumed his scrutiny of the more than 10 choices. As his gaze swept over the introduction of the Spirit Pattern Warrior, he instinctively furrowed his brow. To permanently etch those enchanted runes upon his body? The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. In his previous life, even the sight of extensive tattoos in certain films would cause him to lose interest instantaneously. Such a near transformation of the body was utterly unacceptable to him. This option was simply out of the question. The Guardian of Disruption, with its inherent ability to significantly enhance magical resistance, was undeniably alluring, especially in a world rampant with spells. Yet, the cost of such a transition would adversely affect his own spellcasting. This was in direct opposition to the path of a sorcerer. Not an option, not an option. After a thorough deliberation, only 2 satisfactory choices remained in Mori's eyes. Arcane Marauder, Attribute Boost, Intelligence 1, Strength 1 Inherent Talent, Blessing of the Marauder. Each time your class level increases, you gain an additional random attribute point. Transition requirements. Elevate any combat skill to level 2 and master a second-tier transformation spell. Note, the Berserker boasts formidable offensive capabilities in the early stages, while the Arcane Marauder excels in the later phases. Bartender Bob, Earth Guardian Attribute Boost, Intelligence 1, Constitution 1 Inherent Talent, Earth S Embrace. For a duration after making contact with the Earth, physical damage taken is reduced to a certain extent, and strength is temporarily increased by 1 point. Transition requirements. Elevate any combat skill to level 2 and master a second-tier protective spell. Note, remember this, young one. Mother Earth watches over you. Tauren Guardian, Groldaroon, Totem, what a challenging decision. Mori rubbed his temples. The advantage of the Arcane Marauder lay in its growth potential, as it could attain additional attribute points with level increases. signifying a vast scope for future development and immense potential. Truly a profession to look forward to. Conversely, the Earth Guardian offered immediate combat efficacy, leaning more towards practicality and survivability. Its inherent ability was straightforward and robust. Standing upon the earth would enhance both defense and strength. Coupled with his exceptional physical prowess and that steel rod of a staff, his melee capabilities would be formidable. For a moment, Mori found himself at an impasse, his gaze drifting back to the transition requirements of the two professions. The advancement criteria for the Arcane Marauder were to elevate any combat skill to level 2 and master a second-tier transformation spell. In contrast, the Earth Guardian required the same elevation of a combat skill to level 2 and mastery of a second-tier protective spell. Enhancing the combat skill was it. His leap slash was nearly at the required proficiency for an upgrade, so the crux of the transition hinged upon the choice of the second-tier spells. As Mori's gaze flitted over the advancement conditions, a bold idea suddenly struck him. Wait, if I were to first learn both the second-tier protective and transformation spells, and then elevate my combat skill to level 2, would that not allow me, at the moment I fulfilled the advancement criteria, to theoretically transition into both professions simultaneously? This idea sent his heart racing. Could it be possible to possess two innate abilities simultaneously, or even acquire 4 attribute points? Although the interface did not clarify whether one could simultaneously transition into 2 professions, it certainly did not impose a clear prohibition. What if? It was worth a try. The fatigue that had enveloped him was almost entirely dispelled by this sudden surge of excitement. Even if it ultimately proved that only one selection was permissible, mastering a broader array of spells could only be advantageous. Based on his previous adventures, protective spells were exceedingly practical, significantly enhancing an adventurer's survival rate, and he had already intended to learn one. As for the second circle transformation spells, he currently lacked any concrete ideas. He had merely heard of transmutation spells that could transform individuals into sheep, frogs, and other creatures. However, those belonged to the 4th circle of magic, accessible only to high-level casters who had reached the 7th tier. Well, it seems a visit to the library is in order for tomorrow. Chapter 35. The choice in the early morning, as the delicate mist had yet to fully dissipate, the Baroque-style library of the Academy had quietly awakened. Tall arched windows filtered in the hazy daylight, illuminating the motes of dust that danced in the air, as well as the rows of shelves brimming with heavy tomes. Mori sniffed, the atmosphere still thick with the distinctive scent of aged books mingled with ancient wood. The dark circles under his eyes were unmistakable. He had scarcely slept the previous night, his mind consumed with thoughts of selecting a new spell. Second-tier protective spells, transformation spells, preferably of the earth or nature school. He murmured softly, his fingers gliding over the neatly arranged volumes on the shelves. The selection of second-tier spells was as overwhelming as that of combat techniques. First, let us search for protective spells. Mori extracted a tome titled A Synopsis of Second-Tier Spells from the shelf and flipped to the table of contents, scrutinizing it carefully. This one appears promising, belonging to the nature school and suitable for a novice adventurer of my limited means. Soon, he preliminarily selected a spell based on its description, tucking the book under his arm as he scanned the nearby shelves. Surely, there must be something here. He pulled out another volume. Comprehensive Guide to Nature-Based Protection, The Path of the Druid. Indeed, he had found his target. The second-tier spell, Barkskin, was designed for nature spellcasters, temporarily hardening the skin of the target to resemble tree bark, effectively granting them the protection akin to wearing armor. Furthermore, the material components required were quite common, needing only a bit of oak bark. Mori nodded in satisfaction. This perfectly suited his needs. The content was comprehensive, even detailing the magical web configuration. It's decided then. I shall choose this protective spell. He muttered to himself, reopening A Synopsis of Second-Tier Spells to study transformation spells. The options were plentiful, yet none seemed particularly fitting. Mori furrowed his brow, his finger tracing the descriptions of the spells, caught in indecision. The transformation spell appeared intriguing, allowing for slight alterations in appearance to masquerade as other humanoid races, yet it had many limitations, unable to change one's body shape. While practical, He could not envision any immediate scenarios where he would require such a disguise. He flipped a few pages back, and his gaze fell upon another transformation spell. Attribute Enhancement, with a straightforward and brutal effect, temporarily boosting any one of strength, agility, constitution, intelligence, perception, or charisma. This spell seemed quite useful. Whether for an explosive surge of strength in a charge or a temporary enhancement of charisma for persuasion, it held great value. However, its drawback was the need for various material components corresponding to the attributes, such as bear fur, cat fur, or bull fur. And the introduction notably mentioned a high difficulty level for learning this spell. Which to choose? Mori murmured softly, his finger hovering over the attribute enhancement spell before shifting back to the transformation spell. Mori? So early? A clear voice, tinged with mild surprise, broke the silence of the corner, interrupting Mori's contemplation. As Mor raised his gaze, he beheld a young girl standing a few paces away, cradling a spellbook thicker than her own arm, its cover adorned with intricate patterns, her emerald eyes sparkling with delight. Sunlight filtered through her flaxen hair, casting a delicate halo around her. Afarna? What a coincidence! Mor exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. He had encountered her here during the last selection for combat skills. However, perhaps it was not as serendipitous as it seemed. Afarna gracefully approached and placed the crystal tome on a nearby reading table. Her movements so natural they resembled that of being in her own room. I come here almost every day and spend most of my time in this place, she remarked. Spending all your time in the library? Mor arched an eyebrow. Don't you have classes to attend? It was difficult for him to fathom how a freshman could possess such an abundance of free time. Indeed, Afarna replied, a hint of pride curling at the corners of her lips. Our mentor has granted me special permission. My learning pace, well, it is slightly faster than the average. Moreover, certain spells I wish to study are not necessarily mastered by my mentor, allowing me the liberty to learn independently. She gestured to the vast expanse of books surrounding them. After all, the spell analyses and magical network configurations here are the most comprehensive in the entire academy. Mor's expression momentarily stiffened, as a wave of astonishment surged within him. Was she truly speaking of human endeavors? For an ordinary mage, mastering second-tier spells could be quite arduous, and those of lesser aptitude often needed to retake courses repeatedly. Yet here she was, able to teach herself. Afarna keenly sensed the fleeting shock on Mor's face and felt an inexplicable thrill. Tilting her head, she inquired, what brings you here this time? Perhaps I could offer some suggestions? Taking a deep breath, Mor forced himself to suppress the tumult of complex emotions within, pointing to the catalog. I intend to learn a transformation spell and am currently contemplating polymorph and attribute enhancement. Oh, those two, how fortuitous. I have studied both, Afarna acknowledged with a nod. I abandoned polymorph. The transformation process stretches or compresses the skin, resulting in wrinkles after the spell's effects fade. However, I have mastered attribute enhancement. Mor's eyes brightened. Then I shall learn that. Of course, but a word of caution. It requires mastery of 6 different magical network configurations, each corresponding to a different attribute. Afarna blinked, adding, it took me 3 days to master and cast all the forms. 3 days? That isn't too long, Mor mused, stroking his chin. How long do you typically take to learn other second-tier spells? Well, generally a few hours, Afarna replied nonchalantly. The more complex ones might take half a day. A few hours? Hold on, was it you who initiated the learning, or was it I? Mor retorted. Mastering a spell is not merely a matter of achieving success after multiple failures. It requires repeated practice until the success rate exceeds 90%. While Mor was an exception due to his unique attributes, even with the advantages of Earth Affinity, he had to exert himself to the utmost to initially cast the Earth Wall spell within half a day. He let out a wry smile and sighed. Perhaps it's best to forget it. Do you have any other spells to recommend? I am particularly interested in second-tier transformation spells that would suit me. Afarna scrutinized Mori intently, her gaze sweeping over his seemingly more robust physique, momentarily lingering on the steel rod casually resting against the table. Recalling Mori's performance during their dungeon escapades, her expression took on a tinge of peculiarity. Let me think. "Hand me the book," she said. After a brief contemplation, Ifarna took the volume titled Overview of Second-Tier Spells from Mori, her slender fingers gliding over the table of contents until they settled on a particular spell entry. "I recommend you take a look at this." Chapter 36, Private Lessons, The Art of Enlargement and Reduction. Mori had a vague recollection of this term, though he had not paid it much heed before. Indeed, Ifarna elucidated with clarity and precision. This spell allows one to alter the size of oneself, others, or objects, but it requires unwavering focus. One cannot cast other spells simultaneously, or the effect will be interrupted. The duration of a spell is contingent upon one's proficiency, lasting no longer than 5 minutes at most. As Ifarna continued her description, Mori gradually grasped the practical applications of this incantation. The enlargement spell permits the caster's physical dimensions to double, making it significantly easier to deliver devastating blows during an attack. Conversely, the reduction spell diminishes one's size to half, shrinking volume to an eighth of its original size, thus enhancing agility, albeit at the cost of diminished damage output. Notably, casting this spell also alters the dimensions of the target's attire and any weapons they carry, while items detached from the target will revert to their normal size. This sounded quite promising, Mori mused inwardly. It is an exceedingly practical spell, beneficial for personal use, and capable of bolstering allies. Coupled with the strength potion he procured from the hill giant, it might yield remarkable results. Furthermore, this spell possesses a singular magical weave structure, requiring only the intertwining of two forms, one affirmative and the other inverse. Thus, he decided to select it. After expressing his gratitude to Ifarna, Mori made his way directly to the course selection center of the academy. The center was a bustling stone hall where students queued to submit their study plans to the staff member in academy attire for review and registration. When it was Mori's turn, he handed over 2 application forms. "Greetings. I wish to apply for the second-tier spell Barkskin and the second-tier spell Enlargement Reduction." The middle-aged official behind the counter adjusted his glasses and briefly scanned the application forms. Upon glancing at the second application, he furrowed his brow and began to search through a directory on the table with swift fingers. Barkskin poses no issues," he nodded, skillfully stamping the form. "This course is offered continuously, and a druid instructor will be teaching next week. The tuition is 5 gold coins." He then picked up the second application form. "As for enlargement reduction, I regret to inform you that you cannot enroll in this course at this time." "Ah, why not?" Mori was taken aback. The official responded in a businesslike tone, "This spell is rather obscure and lacks popularity. The number of elective students is insufficient. The academy has a stipulation that a minimum of 10 students must enroll for a spell course to commence. Including you, there are only 3 applicants, which does not meet the requisite number." He pulled out a piece of parchment inscribed with several names and contact details and handed it to Mori. "Here, this is a list of registered instructors within the academy who are qualified to teach this spell. If you are truly eager to learn, you will have to seek them out for private lessons." Mori accepted the list, his heart sinking slightly. Private lessons? What might the cost be? The official glanced at him and stated a figure: 50 gold coins per lesson, with the instructor providing one-on-one guidance. However, it must be noted in advance that the private tutor does not guarantee mastery. The extent of your comprehension relies solely on your own capabilities, does it not? 50 gold coins? This is nothing short of extortion. Mori felt as if his heart were bleeding. After deducting the expenses for potion replenishment and tuition from his recent dungeon expedition, he was left with barely 20 coins in his pocket. The administrator, seemingly accustomed to such reactions, shrugged. "Think it's expensive? There's another option. The library houses a complete spell repository. If you search diligently, you are sure to find a tutorial for this spell, entirely free of charge. You are welcome to learn on your own." Indeed, he paused, adding meaningfully, "Self-study comes with its own risks. I trust you understand." No wonder Ifarna opted for self-learning in the library. The exorbitant fees for private tutoring are undoubtedly one of the significant reasons. Mori clenched his fists, gazing at the unfamiliar names of instructors on the list, contemplating the despairing sum of 50 coins, and finally his gaze returned to the administrator's impassive face. "Well then, I shall enroll in barkskin for now. Mori gritted his teeth, producing 5 coins and placing them sequentially on the counter, his voice somewhat muffled. At least this protective spell was assuredly within his grasp. A wise choice. The administrator collected the coins, efficiently processed the paperwork, and handed Mori a receipt indicating the course time and location. In the days leading up to the class for barkskin, apart from attending mandatory public courses, Mori was often summoned by instructor Brooke to toil in the laboratory. Under Brooke's almost fervent guidance, the research on concrete progressed rapidly, yielding numerous results. For example, they discovered that concrete mixed with slime gel hardened into an exceptionally dense structure, virtually impermeable to water, thus classifying it as water-resistant concrete. Simultaneously, the setting time of this concrete was significantly prolonged, which Mori dubbed as a retarder. Furthermore, the powder derived from the bodies or wings of gargoyles also exhibited water-resistant properties. And without any incantation, the setting speed became remarkably swift, qualifying it as an excellent early strength agent. Such a high frequency of experiments necessitated substantial material consumption. Under Brooke's persistent inquiries, Mori had no choice but to contribute 2 bags of cement he had previously transported from Stone Creek Town. Thus, 3 days passed, and he finally awaited the commencement of the barkskin class, temporarily escaping the arduous life of mixing mortar. The instructor was a gentle young druid, exuding the fragrance of flora. Unlike the wild demeanor of Hal, who hailed from the Moon Society branch, this instructor belonged to the Earth Society. As Mori understood, the members of the Earth Society safeguard ancient knowledge and various traditional rituals, their magical prowess being influenced to a certain degree by the earth, representing the most traditional faction of druids. Barkskin, a commonly encountered nature-based defensive spell, can render one's skin firm, akin to tree bark. During its effect, our defensive capabilities experience a considerable enhancement, rivaling even many costly armors, while the spell's material requirement is merely a handful of oak bark. Next, I shall elaborate on the elements of casting this spell. Dear classmates, please pay close attention. The instructor provided a meticulous explanation, detailing the sensation of a natural life force's magical flow and how to guide this energy to construct a resilient bark-like structure upon the surface of the skin. The principles appeared straightforward, yet in practice, Mori found it to be quite challenging. By the conclusion of the lesson, he had not managed to successfully cast the spell. Fortunately, the majority of his peers faced similar struggles, with only a select few managing to achieve a tenuous success as the class drew to a close. Alas, patience is key. I must dedicate myself to further practice. Chapter 37. Self-Study, Spell, Barkskin Acquired. Barkskin, LV1, 1-5, Category. Spell, Second Circle, Description, by channeling the forces of nature. You touch a willing creature, causing its skin to assume a rough, bark-like appearance until the spell concludes, significantly enhancing its resistance to bludgeoning, slashing, and piercing damage. Note: withered armor, exceptional quality. Mighty Treant grew more caressed his skin, feeling the coarse texture akin to tree bark, and let out a sigh of relief. Finally, he had mastered it. A full week had passed since he first embarked on this lesson. This was primarily due to the fact that he was persistently apprehended by Mentor Brooke to assist with concrete research in the laboratory, resulting in a rather limited practice time each day. Moore attempted to stretch his body into various peculiar postures, confirming that the spell did not hinder his movements. And with satisfaction, he dismissed the incantation. The next time he encountered a phase spider, even if he couldn't touch it, he wouldn't be easily dispatched. Upon concluding the lesson, Moore exited with a buoyant spirit, only to collide with Brooke's large hand. Moore, the concrete you brought back is all used up, with Brooke's robust arms firmly grasping his shoulders. Moore blinked in surprise. It was only logical. Given the intensity of the experiments, it was remarkable that those 2 bags of concrete had lasted 10 days. Minter, didn't I mention the recipe for its preparation before? We can simply make another batch. However, it seems there are no substantial quantities of the materials you mentioned near Conot City. Pack your things and accompany me to Stone Creek Town. Brooke tightened his grip slightly, as if fearing more might escape. Come on, I've already shared the recipe with you. I wouldn't be of any assistance if I went along, would I? Moore attempted to wriggle free from Brooks' hold several times, but to no avail. The strength was formidable. He felt the pressure on his shoulders with a bitter expression. After several upgrades and enhancements, his strength had reached 14 points, yet it still seemed inadequate before Brook. Based on the attribute point calculations, Moore speculated that Brook's strength was at least 16, possibly even reaching 17. You are more familiar with the material ratios, and you need to help me find the right place. Brook asserted in an irrefutable tone. There are only 2 types of materials for the concrete, and that location is easy to find. Moore racked his brain for excuses, adding that the laboratory here still needed maintenance, and the data also required organization. After 10 consecutive days of unpaid overtime, he was utterly exhausted and extremely reluctant to go on a business trip. Well, you do have a point, Brook conceded, releasing one hand to stroke his chin. However, you cannot remain idle. I need you to draft a few patent applications for the research results from this period. You can find the reference documents in the second drawer of my desk in the lab. What? Patents? Moore was taken aback. It was the first time he had heard that term in this otherworldly realm, instilling a profound sense of unreality. Brook believed that Moray did not comprehend the meaning of the term and patiently elucidated. It is entirely understandable that you have not heard of it before. It is a system devised by spellcasters and alchemists to protect their inventions. Since the dawn of time, when humanity first discovered magic, inventors of new spells and materials have often found themselves embroiled in disputes over naming rights or have attracted trouble due to coveted secrets, even drawing the attention of wayward thieves. Subsequently, Duke Ladle of our Kingdom of Hailsun proposed the establishment of a unified registration mechanism. Whoever registers first holds the copyright. Those who wish to utilize or produce the invention must pay a portion of the fees or profits to the inventor. This system has been in operation for nearly a decade, and its results have been quite satisfactory. Duke Ladle. Could it be that he, like myself, hails from another world? Moray silently noted this name, resolving to investigate it further when opportunity arose. On the surface, Moray feigned a look of sudden enlightenment. Ah, I see. Thank you for the explanation, Minter. Well then, I shall begin to organize my research findings and then head to Shershi Town. Brook finally released Moray completely, entrusting the laboratory to him for the next few days, reminding him to water the plants daily. No problem. Rest assured, Minter, Moray assured him with a pat on his chest. Once Brook departed, he was finally liberated from the quagmire of intense experiments, allowing him to devote his energy to the study of spells. And do not forget about the preliminary draft of the patent. Brook's figure vanished, leaving behind his final words. Huh, me? Moray stood there, bewildered, blinking his eyes. Did I just agree to that? The laboratory welcomed a long-awaited tranquility. Moray reclined in Brook's enormous armchair, leisurely opening the book on low-tier transformation spells borrowed from the library. His current objective was to self-study transformation spells, enlargement and reduction. Remembering that he had already mastered 2 second-tier spells, a surge of confidence filled Moray. The Earth Wall spell, the first second-tier spell he had learned, took merely half a day. The Barkskin spell, despite Brook's persistent insistence on his participation, was accomplished in just 1 week. Although this time he lacked a professional instructor, he was not entirely without experience. That fellow Afarna, did she not also spend her days in the library self-studying spells? If she can do it, there is no reason I cannot. Given that enlargement and reduction are both second-tier spells, their difficulty should be comparable, right? I can master them within a week. Moray set this goal for himself. He spread open the spell book, gazing at the intricate diagrams of the magical network, lost in thought. The magical network is, in fact, 3-dimensional, while the spellbook can only depict and explain it through multiple 2-dimensional views. Indeed, it poses a certain level of difficulty, but that is to be expected, as it is merely the beginning. Moray reassured himself. On the 7th day, the planned day of success, Moray, with his hair in disarray, looked despondently at the scattered remnants of various failed attempts strewn across the floor. Cracked stones, twisted wooden shards, and oddly shaped metal pieces that had been unevenly shrunk. Do not speak of precise control. He could barely achieve a stable and complete transformation of his target. How frustrating, he muttered under his breath, rubbing his aching temples before rising to water a row of concrete test blocks. Suddenly, the admonition from his mentor, Professor Brooke, sprang to mind, causing him to freeze momentarily. Sighing, he resolved to examine the patent reference documents left by his mentor. He felt that continuing to self-study might drive him to madness and decided to temporarily shift his focus. Following the location indicated by Brooke, Mori swiftly discovered what he sought. As he opened a document, his brow gradually furrowed. These are the patents successfully registered by other mentors at the Academy? Chapter 38. The patent draft. The first article that Mori opened was titled on the enhanced application and stabilization treatment of plaster monster powder and sharkman scales in the spell Snowstorm. The content was rather straightforward, seemingly an improvement on the three-ring spell Snowstorm, yet the significance of its application remained ambiguous, and the format was exceedingly disordered, resembling a paper filled to the brim with water. Is this the standardized format for patents in the Kingdom of Airsen? Mori then turned to another piece titled Directional Soil and Rock Eruption Improvement, based on the principle of geomantic resonance, which expounded on the profound theory of earth elements throughout. But the section on improvement was vague, merely asserting an approximate enhancement of 7%. The specifics of its implementation and key parameters were all treated nebulously. The next document was even more formidable, replete with quotations from ancient Elvish root words, intricate alchemical symbols, and sentences so lengthy they bordered on the absurd. Furrowing his brow, he flipped through several pages, feeling as though he were perusing a tome of celestial scripture, utterly unable to grasp the essence. What is this? Utterly chaotic. Mori couldn't help but scoff. These so-called patent manuscripts either glossed over critical points or presented a muddled logic with unclear descriptions. He shoved the reference materials back into place, his expression one of disdain. What nonsensical drivel! I could do better myself. If they can pass inspection with such writing, then surely I can as well. Taking a seat at his desk, he retrieved a hard-tipped quill and closed his eyes, recalling the patent text format from his previous life. Then, Mori opened his eyes, took a deep breath, rolled up his sleeves, and began to pen on a blank sheet. First, the title, A Novel High-Versatility Construction Material. This invention discloses a new type of construction material with high versatility, pertaining to the field of construction technology characterized by. Mori's pen glided smoothly across the white paper, memories from his past life on construction sites vividly resurfacing. In those days, to meet the company's technological innovation benchmarks, he had racked his brain piecing together patents. Now, this experience had become a rare asset. Before encountering patents in his previous life, Mori had always presumed they were beyond his reach. However, after arriving at the construction site, he learned that many so-called papers and patents, which sounded grand and sophisticated, were essentially no different from the services offered by practitioners on the bustling streets. Money could buy access, as long as the funds were secure. One didn't even need to draft the initial manuscript personally. Indeed, the world was a colossal makeshift stage. Mori piled the completed manuscripts to one side and stood up, stretching. Due to his familiarity with concrete, it took him merely a day to finalize these documents, and their professionalism far exceeded those reference materials. Next, he needed to continue his research on the giant growth and shrinking spells. 3 weeks later, in a laboratory, Mori appeared haggard, bloodshot eyes betraying his exhaustion. He had lost count of how many attempts this was, his body and spirit pushed to the brink, driven solely by a numbing inertia. He gripped the cold steel rod, aiming it at a wooden block that had miraculously survived. The arcane energy flowed like heavy mercury, laboriously tracing a path etched into his muscle memory, constructing a complex and repugnant spatial configuration. A peculiar vibration spread, and Mori felt the staff in his hand quiver slightly as the repeated vision underwent subtle alterations. The once fist-sized wooden block began to expand steadily and visibly before him, maintaining its integrity without distortion or cracking. Spell, Growth Shrinkage acquired. Growth Shrinkage, LV1-15, Category, Spell, Second Circle, Description, you alter the size of a visible creature or object within your casting range, sustaining its effect for the duration of the spell. Releasing another spell during this time will interrupt its effect. If the target is a creature, its clothing and carried items will also change in size, and any objects that detach from the creature will revert to their normal size. If the target is unwilling, it may attempt a resistance based on its constitution attribute. Success renders the spell ineffective. Note 1. A magnificent invention. At last, we can make dwarves appear as ordinary humans, albeit for only a few minutes. Archmage Wellington Note 2. No matter, a minute is still impressive, and small things are quite adorable. The lustful sorceress Melita, it has finally happened. Mori's voice was hoarse, akin to a worn-out bellows. There were no cheers or exuberance as he anticipated, only a sense of near-exhausting relief. A full month. He had strained every fiber of his being to barely master this second circle spell. Damn it. Must learning a spell take this long without the Earth Affinity bonus? Mori rubbed his temples, beginning to tidy the laboratory floor that had been disordered during his practice. He needed to prioritize enhancing his intelligence attribute. Otherwise, who knows how long it would take to learn third circle spells. Fortunately, he had finally acquired a spell that satisfied the requirements for 2 job advancements. He was only a step away from meeting the requirement for combat skill level enhancement. Both job advancements would yield a slight increase in intelligence, and if he could manage to pursue both simultaneously, he might gain 4 tribute points, potentially raising his intelligence by 2. With this thought in mind, Mori rekindled his confidence, envisioning a promising future. Now, he merely needed to upgrade his combat skill. Jump slash. Daily training contributed minimally to the proficiency of combat skills, only providing a boost of 1 or 2 points upon initial learning. Thus, to elevate the level of his combat skill, he would need to journey once more to Stone Creek Town. Mori clenched the steel rod, running his fingers over its raised threads as his thoughts gradually crystallized. The dungeon was undoubtedly the most suitable training ground. Moreover, his gold coins were once again dwindling, necessitating the acceptance of several commissions to replenish his purse for daily expenses and the tuition for his future spells. He certainly did not wish to endure such a torturous self-study experience again. Talp, talp, talp. A sudden knock resonated, startling in its abruptness. Could it be Minter Brook? He had been in Stone Creek for a month and was indeed due to return. Mori rose to open the door, only to find the threshold empty, devoid of even a single shadow. What? A ghost? He leaned out, scanning the surroundings, but the corridor lay silent and deserted. Hey, look down here, lad. A robust voice, rich with nasal tones, called from below. Mori glanced down and beheld a diminutive figure. To be precise, he was greeted by a grand profusion of bushy, chestnut-hued beard that nearly brushed the ground, along with a shiny, reflective bald head perched atop it. A dwarf? Chapter 39. The dwarf stood at the waist of Mori, yet his physique was remarkably robust. Clad in leather armor, stained with grease, he bore a rounded, dark shield on his back, currently standing with hands on hips, gazing up at Mori with sharp, discerning eyes. Are you Mori? The dwarf inquired in a deep, resonant voice, his tone laden with scrutiny. Yes, and you are? Mori replied, a hint of surprise in his voice. He could not recall having previously met such a dwarf. Buckuff Copperbeard. That fellow, Brook, sent me with a message. The dwarf pointed a stout finger at Mori. He wants you to make haste to Stone Creek Town. Bring along any stones and your writings. Mori was momentarily taken aback. How is Brook still in Stone Creek? And why the sudden summons? He quickly calculated the time. The first semester at the academy was nearing its end, and a holiday notice had been issued. The newly minted mages could either choose to remain at the academy for self-study or return home or take up work. Given that Brook had requested his presence, and considering his need to venture into the underground for training. Very well, he thought, nodding in agreement. However, I fear I might struggle with all those trial pieces and tools. Who said you would carry them alone? Buckuff interrupted impatiently, his beard bristling. We brought a cart, parked right outside the academy. Don't fret about a few items. You could easily fit 5 of yourself in there. It appeared they had come prepared. Mori sighed in relief and replied, All right, let me gather my things and I shall be off shortly. He packed the items specified by Brook into several boxes, each of them lifting a stack as they made their way to the academy's entrance. I didn't expect you to handle so much, Buckuff remarked, somewhat astonished. In his experience, human mages were often rather fragile. Those specializing in earth or nature magic might possess slightly more strength, but even that was limited. At least you're far better than our mentor. By the way, where's your cart parked? Mori asked, scanning the area for an empty carriage. Over there. Bakuf gestured with a nod across the road. Following the dwarf's indication, Mori's eyes widened in surprise. Rather than the expected carriage, what stood before him was a rugged and intricately designed contraption, a hybrid of metal and wood. The main frame was crafted from sturdy oak, adorned with numerous brass and steel gears, rods, and pipes. 4 broad wooden wheels encased coarse metal hubs, connected by thick copper wires to a metal box studded with rivets. The rear of the vehicle featured a spacious cargo area. A pickup? Mori exclaimed in astonishment. Though its design diverged significantly from any vehicle he had known, the underlying concept bore notable similarities. What a ridiculous name! This is the latest invention of our great engineer from Steel Furnace, the lightning, self-propelled vehicle, Bakuf declared, slapping the vehicle's frame, producing a resonant thud, his face beaming with pride, evidently pleased by Mori's astonished expression. Is powered by electricity? What principle does it operate on? Mori inquired, circling the mechanical marvel with curiosity. Indeed, as for the principle, Bakov swung open the car door and leapt into the driver's seat, unveiling a metal box studded with rivets, gesturing for Mori to come closer. Peering inside, Mori beheld a fist-sized crystal, radiating a steady yellow-green glow. Electric fluorite, Bakov exclaimed, pointing at the vibrant crystal with a booming voice. Once charged, this precious gem can discharge electricity in a stable manner, powering the heart of our lightning-driven vehicle. Understanding dawned on Mori as he nodded thoughtfully. He had indeed heard of such material. Electric fluorite, a natural energy storage crystal, is extracted in the form of neat cubes. Lightning mages can channel their magical lightning to charge it, and once fully charged, it can release electrical currents stably. With the magnitude of the current solely dependent on the crystal's volume and shape, making it a natural battery. However, its application has not seen widespread adoption due to its significant limitations. It requires a lightning mage to charge it. Given the rarity of mages, and the even greater scarcity of lightning mages, the use of electric fluorite remains limited. Nonetheless, the ability to create the prototype of a vehicle powered by this material is a testament to the inventor's considerable skill. Impressive, Mori remarked with genuine admiration as he took a seat on a wooden bench cushioned with thick leather, surrounded by wrenches and oil cans. Bakov deftly maneuvered a few levers, and the vehicle erupted with a cacophony of gears grinding and metal scraping, shaking violently before surging forward. The clattering. This machine was several times faster than a horse-drawn carriage, yet the accompanying jostling made Mori feel as though he were riding an antiquated tractor. After a bumpy journey of nearly half a day, the two arrived at Stone Creek Town, heading directly towards the site of the former quarry. When the vehicle came to a halt, Mori rubbed his sore backside as he stepped out, only to be left agape by the sight before him. What had we stumbled upon? He wondered. This was no longer the abandoned quarry he had known. The clearing where he and Dane had once crafted a rudimentary kiln now boasted a brand new single-story building. Its walls displayed a uniform gray-white hue, with a slightly rough surface yet distinct edges. Looking up, Mori noticed a brand new wooden sign hanging at the entrance. Inscribed in the common tongue with bold letters, Grud Cement Factory. Blinking in disbelief, Mori thought, no wonder Brooke has been silent for a month. He has been up to something monumental. Just then, the heavy wooden door of the factory swung open, revealing Brooke's imposing figure at the threshold. Bakov, the noise from your vehicle is deafening. It could be heard from miles away. He exclaimed, Are you jealous of us? Bakov replied, crossing his arms and leaning against the vehicle, unperturbed. Upon seeing Mori, Brooke's face broke into a smile as he strode over, clapping Mori on the shoulder with his characteristic, heavy-handed warmth. Mori, we have finally been waiting for you. Come inside. I've encountered some issues that require our collaborative examination. Beside them, Bakafu's eyes widened in astonishment, and his thick beard bristled with surprise. Brooke, are you saying you intend to conduct research with this lad? Did you not mention that he has been enrolled for less than half a year? Brooke erupted into hearty laughter, gesturing toward the gray walls of the cement factory, his voice resonating like a bell. Did I not inform you? The materials used to construct this factory were invented by him. What? Bakafu abruptly turned his gaze toward Mori, his expression filled with shock and disbelief. Is it truly you who created this material? If Brooke's words were to be believed, he would have to reassess his attitude toward Mori. The dwarven race has always held a natural respect for individuals skilled in innovation, be they alchemists or artificers. Mori nodded. Indeed, I inadvertently created it while experimenting with spellcasting materials. Bakafu scrutinized Mori and then glanced at the sturdy concrete wall. After a moment of silence, he let out a heavy grunt, muttering, "That Brooke fellow should have mentioned this sooner." Chapter 40. Quality Issues Ignoring the Murmurs of the Dwarves. Brooke led Mori into the depths of the cement factory. A series of immense kilns, constructed from sturdy stone, stood in orderly formation, far more magnificent than the rudimentary earthen oven crafted by him and Dane. The air was oppressively warm, permeated by a distinctive scent of calcined stone and a delicate veil of dust. Several figures, clad in ochre robes, busied themselves maneuvering raw materials. Among them, a few appeared vaguely familiar to Mori, reminiscent of seniors he had encountered at the academy. It seemed he was not the only one conscripted into labor. Witnessing the scene, Mori felt an inexplicable sense of equilibrium wash over him. Brooke abruptly pulled Mori to the inner wall of the factory building, gesturing towards the surface with a furrowed brow. This material, while possessing numerous advantages, its hardness rivaling that of rock, also harbors significant flaws. For instance, observe here. Following Mori directed his gaze to the gray concrete wall, where certain sections indeed exhibited tiny pockmarks and depressions. In one area, the surface was riddled with a multitude of porous holes, resembling a honeycomb. Mori understood immediately. These were common quality issues associated with concrete: honeycombing, pitting, and voids. You see, Brooke elaborated before it fully solidifies. The earth-shaping technique can easily rectify its form and smooth over imperfections. However, once it hardens completely, any attempts to repair or alter its shape necessitate the use of at least a fourth-tier stone shaping spell. This presents a considerable obstacle should we wish to promote this material. We cannot expect every construction site to have a high-level earth mage on hand. Mori leaned in closer to scrutinize the defects, then tapped the adjacent flawless area with his finger, sensing the disparity in quality. The reasoning was straightforward. This was a consequence of insufficient vibration during the pouring process, resulting in trapped air bubbles. This is manageable. I have a potential solution, Mori nearly blurted out, then quickly reconsidered his position and amended his statement. I believe the issue lies in the concrete pouring. During production, the materials were not uniformly blended, leaving substantial amounts of air trapped within. Oh, Brooke mused for a moment, nodding in agreement. Your reasoning is quite sound, but how do we resolve it? The earth-shaping technique cannot expel all the air from within a mixture. Quite simply, through vibration. Mori snapped his fingers, confidence surging within him. Vibration? Brooke stroked his chin, his expression contemplative. One would need to apply consistent and rapid vibration while the concrete remains in its fluid state, utilizing external force to compact the mixture further and expel the air bubbles, thus preventing this issue. That makes sense. After a moment of reflection, Brooke nodded vigorously. Mori, you truly are a genius. This is the very knowledge we should have grasped on the first day of mixing. Mori responded with a wry smile, but Brooke mistook it for modesty. Consistent vibration. Brooke scratched his head, then abruptly turned to the dwarf, his voice booming. Bakov, go. Take Mori with you and fetch me a few goblins, alive. Goblins? Bakov's thick chestnut eyebrows twisted into a knot, and his small eyes were filled with bewilderment. What purpose did those green-skinned little creatures serve? Even for broth, they were too foul. He disdainfully curled his lip. Enough with the nonsense. Mori's idea is splendid. I need to procure some pestles. Hurry. Brooke impatiently waved his large hand, resembling a fan, adopting an attitude of urgency that brooked no questions. Mori was equally perplexed. What was the connection between pestles and goblins? Was Brooke planning to capture goblins for labor? Before he could inquire further, Bakov seized his arm. Come on, lad. The dwarf grumbled, clearly irritated. Brooke's thick-headed ideas are always unpredictable. However, capturing a few goblins is no trouble. I'll take you. His strength was astonishing, and fortunately, Mori was no weakling himself, allowing him to maintain his balance against the dwarf's tugging. Once outside, Bakov released his grip and pulled from his oil-stained leather armor a similarly greasy booklet. Mori recognized it. It was the Adventurer's Guide to Stone Creek. The dwarf's stubby fingers, slightly moist, flipped to the section on monster distribution. No fixed distribution points in the first 3 layers of the dungeon. That made sense. The guild and local adventurers tended to eliminate them on sight to prevent these creatures from wreaking havoc on the villagers' crops and livestock. Mori leaned in closer to observe the distribution map of monsters from levels 1 to 3 in the dungeon, and indeed, there were no markings for goblins. He pondered, shall we visit the guild? They are well informed and might have information on newly emerged nests, perhaps even a bounty quest. Goblins, or as they were often called, gremlins, were widely distributed across the continent and ranked among the most common low-level monsters. A solitary one posed minimal threat, easily dispatched by an average adult farmer. However, their inherently greedy and vile nature meant they seldom acted alone. In numbers, their audacity and destructive capability surged exponentially, pillaging, torturing passers-by, assaulting villages, and even small towns. Thus, many adventurers would take the opportunity to eliminate these creatures as they encountered them. Their reproductive capacity was quite remarkable, akin to an unquenchable wildfire, with stragglers inevitably escaping the dungeon to wreak havoc, which was why the guild consistently issued related quests. Bakov glanced up at the sky. The sun was nearing the horizon. Now, he scoffed, shaking his head. It was too late. Do not underestimate the number of novice adventurers. Such tasks are surely already claimed. He tucked the booklet away and patted the war hammer at his waist. Its square head and sharp edges conveyed a substantial heft. Let us head directly into the dungeon. It's vast, and there are bound to be some shadowy corners harboring undiscovered green-skinned wretches. After all, we are seasoned adventurers. Capturing a few goblins should be a simple task. He puffed out his chest, his thick beard proudly curling upward. Mole looked at the confident demeanor of the dwarf, and, recognizing his own need to enhance his combat skills through practical experience, nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall heed your counsel, Mr. Bakov. You may simply call me Bakov. The dwarf, with a hearty wave of his hand, set forth, his short yet robust legs propelling him toward the entrance of the dungeon. Along the way, the two engaged in light conversation, gradually becoming more acquainted. From their dialogue, it emerged that Bakov was a knight of the arcane, holding a profession level of 6. Mole recalled having heard of such a profession from Brooke. It belonged to the warrior class and transitioned at level 3. It was only upon his advancement that Bakov discovered his rare aptitude for lightning-based magic, leading him to select this particular branch of his profession. However, his magical prowess could hardly be deemed exceptional, as he was only capable of casting first-tier spells to this day. Chapter 41. Re-entering the dungeon by the way, Bakov. How did you come to know our mentor? Mori casually inquired during their journey. Bakov erupted into a hearty laugh. Oh, that was many years ago. At that time, Brooke had yet to take a position at the Mage Academy, and I had only recently departed from Steel Furnace. As he spoke, the dwarf lifted his gaze to the sky, a nostalgic expression gracing his features. We formed a temporary adventurers party back then, exploring several ruins and vanquishing a few oblivious monsters. That fellow was tough as nails and could hurl stones at foes. A rare blend of offense and defense in a mage. As for me, I delighted in transforming the monsters we defeated into exquisite dishes. He patted the large, sturdy, and polished black iron pot on his back. What? So that truly is a pot. I thought it was a shield, Mori remarked, his eyes drawn to the iron pot, his brow arching in surprise. He had harbored such suspicions and was pleasantly surprised to find them confirmed. It can serve as a shield as well. Bakov waved his hand dismissively. Brooke is one of the few humans who can appreciate my Bakov's special stew, which is why we get along so well. Unlike some elves, who are excessively finicky and refuse to even sample a bite. He curled his lip, seemingly critical of the culinary habits of the elven race. Mori suddenly understood. No wonder Brooke and Bakov were so familiar. They were both enthusiasts of monster cuisine. Thus, they continued their light-hearted banter as they entered the first level of the dungeon. As before, the surroundings grew dim, illuminated only by the glowing moss and mushrooms that emitted a ghostly blue light. The air was damp, imbued with the scent of earth and decaying vegetation. The two proceeded cautiously, their pace slowing with vigilance. This time, devoid of the intimidating presence of the white bear, Beaker, they encountered several waves of oblivious low-tier monsters, two blobs of caustic acid slimes, which Bakov crushed one by one with his hammer, sending juices splattering, and three hard-shelled beetles the size of wildcats, which Mori trapped with his clay manipulation, effortlessly dispatching them with his stone-throwing spell. The stone-throwing spell was the fourth cantrip Mori had learned to meet the requirements of his profession, one of the most common offensive cantrips for earth mages. The effect involved touching 1 to 3 small stones, infusing them with magical energy, allowing oneself or others to hurl them either barehanded or using a sling, inflicting additional damage with the thrown stones. Mori referred to it as the true stone-throwing magic. During his last visit to the dungeon, the monsters had either appeared in swarms or were of too high a level to be dealt with using the stone-throwing spell. This was the first time he had utilized this cantrip in actual combat. TCH, just a bunch of inconsequential creatures, Bakov remarked, shaking off the slime from his hammerhead, appearing somewhat disenchanted. Fortunately, we are here to hunt goblins. Well, that's true. However, there shouldn't be many goblins left on this level. Let us proceed to the next one. Agreed. As they journeyed onward, Mori made a point to keep a vigilant eye on his surroundings. The faint sensation of being watched that he had experienced last time had completely dissipated. It seemed the spider hatred effect from consuming spider legs had entirely worn off over time, which brought him a sense of relief. After descending to the second underground level, it was not long before Bakov suddenly crouched down, his robust fingers meticulously probing the thin layer of humus on the ground. He emitted a low nasal sound, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his small eyes. There was a footprint, large and broad, with splayed toes and an unmistakable foul odor. It was a bear goblin. Moreover, there was not just one. The bear goblin, neither a bear nor a true goblin, is a hefty cousin of the goblins, or kobolds. They possess long limbs covered in coarse fur, wedge-shaped ears, and sharp teeth. Frequently, they dwell in the company of ordinary goblins. Rising to his feet, Bakov gazed in the direction the footprint led, which extended towards a deep fork in the path. Let's follow it. Perhaps we might discover their makeshift camp, and with a stroke of luck, we could salvage some of their plunder for a bit of coin. Bakov's demeanor brightened with exhilaration as he gripped his warhammer tightly and quickly advanced along the trail. Mori trailed closely behind, his vigilance heightened. Although bear goblins are not particularly high in challenge level, being standard level 1 monstrosities, their tough hides and considerable strength could pose significant trouble if encountered in numbers. After tracking for about a quarter of an hour, faint sounds of combat reached their ears, mingled with roars and shrieks. Were adventurers engaged with them? The two hastened their pace, circumventing a massive stalagmite, and found themselves in a relatively open clearing amidst a forest of stalactites. 7 or 8 robust figures were surrounding a solitary figure, launching a frenzied assault. Indeed, it was the bear goblins. The one under siege, however, moved with remarkable agility, weaving between the swinging maces and claws of the bear goblins like a delicate butterfly flitting through flowers. In the dim light, Mori discerned that the individual possessed flowing silver hair and wielded a curved bow. She appeared to be a female ranger. Clearly, she was quite confident in her abilities to engage in close combat while maintaining such long hair. If a bear goblin were to seize her and slam her to the ground, she would undoubtedly find herself in dire straits. Mori mused inwardly. More were coming. Quickly dispatch that one. One of the bear goblins, noticing Mori and Bakov approaching, shouted loudly. At this, the bear goblins intensified their onslaught. A particularly large bear goblin roared fiercely, towering nearly 3 meters tall. Its muscles bulged, and its tusks protruded, marking it as the leader of this unruly band. It swung a massive club embedded with sharp stones, striking with a ferocious wind aimed directly at the ranger's position. Be careful. In that fleeting moment, Mori caught a glimpse of the ranger's face, revealing an exceptionally exquisite young woman. He had assumed that anyone brave enough to venture into the dungeon would be an experienced veteran like Hal, yet here stood someone remarkably youthful. The girl's silver-gray eyes were as calm as ice. Rather than attempting to withstand the blow, she executed an astonishingly risky maneuver, arching her body backward in a seemingly boneless fashion just as the colossal club descended, performing a daring roll close to the ground and narrowly avoiding this lethal strike. As the rolling came to an end, she sprang into action with remarkable force, narrowly evading an attack from another direction. In midair, the young girl's movements were fluid and unceasing. Her long legs shifted direction once more, propelling her to accurately strike the bear goblin chief during its post-attack recovery, landing a kick on its oversized face, which had sagged from exertion. A loud roar escaped the chief as it absorbed the blow, its massive form staggering back a step. Yet, the spectacle was far from over. Utilizing the momentum from her kick, the ranger girl's body sprang upwards like a coiled spring, executing a seamless and graceful backflip. In that instant, as her body inverted and her long hair danced in the air, she deftly drew an arrow from her quiver, knocked it onto the bowstring, and drew back the bow to a perfect crescent shape. With a swift release, the arrow shot forth like a silver streak of light, striking precisely into the gaping maw of the bear goblin chief, which had widened in agony and fury, piercing through to the back of its skull. Thud! The enormous body of the bear goblin chief swayed momentarily before crashing to the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air. This entire sequence flowed like a stream, leaving Mori utterly astounded, a surge of déjà vu washing over him. It evoked memories of a renowned hero from his past life, a player known by the title of God. Overwhelmed with genuine admiration, Mori exclaimed, "Wow, what an impressive rolling girl." His voice was soft, yet the young ranger, who was currently landing and stowing her bow, caught the sound with her keen ears. She abruptly turned her head, her silvery gray eyes instantly locking onto the source of the voice. Her expression was filled with disbelief, astonishment, and a blaze of anger, causing her finely featured face to flush slightly. Chapter 42. The Divided Battlefield. What did you say? The young ranger bit her silver teeth, enunciating each word with a chilling detachment akin to the biting winds of winter. This sudden surge of fury momentarily distracted her, allowing a nearby bear goblin to seize the opportunity and launch a surprise attack with its spiked mace. In a swift motion, the girl deftly dodged to the side, her agility enabling her to evade the wooden club that whistled past her shoulder, merely grazing a few strands of her silvery hair. Ha ha ha. Rolling Earth Hag. Kid, that nickname you've got. Ha ha ha. Absolutely brilliant. How could we not think of such a term? The dwarf Bakov not only refrained from lending a hand, but erupted in a thunderous laugh, tears nearly spilling from his eyes as his bushy beard quivered with mirth. Mori blinked in confusion. Did I do something wrong just now? I thought I merely offered a compliment. Oh wait, Mori realized, annoyance washing over him as he smacked his forehead. The ranger steadied herself, her chest heaving with indignation, clearly infuriated. She shot a fierce glare at Mori before redirecting her fiery gaze towards the still laughing dwarf. Bakov Copperbeard. Her voice rose an octave, commanding him to cease his laughter. Should you dare to laugh again, I shall pluck every hair from your beard for use as bowstrings. And you, she pointed at Mori, you ill-mannered wretch, you shall pay for this. Bakov stifled his laughter, yet a mischievous grin lingered on his face as he placed his hands on his hips, puffing out his chest. Oh, Romeo, I suppose with that attitude, you no longer require our assistance? Romeo, it seemed, was indeed the name of the young ranger. Evidently, they were already acquainted. Who needs your help? Romeo stomped her foot in frustration, knocking another arrow to her bow. However, faced with a renewed onslaught of bear goblins, she was forced to roll and evade once more. Though her movements remained agile, Mori noted a slight disarray in her breath, likely a consequence of his earlier remark, to offend a professional upon their first encounter. Mori sighed ruefully, sensing he had stirred a bit of trouble. He lowered his gaze to the dwarf beside him and tentatively proposed, "Perhaps we should offer our assistance? She seems overwhelmed." "Very well, on account of your request, I shall reluctantly stretch my limbs," Bakov proclaimed, a broad smile still gracing his face, though his eyes sharpened with focus. Before the words had fully left his lips, his sturdy form suddenly erupted with an unexpected swiftness, crouching low before launching himself into the air like a cannonball. Jumping slash! Bakov roared, his square war hammer cutting through the air with a heavy whoosh, harnessing the immense potential energy of his descent to strike down upon the nearest bear goblin, Romia. With a resounding crash, the unfortunate creature was struck down, its shoulder and skull collapsing under the force, its massive body thundering to the ground. Mori's eyebrows shot up in surprise. He hadn't anticipated Bakov employing a jumping slash. But then again, it was a common and practical combat technique. Meanwhile, Mori readied himself to cast a spell. Instinctively, he contemplated employing the art of earth manipulation to create a complex terrain and confine the remaining bear goblins. However, as the thought crossed his mind, he swiftly suppressed it. Large-scale alterations in the landscape would also hinder the movement of his allies, potentially leading to more harm than good. Fortunately, he had recently mastered a new second-tier spell. With haste, Mori reached into the small pouch at his waist and retrieved a specially crafted cloth bag, scattering its contents onto the ground. Subsequently, he removed his water pouch and poured the clear liquid onto the earth before him. Earthen wall, Mori intoned fervently, channeling the incantation and gestures in concert with the surging magic, the steel-reinforced staff striking the ground with a resounding thud. Boom! The magic, using the water he had poured and the mixed materials as a conduit, instantaneously connected with the broader earth beneath, accompanied by a subtle tremor and a peculiar sizzling sound. A robust, slightly coarse, but sharply defined gray-white earthen wall sprang forth from the ground. As the wall took shape, it attained considerable strength, effectively isolating the 3 bear goblins that were poised to pounce on Romia and Bakov on the opposite side. Success! This small bag was one of the fruits of his collaboration with Brook. They had improved upon the concrete wall spell. The current spell-casting materials included cement powder, gravel, and several salts, enabling the direct creation of sturdy walls. What fine wall! Bakov remarked, casting a glance at the rapidly solidifying concrete wall that exuded an aura of steadfastness akin to rock. With the pressure alleviated, he felt invigorated. Wielding his square hammer with vigor, engaging 2 remaining bear goblins in fierce combat, and with several powerful strikes, he shattered one's bones. Meanwhile, Romia finally freed herself from the onslaught, as a precise arrow found its mark, piercing the eye socket of one bear goblin and extinguishing its life. From beyond the wall came the sound of frenzied roars and the resounding thuds of ferocious impacts, likely the remaining 3 bear goblins attempting to breach the barrier with their spiked hammers. The wall trembled slightly, dust cascading down, yet it remained remarkably unyielding, impervious to their assault for the time being. Observing this, Mori felt a surge of eagerness to practice. He targeted another bear goblin that Bakov had pushed back, gathering his strength and raising his steel staff overhead. Mimicking Bakov's forceful technique, he twisted his torso sharply, channeling energy from the ground through his limbs. A downward strike. The heavy steel staff sliced through the air, accompanied by a whistling wind, and struck the bear goblin's back with tremendous force. A dull thud echoed as the creature clutched its mouth with one hand, swaying unsteadily before collapsing to the ground, its arm hanging limply, pinkish blood oozing from the corner of its mouth. Yet, there was no indication of an increase in proficiency. Nevertheless, Mori felt no regret. He speculated that the singular bear goblin posed insufficient threat to him, an unranked level 3 practitioner, to facilitate the advancement of his combat skills. "Ah, young man, you can perform that move too?" Bakov exclaimed, having dispatched the last bear goblin before him. He looked at Mori in astonishment, then at the iron staff in his hand. "Your style is rather unorthodox. Do mages learn this?" Mori shrugged in resignation. "It's a long story. My professional journey has encountered certain obstacles. Diverging from the conventional path of a mage, I must rely on mastering combat techniques to advance." Just then, a resounding crash echoed from beside me. After relentless pounding, a substantial breach was finally made in the concrete wall. 3 enraged bear goblins emerged, roaring ferociously. However, the sight that greeted them extinguished their ferocity in an instant. Their companions lay lifeless, while three figures coldly regarded them. Thinking of fleeing? As they turned to escape, I instinctively pursued them. If one was insufficient, perhaps three would suffice to accumulate the necessary proficiency. Whoosh! An arrow shot forth from an oblique angle, pinning one of the bear goblins to the ground. Well, the remaining two are not insurmountable. Stay right there. A voice, laced with fury, rang in my ears. They are not foolish. How could they heed your command? I scoffed. I was addressing you. In that moment, I felt a tight grip on my arm, ensnared by a slender, yet powerful hand. Chapter 43, Explanation. Mori turned around in astonishment, only to find himself face to face with Lomia, her silver-gray eyes ablaze with fury. At such close proximity, he beheld the visage of this youthful ranger for the first time. She stood half a head shorter than him, her features exquisitely refined, with cascading silver-white hair that shimmered with a cool luminescence like a waterfall woven from moonlight, revealing a pair of elegantly pointed ears. An elf? Mori's brow arched as he reassessed the girl before him. She possessed a tall, slender figure, clad in a hunter's garb of deep green that accentuated her graceful silhouette. Truly, she was an elf. The disparity in their physical forms was as stark as day and night compared to an ordinary human like himself. What you just said. Lomia fixed her gaze upon Mori, enunciating each word with a coldness that concealed her indignation. What does rolling on the ground like a hag mean? It was evident that she was deeply perturbed by the crude epithet, unable to accept such a coarse description. Ah, how could I have forgotten that detail? Mori faltered, his gaze darting about as his thoughts raced like lightning. Answer me. Look into my eyes. The elven maiden's furious countenance drew nearer. With a flicker of inspiration, Mori hastily concocted a response. Esteemed elf maiden, he endeavored to adopt an expression of sincerity and innocence. I truly apologize. I did not mean to offend. It is like this. He took a deep breath, quickening his pace of speech. When I was a child, I often played at the village entrance and once heard a wandering bard recount tales of a legendary ranger hero from a distant western kingdom who bore this title. That hero was renowned for his dazzling acrobatic maneuvers akin to a falcon skimming the ground, his movements as swift as lightning, both fierce and elegant. I have long admired this technique, dreaming of mastering it myself, which is why I, as a mage, sought to learn martial skills. Mori met her gaze with earnest and unwavering conviction, nearly convincing himself of his own fabrication. Your evasion of the bear goblin chief was executed with such fluidity, and that counterattack, propelled by your agility, was a sight to behold, perfectly mirroring the bard's description. Witnessing your series of moves was so impressive that I momentarily lost my wits, leading to my thoughtless words. I sincerely apologize for any offense caused. Mori inclined his head slightly, his words heartfelt. Lomia was momentarily taken aback by Mori's lengthy explanation, the fire in her silver-gray eyes dissipating, replaced by skepticism and confusion. She extended a delicate finger to her chin, displaying a contemplative expression. A legendary ranger from a western kingdom? I do not recall hearing such a tale. Though every bard's story is peculiar, it is not unusual to be unaware of some. She scrutinized Mori with suspicion, searching for any signs of deceit upon his countenance. Yet, Mori's expression was masterfully controlled. His eyes remained steadfast, exuding a remarkable sincerity. Is that truly the case? Lomia's tone had noticeably softened, although still tinged with skepticism. Her fury had dissipated significantly. The other party spoke earnestly, offering a heartfelt apology interspersed with casual compliments. Indeed, they were quite effective. She huffed, releasing her grip on Mori while turning her face away, her pointed ears seemingly flushed with a barely perceptible blush. Even so, that appellation was far too unpleasant. It must not be uttered again. She paused, perhaps feeling that her swift change in attitude was somewhat undignified, and added in a tone that carried a hint of condescension. As for your desire to learn that rolling combat technique, Hichem, we shall see how you perform in the future. I might consider teaching you. Oh, I would be immensely grateful if the opportunity arises. I shall certainly endeavor to master it. Phew! Mori internally exhaled in relief, sensing that the other party had accepted this approach. Your persuasion check has passed with resounding success. The translucent text did not materialize. This was merely Mori's own imagination. Ha ha ha. Beside them, Bakov had been suppressing laughter while watching the scene unfold. And at that moment, he could no longer contain himself, bursting into hearty laughter as he slapped his thigh, pointing at Lomia, rolling granny. Regardless of where this title originated, it suits you perfectly. Bakov. Lomia's previously softened expression instantly turned crimson once more as she abruptly faced the dwarf, her voice rising in pitch. Is that how you speak to your elders? I cradled you in my arms when you were a child. She placed her hands on her hips, her silver hair fluttering as if in a breeze, exuding an imposing demeanor. Bakov's laughter ceased abruptly, as though a rooster had its throat grasped. His weathered, bearded face turned a shade akin to liver, and he opened his mouth, yet not a word escaped, revealing a mixture of embarrassment and the chagrin of having his past unveiled. Huh. Mori glanced between the furious Lomia, who appeared to be no more than 17 or 18 years of age, and the awkward, bearded dwarf Bakov, blinking in confusion. Is this for real? Regaining her composure, Lomia raised her chin, speaking with the inherent superiority of her elven lineage. Of course it is true. This impolite dwarf is only 46 years old. When his parents brought him to our elven realm, he was merely a crawling little brat. I truly held him in my arms. One of his ancestors, a clan leader, was sworn brothers with my grandfather, so by that reckoning, he is my many great-grandson. Mori twitched at the corner of his mouth. He was beginning to doubt whether his earlier remarks had truly appeased this elder. So what? Bakov finally regained his voice, shouting with the stubbornness and indignation characteristic of dwarves. For dwarves, 30 years old is the pinnacle of manhood. Unlike certain elves, who after all these years are still developing and have yet to reach adulthood. Huh, is that so? Mori stroked his chin. Truly, elves mature at a remarkably young age. You, Lomia seethed. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, she feigned a sense of resignation and shook her head, saying, recently, I learned a few phrases of Eastern colloquialisms from an ancient text, one of which is to make a long story short, and it fits perfectly here. To make a long story short? How is that applicable? Upon hearing this, Mori was utterly perplexed. Well said. In her heart, Lomia gave Mori a thumbs up, finding him increasingly agreeable. The essence of this colloquialism suggests that when a tall elf's words emerge from the mouth of a dwarf, they lose their original flavor, implying that a dwarf cannot produce ivory. Mori was left in a state of confusion. Oh, come on. Which ancient text could possibly offer such an interpretation? Chapter 44. Colloquialisms. Upon hearing the words, the diminutive figure huffed and puffed, clearly deliberating how to retort. This impasse seemed endless. Observing the tense standoff, Mori felt as though his head might burst from the pressure. He swiftly stepped forward, positioning himself between the two, raising his hands in a placating gesture. Stop, please. Both of you, temper your tempers. We have pressing matters at hand. We have just overlooked 2 bear goblins. If we do not pursue them at once, they shall elude us. Despite the commotion stirred by Romia, Mori harbored little hope of catching up to their quarry. Nonetheless, allowing their quarrel to persist was not a viable solution. The elfin maiden scoffed. Just them? They shan't escape. Her slender fingers casually caressed the hilt of her short blade at her waist and the sleek longbow upon her back, as a fleeting shimmer of magical energy coursed through her fingertips. I have already marked them with the hunter's mark. They remain within my tracking range, and they shall find no refuge. Hunter's mark? Mori recalled this spell from his general studies, recognizing it as a hallmark of the ranger's repertoire. He glanced at Romia's archaic short blade and the elegantly crafted longbow, casually inquiring, Romia, might I ask if you are a hunter by trade? This form of address seemed to please the elfin maiden, who cast a sidelong glance at Mori, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Incorrect. I am a shadow stalker. Both hunters and shadow stalkers belong to distinct branches of the ranger class. Oh, I see. Mori nodded, pondering this revelation, as it was his first encounter with rangers, and his understanding of the profession was limited. Ah, so you are a novice in the field? Indeed, Mori affirmed. I lack experience and hope to receive guidance from you. Esteemed elder. Of course, Romia replied, her mood brightening unexpectedly. "You're Mori, correct? How did you come to associate with this short fellow?" She had overheard the dwarf's earlier conversation with Mori and had committed his name to memory. "Yes, I am Mori. I came here with Elder Bakov too." Mori began to explain, but before he could elaborate, Bakov stepped forward, his voice gruff and intrusive. "Mori is a pupil of that fellow Brook. His mind is quite agile, even capable of optimizing spells. That sturdy wall we encountered earlier was his modified version of the Earth Wall spell." "Is that so?" Romia's silvery gray eyes sparkled with surprise as she appraised Mori anew. The wall that had instantaneously formed, impervious enough to thwart the bear goblins, had indeed left a lasting impression on her. "Just a minor achievement," Mori replied with a wry smile, waving his hand dismissively. "I suggest we prioritize finding the bear goblins. Shall we?" "Wait a moment." Bakov crouched down, scavenging weapons from the fallen bear goblins. "Even the smallest mosquito is still meat," the dwarf muttered, deftly binding the rather insignificant yet weighty spoils with a leather strap, slinging them onto his back, the heavy load causing his steps to grow somewhat heavier. Witnessing this scene, Mori experienced a moment of enlightenment. He recalled that the adventurer's manual had indeed mentioned that certain weapons wielded by monsters in the dungeon could be sold for coin. Some of these weapons were originally from the dungeon, while others had been scavenged from the unfortunate corpses of adventurers. The items before him likely belonged to the latter category. Move swiftly. Lomia finally redirected her focus to the mark she sensed. Those two fools were running quite briskly. "Follow me." Her form shifted subtly, seemingly merging into the shadows at the edge of the passage, her steps as light as a nocturnal feline. Had it not been for Mori's vigilant watch over her movements, it would have been nearly impossible to discern her lithe silhouette, which blended seamlessly with the surrounding hues. Bakov, burdened by the hefty weapon pack, thudded along, soon lagging behind slightly. "Hey, you two, wait up. Are you in such a hurry to meet your demise?" The dwarf shouted, rummaging through his leather armor's pocket to retrieve a tome. Hearing his voice, Lomia slowed her pace, glancing back, her pointed ears twitching slightly in the dim light. "Is it a new grudge book you've opened? Was the last one filled?" "Nonsense. This is the adventurer's manual. The previous one was filled with culinary notes on monsters," Bakov retorted, furiously flipping through the pages by the faint light of the moss. "I need to see the map, lest we lose our way. TCH, what is the point of studying strategies? Exploring the dungeon is all about experiencing the unknown thrills. It's the freshness that defines adventure." The elven girl rolled her eyes. "You know nothing." Bakov huffed, his beard bristling with indignation. "This is called being prepared. Your reckless nature will eventually lead to dire consequences. And then, do not come crying to me for rescue." "Humph, that day will never come." Lomia scoffed dismissively. She turned her silver-gray gaze towards Mori. "Hey, Mori, since you are a mage, aren't you particularly interested in ancient texts and manuscripts?" Mori paused, slightly taken aback. I suppose so. I have read some books from the Academy's library." He found himself somewhat puzzled by her intentions. "Excellent." Lomia's lips curled into a sly smile. "Perfect timing. I shall tell you about the ancient text I perused. It contains a colloquialism, short-sightedness, and superficiality." "Short-sightedness and superficiality?" "Precisely." Lomia nodded earnestly, her voice clear. "It refers to the dwarves' limited perspectives and their meager discernment of right and wrong, which are rather shallow and unworthy of serious consideration. It serves as a warning that we should merely listen to what dwarves say, but never take it to heart," she concluded, casting a triumphant glance at Bakov. Mori felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, instinctively looking towards Bakov. Surprisingly, this time Bakov did not erupt in fury as he had before, instead shaking his head in resignation. "Forget it, it's not worth my time. I shan't stoop to the level of such triviality." Upon hearing this, Lomia shot a venomous glare at Mori, the instigator of this exchange. A shiver ran down Mori's spine, prompting him to adopt the most innocent expression he could muster. "Would you feel better if I apologized once more?" Upon witnessing Mori's demeanor, Lomia could only stomp her foot in frustration. "Let us disregard him. I shall teach you another colloquial expression. Abandon the short and embrace the tall." She intentionally raised her voice to ensure Bakov could hear her. The implication was clear. A wise individual should forsake the lesser and choose to ally with the more formidable elves. Just as Bakov prepared to retort, the elven maiden suddenly stiffened, raising a slender finger to her lips. Shoo! The corridor, once filled with a relaxed atmosphere, fell into an immediate silence. Lomia crouched down, straining her ears, her silver-gray eyes glinting with sharp intensity in the dim light. After a few moments, she whispered, "I have detected the presence of those two bear goblins. Their lair lies just ahead." Chapter 45. Extermination. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Mori and Bakov immediately fell silent, striving to stifle their breaths, their forms hunching low. "Do not move. I shall investigate the situation first," Lomia declared, seamlessly merging with the shadows as she stealthily advanced along the rock face. She halted at a corner, peering cautiously for a moment before vanishing silently into the darkness of the cave's entrance, her presence completely erased. Time seemed to freeze. Mori held his breath, straining to hear the heavy panting and the goblin's high-pitched, incomprehensible chattering echoing faintly from the depths of the cave. Moments later, Lomia's figure reemerged at the cave's mouth, appearing like a wraith. Inside, alongside the two bear goblins, there was a large goblin and approximately 10 ordinary goblins. Her voice was barely a whisper, her words tumbling out swiftly. The large goblin, a variant of its kind, was of a size between the ordinary and the bear goblins. It appeared to be a spellcaster, stationed near a stone platform deeper within, resembling a leader that needed to be prioritized for elimination. I have discerned the layout. There are not many traps. Just a few tripwires at the entrance, all of which I have dealt with. As a ranger, she possessed the second-tier spell for detecting traps, making her quite adept at such tasks. The three quickly conferred, and a simple strategy took shape in an instant. Lomia would leverage her stealth to ambush the most threatening large goblin leader. Bakov would charge in head-on, drawing the attention and suppressing the remaining bear goblins and ordinary goblins. And Mori would serve as a supportive presence, waiting for an opportune moment to assist. "Ready to strike," Lomia announced. She slipped back into the cave, with the dwarf closely following, while Mori brought up the rear. The cave's interior was shrouded in darkness, forcing Mori to strain his eyes to discern nearby shapes, while the movements of the goblins in the distance remained obscured. Yet, Lomia and Bakov moved with remarkable agility, seemingly unaffected by the gloom. I nearly forgot that dwarves and elves possess innate racial talents," Mori mused. Regardless of the elf or dwarf lineage, they are naturally endowed with dark vision, granting them extraordinary sight in darkness and dim light. Suddenly, he faltered in his steps, nearly colliding with Bakov, who had inexplicably halted. Upon closer inspection, he saw the elven maiden at the forefront, drawing her bowstring taut, the bow itself slowly bending under tension. "Combat technique, folie d'Ronbo." A muted, sharp gasp resonated from the depths of the cave, swiftly followed by a roar of anger and shock. Clearly, the arrow had struck true. "It's our turn," Bakov bellowed, igniting like a powder keg, his stout frame unleashing a tremendous force as he barreled into the cave. He hurled his heavy weapon pack at a bear goblin that had just regained its wits from the surprise, seizing the opportunity as the weighty head of his war hammer descended with a whistling rush. What? The dwarf hadn't even unloaded that bundle of spoils beforehand, Mori thought in astonishment. Upon landing, the dwarf wasted no time. His warhammer whirled and swept through the air like a windmill, sending several shrieking goblins flying as if they were mere refuse, bones shattered and sinews torn. My word, it resembled the form of Garen in his dwarven guise. A fleeting thought crossed my mind as Mori charged into the cavern alongside him. 4 goblins, wailing, circled around Bakov and lunged at him. Mori's gaze sharpened, and with a forceful thrust of his steel staff, the ground trembled. Vibrations rippled outward, causing the goblins to stagger and collapse onto the earth. One opportunity. With a leap, Mori soared into the air, his staff descending like a meteor, obliterating one goblin into a gruesome paste. The remaining 3 goblins, still struggling to rise, beheld the horrific fate of their comrade. 2 of them appeared utterly terrified, turning to flee. Mori, unwilling to let them escape, swung his staff with a heavy whistle, the end of it crashing down upon one goblin's back, shattering its spine and sending it rolling like a rag doll. The nearest goblin, with a fierce glare, brandished a dagger in defiance, only to be swiftly kicked to the ground by Mori, rendering it unconscious. Ultimately, only one goblin managed to stagger a few paces away. Magic stone technique. Mori deftly flicked his hand, seizing a jagged rock, imbuing it with arcane energy. With a vigorous motion, he propelled the stone, which whistled sharply through the air, striking the goblin's head with a resounding thud, splitting it open. The thrill of battle. Meanwhile, the skirmish on the other side of the cavern was drawing to a close. Bakov charged through like a berserk chariot, leaving a trail of goblin corpses in his wake, ultimately slaying the last two bear goblins. Lomia was equally proactive, dispatching several goblins attempting to ambush her. Once the situation stabilized, she wiped her short blade on a corpse to remove the blood, then approached the gravely injured goblin chief, expressionless as she delivered a final blow to end its suffering. The battle concluded with decisive efficiency, a heavy stench of blood mingling with the characteristic foul odor of goblins wafting through the air. Wait, I recall Brooke instructing us to capture two alive. Bakov scratched his head after reshouldering the bundle of weapons. They're indeed live ones. Mori pointed to the goblin he had knocked unconscious. There's another one over there, temporarily out cold, Lomia added. That's good, the dwarf sighed in relief. Mori retrieved a rope from his backpack, securely binding the two unconscious goblins. After a moment's thought, he tied the other end to the tip of his steel staff, hoisting the two goblins like a burden. The weight of the heavy staff, combined with the struggling captives, was considerable. Yet Mori managed the load with relative ease given his current strength. Next came the customary post-battle procedure, delivering final blows and collecting proof. The Adventurers Guild had explicitly stated that for goblin-type creatures, severing the left ear sufficed as evidence of extermination. Although the bounty for eliminating goblins in the dungeon paled in comparison to that of other quests, amounting to only a fifth of the reward, it was better than nothing. The trio worked swiftly, soon amassing a small pouch filled with ears that emanated a peculiar odor. Another essential task is the scavenging of spoils. Unlike in games where vanquishing monsters results in the automatic drop of coins, equipment, or treasure chests, the reality of collecting loot is far more cumbersome. One must meticulously search each pocket of the fallen and thoroughly comb through the entire lair. In this endeavor, Mori, participating for the first time, was filled with enthusiasm. He ignited a torch and summoned a mage hand to conduct a comprehensive search of the cave. However, his efficiency paled in comparison to that of the dwarves endowed with dark vision, and Lomia, who employed a second circle spell to detect traps. The goblin den was filthy and chaotic, strewn with refuse and other sordid detritus. Before long, the elven maiden discovered a small box wrapped in tattered cloth in a relatively clean corner. Quick, let us open it. Inside lay dozens of coins of various designs, a small pile of uncut, colorful gemstones, and several earrings adorned with jewels. Most of these gems were unfamiliar to Mori, who could only vaguely identify a few, including several pigeon egg-sized, well-cut, pale yellow transparent cubes, similar to the energy source of Bakov's self-propelled vehicle, electric fluorite. Chapter 46. The bow of shattered rocks. To think that goblins would also take pleasure in collecting such items, Mori mused in astonishment. If we sell all these, we might just gather 100 gold coins. They do not collect for pleasure, but rather. Lomia's voice fell to a somber tone, filled with a palpable weight. Sigh, come see for yourself. The elven maiden beckoned Mori to her side. What? Mori manipulated the mage hand to move the torch, revealing a scene that rendered him speechless. Deeper within the cave, in a fetid pit exuding a noxious odor, lay several human remains, grotesquely decayed and gnawed beyond recognition, alongside shards of filthy celadon. The atmosphere within the cave grew heavy with despair. This is precisely why we must eradicate goblins whenever possible, Lomia whispered. Mori swallowed hard, intending to articulate something, yet words failed him, and he merely sighed. The earnings of adventurers indeed surpass those of ordinary folk, yet they come at a price. Opportunity is invariably entwined with risk. Every quest harbors the potential for unforeseen calamities. Bakov stepped forward in silence, gingerly picking up the celadon shards with a tattered cloth, wiping off the filth before stowing them in his satchel. These were identity tags belonging to the lowest tier of adventurers, the celadon rank. Most of these adventurers are fresh out of training, perhaps even lacking a formal vocation. Honestly, if they are merely at the celadon level, they ought not to venture into the second level of the underground. Lomia's tone grew irritable as she kicked a stone at her feet far away. Perhaps they lost their way. The dwarf's voice had lowered significantly, tinged with a hint of lament. Let us depart. The guild will send personnel to handle this and will notify their families or affiliated groups. Moray felt a tumult of emotions. He recalled the few silver coins he had paid during registration, which had felt burdensome at the time, yet now seemed a trivial amount. Maintaining the guild's operations, managing aftermaths, and issuing quests is indeed no trivial feat. Let us go. Lingering in this cursed place brings nothing but misfortune. Bakov composed himself, shouldering the newly filled spoils, and led the way out of the cave, with Lomia following silently. Moray cast one last glance at the pit, sighed, and lifted his steel staff, which bore 2 captured goblins, trailing behind the 2 as they exited the fetid cavern. Outside, the damp and chilly air of the underground passage felt remarkably refreshing. The trio, with their captives and spoils in tow, retraced their steps. See, this is the fate of those who flail about like headless flies. The dwarf spoke first. Unexpectedly, Lomia refrained from retorting. An air of silence enveloped them. After a moment, Moray broke the stillness. Lomia, how did you manage to attract so many bear goblins? With your skills, you shouldn't have been encircled by them, should you? At his words, Lomia's expression soured instantly. Don't mention it. It infuriates me. I was initially tracking a rare fluorescent moth when, upon passing through a stone forest, I encountered a group of adventurers. Their professional levels appeared to be merely 1 or 2, and they were being relentlessly pursued by several bear goblins, crying out in desperation. With a sudden impulse, or rather, moved by a sense of justice, I casually shot a few arrows, bringing down the 2 bear goblins at the forefront in an attempt to assist them. To my astonishment, the spineless rascals, seeing that I had drawn the goblins' attention, fled without a backward glance. To make matters worse, 3 more emerged from a side path, surrounding me. Nonetheless, even without your arrival, I would have been able to extricate myself. I could leisurely traverse the first 3 levels of such a dungeon alone. As if recalling something, she hastily added. The dwarf scoffed. After all these years, you still haven't changed your meddlesome ways. What does it matter to you? If you want to interfere, just do it. Lomia rolled her eyes. Fine then. Bakov shrugged, acknowledging some growth in her character, as she had not tarnished the reputation of our Shatterstone Bow team. He did not dispute her claim. Shatterstone Bow? Maury caught hold of this unfamiliar name. Ah, that was the name of our former adventuring party, Lomia replied, a hint of nostalgia in her expression. Over a decade ago, this dwarf, Brooke, and a halfling rogue named Quickfootfin formed a team and muddled through for nearly a year. And then? Maury asked, regretting it almost immediately. The dissolution of most adventuring parties is often accompanied by unpleasant memories. If it's inconvenient to discuss, just let it be. It's nothing inconvenient. Lomia waved her hand dismissively. My family sent word that my cousin is getting married, summoning me home. But instead, that scoundrel of a father locked me away in the forest for years of intense training. I only managed to escape recently after finally breaking through the high-level threshold. Serves you right, Bakov said with a sense of schadenfreude. Previously, you deceived us into believing you had come of age, yet it turns out you sneaked away. Lomia turned to Maury. Maury, let me share with you a colloquialism from that ancient tome, which goes, "That's enough." The dwarf interjected sharply, then explained to Maury. After she left last time, Brooke felt his professional level was insufficient and chose to return to the academy for further training. The 2 of us found it uninteresting and simply disbanded. So it wasn't the glitch of a party breakup. Maury sighed in relief. I see. Lomia stretched languidly, her silver hair flowing in the dim light. In just a few days since I set out, I fortuitously encountered this dwarf, who informed me that Brooke was serving as a mentor nearby and that there was a decent-sized dungeon close by. so we decided to come and explore. Yet, that Brook is always holed up in that dreary factory, tinkering with something called cement. For a week since our arrival, I've been working for him without pay. Bakov grumbled indignantly. As they spoke, the three had exited the dungeon's entrance, once again basking in the dim twilight of the evening sky. The dwarves led the way, swiftly returning to the Grud cement factory. Brook's imposing figure obstructed the entrance, his gaze immediately fixating on the two goblins that Mori had skewered with rebar. Splendid work. These are the ones. Brook's voice brimmed with eager excitement as he rubbed his fan-like hands together and stepped forward to receive them. We shall commence the experiment post-haste. I have a brilliant idea. However, Bakov interrupted with a thunderous roar, forcefully discarding his heavy weapon onto the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Look at the time. What the hell is it? An experiment? What nonsense? We've assisted you all day, even delving into the underground to slay a heap of foul-smelling greenskins, and you can't even bother to provide us with a meal? This was the first time Romia found herself in agreement with the dwarves. Well said. Mori silently gave them a thumbs up. Brook was momentarily taken aback by the outburst, instinctively patting his bald head, glancing at Mori and Romia, before finally realizing his oversight, awkwardly scratching his head. Indeed, I was too hasty. Come, I shall treat you. To the Wildfire Tavern in town, we shan't return until inebriated. Chapter 47. Dispute in the bustling tavern of Shershi Town. The familiar cacophony enveloped the atmosphere as the door swung open, releasing a medley of aromas, malt, roasted meat, and perspiration. As Brook and his companions entered, an unusual hush fell over the establishment for several moments. Countless pairs of eyes converged upon them, filled with curiosity, astonishment, and even a hint of trepidation. Brook's imposing figure naturally drew attention, and the exquisite beauty of the elf at his side heightened the intrigue. Even more remarkable was the presence of a dwarf among them, a rarity given the historical animosity between dwarves and elves. In contrast, Mori, the ordinary human, appeared rather unremarkable. Yet his inclusion in such an extraordinary assembly should not be underestimated. Hey, stop staring. An old adventurer recognized Brook and whispered to his companion at the table. That giant is a high-ranking earth mage from Connaught City. Anyone accompanying him is likely a high-tier professional as well. Most patrons discreetly averted their gaze, returning their focus to their drinks and meals, gradually restoring the tavern's original ambience. Only a few newcomers continued to steal glances, particularly at Romia, their expressions alive with admiration and curiosity. Brook, evidently accustomed to such attention, strode directly to the tavern owner and casually requested a quiet private room. The quartet was soon led to a relatively secluded chamber on the second floor. Chill beer. Bring us 3 pitchers. No, 4. The coldest you have. Bakar jumped up, plopping onto a high stool, thumping the table as if to release the pent-up frustration accumulated in the dungeons. Romia, with graceful poise, took a seat opposite Bakar and offered a subtle smile to the bartender. A glass of white wine from the Moonlight Forest, please. And the menu. Brook settled beside the dwarf, his massive frame nearly occupying one entire side of the bench. I'll have this. And also, this Mori had intended to sit beside his mentor to discuss patent documents, but now found himself seated next to Romia. The bartender soon delivered the frosty pitchers of beer, their tops crowned with snowy foam, while Romia's crystal-clear goblet brimmed with pale, golden-white wine, accompanied by several small plates of appetizers. Eagerly, Bakar lifted a pitcher nearly as large as his head and gulped down a hearty mouthful, releasing a satisfied belch. Now, this is living. Cheers. Brook raised his glass to clink with the dwarfess, both indulging in beer. Meanwhile, Romia elegantly lifted her goblet, taking a delicate sip, her silver-gray eyes narrowing slightly in contemplation. Setting down her glass, she surveyed Brook and Bakar, her gaze finally resting on Mori, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of her lips. Hey, Mori. Mori looked up, puzzled by her intent. Surely, this elf was attempting to coax him into drinking? He harbored a strong aversion to the drinking culture from his past life on construction sites, leading him to abstain from alcohol entirely. During a previous gathering at the tavern with Dane and Afarna, He had never partaken in alcoholic beverages. Fortunately, Lomia had no such intentions. Instead, she swirled the wine glass in her hand, the pale golden liquid tracing elegant arcs along the rim. "Do you know why the dwarves favor beer over wine?" she inquired. Mori paused for a moment, hypothesizing perhaps it is because their homeland abounds in wheat. Incorrect. Lomia gently shook her head, a mischievous expression gracing her face. Leaning slightly forward, she lowered her voice as if sharing a monumental secret, yet loud enough for the boisterous Bakov to overhear. Because the grapevines are simply too high for them. Suddenly, the room erupted into a cacophony of violent coughing and spluttering. Bakov, having just gulped down a mouthful of beer, turned beet red, beer foam spraying from his nostrils as he indignantly gestured at Lomia, his copper beard trembling uncontrollably. "Cough! Cough, Mori! Keep your distance from this rolling hag." I knew she couldn't come up with anything good. The elven maiden shot a sidelong glance at the ceiling and let out a soft whistle. "Cough, ha ha!" Brooke stifled his laughter, wiping his mouth with his sleeve. "Lomia, your verbal prowess has certainly flourished this time. I recall when you two would bicker daily, with Bakov always coming out on top, yet now the tables have turned." Mori suddenly understood. No wonder Lomia had been so intent on teasing the dwarves. There was a historical context to it. "Flattery, flattery," Lomia replied, crossing her arms and puffing out her chest. "Do you think I've spent these years idly? I've been diligently studying the grand compendium of dwarven jokes." This elf truly harbored a grudge. Mori felt a flush of embarrassment. Earlier, Lomia had claimed that her encounter with Bakov was purely coincidental, but upon reflection, it seemed far from simple. How could such a thing exist? Who concocted that nonsense? Bakov's eyes were ablaze with fury. "It was bequeathed by your ancestors," the elf retorted. "Impossible. Oh, those tomes of animosity left by your forebears, viewed from another perspective, are nothing but a grand compendium of dwarven jokes," Lomia declared triumphantly. "You." The dwarven visage flushed crimson under the influence of alcohol as he raised his fist. "If you continue like this, I shall take serious action. Come on, who fears you? Leap up and strike my knee." Stop, you two settle down," Brooke interjected, observing the escalating tension between the two with a sense of exasperation, feeling as though his temples were throbbing. He raised his large hands to intervene. "I say, you two, aren't you both of an age where you should be more mature? Together, you're nearly 200 years old, yet you squabble like children, letting the younger generation witness this folly." As he spoke, he gestured with his eyes towards Mori, who sat quietly sipping lemonade, striving to minimize his presence. However, Lomia cheekily stuck out her tongue. "Hey, Brooke, I'm also a younger generation. I won't officially reach adulthood for another couple of years." Upon hearing this, Mori felt a pang of envy. For humans, even in the absence of illness, their lifespan barely extends beyond a century. Only a select few, either exceptionally gifted or endowed with extraordinary perseverance, can surpass the 13th rank in their profession and attain the extraordinary status of a transcendent practitioner, thereby extending their lifespan beyond its natural limits, though seldom exceeding 3 centuries. In contrast, even ordinary elves, devoid of any professional rank, can effortlessly surpass a millennium in lifespan, barring unforeseen circumstances. "Preposterous," Barkov exclaimed. "You certainly did not express such sentiments in the dungeon moments ago. Back then, you were masquerading as an elder, and now you feign youth." Lomias remained unfazed, taking a delicate sip of white wine, and replied leisurely, "There is no contradiction, indeed. I can serve as a diminutive elder without having reached adulthood." Barkov rolled his eyes, took a hearty gulp of beer, and retorted with a hint of sarcasm. "Ah, living long truly is remarkable." Lomias set down her glass, her hands gracefully folded upon the table, leaning slightly forward, and bestowed upon Barkov a smile imbued with elven restraint yet exasperatingly charming. "I apologize," she elongated her words. "It is indeed quite admirable to live long." "You." "Enough. Silence," Brooke interjected, glaring as he forcefully struck the table. "While you bicker, could you not consider the sentiments of us mere humans nearby? Huh? Let us not even mention Lomias. You dwarves can live 2 to 3 centuries as well. In a few decades, I shall be buried in the earth, and you shall remain largely unchanged." Brooke's words doused the room's tension like cold water, and the atmosphere grew momentarily somber. Lomias parted her lips, gazing at Brooke's visage, which indeed bore the marks of time compared to a decade ago, then glanced at the youthful Mori and quietly lowered her head. "I am truly sorry." "Very well, very well." The dwarf rubbed his chestnut-hued beard, lifting his beer mug anew. "Let us abandon such topics and indulge in our libations. Cheers!" The four raised their glasses, and the atmosphere gradually restored its warmth. Chapter 48. Electrotherapy. "It seems I must expedite my ascent in levels," thought Mori, who had risen early. The seemingly casual banter between Romia and Bakov at last night's gathering had awakened a realization within him. Mori gazed at his outstretched palm, its knuckles roughened from long hours gripping the steel staff. The lines etched into Brooke's face starkly contrasted with the prolonged lifespans of elves and dwarves, appearing painfully pronounced. In a world imbued with magic, living for less than a century feels woefully inadequate. One ought to aspire to live for 2 or 3 centuries at the very least. Reaching the 13th level is the threshold to transcending the limits of human lifespan. This goal, however, appears daunting for Mori, who is currently only at level 3. Furthermore, he has yet to complete his job transition, hindered by his proficiency in combat skills. Thus, his immediate priority is to swiftly upgrade his combat techniques, enabling him to successfully transition and subsequently elevate his levels. Time is of the essence, and the task is formidable. With a sigh, Mori rose and pushed open the door to his room, making his way to the communal washroom. They had opted to rest in the second-floor lodgings of the Wildfire Tavern, the finest establishment in the town, albeit at a steep cost of 10 silver coins per night. This amount was equivalent to the wages he earned working 2 days as a mage apprentice when he first arrived in Shershi Town. The four of them had booked 4 rooms, spending a total of 2 gold coins. It is worth noting that the ordinary inn he previously shared with Dane charged only 2 silver coins per room, while Dane's staff, of merely average quality, was valued at 4 gold coins. However, there is a reason for the high prices. The accommodation at the Wildfire Tavern is markedly more comfortable than the humble inn they had previously shared. Nonetheless, from Mori's discerning perspective, the tavern's lodgings still seemed rather ordinary, lacking even private bathrooms. After completing his morning rituals, Mori knocked on the door of his mentor Brooke's room. Yet, after rapping his knuckles against the sturdy wooden door for an extended period, he was met with silence. A curly-haired waitress carrying a basin of water passed by and paused. "Sir, are you looking for the tall mage residing here? He left with a dwarf about an hour ago, and it seemed he had given our boss some instructions before departing." "I see. Thank you," Mori replied. The waitress's expression turned to one of surprise, and she quickly bowed, exclaiming, "It is our honor to serve the esteemed mage." Mori sighed, shaking his head in bemusement. Even though the status of professionals in this world is exalted, particularly that of spellcasters, such exaggerated reverence seems excessive. He harbored a deep-seated aversion to this kind of pretense, which had been one of the reasons for his departure from the construction site in his previous life. Turning, he descended the stairs and spotted the tavern owner personally tidying the counter. "Ah, you're awake. Brooke asked me to relay that he has gone to some cement factory and requested that you join him once you're up. Is it really necessary to be this caught up in it all? What is the purpose of this?" Mori sighed in resignation. Last night, after indulging in copious amounts of alcohol, to rise so early for work today is indeed a testament to Brooke's fervor for research, which borders on the absurd. After expressing gratitude to the tavern owner who relayed the message and having breakfast, Mori made his way to the newly established Grud cement factory on the outskirts of town. Upon pushing open the heavy door, which exuded the scent of wet mortar, the scene within left Mori momentarily frozen, his mouth agape in astonishment. What on earth are you doing? The spectacle before him could only be described as magical realism. Professor Brooke, his imposing figure slightly bent forward, had both hands pressed against a writhing gray-white wall, surrounded by a palpable aura of earth elemental magic. The concrete wall, not yet fully set, glistened under the morning light filtering through the high windows. Beside the wall, the dwarf Bakafu held a goblin, bound like a zongzi and with short wooden sticks jammed into its mouth. Its eyes rolled back, and its body convulsed as if electrified. Upon closer inspection, Mori realized it was not merely a trick of the imagination. He indeed beheld arcs of electricity. It was Bakafu, his stubby fingers pressing against the creature, fingertips dancing with fine blue-violet sparks. Electroclaw. Two short wooden sticks protruded from the goblin's mouth, and in concert with its violent spasms, they were thrust deeply into the soft, damp concrete wall at an eerie yet efficient frequency, churning and compacting the material. Tiny bubbles, agitated by the vibrations, were expelled from within the wall, rising to the surface before bursting. I must say, Professor, are you not being a tad extreme? Mori furrowed his brow. A radiant blend of concentration, excitement, and even fervor illuminated Brooke's face. Upon noticing Mori's arrival, he did not cease his actions. Rather, his smile grew even brighter, his voice booming above the goblin's feeble whimpers and the crackling of electricity. Mori, your suggestion has proven remarkably effective, utilizing them to compact the wall. I can distinctly feel the internal structure of this earthen wall becoming much denser, allowing for a smoother flow of magical energy. The bubbles have significantly diminished. The quality will undoubtedly be elevated to a higher standard. Mori observed the two goblins frothing at the mouth, their eyes rolled back, their bodies thrashing uncontrollably amidst the currents of electricity and sheer terror, his frown deepening. Cease this at once. Please stop. He rushed forward, his heart heavy with compassion. This was inhumane. Bakafa looked at Mori, puzzled, instinctively retracting his electroclaw. The two goblins collapsed like marionettes with severed strings, their bodies twitching nervously while their gazes became unfocused. Mori drew the short dagger he had purchased recently from his waist and swiftly executed the two barely breathing goblins. Hey, what are you doing? Ouch! Brooke glared at Mori, maintaining the earthen wall spell, visibly displeased. They could have been used for a while longer. Moreover, giving them a moment to recover might even extend their lifespan. Do you understand the importance of maximizing efficiency? Enough of this. This is not a solution, Mori stated earnestly. He cast a glance at Bakov, pondering that since they had resorted to electricity, there was no need to resort to such primitive methods. After all, he was a diminutive individual who possessed an original electric vehicle. The manner in which Bakov employed electricity was rather crude and uncouth, reminiscent of sharpening a circuit board to fashion arrowheads. Bakov scratched his untidy chestnut-hued beard, his small eyes reflecting confusion. Then what do you propose? Should we use the deceased instead of the living? Inanimate objects do not move on their own. Tools. Naturally, we should employ mechanical electric tools, Mori asserted with unwavering conviction. He took a deep breath, recalling a familiar piece of equipment from his previous life on a construction site, swiftly sketching a blueprint in his mind. Chapter 49. The vibrator. We require a specialized tool known as a vibrator. As Mori spoke, he squatted down and picked up a small stick, swiftly sketching on the dust-laden ground. The principle is quite simple. A hollow iron pipe, which can be welded from sheet metal, need not be excessively thick, about this length. He gestured. Within it, a solid iron rod must be inserted, the shape of which is crucial. It cannot be a perfect cylinder. A portion must be shaved off the middle to create an eccentric form. Like this, he marked a concave groove on the stick. Then, one end of this eccentric iron rod connects to a small electric motor, powered by a piece of electric fluorite we procured yesterday. He looked at Barkov. Elder Barkov, your self-propelled vehicle has many such electric motors. Acquiring a small one that can rotate should pose no challenge, correct? Do not even think about my vehicle. Barkov shot Mori a wary glance. However, such a small motor is indeed manageable. I know a friend in town who can craft one. That is splendid. With a nod of affirmation, Mori continued. When the power source propels this eccentric iron rod to rotate at high speed within the iron pipe, the center of mass being displaced from the center will induce intense, uniform vibrations throughout the entire pipe. Sealing both ends of the pipe and inserting it into wet concrete will yield results far superior to that of a goblin. Moreover, it will be stable, enduring, and controllable. A fully charged piece of electric fluorite should suffice for it to vibrate for half a day. As Mori elucidated with clarity and practicality, The expressions on Brooke and Barkov's faces transformed from confusion to astonishment, then to sheer disbelief, ultimately settling into pure admiration. Brooke even forgot to maintain the earthen wall spell, as the incomplete concrete wall collapsed into a heap of soft mud. Yet he paid it no mind, fixated instead on the rudimentary diagram on the ground, abruptly lifting his gaze to Mori, his eyes gleaming as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. I never anticipated you possessed such profound knowledge of intricate machinery. You truly are a genius. Barkov stroked his beard repeatedly, eccentric rotation producing vibrations. How could we have overlooked such a principle? Brooke, my friend, you have struck gold. This lad's mind is not filled with mere spell models, but with a veritable treasure trove. Mori humbly waved his hand. This is not my original invention. I merely grasp a bit of the principle. In my childhood, I often played at the village entrance and once heard a passing mechanic demonstrate a similar contraption. I simply have a good memory and some idle curiosity. Which village do you hail from? There are quite a few practitioners who pass through the village entrance, Barkov mused, a vague sense of familiarity stirring within him. But regardless of its origin, what matters is its efficacy. The dwarf, a consummate pragmatist, grasped Mori's arm with surprising strength. Kulme, let's not dawdle here. I know a skilled dwarven blacksmith in town. I just had a drink with him a few days ago. We shall seek him out and, according to your diagram, swiftly craft this vibrator. The dwarf's impatience was thoroughly ignited as he hurriedly dragged Mori outside. Oh dear, my earthen walls. Brooke, slow to grasp the situation, gazed at the crumbling concrete and the two figures fleeing in the distance, shaking his head in resignation, though his face was alight with anticipation. Rising to his feet, he kicked a goblin lying on the ground and muttered, "But my idea, I senti so bad, right?" The two goblins remained unresponsive, seemingly conceding to Brooke's assertion. As Mori, pulled along by Bakov, rushed past the two-story Adventurers Guild, another thought crossed his mind. Bakov, what about the identity tokens of those adventurers? Fear not. The dwarf called back without looking. It's still early, and we'll drop them off at the guild on our way. All necessary registrations have been completed. The guild will handle it. That's good to hear. Oh, right, the bounty. Bakov pulled a pouch of coins from his pocket. We'll also deliver the goblin ears. But the goblins in the dungeon aren't worth much. This is your share. Yesterday, you dispatched a bear goblin and 4 goblins. But to account for the contribution in spell casting, let us count it as 2 additional bear goblins deducted from Lomia's share. The remaining gems and trinkets are yet to be sold. We'll tally them later. Very well. Mori accepted the 6 gold and 16 silver coins calculated by the dwarf, silently tallying in his mind. In the bounty task, an ordinary bear goblin was valued at 10 gold coins, while a goblin fetched 1 gold coin, and within the dungeon, the worth was merely a fifth of the normal price. The dwarf's calculations were spot on. I almost forgot. You also took down 2 more. Bakov slapped his forehead. You can exchange those yourself. Understood, Mori nodded. The meticulous calculations were befitting of a race capable of penning the tomes of vengeance. As they conversed, they arrived at a bustling blacksmith's shop in the western part of town, where the air was thick with the scents of coal, metal, and sweat. A stout dwarf blacksmith, clad in a thick leather apron and sporting a beard tidier than Bakov's, was laboriously hammering a glowing iron bar. Mori glanced behind the blacksmith and was surprised to discover not only conventional weapons, but also an array of uniquely designed contraptions within the shop. Hey, Magli, Bakov bellowed. We've got business. Put down that wretched pickaxe and come tackle something with a bit of skill. The blacksmith, named Magli, looked up, wiped his brow, and upon seeing Bakov and the following Mori, greeted them with a familiar smile. Ah, Bakov, what grand venture brings you here? This is Mori, a mage and a master of ideas. Bakov pushed Mori forward. Quick, explain your vibrating rod concept to Magli. He is a level 3 mechanist. He'll surely be able to create what you envision. If he can't, we'll pluck his beard to use as a brush. He added with a chuckle. Very well, Mori replied, hastily recounting his previous sketches, meticulously detailing the concept of an eccentric iron rod, hollow steel tubes, rotary power transmission, and utilizing electric firefly crystals to drive the core rotating mechanism. The dwarf blacksmith, engrossed in his thoughts, wore an expression of intense focus, his eyes glimmering with brilliance. Marvelous. This concept is splendid, simple, and direct. I shall take it upon myself. The materials are readily available. He refrained from further chatter and sprang into action. First, he selected an appropriate sheet of iron and rolled it into a steel tube, carefully cutting it to length. Next, he chose a fine iron rod and, employing his exceptional craftsmanship along with the ingenious tools of a mechanic, meticulously milled an eccentric recess into the center of the rod. Drawing from Moray's description and his own experience, he swiftly designed and assembled a gearbox utilizing brass gears and a compact bearing structure capable of transmitting rotational power to the eccentric iron rod. Let us not forget this. Bakov contributed a piece of electric fluorite, the size of a pigeon egg, radiating a warm golden glow. While Magli toiled away, he too remained industrious, employing a trick of lightning to charge the electric fluorite. The dwarf blacksmith embedded it into a specially crafted base. Equipped with a simple switch, a delicate brass lever connected to the gearbox. Finally, he inserted the eccentric iron rod into the steel tube, securing the rear end of the tube to the gearbox. All set, Magli triumphantly raised the completed product high. Chapter 50. Patent in less than 2 hours. A primitive electric vibrating rod, measuring approximately 1 meter in length and radiating a cool metallic sheen, came into existence. Bakov could hardly contain his excitement as he grasped this heavy and intriguing contraption, eagerly flipping the switch. A deep and powerful hum resonated instantly, causing the entire rod to vibrate vigorously and uniformly in his hands, producing a continuous buzzing sound, with faint afterimages visible on its steel surface. It worked. It truly worked. Bakov was elated, like a child, brandishing the humming, vibrating rod while his beard danced along with the vibrations. This is far more exhilarating than goblins. I sent it? The dwarf blacksmith, Magli, was taken aback. Did you not mention that you were married a few years ago? Bakov responded, perplexed, yes. I believe I mentioned that I have a child with Murphys. Then what did you mean earlier about, goblins? Exhilarating. Magli chose his words cautiously. Oh, you scoundrel. What do you take me for? Upon realizing the misunderstanding, Bakov erupted in indignation, nearly raising his hammer. With Moray's clarification, blacksmith Magli finally grasped the situation and breathed a sigh of relief. You startled me. I thought it couldn't be the case. Ultimately, the dwarf blacksmith accepted only a modest fee as compensation for the affront to Bakov. Electric vibrating rod quality, excellent green, effect, reduces melee damage by 20. Enhances mental damage by 40 description. A simple contraption powered by electric fluorite. Once activated, it can vibrate continuously and emit a buzzing sound. Perhaps it has other applications? Note, buzz 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 buzz. The drone of the vibrating rod echoed throughout the spacious experimental area of the cement factory, reminiscent of a peculiar swarm of bees. Brooke meticulously controlled the newly formed, damp, grayish-white concrete wall, while Bakov excitedly inserted the humming metal rod into the structure. As the rod penetrated deeper and vibrated at high frequencies, tiny bubbles were swiftly expelled, bursting and vanishing at the surface. The soft concrete appeared to become denser and more uniform. Brooke could distinctly sense the flow of magic within the wall becoming unprecedentedly smooth and stable, with the structural strength exceeding that of any previous experiments. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Brooke's voice wavered with excitement as he sprinkled a handful of mixed salt onto the wall and accelerated the infusion of his magical energy, causing the wall to harden and take shape instantly. He reached out to touch it. The surface was smooth and even, resonating with a solid, muffled echo upon tapping, devoid of any previous roughness. This contraption is worth a considerable sum. Bakov, this is infinitely more practical than your previous goblin-driven device. He switched off the vibrating rod, caressing this rudimentary yet efficient creation with fondness. Indeed, Brooke's eyes sparkled, his thoughts ignited. Moray, this vibrating rod can also be patented as a wondrous device. This efficient vibration method holds immense value for any industry that requires the elimination of air bubbles. Suddenly, he recalled something and slapped his forehead. What about the draft of the patent I asked you to write? Let's take a look at it together. I can help you refine it. Right outside, Maury gestured. It's in the back of Bakoff's self-propelled vehicle. I left it there yesterday. Excellent. Go fetch it. Brooke urged eagerly. Maury swiftly returned with a sturdy craft paper bag. Upon receiving it, Brooke promptly sat down on the ground, eagerly extracting the manuscript within. He began with a rapid scan of the title and structure, but as he continued, his gaze gradually became fixed, his brow furrowing and relaxing intermittently, the pace of his page-turning slowing down significantly. Time passed inexorably. The only sounds in the cement plant were distant students transporting materials and Brooke's heavy breathing. His eyes widened, and his fingers gripping the manuscript began to tremble slightly. Finally, Brooke lifted his gaze to Maury, his voice hoarse. Is this your work? Maury felt a shiver at Brooke's intense scrutiny and nodded hesitantly. Yes, Minter. I referenced the materials in the drawer. Is there a problem? Indeed, there's a problem. The classic patent manuscripts I encountered in the capital seem inferior compared to your writing. Maury intended to explain that he had often played by the village entrance as a child, where he had heard a passing. But as the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, he deemed such a sentiment rather absurd. His mentor, despite his rugged exterior, was no fool. Thus, Maury opted for silence. Brooke, however, paid no heed to his hesitation. He abruptly stood up, pressing his hands firmly on Maury's shoulders, his tone animated. You're a prodigy. What? I have devoted my entire life to my craft, yet I cannot measure up to your innate talent. I find I have nothing left to teach you, Brooke lamented. A cold sweat trickled down Maury's brow. Mentor, I am merely a third-tier spellcaster, having just learned second-ring spells. There is still so much for me to grasp. But in manuscript writing and the study of geotechnical alchemy, you have already attained mastery. How would you say otherwise? Just then, a student, summoned by Brooke to assist with labor, approached at a brisk pace. Mentor Brooke, the concrete slab cast with the new formula has completed its final set and is ready for demolding inspection. Oh, splendid. Let's go see it. Brooke nodded, carefully tucking the manuscript under his arm, leading Maury and Bakoff to an open area on the other side of the plant. There lay a massive, astonishingly thick gray concrete slab, quietly resting. Maury estimated its thickness to exceed half a meter. What is this for? Is the town of Shershi planning to build a wall? Such a small town has no need for walls, Brooke chuckled, shaking his head as he patted the solid surface, producing a dull thud. I'm still expanding the cement plant, planning to construct a second floor. This lab will serve as one of the floors for the future laboratory and also as the ceiling for the ground level. Isn't that rather excessive? Maury raised an eyebrow. In a previous life, concrete floor slabs typically possessed a thickness of only approximately 12 centimeters. Even in factories, the thickness rarely exceeded 15 centimeters. Given the necessity to support heavy alchemical apparatus and substantial material piles, the load-bearing requirements were exceedingly high, necessitating a robust and solid construction. The thickness served as a guarantee of safety, as Brooke readily affirmed. However, it seemed somewhat wasteful. It was only halfway through his thought that Moore realized the underlying issue. The reason for the thinness of concrete floor slabs in the previous life was due to the incorporation of dual-layered, bidirectional reinforcement steel bars, allowing the concrete to primarily bear compressive loads while the steel bars were responsible for tensile strength. Chapter 51. Cost reduction. Is there a method to thin the floor without compromising its load-bearing capacity? Brooks speculated. In his understanding, the floors of multi-story stone edifices must possess considerable thickness. There have been instances where nobles of the realm held grand feasts in castles with perilously thin floors, resulting in catastrophic collapses that sent revelers plummeting into the cesspools below, creating a scene of utter devastation. I have a notion, Maury replied after a brief hesitation. His grasp of the world's metallurgical standards remained somewhat nebulous, hence his reluctance to make any definitive claims. In truth, load-bearing strength need not rely solely on thickness. Perhaps steel could be incorporated within the concrete as a framework, much like my staff. Maury raised his steel-reinforced rod. With steel to bear tensile forces and concrete to withstand compressive ones, the two materials could conjoin to achieve, if not exceed, the strength of solid concrete slab, while utilizing a thinner profile. This approach could conserve substantial resources and reduce overall weight, potentially leading to significant cost savings. He paused before continuing. If structural columns were directly fashioned from reinforced concrete, they could be poured in conjunction with beams and slabs, forming a singular framework. This would allow for the walls to be filled with lighter materials, greatly enhancing efficiency. Brooke listened in astonishment, tapping his fingers against the robust concrete slab. He took the steel rod from Mori, weighing it in his hands, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. Incorporating steel into stone constructions, allowing them to bear loads together? Could this truly be feasible? Would not steel and stone repel each other, leading to structural failure? His gaze suddenly landed on the inscription HRB 500E on the steel rod. Where did you acquire this steel rod? It does not resemble anything indigenous to Harrison. Mori blinked in surprise. When I was a child, a monk from a distant eastern continent once stayed with us. This rod was left behind as his travel fare. He mentioned that it was utilized as a building material in his homeland. He met Brooke's gaze with sincerity. From what Mori had gleaned in the library, this vast continent encompassed numerous realms, with the kingdom of Harrison merely one of many substantial human domains. Beyond its borders lay a plethora of races and nations, steeped in a myriad of contradictory tales. Given sufficient distance, nothing that transpired could be deemed extraordinary. Is that so? Brooke mused, skepticism flickering in his eyes. Huh? Artifact from beyond? Bakoff's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he snatched Mori's steel staff for a closer examination, his rough fingers tracing the grooves of the rod. Steel and framework sounded remarkably appealing. Brooke, though this lad's ideas may be peculiar, how often do we pass up opportunities? Trying at 1T lead to our demise. Indeed, that essay point. However, I have a concern, Mori interjected, raising his hand. If we incorporate steel, the quantity of materials required may not be negligible, and thus the overall costs might not decrease. Upon hearing this, the dwarf erupted in hearty laughter. In the towns near the dungeon, we may lack in many things, but we are never short of discarded, worn-out weapons. The dungeon is rife with scrap metal. Even adventurers of the lowest caliber overlook the broken copper and iron. Nonetheless, even so, the small portion of steel that had been salvaged and refined was remarkably abundant. This was encouraging. Mori let out a sigh of relief. That fellow McGree. While crafting weapons might be a laborious endeavor, producing a simple round steel bar would be a piece of cake. May I borrow your staff as a sample? I shall seek him out immediately. Bakoff, a man of action, did not wait for Brooke to fully acquiesce. He seized the steel rod and turned on his heel, his footsteps resounding with purpose. Wait a moment. There's no need for it to be so thick. The diameter of a finger would suffice. No problem. Mori watched the dwarf's hasty retreat, bemused. Brooke scratched his head, exhaling a resigned sigh. Well, if he is so invested, then let us give it a try. He turned to Mori. I shall further study those patent documents you wrote. I will assist you in drafting the one for the vibratory rod. You can arrange your time as you see fit over the next few days. Feel free to discuss any new ideas with me at any time. Sound good, Mori nodded. Next, he needed to practice his jump slash in the underground city to enhance his proficiency. Wait, where's my weapon? Mori reached for the familiar spot, only to find it empty. Oh, he had forgotten that his weapon had been borrowed. Just as Bakoff pushed open the heavy doors of the factory, he nearly collided with a silver-haired figure outside, yawning and bleary-eyed. Oh, is that not the pointy-eared one? Bakoff immediately activated his mockery mode, brandishing the steel rod in his hand. Your drinking habits remain as deplorable as ever. You always end up sleeping in after a night of revelry. Lomia rubbed her eyes, her silver-gray gaze piercing into the dwarf with annoyance. My vision is merely limited. I was contemplating the essence of life last night, which is why I retired late. Brooke's voice echoed from within, laced with amusement. Oh, our elven philosopher, have you arrived at any grand conclusions? As Lomia stepped into the factory, sunlight outlined her slender figure. I suppose I have had some realizations. I have decided to adopt a more favorable attitude towards you humans. As for dwarves, that can be overlooked. Perhaps Brooke's words from the previous evening had stirred something within her, though the impact was minimal. Her gaze fell upon Mori, who stood empty-handed, her chin slightly raised, imbued with a sense of benevolence. Hey, Mori, considering your decent attitude yesterday and the minor assistance you provided, I shall teach you that combat technique you have been yearning for today. Huh? What combat technique have I been yearning for? Mori was taken aback, quickly realizing that Lomia seemed to genuinely believe his fabricated tale, thinking him covetous of that rolling combat technique, which instilled a twinge of guilt within him. Really? Truly? Thank you so much, Senior Lomia. In order to sustain the charade, Mori had to feign excitement. Although it was not the jump/upgrade he urgently needed at the moment, acquiring an additional practical combat technique, especially one that could serve as a life-saving evasion skill, would undoubtedly be beneficial. Lomia appeared quite pleased with his reaction, tossing her silver hair back and gazing skyward. Do not celebrate too soon. Whether you can master it will depend on your own efforts. I am willing to teach you solely out of regard for Brooke. I shall endeavor to seize this opportunity. Mori's expression was resolute. Lomia turned away, gently grinding her teeth, revealing a sly smile of triumph in a place hidden from others. She recalled the scene of herself last night, clutching her hair, tossing and turning on the large bed at the inn. How infuriating, how utterly detestable, rolling on the ground. That wretched name? It would be one thing if he uttered it himself, but how could that little wretch Bakov have learned it too? No, I cannot swallow this indignity. I must devise a way to make Mori suffer a bit. I have an idea. Chapter 52. Rolling training outside the town of Shirshi. In a clearing amidst the trees, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled spots of light upon the ground blanketed with soft, dry leaves. Hey, pay close attention. I will only explain this once. Lomia's tone carried a hint of impatience. All right, Mori nodded. She took approximately 3 minutes, speaking rapidly as she elucidated the essence of rolling, bending the knees, lowering the center of gravity, tucking the body, and using inertia to roll in various directions, ultimately dissipating the force to rise. It sounded simple, but executing it fluidly in real combat was far from easy. I will demonstrate a standard motion for you. Lomia gracefully stepped forward, her body instantly curling into a nimble ellipsoid, rolling seamlessly over the carpet of dry leaves. When she stood up, her hair was barely disheveled, the leaves swirling up and then settling down, her movements crisp and delightful to behold. There, just like that. Now it's your turn. Lomia planted her feet, hands on her hips, chin slightly raised. Mori mimicked her posture, took a deep breath, bent his knees, curled his body, and exerted force. His movements were slow, appearing somewhat clumsy and rigid. However, the action itself was not difficult, and he quickly regained his balance as he stood. Well, it's passable. The intent is there, but the coordination and fluidity could use some work. Lomia stifled a smile, feigning seriousness in her critique. All right, you've grasped the basics. Now we shall commence practical training. Wait, is that really all it takes to be considered a beginner? Mori brushed off the dry leaves clinging to him, lost in thought. Had he truly earned the approval of a high-tier practitioner after merely one demonstration? Was he a prodigy in martial skills, hindered only by his immersion in magic? He was entirely oblivious to the mischievous grin that had crept onto the face of the elven girl behind him, her silver-gray eyes glinting with the light of a scheming triumph. Well, sort of. Are you ready? Lomia concealed her smile, turning back with a serious expression. The moment for revenge has finally arrived. All right. Mori steadied his breath and nodded. Excellent. Next, I will aim arrows at you, and you must evade using this technique. What? Mori gasped, taking a step back, a look of wariness crossing his face. Me, a novice, dodging arrows from a high-tier ranger? Fear not. I won't take your life. Lomia reassured him, drawing several specially crafted arrows from the quiver at her waist, displaying them to Mori. The tips are not sharp, but rather smooth wooden spheres. These are specially designed training arrows, rounded at the tip, incapable of piercing the skin, let alone being fatal. You can rest easy. She waved the wooden arrows, her tone sounding quite professional and responsible. However, getting hit will still leave you with some bruises. Lomia added silently in her mind. I see. You startle me there. Mori exhaled in relief as he gazed at the blunt arrowheads. With such specialized training tools prepared, it seemed that this elf, despite her fiery temperament, possessed commendable character and a genuine desire to teach him. Ahem, be careful. As Lomia's voice faded, her form darted like a wraith onto a nearby tree branch. Whoosh! The first arrow whistled through the air, aimed directly at Moray's calf. Reacting instinctively, he attempted to roll away, but his body lagged behind his mind's commands. Just as he bent his knee to evade, the round-tipped wooden arrow struck his knee with a sharp crack. Hiss! A wave of aching numbness coursed through him, causing Moray to draw in a sharp breath, his movements instantly faltering, nearly toppling him to the ground. Whoosh! 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 Lomia's arrows rained down like a tempest. Relentless and unyielding, she afforded Moray no respite or opportunity for adjustment, specifically targeting the moments before and after his rolling maneuvers. Such swift arrows. Moray found himself in disarray, clumsily evading the onslaught. The dry leaves swirled around him as he rolled, his body becoming encrusted with dirt and foliage. Fortunately, with his enhanced agility, he was more nimble than the average mage, managing to instinctively avoid a portion of the barrage, escaping complete saturation of arrows. Quite impressive indeed. Observing Moray's performance, Lomia exhibited a hint of surprise. Even while only revealing a fraction of her strength, he had managed to evade over 30% of her shots. It seems I must unleash my full capabilities. The elven maiden knocked another arrow, her expression turning serious. Why does it seem as if she is exerting greater force? As if deliberately targeting me? Another arrow struck Moray, causing him to grimace. Although the blunt-tipped arrows would not cause penetrating wounds, the impact against his joints, ribs, and arms was far from pleasant, the sensation akin to a tidal wave of pain crashing over him. He rolled to narrowly escape another shot, lifting his gaze only to meet Lomia's earnest countenance in the treetops, leaving him feeling a touch uncertain. Could this be the unique training regimen of the elven race, pursuing the limits under immense pressure? No wonder she had come out. I would have fled as well. Moray pursed his lips, summarizing this training method in his mind. This is offense. This is defense. This is the way of a true warrior. Crack! While lost in thought, another arrow struck his waist. This cannot continue. If I don't learn to roll, I will end up as a pincushion. Moray's gaze sharpened, seizing an opportunity as he rolled to the ground during Lomia's brief pause to knock another arrow. He swiftly whispered an incantation, placing one hand against the surface of an oak tree and peeling away a patch of bark. Barkskin, a layer of resilience, rough and textured like ancient bark, spread from his hand across his entire body, instilling a profound sense of defense. Whoosh! The next wooden arrow whizzed towards him, striking his freshly enchanted arm with a resounding crack. The anticipated pain did not materialize. Instead, he felt only a slight impact and friction, akin to a gentle brush from a small twig. Moray felt a wave of relief wash over him, the pressure significantly alleviated. With this layer of barkskin shielding him, the damage from the blunt arrows was almost negligible. Although his evasion movements remained somewhat awkward, he was no longer hindered by pain, allowing him to focus more intently on mimicking and practicing Lomia's techniques. How delightful it felt. With all her might, Lomia's accuracy soared, bringing her immense satisfaction. Observing Mori being struck by arrows repeatedly, the resentment that had accumulated within her gradually dissipated, replaced by a delightful sense of mischief. It was becoming rather mundane to bully a novice. After a while, her anger subsided considerably, and she finally began to provide substantial guidance. Your center of gravity. It's too high. Bend your knees more swiftly. When rolling backward, do not simply fall straight back. Use your shoulders and back to absorb the force. When rising, push off the ground with your feet for leverage rather than stiffening your back. Anticipate. My arrows do not teleport. Watch my movements to predict the landing point. Under Lomia's increasingly earnest instruction, Mori's progress accelerated at a visibly remarkable pace. The sense of security provided by the barkskin spell allowed him to focus entirely on the movements themselves. Chapter 53. Secondary Combat Techniques and Class Transition. Gradually, Mori's rolling movements became less rigid as he executed turns and dissipated force with newfound fluidity. Combat role acquired. Translucent text materialized before his eyes. Roll, LV1-15, category, combat technique, no consumption, description, roll in a chosen direction to evade enemy attacks, reducing minor damage sustained during the roll. Note, I must survive. Veteran warrior Uyahak. So quickly did he learn? It seemed that mastering basic combat techniques was indeed not overly difficult. Mori felt a slight surprise. It was quite normal. Most adventurers would acquire several combat techniques within a few months of entering the field, becoming professionals in various paths. Those who took over 6 months to learn 3 or 4 techniques were exceedingly rare, as such a lack of talent often led to an early demise, with survivors typically opting for a career change. Whoosh! Another wooden arrow flew towards him, which Mori deftly dodged. This time, he began to observe Lomia's movements during his rolls, anticipating the trajectory of the arrows. After formally mastering this combat technique, the results were indeed remarkable. Mori's movements became considerably more composed. Although he still got hit occasionally, it was no longer a one-sided onslaught. Now he could evade nearly 80% of the arrows with this roll, and even when struck, they mostly landed on non-vital areas. Moreover, with the barkskin spell enveloping his body, being hit felt like a mere tickle. Roll proficiency increased. He is progressing so swiftly? A flicker of surprise crossed Lomia's eyes. From the initial clumsy target to now dodging most of her training arrows, his improvement was nothing short of astonishing. Finally, she had exhausted the last training arrow in her quiver. All right, let us conclude the practice here, Lomia announced. Understood. Mori straightened up, brushing off the leaves and dust from his body. Lomia gracefully leapt down from the treetop, landing silently before Mori like a feather, ready to admire the fruits of her specialized training. She approached him, encouragingly patting his shoulder. I remember this spot where you were hit by several arrows. Pressing down on it must hurt a lot. Not bad, Mori, you're better than I imagined. Lomia's words abruptly halted. The feedback from her delicate fingers felt tough and rough, as if she were striking tree bark through fabric. Lomia's smile instantly froze as she grasped Mori's arm tightly. Upon closer inspection, the faint bark-like texture shimmered in the sunlight. Barkskin? Lomia's voice soared. When did you activate it? Yes, just at the beginning of our training. Mori replied honestly. I felt the pressure was a bit much and worried it would affect my practice, so I cast this spell. The effect was quite good. Being hit later didn't hurt at all, allowing me to focus on my movements. Lomia lowered her head, her silver hair veiling her eyes. This fellow had comfortably practiced all afternoon while under the barkskin. Thanks to this spell and your guidance, I feel I have essentially mastered it. Mori added. Lomia felt a rush of fervor surge through her, lifting her gaze, her silver-gray eyes wide with astonishment, her finger trembling slightly as it pointed at Mori. You are unwilling to endure even a modicum of hardship. Mori replied with confusion. Lomia, I merely came to learn combat skills. Why would I intentionally seek out suffering? He paused, noticing the astonished expression on Lomia's face, and cautiously inquired, Forgive me, but I am not well versed in the customs of the elven race. Is enduring hardship a necessary rite of passage for warriors in your land? For some peculiar ceremonial reason? Lomia bit her silver teeth, her delicate face flushed with indignation. Elder, why have you fallen silent? Observing the other's reaction, Mori surmised he might have stumbled upon the truth, and thus spoke earnestly. Elder, one must cultivate a broad mind. Do not tear down another's umbrella simply because you have endured the rain. Gazing at Mori's expression, Lomia felt an overwhelming sense of frustration welling within her. Very well. Now that you possess the barkskin spell as protection. Lomia's eyes glinted with a dangerous light, her lips curling into a chilling smile. Let us proceed with melee evasion training as well. No sooner had she spoken than her wrist flicked, and with a resonant clang, the short dagger at her waist was drawn, glimmering with metallic sheen in the dappled sunlight. More again? Mori's heart quivered. However, after the earlier training, he felt a budding confidence in his abilities. Furthermore, the opportunity to train alongside Lomia, a high-tier ranger, was indeed a rare gift. What, are you frightened? Lomia twirled the dagger provocatively. No, let us continue. Mori steadied his resolve. Excellent. A sly smile danced in Lomia's eyes. She was well aware of the efficacy of the barkskin spell. This resilient bark could effectively resist cutting and piercing, absorbing most impacts from blunt force, though the sensation of pain could not be entirely eradicated. Here it comes. In an instant, Lomia's figure darted forward, leaving only a silvery afterimage in her wake. The short dagger struck like a venomous serpent, deftly aimed at Mori's shoulder and ribs, targeting non-lethal areas. So swift, Mori's pupils constricted. Lomia's speed exceeded his expectations. After all, she was a bona fide high-tier professional. He abruptly rolled to the side, narrowly evading the blade aimed at his ribs, but a light tearing sound echoed near his shoulder, followed by the sharp sting of the blade's back scraping against his skin. Hiss! Mori inhaled sharply. The barkskin spell indeed blocked the blade, yet the force and friction induced an unmistakable agony. Too slow. Lomia's voice echoed like a persistent shadow, the knife dancing in tandem with her movements, showcasing the close-quarters combat skills of a high-tier ranger to perfection. Another strike. Roll. Fortunately, Mori had begun to grasp the fundamentals of this combat technique and successfully dodged the blow. Rolling proficiency has increased. Before Mori could revel in the textual notification, a blade sliced through the air with precision, sending fragments of his robe flying. Alas, I was careless. I failed to evade. Bang! The back of the blade struck fiercely against the outer side of Mori's arm, leaving it tingling with discomfort. No, I should have taken that hit. I should just roll away. Roll. Continuous rolls. Evading melee attacks proved significantly more challenging than dodging ranged ones, and Mori's evasion rate noticeably diminished. The barkskin technique shielded him from bleeding wounds, yet a searing pain coursed through his entire body. Nevertheless, when Mori beheld the familiar text reappear, he felt that all of this had been worthwhile. Rolling proficiency has increased. Chapter 54. The Alchemist of Concrete after numerous rolls. Sweat thoroughly soaked the tattered robe of Mori, mingling with dirt and grass clippings, adhering to the rough texture formed by the barkskin technique. Combat roll skill level up. Current level LV2 1-5. The damage you sustain while rolling will be further reduced. As this notification appeared, Mori felt his body become remarkably lighter and more agile, the technique of rolling becoming as natural as breathing. With the guidance and practice of higher-tier professionals, his progress was astonishingly swift, leaving Mori astounded. It was no wonder the nobility frequently employed professionals to instruct their successors. His initial plan upon arriving at Stone Creek Town was to elevate his jumping/skill. Yet unexpectedly, it was a newly learned combat technique that had reached level 2 first. Wait, this also meant he had finally met the requirements for class advancement. Indeed, translucent text surged forth like a torrent. Senior, please hold on a moment. After rolling once more, Mori did not rise, but instead raised a hand to signal for a pause, his eyes firmly shut. His attention was wholly captivated by the incessantly refreshing notifications, momentarily oblivious to the external environment. You have successfully met the requirements for class advancement. Class advancement path. Arcane Conqueror compatibility. 95. Class advancement path. Earth Guardian compatibility. 95. I am truly a genius. Mori thought upon seeing this line. Next came the eagerly anticipated reward time. Class advancement compatibility failed. You cannot simultaneously advance to 2 classes. Class advancement failed. You cannot transition to a known profession. Fortunately, new text continued to appear below, prompting Mori to read on. Your stamina seems quite robust, doesn't it? And who says we can just stop? Lomia heard Mori's words, but upon witnessing him lying completely still, a surge of anger ignited within her, revealing a malicious smile. Take this. Lomia lunged forward, her short blade tracing a silver arc in the air, aimed directly at the motionless Mori on the ground. The crescent slash possessed formidable power. However, the movements before and after were conspicuously evident, making it relatively easy to evade. Her intention was to compel Mori to dodge this strike, continuing his training to endure punishment. Yet, as the blade approached within a meter of Mori, he remained utterly unresponsive. Like a statue. This is bad. Lomia's heart raced. At this distance, there was no escaping. Something was amiss with this fellow. If that strike connected, even with his superior physique compared to an ordinary mage, he would surely be cleaved open. In a flash, Lomia gritted her teeth, using the strength of her waist and abdomen to forcibly twist her body, diverting the descending blade to the side. Meanwhile, Mori remained engrossed, oblivious to the impending danger, focused intently on the stream of new notifications. Based on your talents, spells, combat skills, and expertise, your profession is being regenerated. Talent of Earth Affinity, extraordinary luck detected, expertise of Alchemical Pioneer, skills. You have pioneered a new class, Concrete Alchemist. Class change successful. No. Moritan felt darkness envelop him, as if struck by a heavy blow. No, it seemed he had indeed been hit by something. Fortunately, the tree skin spell dulled the pain. Thus, Moritan disregarded it and took a deep breath, continuing to gaze downward. With Lomia's efforts, that strike ultimately missed Moritan, landing instead on the nearby ground, sending a flurry of fallen leaves and dust into the air. The cost was that she collided awkwardly into Moritan's embrace. Ouch! Lomia felt her head crash against a century-old oak trunk, leaving her dazed. Current class, Concrete Alchemist LV3. Attribute points have been allocated. Strength 1, Constitution 1. The Arcane Conqueror enhances intelligence and strength, while the Earth Guardian boosts intelligence and constitution. How had this new class derived its attributes solely from strength and constitution, neglecting intelligence altogether? Was his 9 points in intelligence forever stagnant? Moritan instinctively raised his hand, yearning to touch the line of text. Stop it. Lomia rested her hand beneath her throbbing head, which was also positioned against Moritan's chest. She opened her eyes and found Moritan's face mere inches away. By the elven standards of beauty, he was certainly not outstanding. Yet, his features were well defined, showcasing a sense of steadiness and resilience that was unexpectedly appealing. Moritan's robe was shredded by Lomia's previous actions, exposing the rugged texture of his skin, prompting her to unconsciously caress it. Stop it! At that moment, Lomia watched in astonishment as Moritan extended his hand and gently stroked her head. Huh? Her mind went blank, her silver-gray eyes widening in disbelief. Lomia distinctly felt her cheeks warming at an alarming rate, almost igniting. A wave of unprecedented confusion and indescribable fluttering surged through her. This is bad. The dignity of a senior has been utterly lost. Coincidentally, she heard Moritan, pinned beneath her, emit a soft chuckle. Lomia shifted her position, covering her face with her hands, her lips pressed into a thin line. You have acquired the innate talent, Concrete Alchemy. Concrete Alchemy. Whenever you successfully construct a type of concrete building upon the earth, you gain a random attribute point. The fact of the class change was irrevocable. Moritan patiently read the final line. This talent had some merit, compared to the Arcane Conqueror, which granted an additional random attribute upon leveling up. Concrete Alchemy had a lower threshold, yet a potentially higher ceiling. However, the description did not clarify the specific criteria for building types, a matter that remained to be explored. The Alchemist of Concrete. Alas, it seems I am once again bound to the toil of masonry in this lifetime. He chuckled bitterly, resigned to the reality he was compelled to accept. After confirming that no new prompts had appeared, he slowly opened his eyes, his consciousness returning to the tangible world. The translucent text gradually faded away, shifting his perspective to the authentic sky above. Dappled beams of light filtered through the leaves, illuminating vast clouds tinged with the golden-orange hue of the setting sun. What was I engaged in before? It was Lomia assisting me in honing my combat skills. A torrent of information had overwhelmed Moray's mind earlier. And now, as if awakening from a dream, his senses began to revive. He felt a slight itch in his nostrils, as if something minuscule was teasing them. Moray reached up to rub his nose, bringing the source of the irritation into view. It was a few strands of silky silver hair. Wait a moment, this hair color, this length. Moray furrowed his brow, his gaze trailing down those silvery tresses. Lomia lay curled up against his chest, her silver locks spread around her, her hands covering her face as she trembled slightly, her delicate ears tinged with a soft pink. Moray, what has transpired? Chapter 55. Reinforcement. Mole gazed intently at his reflection in the water tank after washing his face. Name: Mole. Occupation: Alchemist of Concrete. LV3. Attributes: Strength 15, 1 Agility, 13 Constitution, 15, 1 Intelligence, 9 Perception, 13 Charisma, 11 Talents, Affinity for Civil Engineering. Fortuitous Luck from Another World. Alchemy of Concrete. Spell slots: Second Circle spells 2, First Circle spells 4. Specialty: Pioneer of Alchemy skills. Cantrips: Mage Hand, LV2. Staff of Oak, LV1. Mold Earth, LV2. Magic Stone, LV1. First Circle spells: Grease, LV1. Featherfall, LV1. Alarm, LV1. Speak with Animals, LV1. Earth Tremor, LV1. Second Circle spells: Wall of Earth, LV1. Barkskin, LV1. Enlarge Reduce, LV1. Combat Techniques: Furious Slash, LV1. First Circle: Jump Slash, LV1. No cost. Roll, LV2. No cost. It is difficult to fathom that these were the statistics of a mage. With a strength of 15 and constitution of 15, his attributes felt nearly on par with Bakoff. Mole felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, as though his energy was boundless. He resolved to investigate the criteria for alchemy of concrete, as the bonus attributes were undeniably enticing. However, constructing a building is not an endeavor that can be accomplished in a day. Although magic can be of great assistance, the current technology remains somewhat immature. Most critically, he lacked the necessary capital to initiate the project. Perhaps it was time to explore the Adventurers Guild and the dungeons. You're back. How did the training go? Brooks' booming voice resonated as he entered the storage area alongside Bakoff, his sturdy hand instinctively patting Mole's shoulder. The pressure felt lighter than usual. Or perhaps Mole's physique had grown more robust. Not bad, Mole replied, raising his head and turning to respond. Where's Lomia? Did she not return with you? Brooks scanned the surroundings, failing to spot the elf. I have no idea, Mole shrugged, truthfully stating, after I mastered that combat technique. She likely remembered an urgent matter and dashed off alone. I couldn't catch up with her. Upon regaining consciousness and sitting up, Lomia had fled like a startled deer. She was remarkably swift, and after a few steps in pursuit, Mole realized their agility attributes differed significantly, prompting him to abandon the chase. Bakoff emitted an ambiguous grunt. Don't mind her. The temperament of those with pointed ears can be rather peculiar. By the way, here's your wand back. He tossed the steel rebar staff over, which Mole caught adeptly with one hand. What was once a weapon requiring 2 hands and felt quite weighty now seemed surprisingly light in his grasp. With a strength of 15, this formidable instrument had become exceedingly manageable. By the way, is it possible to craft such steel magnoli? Moore is deeply concerned about the outcome of Bakoff's journey and was just about to discuss this matter with you. Bakoff slowly shook his head, feeling quite helpless. That fellow McGree has been examining your staff for quite some time. He claims that the steel used in your staff contains traces of some substances he cannot identify. He speculates that it might be a form of special refined metal or meteorite powder, or perhaps the residue of a long-lost alchemical process. This is rather normal. Moore does not feel particularly defeated, even though the dwarves' forging talent surpasses that of other races. Matching the sophistication of mature industrial products is no easy feat, however. Can he create a similar shape? That is indeed possible. Bakoff continued, stating that he had remelted scrap iron recovered from the underground city, achieving a strength of only about 50 to 60% of what your staff possesses. 50 to 60%, you say? Moore pondered for a moment, his fingers tracing the HRB 500 inscription on the staff. Hot-rolled ribbed steel bars, with a yield strength of no less than 500 megapascals. 50 to 60% suggests a yield strength between 250 to 300. I believe we can give it a try, Moore remarked. With proper reinforcement, we could reduce the thickness of the floor by more than 2/3. Brooks' eyes sparkled with intrigue. Do you think building an additional layer would require much steel? It would depend on the area and load specifics, Moore replied. Do you have paper and a pen? Yes, let me find some, Brooks said, rummaging through a corner to produce a leather document bag, extracting a charcoal pencil and a few sheets of durable parchment, which he handed to Moore. Taking the materials, Moore walked over to a relatively flat stone table and spread them out. He closed his eyes, attempting to recall the formula regarding the minimum reinforcement ratio of steel bars, buried deep within the recesses of his memory. It seemed to relate to the compressive strength of concrete and the yield strength of steel. "Come on, give me something, O master of alchemical expertise," Moore silently implored. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes, revealing an awkward yet polite smile. He had not recalled it. The effect of this expertise was to make one more attuned to the correct material proportions, which seemed to offer little aid in recalling formulas. The expression on Moore's face appeared inscrutable to Brooke and Bakoff. "What is it?" Bakoff cautiously inquired. 7 thousandths, Moore replied, putting down the pencil without writing anything. "That's the ratio of the total cross-sectional area. How did you arrive at that?" Brooke's eyes widened in astonishment. "It's an estimate based on my extensive experience in plastering." Moore hesitated to say, "A 1 centimeter thick steel bar, spaced 15 centimeters apart, arranged in 2 layers, double-layered and bidirectional. Relying on experience should not lead one astray." Moore did not respond directly, but instead picked up the pencil again, sketching on the paper. "Wait, I want to ask where these data come from. What is your basis?" Brooke interrupted, his eyes wide. Moore suddenly found himself at a loss for words, remaining still for a moment. "Master, if I were to say that I suddenly had an epiphany regarding these numbers, would you believe me?" Brooke froze, exchanging a glance with the dwarf, and saw astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. "Divine inspiration. It is indeed divine inspiration," they exclaimed in unison. "Huh?" Moore blinked in confusion. "Ah, I see." Brooke suddenly comprehended. "No wonder you possess such a plethora of ingenious ideas. It is indeed a blessing from the divine." Bakoff gazed at Maury with eyes brimming with envy. "So, which deity do you worship? In a world teeming with magic, the existence of gods is quite plausible. From Stone Creek to Connaught City, and even to the royal capital of Hailsun, there are numerous churches and temples of varying sizes dedicated to different deities. It is said that they govern various domains and are revered by different races. Even the malevolent dragons, goblins, and unicorns have their own gods. The relationships between these diverse pantheons are intricate, with many deities sharing overlapping domains of influence." Maury had heard whispers of these numerous gods, but his knowledge was limited to mere hearsay. After all, their direct involvement in the mortal realm is exceedingly rare, typically existing only within the realms of myth and legend, while only their followers roam across the various nations. Chapter 56. A chance encounter at the tavern. "I currently possess no faith," Maury candidly admitted. "Heaven knows what might transpire when one professes belief in an unfamiliar deity." Instinctively, he wished to steer clear of such matters. The origins of these figures were merely intuition. "Is that so? Your talent in earth-based alchemy is so remarkable that I presumed you to be a devotee of the earth elemental god, Galamba," Brooke remarked, scratching his head. "Not necessarily. Perhaps this is divine inspiration. There are precedents for individuals without faith receiving blessings and guidance. After all, where did the initial followers of the gods originate?" Bakoff stroked his reddish-brown beard, seemingly expressing regret. "Enough of this. Let him concentrate and finish his work," Brooke interjected, raising his hand to interrupt the incessant chatter of the dwarf. "Ah, very well." Moments later, Maury halted his writing and pointed to the final figures on the parchment. "Preliminary estimates suggest that we will require this amount of rebar. For specific dimensions and layout, I will need to refine them according to the exact location." Brooke crouched down and patted the dwarf on the shoulder. "How long will it take for the blacksmith to process these?" "Well, it's a considerable quantity. According to Magri, his shop will need at least 2 weeks to complete the task," Bakoff replied. "Excellent. Then let us place an order with Magri." Maury mused, a thought igniting in his mind. Before the rebar arrives, Brooke would likely focus his main efforts on those patent manuscripts. It was time to visit the Adventurers Guild to accept a few tasks and replenish his empty purse. "By the way, Maury," Brooke suddenly recalled, slapping his forehead. "Earlier, while I was out running errands, I ran into that girl who often frequents the library. She inquired about your whereabouts, and I pointed her in the right direction. Have you encountered her?" "Not at all." Maury shook his head, a hint of curiosity stirring within him. He was only acquainted with one girl who frequently visited the library, Ifarna. Has she come to Stone Creek? Brooke's expression turned regretful. I remember her as a water mage. I asked if she would be willing to assist at the cement factory with some water, but she declined, citing a lack of time. Such a pity. Isn't there water here? Mori raised an eyebrow. He had just been in the water storage area, examining his panel attributes through reflection. All this water is transported at great expense, bucket by bucket from the river. Brooke pointed toward the neatly arranged water tanks, his expression turning sorrowful. I've been contemplating whether to construct a smaller concrete factory by the river, specifically for mixing purposes. A mixing station, the term immediately surfaced in Mori's mind. Perhaps, in the future, such a facility could indeed be established. Never mind, never mind. We shall discuss this later. Brooke waved his hand dismissively. Come, let us dine. After a day of labor, my stomach is growling. The trio returned to the Wildfire Tavern, greeted by the familiar, bustling atmosphere. Ahem, as they stepped inside. Brooke cleared his throat twice and nudged Mori with his elbow. Following Brooke's gaze, Mori turned to the corner of the tavern where Ifarna sat alone at a small table, her plate of meat and mushroom soup barely touched. She lowered her head slightly, her fingers unconsciously tracing the rim of her wine glass, her mood seemingly subdued. I hear you were looking for me? Mori sat down across from her, getting straight to the point. Ifarna raised her gaze upon hearing his voice, her emerald eyes momentarily brightening at the sight of Mori, only to quickly dim again. Yes, but it's nothing now. Her voice was softer than usual, tinged with a sense of weariness. What happened? Mori inquired, observing her evident distress. You don't seem to be in good spirits. Ifarna's fingertips paused on the glass, her gaze sweeping over Brooke and the dwarf by the bar. She fell silent for a few seconds, as if gathering her courage, then quietly asked, what about the girl you were with that afternoon? Why isn't she here? Mori was taken aback. What girl? Oh, you mean Lomia? I have no idea. She just vanished while I was practicing my combat skills. And I still don't know where she went. He shrugged in resignation. Ifarna opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to inquire further, but the words caught in her throat, leaving a flicker of complex emotions on her face. Wait a moment. Mori raised an eyebrow. How did you know I was with Lomia that afternoon? Ifarna hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words. Of course, I was told by her. Brooke, having placed their order, approached with a large mug of ale and plopped down beside Mori. Right, Ifarna nodded in agreement. It was Minter Brooke who informed me. By the way, Mori, Brooke leaned closer and whispered into his ear. You should find a way to establish a good rapport with her. It would be best if you could get her to owe you a favor, and then bring her to our cement factory to help with the water. Mori's lips twitched. Just then, Bakov passed by and yanked Brooke, who was eager to continue away, saying, Come on, let's discuss the rebar issue alone. Once he had pulled the bewildered barbarian mage to a nearby table, he lowered his voice. You need to give the young folks some space. Us old-timers should stay out of it. Despite his hushed tone, the dwarf's voice was still clearly audible to both. Ifarna's cheeks flushed slightly, revealing her embarrassment. Mori, feeling no guilt, remained unfazed. So, you indeed had something to discuss with me? Do you need assistance? About that, Ifarna hesitated. I initially intended to ask you to team up for a trip to the dungeon, but she paused, her expression growing complex as she looked into Mori's eyes. But, Mori echoed, but it seems you already have a companion, so I wouldn't want to trouble you. Ifarna lowered her head, appearing somewhat dejected. Who says I have a companion? I'm not aware of any, Mori replied, puzzled. That girl, the very beautiful one who trains with you. Isn't she? Ifarna's fingers nervously tightened around the edges of her robe, the latter part of her thought about their seemingly close relationship left unspoken. Mole stood in astonishment, then burst into laughter. Are you referring to Romia? How is that possible? A high-level professional like her must have her sights set on treasures buried 5 levels underground at the very least. How could she possibly team up with a novice like me? High-level professional? Ifarna suddenly raised her head, her emerald eyes widening in disbelief. Indeed, Mole nodded. She's an old teammate of Minter Brooke. I heard that she once formed an adventuring party with the Minter and that dwarf elder we just met. Heard? Aren't you quite familiar with her? Ifarna inquired. Not at all, Mole shrugged. I met her just yesterday and nearly offended her. However, she's quite amiable. She didn't hold it against me and even taught me a combat technique. Was it truly a lesson in combat techniques? Afarna said, her skepticism evident. Yet, if the individual in question was indeed a newly acquainted high-level professional, it must have been a misunderstanding. Now, I understand, she sighed in relief, her shoulders unconsciously relaxing. The tension in her lips softened into a slight smile, and the shadow that had lingered on her brow dissipated considerably. Afarna took a deep breath and looked back at Mole, her gaze brightening. Then, may I invite you to form a party with me? Chapter 57, Team Invitation, certainly. Observing the girl's eager gaze, Mori nodded without hesitation. He had intended to undertake several tasks to earn some extra coin in the dungeon, for he needed funds to pursue new spell courses. The agony of self-study was an experience he wished never to endure again. Would he still be teaming up with old Hal? The seasoned veteran could save him considerable trouble, and he held the elder druid in high regard. However, Afarna shook her head, her flaxen locks swaying gently with the movement. Mr. Hal had assembled a fixed team and completed the registration with the guild. Just a few days ago, they had set off to explore the 5th layer of the dungeon. The 5th layer? Mori raised an eyebrow. According to the adventurer's manual, the 5th layer remained largely uncharted, truly a perilous domain. Monsters of challenge levels 4 and 5 roamed freely, with some formidable creatures reaching level 6, alongside various lethal traps. Yet, high risks often yield high rewards. The treasure chests there had not all been opened, and should they stumble upon a rare artifact, they could strike it rich. Last time, Hal mentioned that for the past few years he had mostly ventured alone. It was surprising that within just over a month he had formed a team. Mori mused. Afarna pondered briefly, her brow furrowing slightly. It is indeed a bit peculiar. Mr. Hal rarely formed fixed teams before. However, with Hal absent, discussing such matters seemed futile. Thus, Mori returned to the main topic and inquired, "So, what is our objective this time? Is it a task issued by the guild?" "It is unrelated to the guild. It is a personal matter." Afarna pointed to herself. "I require specific material, the spine of a dark-scaled shark. However, the shops in Conot City are sold out, and the merchants claim it will be difficult to replenish within 3 months. So, you came to Stone Creek Town? Does this dungeon yield such materials?" "Indeed, but there is none in stock." Afarna sighed. "I have consulted the adventurer's compendium. In the depths of the 3rd layer of the dungeon, there exists a network of caverns connected to an underground river where these creatures dwell. Thus, I wish to venture there and try my luck." "The 3rd layer?" Mori's brow immediately knitted in concern. The monsters in the 3rd layer of the dungeon typically posed a challenge level around 3, while the dark-scaled shark was undeniably a level 4 creature. They were massive, with formidable scales, and possessed immense strength in the water. Few adventuring teams dared to approach that aquatic region, let alone provoke its inhabitants. "Wouldn't this be too dangerous for us?" His professional level was merely 3, and he was not adept in aquatic combat, making him ill-equipped to handle a level 4 dark-scaled shark. "It should be fine." Afarna lifted her head, confidence glimmering in her eyes. "I have learned a special technique specifically designed to combat it." "What technique? Is it reliable?" Noting Mori's lingering hesitation, she playfully winked and spread her fingers wide. "Do not underestimate a level 5 spellcaster." "Level 5? Mori nearly choked on his own saliva. It had been less than 2 months since their last dungeon expedition, and he had exerted every effort merely to barely attain level 3. Having thought that I had finally bridged the gap with this prodigious young lady, I was taken aback to discover that the chasm had only widened. It is worth noting that even Hal, who has spent the better part of his life as an adventurer, remains at this level. Hal is already considered an exceptional adventurer among his peers. A bitter taste lingered in Mori's mouth as he muttered, "Monsters." Words need not be spoken. Afarna shot him a reproachful glance, only to be unable to suppress a flicker of pride. Well, with a level 5 expert leading the way, there should be no issues. Mori subdued his astonishment, accepting the reality. "What about our other teammates? Aren't we to be introduced?" It is common knowledge on this continent that an adventurer party typically consists of 4 to 5 members. A smaller group significantly increases danger, while a larger one might not have enough spoils to share. For now, it seems to be just the 2 of us. Afarna's voice dropped. revealing a hint of embarrassment. I do not know many people here who possess the requisite strength and can be trusted. You're the only one I could think of. Ah, that explains her earlier demeanor. I see. Mori pondered for a moment, his gaze drifting toward the two individuals at the adjacent table, engaged in a hushed argument. Speaking of potential teammates, they're conveniently nearby. Minter, Mori stood up and approached them. Hearing his voice, the pair ceased their debate and turned to face him. Ifarna expressed her desire to hunt the darkfin shark on the 3rd level of the dungeon, but she currently lacked an experienced companion. Does the Minter have any recommendations? As he spoke, Mori exchanged knowing glances with Brooke. If one wishes to have another work for free, one must first offer some incentive. Darkfin shark, 3rd level. Brooke, noticing Mori's expression, instantly grasped his intent and raised an eyebrow. For that creature is no easy adversary. Are you certain, my fellow student? Ifarna nodded earnestly. Yes. I'm confident, Minter. Well, confidence is a good thing. Brooke stroked his chin, his gaze landing on the dwarf. At that moment, Bakov was stroking his chestnut-colored beard, murmuring to himself, Darkfin shark. Its fin glue is a top-tier alchemical adhesive. Fish liver oil enhances vision, and even ground bones are excellent spell-casting materials. And its fins. Excellent, my old friend. It seems you are well prepared. Brooke patted the dwarf on the shoulder. What? Bakov blinked in surprise. Brooke leaned down and whispered something in the dwarf's ear. Bakov's eyes darted around, revealing a knowing smile. He stood up, thumping the table with exuberance. All right, we shall assist our juniors. Let us gather at the cement factory entrance tomorrow noon. Prepare your gear in the morning, and we will set off after lunch. Is that how it will be settled? After resuming their seats, Ifarna cast a curious glance at Mori. That dwarf is quite reliable. He is a level 6 arcane knight. With a minor specialization in lightning magic, Mori volunteered. That is splendid. Ifarna exhaled deeply, a relaxed smile finally gracing her face. I scarcely know how to express my gratitude. If ever you find yourself in need of my assistance. Indeed, there is, Mori interjected, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. This was the moment he had awaited. Is that so? Ifarna responded, slightly taken aback. Please, do not hesitate to speak. Should I be able to assist, I shall devote myself entirely. No need for haste. Mori replied, waving his hand dismissively as he gazed intently into her emerald eyes. Upon my return, I hope you will grant me a request. Ifarna blinked, her gaze flitting away from Mori's. Is that permissible? It is. She clenched the hem of her robe, as if engaged in an intense internal struggle, before finally conceding moments later. But it cannot be an unreasonable request, something beyond my capabilities. With that thought in mind, she quickly added in a hushed tone, as long as it is not too far-fetched. Not a problem, Mori assured her. This is precisely what Brooke instructed, and it has been accomplished. I truly am reliable. Mori straightened his posture with pride. Chapter 58. The mud monster. The following noon, at the entrance of the Grud cement factory, Mori held a steel rod as a staff. A short dagger hung at his waist, and a backpack filled with various essential adventure supplies slung across his back. Among these were the healing potions he had purchased earlier, as well as that precious elixir of strength from the hill giant. This modest burden felt negligible to him now. Thus he did not summon the mage hand for assistance as Ifarna did. Did you not rest well last night? He glanced at the girl beside him, who was stifling yawns with her hand. Oh, it's nothing. I simply went to bed a bit late. Ifarna's gaze towards Mori carried a hint of melancholy, though he remained entirely oblivious. Throughout the night, she had been pondering the request that Mori might make, tossing and turning until well past midnight, yet still unable to discern his intentions. Are you not cold in that attire? Mori noted that she was no longer clad in her usual azure robe, but had instead donned a knee-length pleated skirt. While this outfit afforded greater freedom of movement, it seemed entirely at odds with the early winter environment. Have you forgotten that I wield ice magic? My affinity for the ice element renders me impervious to the cold. Oh, of course. What an enviable gift you possess. Hey, you haven't been waiting too long, have you? A figure, roughly half a man's height, greeted them from afar. Bakov arrived a little later than expected, carrying a large black pot on his back, along with a square-headed war hammer and a round, equally dark object that obscured much of his form. Not at all, Mori replied. Here, this is for you. He approached within a few meters of Mori and tossed the black, disc-shaped object towards him. What is this? Mori instinctively caught it, feeling its remarkable hardness and a rough surface, accompanied by a strong scent reminiscent of unfermented wheat bran mixed with a burnt aroma. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. Black bread? This object was nearly the diameter of a dwarf, and more than 10 centimeters thick, its edges intentionally ground down to an uneven finish. Mori lifted it for a better look, discovering 2 crude leather straps affixed to the back, serving as grips. Black bread shield, quality, ordinary, white, effect. Upon successful block. Pierces damage -50, blunt damage -60, durability -5. Edible after softening. Description: one of the most common foods, its dehydrated hardness is sufficient to withstand arrows and bludgeoning weapons. Can serve as both a shield and sustenance. Note: oh, my old comrade, you've mixed pebbles into the dough again. By the Mother Earth's name. I swear I will kick you behind with my boots. Henry, owner of Henry S. Black Bread Bakery. Is this even permissible? Mori's expression turned peculiar as the text appeared before him. Bakov, are we to subsist on this throughout our journey? He tentatively tapped the shield's surface, producing a dull thud. Certainly not. Bakov raised his chin proudly. This is merely an emergency ration, and it can serve as a shield. Well, that is a relief. Ifarna exhaled, clearly relieved. The true delicacies, of course, come from the bountiful ingredients of the dungeon. With us, you shall not go hungry. He patted the sturdy black iron pot on his back with a proud expression. What? Eating magical creatures? Yafalna recalled the scene of Mori gnawing on a spider leg and felt a tinge of apprehension. I may have celebrated too soon. What kind of expression is that? I am a seasoned master of monster cuisine with over a decade of culinary experience. Bakov glared at the girl, clearly displeased by her troubled demeanor. Do not worry. Magical creatures are not as unpalatable as you might think. I have faith in your skills, senior. Mori reassured her. Now that's more like it. Let's set forth. Without the local veteran adventurer, Old Hal, the trio's progress noticeably slowed. Although Bakov was experienced, his familiarity with the intricate paths of the first level did not match Hal's. They frequently halted to compare their recollections with the scant maps in the adventurer's handbook, debating their direction. This way. I remember seeing a stalagmite shaped like a mushroom. We should turn left. No, look at this map marking. We should definitely go right toward the shortcut. But this area is marked as the Dragaza Bad Activity Zone. Even if we eliminate them, there's no profit. What are you afraid of? We're here. That kind of bat stew is mediocre, but roasted, it's quite decent. Absolutely not. I refuse to eat bats. Amidst their bickering and stumbling, they spent nearly half a day traversing the first level before finally entering the more humid and shadowy second level. Shortly after descending, they encountered the first wave of monsters obstructing their path in a narrow passage dripped with viscous liquid. 3 sluggish mud creatures and 2 semi-transparent, jelly-like gel blocks approached, their low intelligence igniting excitement as they sensed living beings. Hey, a delightful opportunity, Bakov exclaimed, securing his warhammer at his waist before drawing a thick-bladed short knife. Mori, hold them in place. Don't let them escape. Yafalna, you needn't intervene. We want them intact. Understood. As Mori employed earth manipulation to solidify the ground and restrict the mud creature's movement, Bakov leaped into the fray, skillfully dodging the acidic spray from the mud monsters. His knife flickered like lightning as it plunged into their cores, causing several to collapse in defeat. The challenge levels of the mud creatures and gel blocks were only half a point, rendering the battle utterly predictable. Once the skirmish concluded, Bakov immediately took charge. Quickly, while they're fresh, Mori, move those gel blocks to a drier area over there. On it. Yafalna, I hear you are a water mage? Use your water creation technique to summon some water. We need to clean them up. Very well. After swiftly processing their spoils, the dwarf retrieved the handbook to consult the map. Considering the time, it's getting late. We should settle here for the night. They selected a nearby rock wall indentation as their temporary encampment. Bakov skillfully gathered dry branches to kindle a fire, subsequently placing a large black pot atop the flames. With deft precision, he wielded his stout short knife to dissect the thoroughly cleaned mud creature. After removing the substantial mass of soil, the remaining texture resembled that of a jellyfish's bell. Even once the mud was meticulously cleaned, only a few sections were edible, while the majority had to be discarded. Noticing Mori's keen interest, Bakav began to instruct him. This is the acid sac. It is inedible and of little value, so it can be discarded without hesitation. He continued, the excessively viscous tissue surrounding the gelled cube is also unsuitable for consumption. When roasted, it expands and hardens, resembling bone. As he spoke, he tossed a sizable chunk of the gelatinous cube into the fire, and moments later, the surface indeed turned a pale gray. Only the portion near the core of the gelled cube is edible. When cooked, it offers a texture akin to that of delicate bones. These insights were invaluable, and Mori listened intently, nodding occasionally in understanding. Chapter 59, Unexpected Visitor. Wait, are we really going to eat this? The belatedly aware Ifarna stepped back, her countenance darkening as she gazed at the steaming pot. This isn't enough. We need to add something else. With that, Bakav tossed a handful of mushrooms into the mix. I would prefer just mushroom soup. But wait, where did these mushrooms come from? You didn't bring them, did you? Mori frowned slightly. Yes, I just picked them, the dwarf replied nonchalantly. No, you can't just throw any dungeon mushrooms into the soup. Mori looked at the suspicious-looking fungi with concern. Are you questioning a chef with over a decade of experience in monster cuisine? You can't distinguish between the edible and the poisonous, but I am fully aware. Bakav retorted with disdain. All right, Mori conceded, deciding not to press further. After all, the dwarf had managed to survive for many years, so there was a certain level of trust in his words. This alone isn't enough. Let us gather some more mushrooms nearby. Bakav pointed at some dull-colored, oddly shaped fungi growing on a nearby rock wall. Wait, I'm coming too. Ifarna rose and hurried after Bakav. Fine, the dwarf agreed readily. Mori, keep an eye on the pot. Don't let it boil dry. Sure, Mori nodded. Senior, if I gather a bit more, can I make a pot of soup with just mushrooms and water? Ifarna's voice echoed from a distance. Absolutely not. You must trust in my culinary skills. The fire crackled as an odd aroma began to waft from the pot. A blend of earthy scents and some indescribable essence of fungi. Mori, illuminated by the firelight, leafed through the dwarf's adventure manual, contemplating the monsters they might encounter on the remainder of their journey. At that moment, a figure quietly approached, settling on the opposite side of the fire. Back so soon? Mori looked up, only to sense something amiss. The newcomer had long silver hair that remained striking even in the dim light. Romia, what brings you here? Am I not welcome? Romia hugged her knees, her face buried in her arms, her silver-gray eyes fixed intently on Mori, seemingly filled with resentment. Of course not. Mori waved his hand, bewildered by her expression. Have I done something to offend her? I once taught you to abandon the short and seize the long. Why didn't you heed my advice? Instead of seeking the high-ranking elf, you chose to team up with that short one? Romia's tone carried a hint of jealousy. So, that's what's bothering her. Mori was taken aback, then chuckled helplessly. But senior, didn't you leave early yesterday due to some matters? We searched high and low for you. Oh, is that so? Romia blinked, realization dawning upon her. It seems that was indeed the case. At that thought, Romia suddenly fell silent, lowering her head deeply, her delicate features completely buried in her thighs. Romia, when did your intelligence drop so low? How embarrassing. By the way, why are you here as well? The dungeon does not belong to you, does it? Am I not allowed to stroll around here by chance? Lomia abruptly lifted her head in protest, asserting, I am absolutely, unequivocally not following you on purpose. What a coincidence, Mori replied, stirring the bubbling thick soup with a spoon. Indeed, it is somewhat coincidental, Lomia murmured softly. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed, and Bakav and Ifarna returned, their arms laden with mushrooms. Oh, the pointy-eared one is here too. Bakav expressed no surprise, wearing an expression of familiarity. What, are you nostalgic for our culinary skills? As he spoke, he dumped the collected mushrooms onto the ground, beginning to sort through them. So, you came here for a free meal? Mori realized, promptly assisting the dwarf with the cleanup. Who'll want to eat those bizarre dishes you cook? Lomia retorted instantly, as if someone had stepped on her tail. She retrieved a small green branch adorned with a few white berries, shaking it defiantly. I have my own provisions. As they faced each other, the familiar tension hung palpably in the air. "Who is this?" Ifarna quietly tugged at Mori's sleeve. "Oh, allow me to make an introduction," Mori said, stepping forward quickly, realizing that relying on the dwarf for this was unlikely. "This is Senior Lomia, a ranger classified as a shadow hunter, and an old comrade of Minterbrook. This is my classmate, Ifarna, a level 5 water mage." "Hello," Lomia said, rising slightly to acknowledge Ifarna with a nod, her gaze resting on the young mage's face. She felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with this girl, as if she had seen her somewhere before, though she could not recall where. "Pleasure to meet you, Senior Lomia," Ifarna replied with a slight bow, her demeanor polite, yet somewhat distant. "So beautiful, truly befitting of an elf. Have we met somewhere before?" Lomia could not help but inquire. Ifarna's heart skipped a beat, but her face maintained a perfectly appropriate expression of confusion paired with a courteous smile as she gently shook her head. "Em sorry. Senior, I believe this is our first meeting. This is the first time I have encountered a high-level ranger of your elven lineage. Is that so? I must be mistaken then," Lomia mused, resting her chin on her hand, her curiosity not entirely assuaged. The two engaged in a few polite exchanges, the atmosphere slightly delicate. Ifarna deliberately averted her gaze from Lomia's inquisitive eyes, turning towards the busy Mori and Bakov. The dwarf exuded the air of a master chef, energetically directing, "Clean these grayish mushrooms with thick caps and tear them into strips. Yes, just like that. Toss in those with a hint of green fluorescence as well. They enhance the flavor." Under Bakov's guidance, Mori swiftly prepared the variously shaped mushrooms and added them to the pot, mixing them with the mud monster's gelatinous broth and some dried herbs. The soup took on an increasingly deep and viscous hue, resembling bubbling swamp sludge, as a complex aroma wafted through the air. "All done. A job well done. Mori, savor this mud monster mushroom stew." Bakafu stirred the viscous concoction in the pot, which was thick enough to support a spoon, and ladled a bowlful to Moriai, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Moriai gazed at the quivering, oddly colored gelatinous chunks and mushrooms in the spoon, inhaling the aroma that mingled earthy tones, the freshness of fungi and spices. His throat constricted with difficulty. Mud monster mushroom soup, quality, ordinary, white, effect, gradually restores a small amount of energy and recovers 1 spell slot. Very low probability of causing gastrointestinal discomfort. Description: a composite dish made from the gelatinous essence of the mud monster and various edible fungi. Perhaps its taste is not entirely unpleasant. Note: there is something amiss with this pot of mushroom soup. I can even see little people. My dear brother, could it be possible that one of them is a dwarf? The Marvelous Adventures of Suya, Volume 5. Section 3, Chapter 60. The Divine Berry Technique, feeling somewhat disappointed by the lack of attribute-enhancing effects. Mori mused that perhaps only specific types or higher-ranked magical creatures could transform into dishes capable of permanently augmenting one's attributes. "What are you dawdling for? Are you going to eat or not?" Bakov grumbled. "Fine." After much deliberation, Mori decided he had to at least sample the flavor. With a steely resolve, he closed his eyes and took a sip, a cacophony of complex tastes exploding in his mouth. The earthiness, the fresh aroma of fungi, a certain gelatinous smoothness, and a hint of indescribable fishiness wove together in a curious tapestry. It was not particularly unpalatable, yet could hardly be deemed delicious, resembling more a viscous, lumpy soup. "How is it?" Bakov inquired eagerly. "Well, how should I put it? It feels quite substantial," Mori managed to articulate, feeling a warm current of mixed sensations spreading through his stomach. It did indeed dissipate some fatigue, replenishing his energy. The effect seemed rather satisfactory. "Ha! I knew it!" Bakov exclaimed triumphantly. "Dinner is ready. You two should give it a try." Mori turned to beckon the two young ladies. "I'm not hungry yet." Ifarna's brow furrowed tightly, her small face contorted in distaste, her eyes brimming with reluctance. "Absolutely not." Lomia displayed an unmistakable expression of disdain, her petite nose wrinkling, her silvery gray eyes filled with polite refusal. "Then what do you plan to do?" Gnaw on black bread? Even black bread deserves to be paired with soup, Mori remarked, picking up the black bread that had been discarded nearby. Oomph, didn't I say I have food? Lomia proudly lifted a small green branch she held in her hands for everyone to see. What is that? Mori finally noticed the palm-sized green twig and the tiny white fruits, scarcely larger than sesame seeds, adorning it. That little thing wouldn't even suffice for a mouse. Would it? It's a sprig of mistletoe. Can it be eaten? Mori questioned skeptically, while Afarna exhibited an expression of anticipated confirmation. Newcomers are always so naive, Lomia declared, waving the twig triumphantly. Watch this. She closed her eyes, soft, verdant energy flowing from her fingertips as she softly intoned ancient syllables. Divine berry technique. The palm-sized mistletoe branch seemed to be infused with vitality, rapidly becoming lush and vibrant. The tiny white fruits swelled like balloons, becoming plump and exuding a gentle, refreshing sweetness. In mere seconds, 6 translucent and full berries emerged from the branch. Divine berries. They grew to the size of a fist, yet remained suspended on a twig as thin as a pinky finger, not falling off. As Lomia completed her incantation, Mori finally recalled some information about this spell. The Divine Berry technique was a first circle natural spell, exclusively belonging to druids, rangers, and nature mages. This seemed quite practical. Perhaps he should consider taking a class to learn it. Lomia plucked 3 berries and handed them to Afarna, saying, "Here, give a try. You would not wish to partake in the peculiar culinary creations of that short individual, would you? Is it permissible?" "Certainly. I'm immensely grateful." Afarna, taken aback, accepted the divine berry radiating pure life energy, and her sense of alienation dissipated significantly. The kindness of the elven race is indeed well-deserved. It appears she may have misunderstood this elder. She plucked one and placed it in her mouth. The sweet yet slightly tart juice burst forth, a gentle energy coursing through her body, dispelling the dank chill of the underground city. Afarna squinted her eyes in satisfaction. "How is it?" Lomia, with an air of grace, also indulged in one. "Is truly delightful." The two exchanged smiles, their conversation gradually becoming more amicable. Burp. Meanwhile, Bakov patted his swollen belly and let out a contented belch. He drank heartily, ultimately lifting the pot to quench his thirst in one go. Mori also consumed several bowls, and after acclimatizing to the peculiar taste, found it generally acceptable. "By the way, Mori, have you ever wielded a shield?" the dwarf casually inquired while cleaning the hefty iron pot. "No," Mori shook his head. "To my knowledge, we mages do not typically equip shields." "Do you still consider yourself a mage?" "I believe I am," Mori replied earnestly. "Come now, it's fine to deceive others, but do not deceive yourself," Bakov scoffed. Mori fell silent for a moment. He genuinely regarded himself as a spellcaster. The reasoning was straightforward. Conventional mages, clerics, bards, druids, and other spellcasting professions learn higher-tier spells every 2 levels, while semi-spellcasting professions like paladins and rangers can only acquire higher-tier spells every 4 levels, thus generally limiting them to 5th-tier spells at most. As a 3rd-level practitioner with access to 2nd-tier spell slots, he felt entitled to the title of mage. "Very well. Let us accept you as a mage," Bakov said, shaking off the water stains from the black pot. "Then I suggest that a mage like you ought to possess a suitable shield." Mori pondered. The dwarf's words held merit. Had he possessed even a small shield during that encounter with the phase spider, he could have mitigated a significant portion of the damage. "I shall consider it. How about I teach you a couple of moves now?" After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Bakov felt a twinge of eagerness. "Let's use this pot, and you can wield that bread shield. We can practice blocking and counterblocking, shall we?" "Sounds good," Mori readily agreed. Based on prior experiences, it was highly probable that advancing in his chosen profession would require further mastery of combat techniques, and he was more than willing to learn from the dwarf. Combat techniques were not particularly rare. An ordinary person could learn a move or 2 in just a few months. Thus, Bakov would not cling to them. Bang, crack, drink, huh. The sounds drew attention. Lomia looked up in their direction and then curled her lip. That short individual was at it again with his ridiculous ideas. She leaned closer to Afarna's ear and said, "Let me share with you. I once perused an ancient tome that contained numerous idioms, one of which was short-sightedness and limited knowledge. The environment of the underground city hardly changes with the passage of time. In reference to the outside world, it should now be deep into the night. Mori surveyed his surroundings, with only the crackling of the campfire breaking the silence. Despite the arrangement of alarm spells for vigilance, the task of keeping watch remained essential. Tonight, he and Bakov were to alternate shifts, with one guarding the first half of the night and the other the latter half. It was a pity. It was rare for a senior dwarf to take the initiative to teach, yet mastering the combat techniques proved to be quite challenging. Whether it was due to his lack of aptitude or Bakov's lack of earnest effort, Mori found himself unable to learn any of the combat skills. He felt a twinge of regret over this, though he did not dwell on it excessively. As he continued to scan the area, he unexpectedly spotted Romia and Afarna bundled together under the same blanket, resting back to back. When did their relationship become so amicable? Chapter 61. The cave marsh crabs. Mori stifled a yawn and kicked at the embers of the dying fire, ensuring it had been entirely extinguished. What is this? He nudged a hard, gray object with his foot. Curiosity piqued as he picked it up. It was not heavy, yet its texture was remarkably sturdy. Mori exerted all his strength to barely snap it in half, a feat considering his strength was a solid 15 points. Wasn't this the exterior of the gelled block we discarded last night? The dwarf took half from Mori's hand and casually tossed it aside. Oh, I nearly forgot about that. Mori chuckled awkwardly, then gazed thoughtfully at the fractured surface of the remaining piece. The texture, after being fired, was both light and hard. Perhaps this material could serve some other purpose? He fell into contemplation. Stop dawdling, Mori. Let us go, let us go. Afarna called out. All right. After a night of rest, the team set forth with renewed vigor. However, their pace was not swift. The terrain of the second subterranean layer was rugged and slick. Enormous stalagmites stood like silent sentinels, while twisted tree roots and subterranean flora clung to the rock walls, permeating the air with a pungent blend of moss and minerals. The group trudged through the labyrinthine passages, consulting their map. Stop! Lomia, who was positioned at the flank of the group, suddenly hissed, her sharp gaze sweeping towards a shadowy area obscured by a massive stalactite. She maintained a half-crouched stance, her longbow silently gripped in her hand. What is it? Sharp ears, what do you see? Bakov halted immediately, his war hammer gripped tightly in vigilance. Behind the dripping boulder ahead, several creatures were swaying. Which boulder? I can't see it, Bakov replied, puzzled. Ah, I forgot your height. Lomia smirked mischievously. You'll need to grow to my height to see it. She straightened her back deliberately, her silver hair shimmering slightly in the dim light. Bakov rolled his eyes. Quit the chatter. What do you see? 3 or 4 cave marsh crabs, quite sizable, and the moss on their shells is rather thick. Cave marsh crabs? Bakov's small eyes brightened instantly, the earlier annoyance dissipating, replaced by excitement. What a find! Though they might be muddy, once cleaned, they are a delicacy. Their meat is firm, and the crab roe is exquisite. We have lunch sorted. With that, he turned to Lomia. Sharp ears, do you think the crabs would just crawl onto our grill? What's the rush? Lomia replied, as she knocked a common feathered arrow to her bowstring. Without even aiming deliberately, relying on instinct, she slightly raised the bow arm and released her fingers. Whoosh! With a series of sharp sounds slicing through the air, muffled thuds echoed from the shadows, accompanied by the crisp sound of cracking shells. Mori squinted, barely able to discern 3 cave marsh crabs the size of wash basins. They lay motionless, precisely pierced at their joint connections, pinned to the ground. Impressive, Afarna gasped softly. The cave marsh crab is renowned for its hard shell, coated in slippery moss, which grants it remarkable resistance to piercing damage. Merely a basic skill. A subtle smile crept upon Romia's lips. A 7th-level professional effortlessly dispatching creatures beneath level 1. And yet they boast of it. Moreover, one dares to brag while another believes. Moray, who did not comprehend the nuances, nearly lost his composure. Hey, what does that expression mean? Romia noticed Moray's suppressed laughter, her expression darkening. I recalled something amusing. Moray forced his lips into submission. What is it? Romia's silver teeth clenched, her demeanor assertive. I Thought about how I will soon enjoy crab meat, which brings me joy. Moray quickly devised a response. I shall assist in handling them right away. With that, he cast a first circle spell, igniting his speed as he dashed forth like a cannonball, reaching the marsh crab in just a few strides. Goodness, how large! Gazing at the crab, which was nearly the size of a basin, Moray momentarily pondered how to manage it. I should move it to a nearby, safe house for cleaning. Moray rubbed his hands together, ready to lift it. However, just as he extended his hand, a crab claw shot out with astonishing speed and clamped down on him. Hiss! Moray inhaled sharply, his face flushing crimson. Are you all right? Efarna panted as she hurried over, concern etched on her face. She raised her staff, uncertain of which spell to cast at that moment. No major issue. Moray lifted the hand that had not been caught, signaling her not to worry. Even without activating the barkskin spell, his robust physique, boasting a constitution of 15, could withstand such minor harm. He glanced at the approaching trio, noticing Romea stifling her laughter, clearly reveling in his predicament. Need assistance? The elven girl raised her chin. No need. Moray shook his head. He bent down, placing his other hand on the crab claw, his arms gradually exerting force. The cave marsh crab released a bubble, seemingly mocking his futile effort. Without uttering a word, Moray tensed his muscles, and with a subtle tremor, the once tight claw began to yield. With a crisp crack, Moray discarded the severed claw and flipped the crab over, forcefully tearing off the abdomen's shell. He did not spare the foaming crab, instead plunging his hands into the exposed crevice, uprooting the heavy shell entirely. After accomplishing this feat, Moray shook his hand, which throbbed faintly. Seeing this, Efarna exhaled in relief, while Romea appeared somewhat disappointed. I knew you would be fine. Bakov raised his hands above his head, patting Moray on the back. Moray shrugged noncommittally. This time, he had indeed been overly complacent, viewing the crabs merely as ingredients to be dealt with, forgetting that they were more perilous than goblins. Thankfully, the repercussions were not severe. During future adventures, he must not allow himself to be so reckless. Moray silently admonished himself. Efarna, the dwarf turned to the young sorceress, instructing her to fetch some water to cleanse these creatures, for the mud and sand lodged within their shell crevices and gills could fill a pot to the brim. Very well, she replied. Bakov stepped forward to attend to the spoils, maneuvering to the blind spots of the other swamp crab's attack positions, replicating the process as he pried open their shells. Create water. Control water. Efarna raised her staff and began to cast her spell, conjuring a stream of crystal-clear water that surged forth like a high-pressure hose, washing away the dirt from every crevice of the crab's shells. After a considerable duration, the gills finally revealed their original pale hue. The amount of mud is truly extraordinary, she exclaimed, gazing at the substantial accumulation of dark brown sediment that had been washed away. Ha! Soon you shall see its worth. Bakov rubbed his hands together, eyeing the now cleaned, plump, and enticing swamp crabs as if he could already savor their aroma. Mori, let us venture nearby to procure some additional ingredients. Mere crab meat will not suffice. Agreed. Chapter 62. Crab meat and mushroom skewers. Mori followed the dwarf into a dimly lit passageway adorned with luminescent moss. As they walked, Bakov enthusiastically shared his knowledge. Behold, this vibrant red mushroom with white spots is known as fire scab mushroom. Consuming it raw is toxic and will cause excruciating abdominal pain. However, once cooked, its toxins dissipate entirely, and it can even slightly enhance the efficiency of wound healing. He deftly sliced off a few caps with his dagger. Do you see that azure specimen nestled in the crevice? It's the wisdom blue mushroom, a rare delicacy. When eaten raw, it provides a refreshing taste and can heal wounds as effectively as a first-tier healing spell. Yet its side effects include mental fogginess and slowed reactions, occasionally leading to bizarre hallucinations. Essentially, it serves as a healing potion at the expense of one's intellect. Mori gingerly plucked it, examining in his palm. Does cooking this mushroom eliminate its side effects? Quite the contrary, Bakov chuckled, revealing a set of sturdy yellow teeth. During the cooking process, it generates toxins that make one quite uncomfortable upon consumption. Yet, remarkably, this toxicity can stimulate the mind, enhancing clarity of thought. The effects pre- and post-cooking were utterly contradictory. Mori's eyes widened in astonishment as he diligently committed this knowledge to memory. At that moment, he noticed a cluster of slender, pristine white mushrooms resembling enoki mushrooms growing at the base of a damp rock wall, their beauty accentuated by the soft glow of the moss. What about these, esteemed elder? They appear quite clean. Are they edible? The dwarf leaned in for a closer inspection, and his expression shifted to one of peculiar disquiet. Rubbing his beard, he spoke in a low voice. Ah, this is known as tomorrow's return in our region. Tomorrow's return? Does that imply they are quite common, easily harvested each day? Not quite. It means that if you consume it today, you shall see it intact again during your morning visit to the privy. A quarter of an hour later, the two returned to their temporary camp, arms laden with mushrooms. Hearing the commotion, Lomia's delicate ears twitched slightly before she turned around. More mushrooms? Could we perhaps exhibit a modicum of creativity? She furrowed her brow. Bakov retorted without hesitation. Pointed ears, do you think this is the royal capital? The Undercity is not in short supply of mushrooms. If you don't wish to partake, you might as well return to your moonlight forest and gnaw on tree leaves. No one is begging you to tag along for a meal. Nonsense. I didn't consume any of your cooking this time. The elven maiden protested, her stance resolute. Did you not sample our fare during our previous culinary endeavors? Bakov rolled his eyes. Lomia turned her back, crossing her arms with an indignant huff. Observing the end of their exchange, Mori finally inquired, shall we prepare mushroom soup again this time? No, we shall be making roasted crab meat, accompanied by grilled mushrooms. Bakov swiftly ignited a fire, directing Mori to skewer the clean crab meat and mushrooms with iron sticks, placing them over the flames while brushing them with oil and crab fat. The cave's roasted marsh crab meat crackled enticingly, its surface gradually adorned with alluring golden-brown char marks. Fat mixed with the unique, rich aroma of crab roe dripped onto the campfire, producing a sizzling sound and rising in plumes of peculiar meat-scented smoke. The irresistible fragrance swiftly permeated the air, causing even Lomia to involuntarily inhale deeply. The cooking was just right. Bakov swiftly removed several skewers of perfectly roasted crab and mushroom, unhesitatingly stuffing them into his mouth. Delightful. The dwarf squinted his eyes, emitting a long, resonant nasal sound of satisfaction, his thick, reddish-brown beard glistening with grease, completely unbothered. Could it truly be this delicious? Observing this, Moray also picked up a skewer to taste, his eyes instantly lighting up. The crispy edges crumbled upon biting, revealing crab meat that was not the usual tender white of fish, but rather a near-translucent jade hue, glistening with a rich luster in the firelight. The crab roe smeared across the surface had already melted and seeped into every crevice of the meat, imparting a robust, rich flavor akin to the essence of the finest egg yolk, paired with the roasted portobello, which had slightly contracted to release glistening juices. Biting into it unleashed a torrent of steaming juice that burst in the mouth, yielding an extraordinarily delectable taste. Delicious. Moray smacked his lips, feeling that this was leagues superior to the mushroom soup from the previous day. He then offered several skewers of golden crab leg meat and portobello to the absent-minded Ifarna. Care for taste? This time it's absolutely trustworthy. Moray smiled. Ifarna regarded the skewers exuding an enticing aroma, recalling the indescribably dense soup from last night. A flicker of struggle passing through her emerald eyes. Yet, ultimately unable to resist the temptation, she cautiously accepted the skewer, blowing on it gently before taking a dainty bite. So fresh. It was indeed delicious. The springiness and sweetness of the crab meat completely captivated her, her earlier reservations vanishing into thin air. By the way, your hand. Is it all right now after being pinched? Upon finishing the skewer, Ifarna gently grasped Moray's wrist, lifting it closer to inspect the palm that had been caught by the crab claw. Oh, this? Moray nonchalantly opened his palm to show her. There was merely a faint, nearly fading red mark, with no skin broken at all. It's completely fine. The remarkable recovery afforded by his robust constitution was vividly apparent even in such minor injuries. Ifarna examined it closely, confirming its condition was indeed sound, and she sighed in relief, breaking into a smile of reassurance. That's good. There are still many skewers left. Let's fetch some more. As Moray reached for another skewer, he inadvertently caught sight of a somewhat forlorn, slender figure in the corner. He smiled silently and picked up a few more skewers of fragrant crab meat and plump, juicy portobello. He walked over to sit beside the silver-haired elf, who sat with her back to the campfire, hugging her knees as if in a sulk. Lomia, he waved the skewer in front of her. Care to try? It's freshly roasted and still warm. Lomia's body stiffened imperceptibly, her delicate nostrils slightly flaring as the rich aroma filled her senses. Yet, she turned her face away, her silver hair creating a graceful arc in the faint light. Her voice muffled as she huffed. Humph, I refuse to eat anything made by that short fellow. However, this skewer was prepared by me. Maury spoke gently, and we owe our ability to enjoy this to the senior's keen insight and archery skills, which must account for at least 70% of the success. Lomia turned her head, her silvery gray eyes darting toward the crab meat skewer within arm's reach, her throat seemingly rolling slightly. Indeed, you have a point, she murmured softly, her voice as faint as a whisper. Swiftly, she reached out, seizing the skewers as if fearing Maury might rescind his offer. You're right. Why shouldn't I indulge? Lomia lowered her head, her silver hair cascading to partially obscure her face as she fiercely bit into a generous piece of crab meat, chewing with a fervor that seemed to release pent-up emotions. Her cheeks puffing adorably, Maury observed her endearing antics, unable to suppress a smile. The dwarf had not deceived him. Lomia, in many ways, did indeed resemble a temperamental young girl, her psychological age perhaps even less than that of Afarna. Chapter 63. The fishmen. The exquisite cuisine greatly alleviated the fatigue of their journey. After a brief respite, everyone felt invigorated and continued onward. They finally reached the third level. This way. Barkav unfurled the map, pointing in a specific direction. Maury squinted, noticing that it diverged sharply from the path taken during their previous encounter with the gargoyle alongside Hal. However, this time, the companion seemed far more dependable, and he believed there would be no further mishaps. As they traversed a natural stone pass, a chilling, damp breeze laden with a pungent aquatic scent enveloped them. Maury surveyed his surroundings. The space here was considerably more expansive, and faintly, he could hear the thunderous roar of a colossal underground river rushing through the darkness. The air was thick with moisture, lowering visibility even further. Afarna opened her spellbook and retrieved a small piece of light elm. Light dance. She delicately raised her staff, transforming the wood into a luminous orb that hovered in the air, illuminating the nearby environment. Towering stone pillars loomed like colossal supports holding up the cavern ceiling, their surfaces coated with slick, dark moss and aquatic vines. You chose to study this before? Maury remarked, somewhat astonished. Huh, was there really a need to study it? Afarna tilted her head. With our current level of magical prowess, such a trick could be mastered with just a glance. Maury fell silent. Please, do not use your genius as a yardstick for others. Nevertheless, her words served as a reminder to Maury. After mastering higher-level spells, revisiting the study of cantrips or first-level spells would undoubtedly enhance efficiency. He resolved to take the time in the future to fill in any gaps and review practical cantrips. As the path grew increasingly slippery and treacherous, the party had to slow their pace, cautiously advancing under the guidance of the glowing orb. After another night of rest, on the fourth day since entering the dungeon, they finally approached the area marked on the map as the habitat of the dark-scaled sharks, a vast underground water chamber adjacent to the shadowy river. Massive stalactites hung from the ceiling, their tips perpetually dripping droplets that created ripples on the surface of the water below. Here, darkness was not absolute. Peculiar aquatic plants and fungi glowed with eerie blue or sickly green luminescence, casting a surreal light upon the surrounding waters. As Maury inhaled, he detected a strong fishy odor mingled with the scent of decaying algae. This smell, are there fishmen present? The map did not indicate any. Barkav's nostrils flared. Sharkmen, Lomia noted, her sense of smell evidently more acute. She unstrung her longbow, an arrow already nocked. Observing this, Maury slipped one hand into his pocket, while the other gripped his steel wand, its rough texture instantly spreading across his skin. This was not merely for the sake of relaxation. Rather, due to his limited repertoire of spells, he had grown accustomed to storing the few materials he possessed directly in his pocket for immediate access. In contrast, Ifarna, also a mage, had begun to peruse her spellbook. The dwarf had just begun to speak when a series of bubbles suddenly erupted from the water surface. Instantly, several menacing figures leapt from the murky depths, crashing heavily onto the slick rocks at the water's edge. They stand nearly as tall as adult humans, yet their forms are hunched, cloaked in tough, dark green scales adorned with deep patterns. Their heads resemble a grotesque amalgamation of shark and human, with a protruding snout bristling with sharp teeth and yellow eyes devoid of eyelids, glinting with a cruel light. Their hands and feet are webbed, tipped with razor-sharp claws, and they wield pointed bone spears crafted from the bodies of some large fish. The shark folk, an individual typically poses a challenge level of half, which is equivalent to that of a bear goblin. However, their ability to thrive in the depths of the third underground level speaks to their own survival rules. They never act alone. MGLR MGLM GLMGL NK MRR GLLLM. A few shark folk emitted incomprehensible roars, accompanied by the sound of drool dripping. Who understands the language of the fishmen? What are they saying? Bakov furrowed his brow. Let me try. Mori volunteered, raising his staff to cast a spell. Animals speak. Aio Ibergu Bugbuggergiburgle. He heard the fishmen utter. Hey, why isn't animal speak working? Mori scratched his head. You fool. You should use comprehend languages to translate fishman speech. Ifarna covered her face. Huh? Mori was taken aback. Aren't fishmen animals? This question was akin to asking if copperbeards are living beings. Just as he was about to argue, the water's surface erupted once more, bursting forth with a multitude of bubbles, as over 30 fishmen surfaced like spring shoots. MRGLLL, GLRRMGL. The three closest shark folk screeched, scrambling on the slick rocks with their hands and feet, brandishing weapons as they charged. Oh, they were calling for reinforcements. Bakov suddenly understood. Prepare for battle, he bellowed, fearlessly confronting the foremost fishman, his warhammer cutting through the air with a dull whoosh, meeting the spear thrust of the fishman head-on. Crack! The bone spear shattered upon impact, and the warhammer continued its relentless course, crashing into the fishman's scaly chest, sending it flying backward, spewing forth dark green blood. The battle erupted in an instant, the cavern resounding with the clang of weapons, the explosive sounds of spells, and the eerie shrieks and agonized cries of the fishmen. Frostbound mist, a chilling, piercing cold surged forth from the tip of Ifarna's staff, like a roaring ice dragon, accurately enveloping several shark folk attempting to flank them. Crackle. The swift sound of ice forming rang out. The foremost fishmen suddenly froze in place, their bodies encased in a thick layer of solid ice, resembling grotesque sculptures. While the remaining fishmen evaded the core of the freeze with agility, they were still swept by the frigid gusts, their movements growing sluggish and stiff, frost forming upon their scaly skin. Well done. Lomia's silver-gray eyes gleamed like a hawk's as she pressed close to Ifarna, her bowstring trembling incessantly. Thud, thud. The sounds of arrows embedding into flesh filled the air. The frozen fishmen became the prime targets, as Lomia's arrows effortlessly pierced through the ice, bringing an end to their struggles. In the blink of an eye, nearly half of the fishmen attempting to encircle her had fallen. Rolling proficiency has increased. After another roll, Mori slowly rose to his feet, propped up by a steel rod in one hand, while casually grasping the bone spear that had pierced him with the other. Then, with a sudden surge of strength in both arms, the shark-like fishman, reluctant to relinquish his bone spear, lost his balance and staggered forward uncontrollably. The last sight before him was the increasingly magnified metal thread of the steel rod's threaded sleeve. Bang! The unfortunate fishman's head was crushed inward, sending him flying 4 to 5 meters away, splashing water in all directions. Was it possible to eliminate them with nothing more than a simple strike, devoid of any combat techniques? A faint smile curled at the corners of Mori's mouth, his hands never ceasing their movements. The steel rod in his grasp swung with immense force, each arc accompanied by a dull whoosh through the air. When it connected, The fishmen would either suffer broken bones and torn sinews or have their brains splattered. Chapter 64. Snowstorm. The upgraded combat skill, Roll, has proven to be more practical than anticipated, enabling the evasion of nearly all attacks. Moreover, after activating the barkskin technique, his skin has become as resilient as the aged bark of an oak tree. Even when pierced by the fishman's bone spears, it merely leaves shallow white marks, accompanied by a dull, scraping sound, barely breaking the surface of his skin. This is an inequitable battle. Crack! Another strike flattens the head of an advancing fishman. Unfortunately, the efficiency is lacking. Mori furrowed his brow, surveying his surroundings. Although a solitary fishman poses little threat, their sheer numbers are overwhelming. They charge fearlessly, surging forth with bone spears and claws from all directions. Mori, over here. We need assistance. Ifarna's urgent call pierced through the cacophony of the fishman's shrieks. Huh? Mori deftly rolled aside, avoiding the thrust of a bone spear, and turned towards the sound. The area around the two young women was piled high with the corpses of fishmen, their efficiency far surpassing that of Mori and Bakov, who were methodically dispatching them one by one. However, this has also drawn the attention of a larger horde. More fishmen were climbing over their fallen comrades, led by several particularly robust fishermen leaders wielding massive bone axes, encircling the pair like an encroaching tide. There are too many. Can you help us hold them off? It would be best if you could gather them together. Ifarna spoke rapidly, her emerald eyes fixed on the surging mass of fishmen, while her other hand hurriedly flipped through her spellbook. We need to be quick. Lomia's tone was urgent as she knocked an arrow, but refrained from shooting immediately, instead pacing slowly to intimidate the approaching fishmen. She could easily escape alone, but bringing along a spellcaster complicates matters. Not a problem. Mori reached into his cloak, retrieving a specially crafted small pouch, and hurled it towards the water behind the two young women. It contained cement, gravel, and salt, the necessary materials for the concrete wall spell. The pouch traced an arc through the air before splashing into the frigid underground river, instantly saturating in the murky waters. The foremost fishmen were startled by the sudden projectile, exchanging wary glances as they communicated in their guttural tone. Now, Mori gripped his steel rod tightly, striking it forcefully against the damp, rocky ground, his magical energy surging forth, guiding the materials that had fallen into the water as a core medium. Earthen wall, with a thunderous roar resembling the sound of stone growing, a thick, slightly rough yet sharply defined gray-white arc of concrete emerged. Like a sturdy arm extending from the earth, it burst forth from the water surface, rising to form a protective barrier behind Ifarna and Lomia. This arc was not entirely enclosed, but cleverly created a semi-surrounding structure, securely shielding the back of the two young women while leaving an open fan-shaped area directly in front of them. Excellent wall. Bakov, not far away, swung his warhammer with great effort, sending a fishman attempting to ambush him flying. He cast a brief glance at the wall and couldn't help but exclaim, "Impressive." Lomia's spirits surged, and the pressure she felt dissipated instantly. She swiftly redirected her bow, concentrating her fire to seal off the sole fan-shaped entrance. Arrows flew like a tempest, striking with precision at the advancing fishmen who sensed the impending danger, impaling them along their path. The foremost fishman let out a wail as it fell, its body and slick blood further obstructing the advance of those behind. Alalilil, the fishmen, enraged by this unexpected barrier, screeched in fury, with some attempting to scale the slick concrete walls. However, the rough surface and the frigid river water rendered this endeavor exceedingly difficult. Many more huddled at the only entrance, packed tightly like sardines, brandishing their weapons in a desperate attempt to breach Lomia's arrow curtain. Their tactic of overwhelming numbers proved effective as their line slowly advanced. Now is the moment. A glimmer of determination ignited in Ifarna's eyes. She inhaled deeply, as if drawing the icy air of the underground river into her lungs. She unfurled her heavy spellbook, a small cloud of dust and a few droplets of clear water suspending in the air, moving to the tip of her staff with her motion, transforming into a bolt of energy that shot forth. Mori raised an eyebrow, taken aback. The spell's target was aimed at the cave ceiling? Surely this was a mistake? Snowstorm. The young sorceress wasted no time in uttering the full name of her incantation. The power erupted with a thunderous roar. At the center of the crowded fishmen, within a cylindrical area spanning over 10 meters in radius, the cave ceiling seemed to tear apart, unleashing countless thumb-sized, jagged hailstones mixed with bone-chilling freezing rain, cascading down like divine retribution. A third-tier spell, Snowstorm. Boom, crackle, snap, crackle. The hail struck the fishmen's bare heads and scales, producing a cacophony of jarring impacts and shattering sounds. The freezing rain instantly coated the rocks and water surface with a slick, mirror-like layer of solid ice. The clustered fishmen had nowhere to hide. NK, MMM, MRRGGLM. Their cries echoed in a chilling chorus. The physical impact of the hail left them bloodied and dazed, collapsing to the ground. The extreme cold of the freezing rain swiftly robbed them of their body heat, rendering their movements stiff as marionettes. Furthermore, the icy-coated rocks and water transformed into a treacherous skating rink, causing any fisherman attempting to charge, evade, or even maintain their footing to slip and fall, suffering grievous injuries. Dozens of fishmen packed at the entrance were instantaneously transformed into a landscape of frost, some wailing in agony, while others fell silent like frozen sculptures. The air temperature plummeted, and even Mori, at a distance, felt the biting chill. Huff, huff. Ifarna's complexion paled slightly as she leaned on her staff, breathing heavily. The continuous casting of spells, including the third-tier spell Snowstorm, had taken a tremendous toll on her magical and mental reserves. However, the results were unmistakable. The once menacing tide of fishmen had been solidly frozen by the frost storm. The remaining fishmen, upon witnessing the tragic fate of their comrades, were overtaken by fear and scattered in all directions, hastily retreating into the water. The chaotic scene was momentarily enveloped in an unusual tranquility. Was it over? Mori gazed upon the desolate, ice-bound battlefield before him. Shattered bone spears lay strewn across the frozen surface, alongside the lifeless bodies of fishmen, exuding a pungent odor of fish and an oppressive chill. Perhaps. Bakaf approached, shouldering a hammer, while his other hand grasped a half-corpse of a fishman. How about we eat this today? Absolutely not. Impossible. Lomia and Ifarna immediately protested. Mori remained silent, lost in contemplation. He instinctively recoiled from the thought of consuming sentient beings. Yet, could the fishmen truly be classified as sentient, or were they merely humanoid creatures? They bore no semblance of human characteristics whatsoever. Chapter 65. The Darkscale Shark let us postpone this discussion for a moment, and instead gather our spoils. Once the ice melts, all these treasures will surely sink. Bakaf gestured towards the frost-laden battlefield. A sensible notion. Mori shook off the slimy residue of the fishmen and ice shards from his arms, joining the dwarf in collecting the salvageable fishman weapons. They disregarded the shattered bone spears and other inferior gear. But what caught their attention was a towering fishman frozen in ice, clutching a trident that glimmered with an icy sheen. Mori raised his hand, preparing to retrieve it for a closer inspection. This appears promising. Be cautious. Suddenly, Lomia delivered a swift kick, sending the unsuspecting Mori stumbling backwards, while simultaneously using the recoil to pull away the nearby Ifarna. Hey, what do you mean by that? Before he could finish his sentence, a deep, muffled thud resonated from the ice-covered surface of the water where they had just stood. Wait, this is... Boom! The layer of ice above the water shattered like fragile glass, violently broken apart by an inexplicable force from below, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. Chunks of ice, mixed with murky water, soared into the air, scattering in all directions. A colossal shadow burst through the ice and water, accompanied by a tremendous surge and a deafening roar, forcefully breaching the surface. The dark-scaled shark. Ifarna gasped. Mori steadied himself and focused on the shadow, which was indeed their intended quarry. Its size exceeded even the descriptions in the adventurer's manual. The portion of its head and dorsal fin exposed above the water stood a staggering 3 meters tall, its dark scales encasing its body like armor. Most astonishingly, atop its head stood the burly figure of a shark warrior, brandishing a trident. Clearly, This dark-scaled shark and the shark warrior shared a symbiotic relationship. It had been lurking beneath the water, only revealing itself in response to the call of its fishmen allies. Roar! The dark-scaled shark opened its cavernous maw, exposing its dagger-like, serrated teeth, emitting a terrifying roar that mingled with the sound of rushing water. The putrid stench assaulted Mori's senses, causing him to grimace. The odor is overwhelming, to say the least. How foul! Ifarna covered her mouth and nose. No, it is casting a spell. Lomia realized, quickly knocking an arrow to her bow, attempting to interrupt the incantation. However, her attack failed to reach its target, thwarted by the Fishman Chief's deft defense. There is no time left. Mori spoke solemnly. A wall formed behind them, composed of murky water, severing their escape route. Simultaneously, the remaining fishmen, previously intimidated and retreating from the snowstorm, seemed invigorated by the appearance of the dark-scaled shark, surfacing once more with frenzied cries, encircling them from all sides. Damn it! That beast is allied with the fishmen. Bakov roared, smashing his hammer into a fishman that had attempted to ambush them. But against the moving fortress that was the dark-scaled shark, his war hammer appeared almost insignificant. Lomia attempted to launch a surprise attack aimed at the shark's eye, but was once again thwarted by the fishman knight above it. Cursed be this fate. She redirected her attack towards the dark-scaled shark, which suddenly twisted its form as arrows clanged against its thick scales, leaving only faint white marks that failed to inflict any significant damage. This creature was at least a level 5 challenge. Hadn't this dungeon already been cleared? Why was there still such a monster? Lomia gritted her teeth. Jump slash. Seizing the opportunity, Mori struck the dark-scaled shark's side fin near its abdomen with his steel rod, producing a muffled thud. The powerful recoil left his arm tingling, while the colossal beast merely swayed slightly, its resilient skin covered in scales remaining unbroken. The terrifying defensive capability of the creature furrowed Mori's brow as he lifted his gaze, locking eyes with the shark's reddened orbs. Crack! The shark's sharp teeth snapped shut in front of Mori, while the Fishman Knight's trident blocked his escape route. He rolled sideways, just in time to evade the attack narrowly. Failing to land a hit, the dark-scaled shark thrashed its body violently, creating massive waves mixed with shards of ice that crashed against the shore. The Fishman Knight atop, it commanded the remaining fishmen to charge recklessly from all directions. This is too passive. The dwarves and elves were overwhelmed by the relentless fishman assaults while also protecting Ifarna, who was recovering her magical energy from the shark's sweeping attacks and gaping maw. The situation had taken a dire turn. Ifarna, is that trick you prepared still usable? Mori inquired, dodging another ferocious bite from the dark-scaled shark, its tooth-filled maw nearly grazing his ear. The combined combat power of the dark-scaled shark and the Fishman Knight far exceeded their expectations. At this rate, they would not only fail in their hunt, but might also end up as the main course for this monstrous beast and its fishman minions. His mind raced as he plotted an escape route. Given their capabilities, creating an opening in the water wall behind them shouldn't be too difficult as long as... Trust me, just buy us a little more time. Please. Ifarna bit her lip, her face paling further with anxiety. She clutched her staff tightly, seemingly awaiting the perfect moment. All right. Although he was unsure of what the ultimate technique she had mentioned was, Mori chose to trust his teammate. Shrink. The second-tier spell was unlikely to affect the dark-scaled shark, so Mori's target was not the shark, but himself. His form, attire, and weapon rapidly diminished, ultimately reducing him to the height of Bakov. The cost was a decrease in strength, but the benefit was a significant increase in agility. At that moment, he became the diminutive Mori. MRGLLL, GLRRMGL. The diminutive Mori mimicked the fishman's pitch, hopping about in front of the shark, drawing its attention. He noticed that his voice had taken on a much higher pitch. How adorable, I want to keep one. Lomia mused softly. What did you say? Bakov perked up his ears. Nothing. I just realized that Mori's original height is exactly double yours. The dwarf rolled his eyes in exasperation. Whether he understood the fishman's tongue or not, the trident-wielding fish knight retorted angrily. Subsequently, he steered his shark and leaped high into the air, aiming directly for Mori. Now was the moment. As the dark-scaled shark surged from the water to strike at Mori, a resolute glimmer flashed in Afarna's eyes. Having been prepared, she raised her staff and uttered a clear and powerful incantation. Walk upon water. A gentle yet immensely resilient magical aura shot forth towards Mori. Oh, the petite Mori was taken aback. Was this the deadly move she had mentioned? Or had he misinterpreted? Was this walking on water merely a means of escape? Chapter 66. Walking on water and new skills, however. The spell did not strike the perplexed Mori. Instead, it soared over his head, aiming directly at the dark-scaled shark suspended in midair. Isn't walking on water a supportive spell for allies? Mori pondered, turning his head to witness the spell successfully hitting its target, enveloping the massive form of the dark-scaled shark like an invisible giant carpet. Splash! The shark, which was about to plunge back into the water, suddenly sensed an unusual texture. Enormous splashes erupted, yet it did not sink. Rather, it floated upon the water's surface. Its terrifying body, weighing several tons, seemed as though an unseen hand had forcibly lifted it from the depths. The heavy-scaled body now defied logic, suspended a few inches above the water. Roar! Roar! The dark-scaled shark emitted unprecedented roars filled with confusion and panic. It thrashed wildly, its robust tail striking the surface and sending colossal waves. Yet it could not descend even a fraction. Stranded from its aquatic habitat, this aquatic sovereign resembled a beached whale, possessing immense size and fearsome strength, but lacking leverage. Struggling clumsily, the merman knight atop the shark lost his balance, tumbling off with a startled cry. Whoosh! Just before hitting the water, a precise arrow pierced through his throat, pinning him to the shark's back. As the shark writhed, the merman knight's lifeless body swayed like a ragged cloth. Impressive. Bakov's booming voice echoed through the cavern. Just average. Lomia replied demurely. I was referring to the walking on water spell you just cast. Indeed, the dwarf concurred. Little Mori initially believed that spells like flight, a third-tier spell, would far surpass the functionality of walking on water, yet he was astonished by the spell's remarkable utility. As the merman knight continued to thrash, the gleaming trident he had clutched slipped from his grasp. Mori reacted swiftly, his agility heightened by the shrink spell, darting forward like a wraith. Just as the trident was about to plummet into the water, he deftly seized the heavy weapon. This item clearly possessed great value. It could not be carelessly discarded. With the trident in hand, Mori straightened up, suddenly sensing an ominous gaze directed towards him. He turned to meet the emerald gaze of Afarna. She gripped her staff with one hand, hastily uttering the final syllables. Enhance attribute. Elegance of the cat. A soft magical glow accurately enveloped Mori. Agility 1, duration 1 hour. A second-tier spell enhancing attributes. As if unshackled from invisible bonds, a light and swift power surged through Mori's entire being, diminishing the resistance of the air. Puff! The spellbook slipped from the young sorceress's grasp, her complexion pale, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, clearly indicating immense exhaustion. This is my last spell, Mori. Hey, are we not in an advantageous position now? Mori mused inwardly, perplexed by the tone that seemed akin to a farewell of life and death. Nevertheless, he had formulated a plan for dealing with the dark-scaled shark. The steel rod he wielded had limited effectiveness against the shark's formidable armor. Yet the trident of the fisherman knight was a different matter. Although the trident seemed somewhat unwieldy for his current stature, it could still be utilized with some effort. With a running start, the diminutive Mori executed a pole vault, landing upon the shark's fin. His enhanced agility allowed him to traverse the thrashing shark's back with the ease of walking on solid ground. His target fixed firmly on the creature's eye. Let me in, Mori bellowed, leveraging the shark's violent head shake to grip the trident's long handle tightly, channeling all his strength and weight downward. The sharp tip of the trident pierced through the water with a whoosh, striking the shark's eye with precision. A deafening roar erupted from the dark-scaled shark, a cacophony laden with excruciating agony, causing the entire cavern to tremble. Its massive body thrashed wildly, rolling and slapping the water, sending icy shards and debris flying in every direction. Several unfortunate fishmen too close for comfort, were indiscriminately reduced to pulp. Mori was flung off by the force, managing to hold the trident horizontally for balance, narrowly avoiding a fall. He cast a glance at the round, glistening eyeball at the trident's tip, lamenting the lost opportunity. The shrinking spell had diminished his strength and size, resulting merely in the extraction of his solitary eye. Murky blood gushed forth from the socket like a miniature fountain, staining the vast expanse of water crimson. Fortunately, the spell enabling him to walk on water acted as a shackle, firmly binding the dark-scaled shark to the surface. Once more, he would strike. With his enhanced agility, Mori clung to the shark's back like a gecko. He retrieved the eyeball, one hand steadying himself on the trident's shaft, while the other gripped the gaps between the scales, laboriously making his way back to the shark's head. Sensing the unusual presence atop its head, the dark-scaled shark suddenly reared back, its gaping maw lined with razor-sharp teeth aimed to devour this bothersome insect. Yet, at the very moment it tilted its head upward, Mori propelled himself off the shark's back. Utilizing the reaction force, he soared into the air, dispelling the shrinking spell mid-flight. His body expanded with an extraordinary sensation of stretching, returning to its original form. Mori felt a resurgence of power, a faint smile gracing his lips. The talent for extraordinary luck activated. Your next melee attack will undoubtedly deliver a critical strike. No longer merely a thrust. He now gripped the trident's shaft and handle with both hands, converting his entire weight and strength into a forceful drive downwards. With a sickening thud, the heavy trident plunged deep into the dark-scaled shark's enormous eye, the sound of brain matter being penetrated resonating ominously. The shark's colossal form stiffened abruptly. All its frantic thrashing ceased in an instant. Its heavily armored body crashed down upon the blood-stained water surface with the force of a landslide, creating a final splash before falling utterly still. After losing its vital signs, the effect of walking on water finally dissipated, and its massive form gradually sank beneath the surface. Ultimately, only its floating dorsal fin and a small portion of its fearsome head remained visible above the water. With a swift backflip, Mori landed beside the crowd. Suddenly, translucent text materialized in his field of vision. You have executed a creature of challenge level far exceeding your own. Skill Executioner acquired. Executioner Category Skill Effect. You have become adept at striking with weapons to inflict maximum damage. You gain the following enhancements. Agility increases by 1 point. With a cap of 20, when your target's movements are restricted, such as being prone or immobilized, landing a critical hit will inflict substantial additional damage. Note, this is the final lesson in practical combat that I shall impart to you. Come now, strike at my most vulnerable point. She never truly held affection for you. The Biography of the Bard Galop, Volume 1, Section 7, Chapter 67. Spoils of War and Other Expertise. In comparison to the previously acquired Alchemical Pioneer, this new skill, though it grants merely a single attribute point, proves to be exceedingly practical in combat. Mori raised his eyebrows in surprise. It is worth noting that regardless of the profession, one of the prerequisites for a third-tier practitioner to advance to the 4th level is the mastery of an additional expertise. This implies professional level increased. You have acquired a second circle spell slot. Strength 1, Constitution 1, a delightful surprise. As a magical academy, Grid Academy offers only a few specialized training courses in battlefield casters, ritual spellcasters, spell shooters, and similar types. Initially, he intended to master one of these through extensive practice, but it now appears that such efforts are unnecessary. Indeed, practical experience is paramount. The cavern fell into complete silence, broken only by the sound of water droplets falling from the stalactites and the heavy breaths of the group. The remaining mermen had long since vanished under the dual blows of the shark's desperate struggles and the leader's demise. Well done. Bakov delivered a hearty punch to Mori's waist, snapping him back to reality. However, there was no time to rest. We must quickly haul it up. Following the direction of the dwarf's stout finger, Mori noticed the shark, most of its body submerged in the water, slowly drifting away. Excellent. Mori instantly became invigorated. This was the most significant prize of their expedition. After considerable effort, they finally managed to drag the corpse of the dark-scaled shark onto the shore. Such a sizable creature is brimming with treasures, especially those fins. Bakov eagerly circled the shark's carcass, rubbing his hands together, his eyes sparkling as if he were gazing upon a movable gold mine. The process of dividing the spoils was led by Bakov. At this moment, the dwarf exhibited astonishing professionalism, akin to a master anatomist. With his thick-bladed, short meat knife, Bakov pried the scales from the shark's surface, one by one. The largest of these scales was as big as a basin, while the smallest was still palm-sized. Heavy and resilient, with sharp edges, their natural curvature provided exceptional physical defense. What fine bounty! Enough to forge several suits of armor. They would also be splendid for embedding in shields. Satisfied, Bakov packed away the collected scales. Meanwhile, Mori struggled to extract the trident from the shark's eye socket. Now he finally had the opportunity to examine this weapon closely. After washing off the congealed blood, its material was revealed to be a deep gray, bone-like substance, exceedingly dense and chilling to the touch, with the edges of the prongs glinting with a metallic luster. Bone iron trident. Trident quality, excellent green effect, increases parry block success rate by 20 and piercing damage by 20. This weapon can be thrown, and when thrown, piercing damage is further enhanced by 10. Description: a family heirloom of the Fishman Grimister tribe, crafted from the bones of a large fish that feeds on metal. Renowned for its tenacity. Note: MRRGLL, MMMRRGLM, MMMRRGLLM, and MLWMLW. The Sharkman, Asmo Grimister, is quite impressive. Perhaps it could fetch dozens or even hundreds of gold coins. Mori recalled the prices of similar quality weapons in the armory and silently estimated. Meanwhile, Bakov wielded a dagger, slicing through the flesh of the shark, which had had its scales removed, meticulously dissecting the tissue enveloping the vertebrae. Ultimately, he extracted a vertebra over a meter long and as thick as a thigh. It emanated a pale blue hue, distinct from the soft cartilage of ordinary sharks. This bone was exceptionally dense and hard, exuding a chilling aura reminiscent of the frigid currents of the deep sea. Here, the dwarf tossed it casually to Mori. Do not disturb us. Shortly, you shall witness the prowess of the 7th place from the 155th Monster Culinary Competition of Steel Furnace Fortress. Such a competition exists? Mori pondered the true worth of such a ranking, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He shouldered the vertebra and retreated. Afauna, what you requested. Sure. Lomia raised a finger to her lips, signaling Mori to remain silent. Mori focused his gaze, noticing the elf kneeling on the ground, seemingly tending to the unconscious mage girl. What happened to her? Mori whispered. It's nothing serious. She merely overexerted her mental energy from casting spells too frequently and fainted. Lomia assessed. The common ailment among spellcasters, though I suppose you're not included in that category. Lomia scrutinized Mori from head to toe. Perhaps our geotechnical school is more resilient. Mori managed a wry smile. Pointed ears. Grant us a support spell. Bakov suddenly shouted. The dwarf had overestimated his stamina. Following the battle, he hardly rested before beginning to carve the shark and prepare a meal. Now, having just ignited the fire and set up a pot, he was already sweating profusely. Why should I? Lomia placed her hands on her hips, clearly displeased with the dwarf's command. Enough of this. You shall have a portion of tonight's dinner. Who will want to eat your cooking? Despite her words, Lomia stood up. You take care of her. No problem. Mori nodded. Lomia produced a small roll of white cloth from somewhere, cutting a small piece with her knife and placing it on the dwarf's forehead. Support spell. The small piece of cloth transformed into a radiant light, enveloping Bakov entirely. The support spell, a highly practical second-tier protective incantation, could enhance the resilience and willpower of up to 3 allies. Mori found this spell quite intriguing. Unfortunately, it was a skill reserved for a select few professions such as priests, bards, and rangers, with wizards excluded. Much better. Bakov straightened up, now bustling with energy. He deftly sliced the massive fin from the shark at the junction of the cartilage and body, rinsing away blood and slime in the water repeatedly. Subsequently, the dwarf retrieved a small leather pouch, pouring some pale, yellow alkali crystals into the water, soaking the shark fin within. This will soften the keratin, eliminate the fishy odor, and lock in its essence. he muttered to himself, feeling that the time was ripe. Bakov cleaned the shark fins thoroughly and placed the soaked pieces into a pot filled with ample clear water. The liquid gradually reached a boil, bubbling softly. The heat is crucial, the dwarf proclaimed with pride. This process endured for a considerable duration, during which Bakov constantly adjusted the flame and added several unique spices. How much longer? Lomia yawned. Patience, pointy ears, patience. As the fin needles became semi-transparent, tender, and elastic, Bakov carefully retrieved them, scraping off the coarse, sand-like membrane clinging to their surfaces. He deftly separated the fin needles from the soft cartilage at their center, a task that demanded immense patience and skill. Yet the dwarf executed it swiftly and expertly, his stubby fingers dancing like butterflies. The purified fin needles were repeatedly rinsed in clear water to remove any lingering alkaline taste and impurities. Finally, Bakov switched to a pot of clear broth simmered with a certain underground fungus and dried fish sauce, placing the fin needles within for the final gentle simmering. The aromatic essence of the broth slowly melded with the inherent flavors of the fin needles under the influence of heat. When the simmering concluded, as Bakov lifted the pot lid, an indescribable, exquisite fragrance instantly enveloped the entire cavern. Chapter 68. Shark Fin Soup. Dark-scale shark fin quality. Epic, purple effect upon consumption. It permanently enhances agility by 1 point. Only effective the first time, and the consumer's agility must not exceed 20 points. After a brief rest, any creature that has consumed this dish will receive a slight healing effect. Introduction. A dish crafted by an experienced chef using large shark-like monstrosities as raw material. It is quite precious. Remarks. What does it mean that the precious ingredients for this culinary competition must be prepared by oneself? There must be some hidden agenda. The Book of Hatred of the Mace Clan, page 4396. Stable enhancement? And it can restore life? Mori's gaze burned with intensity as he stared at the cooking pot not far away. This was the first time he had encountered a dish of epic quality. The effect was entirely worthy of its quality rating, visibly extraordinary. It utterly surpassed the roasted cave spider queen's legs he had previously tasted. The aroma wafting from the pot seemed to condense the essence of the deep sea, imbued with immense life energy. Merely inhaling it invigorated one's spirit. It appeared that Afarna had also caught a whiff of this exquisite scent. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her emerald eyes gradually opened to behold the stalactites hanging from the cavernous ceiling, as well as Mori, who had noticed her awakening. Awake? Mori turned his head, inquiring about her condition. Afarna gently inhaled, feeling her mind gradually clear. The images of the fishmen tide, dark-scale shark, and the snowy rainstorm surged back into her consciousness like a tide. She steadied herself, her voice still somewhat weak, yet regaining clarity. Much better, thank you. Consciously attempting to tuck away her somewhat disheveled flaxen hair, she realized she was resting on a neatly folded soft cloth, her hair tie having come undone, allowing her long locks to cascade gracefully over the dry moss of the makeshift bedding. A warm feeling quietly blossomed in her heart, and the pale cheeks of the mage girl were tinged with a delicate blush as she spoke softly. Thank you. I appreciate your help. It wasn't me. It was Senior Lomia who took care of you just now, Mori candidly explained, gesturing towards a silver-haired elf who was assisting Bakov with the ingredients not far away. Afarna was taken aback and turned her gaze in the direction indicated by Mori. There! Lomia was scrunching her delicate nose, disdainfully using 2 twigs to pick up a piece of dark-scale shark's entrails, tossing it into the processing pit designated by Bakov, seemingly muttering something about the foul odor and the poor taste of short people. The elven girl perceptibly sensed Afarna's gaze, lifting her head to cast a glance at her with her silvery gray eyes, her lips curling slightly upwards in what could be interpreted as a greeting. Is that so? Afarna expressed her skepticism. Indeed, it is, Mori confirmed. Oh, by the way, this is what you requested. He positioned a shark's spine upright between them, like a wooden post. Afarna's spirit perked up as she placed her hand upon the softly glowing white bone. Wow, I truly cannot thank you enough this time, she began, suddenly recalling something very important. Before their departure, Mori had expressed a desire for a favor to be granted once their adventure concluded. Now that the perilous objective had been achieved, the moment to fulfill that promise was drawing near. What request would Mori ultimately make? This thought caused a noticeable flush to rise upon her cheeks. "What troubles you?" Mori inquired, observing the unnatural redness of her complexion while recalling her recent fainting spell. He furrowed his brow and placed his hand on her forehead. The smoothness of her skin felt warm, even somewhat feverish. "Ah, you have a fever," Mori concluded. Ifarna felt her heart skip a beat, her face seemingly growing even warmer. Mori recalled that the fish fin soup possessed a slight healing property. So he rose to his feet. "I shall fetch you some fish fin soup. It may provide you some relief." "Huh? Yes, all right," Ifarna replied hurriedly, lowering her head to conceal her embarrassment. Once Mori had departed, she swiftly gestured with her fingers and recited a brief incantation. Water creation. A small orb of clear water materialized before her, which she cupped in her hands to wash her face vigorously. The refreshing coolness invigorated her, slightly alleviating the heat on her cheeks. "Hey, the little girl has awakened. Perfect. Time to eat." Barkov's booming voice resonated at just the right moment. He ladled the translucent, almost ethereal dark-scaled shark fins from the pot into 4 makeshift wooden bowls. "Here." The dwarf began distributing the portions. The rich aroma intensified, even drawing in Romeo, who usually had an aversion to dwarves, to silently accept her bowl. Mori returned with 2 bowls and handed one to the seated mage girl. Ifarna cradled the steaming wooden bowl, blowing gently upon it before cautiously sipping. The instant the broth touched her lips, her eyes sparkled with delight. The indescribable blend of exquisite flavors, rich, sweet, and distinct, unfurled with a profound essence devoid of any fishy taste. The warm liquid glided down her throat, soothing the fatigue and discomfort wrought by her mental exhaustion. The shark fins themselves were tender and elastic, saturated with the essence of the broth, dissolving upon contact and leaving a lingering aftertaste. "Wow, this is simply divine," Ifarna could not help but exclaim, her emerald eyes brimming with disbelief. "I never imagined that monster cuisine could be this delectable." She sensed a gentle yet palpable energy spreading through her limbs, making her body feel lighter and more coordinated. "You have consumed dark-scaled shark fins. Agility 1. Your wounds have been healed. Current status: uninjured." Mori inhaled deeply, acutely aware of the changes within his body. Clearly, he felt more agile and nimble. "Though I had not sustained significant injuries," he mused, recalling that he had activated the barkskin spell, rendering any damage nearly negligible. "Hee." Barkov proudly stroked his thick beard. Do not underestimate an old chef endowed with the expertise of a master cook. The term master cook caught Mori's sharp attention. No wonder the dishes prepared by Bakov this time were not only exquisite, but also possessed healing properties. It appears that the exceptional quality of the ingredients is complemented by this expertise. Indeed, Bakov beamed with pride. Expertise is a manifestation of experience or innate talent, bestowing upon one certain unique capabilities. It is independent of professional factors and rather reflects training, experience, and skill. The means of acquiring expertise vary greatly and are quite diverse. By the way, esteemed mentor, what is the effect of your expertise? Is it something one comprehends immediately upon gaining it? Mori inquired. He had previously received panel notifications upon acquiring the expertise of alchemical pioneer and executioner, hence his curiosity about how others perceive and understand their own expertise. It enables us to comprehend the characteristics of ingredients, reduces waste when handling materials from magical creatures, enhances the efficacy of dishes, and even imparts certain unique benefits to the creations. For instance, this bowl of shark fin soup will invigorate your spirits. As for comprehension, Bakov took a hearty swig of his potent liquor, smacking his lips in satisfaction. One day, after sufficient practice, enduring a particular battle, or dedicating oneself to a certain field, you will naturally come to understand within, "Ah, I have mastered this skill, it bears this name, and it can be utilized in this manner." For example, My master cook expertise was realized after several years as an apprentice in the kitchen and countless adventures preparing an array of peculiar ingredients, culminating in a sudden epiphany while simmering a pot of soup. Chapter 69. Return and Request. Ah, I see. Mori nodded thoughtfully. Is it an instinctual understanding and manifestation? This differs greatly from his experience with panel prompts. Others' comprehension of their special abilities resembles the awakening of a gifted lineage, akin to that of a warlock. Through a casual conversation, Mori gleaned insights into the specialties of others. Aside from the chef, Bakov possessed another innate specialty known as dwarven resilience. He claimed that the blood of heroic dwarves flowed through his veins, endowing him with physical prowess that surpassed that of his kin. This was indeed substantiated by an ancestral tome of enmity, as Lomia attested, vouching for the dwarf. Get lost. That is our family tree, he retorted. Furthermore, as a level 6 warrior, he also possessed a specialty called medium armor proficiency, demonstrating considerable adeptness in the use of medium armor and shields. The elf specialties included sharpshooter and stealth, perfectly complementing her ranger subclass of shadowhunter. The former was easily understandable, while the latter was a succinct abbreviation for an expert in shadow concealment. With only minimal cover, she could seamlessly blend into the shadows, entering a state akin to stealth. Ifarna's specialty was quite common among mages, known as spell shot, which allowed her to extend the casting range of attack spells and strike targets that were not entirely sheltered. By the way, why are you so interested in specialties? Lomia suddenly raised her head, a look of curiosity on her face. Because I have just acquired one as well, Mori replied nonchalantly. He briefly described the effects of the executioner, deliberately omitting the details from the panel prompt. I haven't heard of it, Bakov mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. However, I've seen similar specialties, such as slasher and piercer, etc. This specialty seems more suited for a rogue or a warrior. Ifarna regarded Mori with a peculiar expression. You are becoming less and less like a mage. Perhaps it is due to our insufficient development of the mage profession at present, Mori shrugged. After a night of rest, the team finally embarked on their journey home, despite Mori and Ifarna employing the spell mage hand to assist in the transport. A considerable portion of the loot was still borne by him and the dwarf. Sigh, if you had learned Lyman's secret storage box, we wouldn't have to toil so hard. Bakov wiped the sweat from his brow. Mori was familiar with this spell. In other words, it resembled the spell version of a storage space ring commonly found in fantasy novels. It was incredibly practical, and if given the chance, nearly every mage would aspire to master it. Yet the issue remains. What are you thinking? That is a 4th-tier spell. Lomia scoffed. And as an arcane knight, can't you cast spells? Why haven't you learned it? She asked knowingly. If I could learn it, would I be here in such a dungeon? The dwarf rolled his eyes. As one of the few spellcasting subprofessions under the warrior branch, arcane knights indeed possess the ability to cast spells. However, they are far inferior to orthodox spellcasting professions such as mages and priests, and are not on par with hybrid spellcasters like rangers and paladins. Only when they reach the 19th level do arcane knights possess the ability to cast 4th-tier spells. This level is rare among legendary practitioners, mere steps away from the domain of the fabled deities. Furthermore, even if they can wield 4th-tier spells, it pales in comparison to the gate spell, which allows for swifter travel. Lomia interjected. Bakov countered, but the gate cannot directly transport one beyond the dungeon. Yet, it can at least teleport to one of the floors, requiring only 2 uses to reach the 1st level. The dwarf was momentarily rendered speechless. Lomia, brimming with pride, remarked, thus, the term narrow-mindedness holds substantial truth. Ignoring them, Mori noticed that Ifarna beside him seemed to be on the verge of speaking several times, so he gestured for her to relax. They were accustomed to squabbling upon meeting each other. I see. Ifarna nodded slightly, yet her expression remained troubled. Her concerns lay elsewhere. Suddenly, Mori recalled something and turned to the magician girl. By the way, do you remember our agreement before we set out? Of course, I remember. Ifarna's frail form shuddered. After the completion of this adventure, she had promised to fulfill a request from Mori. However, the specifics of that request had never been disclosed, which was precisely why she was so preoccupied. As long as it is not too excessive. Her voice was barely a whisper. Seeing this, Mori fell into contemplation. Stroking his chin. Excessive? Perhaps a little. After all, it would require a significant portion of her magical energy for an extended period. Nevertheless, since his mentor had spoken, he resolved to phrase it delicately, aiming to secure her agreement. Thus, Mori said earnestly, "If you agree, it will trouble you for a considerable time ahead. As for whether you accept, I will grant you time to consider, but I would appreciate a response before we exit the dungeon." A considerable amount of time. Trouble? Could it truly be as she imagined? Observing Mori's solemn demeanor, Ifarna felt her heart leap into her throat, her fingers instinctively gripping her skirt. "Let me think about it." Mori regarded the suddenly frozen girl with curiosity. "I haven't yet specified my request." "Yes, indeed." Ifarna, realizing her indiscretion, quickly placed her hand on her forehead, smoothing her flaxen hair in an attempt to regain composure. "Is it inconvenient to discuss this now? You seem a bit anxious," Mori inquired. Ifarna took a deep breath, silently counting to 3 before opening her eyes. "It's nothing. I'm ready. Please continue." "That's good." Mori felt a sense of relief, gazing intently into her emerald eyes. So, Ifarna echoed. Mole finally articulated his request. "Therefore, my plea is for you to assume the responsibility of water production at the cement factory for the foreseeable future." Upon receiving an affirmative response, Mole exhaled in relief. However, the inflection at the end of the young lady's statement left him somewhat perplexed. Could it be that she had changed her mind? "What is it? Please wait a moment. What exactly was your request?" Ifarna tightened her grip on her staff. "I said that for the next period. I kindly ask you to come to the cement factory daily to assist in producing some water. Is there an issue?" Mole carefully chose his words. "No problem." After a moment, Ifarna finally replied. Subsequently, the young mage turned her back, avoiding Mole's gaze. She lifted her eyes to the sky, her lips pressed tightly together, a myriad of emotions swirling within her. Chapter 70. The new staff of Ifarna outside the town of Shurshi at the Grut cement factory. The air was perpetually laden with dust and the heat generated from the calcination process. Yet, in the water storage area, a veil of mist enveloped the space. Ifarna stood before a row of enormous empty water tanks, her expression devoid of emotion, her slender fingers tightly gripping the staff, knuckles whitening from exertion. She murmured incantations, her eyes lacking luster, reflecting a profound sense of apathy. With the completion of the spell for water creation, the tip of her staff suddenly radiated a soft, azure glow. The brilliance of the magical formation was far more resplendent than usual, and a powerful torrent of water surged forth, akin to a miniature waterfall, cascading into the large tank before her, the volume surpassing that of an ordinary water creation spell by several folds. Within a mere few breaths, the tank, capable of holding several tons of water, was filled to the brim. Although water creation was a first circle spell, Ifarna, as a 5th-level mage, possessed the ability to utilize higher circle spell slots to enhance lower circle spells. For each circle increase in the water creation spell, the quantity of water produced doubled. Truly, she was a 5th-level water mage. The voice of Mentor Brook boomed, nearly drowning out the sound of the rushing water. His robust figure stood nearby, his bald head and eyes glinting with reflected light. "Ifarna, since your arrival, our output has increased by at least 30% compared to hiring workers to fetch water from the river." Brook expressed his satisfaction with the young sorceress. He felt that not only had efficiency increased due to her water creation, but the productivity of the students he brought to work had seemingly improved as well. Ifarna slightly turned her head, offering a painfully polite smile in response. After Mentor Brook departed, she let out a quiet sigh. It had been 20 days since their return from the underground city. Since then, it had been dust, noise, and the daily monotony of water creation. She felt her mental energy beginning to wane. But who could blame her for having promised that individual? "Ifarna," a voice suddenly called from the entrance of the water storage area. "Your custom staff has been completed." The young sorceress turned her head almost instantaneously, her face lighting up with anticipation. However, when her gaze fell upon Mori, her excitement swiftly transformed into astonishment. He was clad in a sturdy, deep brown leather armor, processed with oil tanning rather than his usual brown robe. More striking was the shield affixed to his arm, its surface composed of interlocking thick scales from dark-scaled sharks. The edges reinforced with metal strips, displaying a profound black-blue hue. "You!" Ifarna's mouth opened in shock, interrupting her spellcasting. "What on earth is this attire?" "Gifted by Elder Bakov," Mori replied, moving his body with ease, his tone relaxed. The robe did not quite match his combat style. Thus he was quite pleased with his new ensemble. "And what about this shield?" Ifarna inquired, her curiosity piqued. Mori lifted the scaled shield, also the handiwork of the dwarven elder. When selling the spoils of battle, he deliberately set aside a few of the finest dark-scaled shark skins, enlisting the help of a familiar blacksmith to fashion them into something remarkable. Ifarna understood this well. More than half a month ago, the pot of shark fin soup had greatly benefited the 4 members of the temporary team, prompting a unanimous decision to allocate 70% of the profits to the dwarves. The materials from the dark-scaled shark were relatively rare, fetching a handsome price of over 1,000 gold coins. After receiving a substantial share of the profits, Bakafu was not stingy. He willingly covered the cost of Ifarna's staff and even offered to procure something special for Mori. Surely, this suit of leather armor and shield was what the dwarf had mentioned earlier. Thus, Ifarna teased, "Are you planning to abandon your career as a mage and transition into a shield warrior?" Mori shrugged helplessly. "How could that be? After Bakafu's senpai gifted me the shield and leather armor, he was so thrilled that he insisted I try them on, claiming he wanted to teach me a combat technique." "What technique?" "Shield counter," Mori replied. "This technique requires seizing the precise moment to deflect an enemy's attack and create an opportunity for a counterattack. By exploiting the enemy's moment of vulnerability, he could execute them using his new specialty, which suited him quite well." "Enough of that. Let us try out your new staff," Mori said, recalling the primary purpose of his visit as he handed over the staff. Bakafa-senpai had urgently commissioned the town's finest wand craftsman through Menor, who claimed that his skills were on par with those of his counterparts in Kenote City. Brooke's words were not in vain. Mori had examined the staff's attributes. It shared the same rare quality as his steel-reinforced staff and was of exceptional quality. "Ah, splendid." Ifarna's attention was now completely captivated by the new staff. The staff measured approximately 1 meter and 30 centimeters in length, crafted from a segment of the white dark-scaled shark spine, adorned with flowing, deep blue patterns resembling water currents. Unlike ordinary hollow bone staffs, this one felt warm and substantial in hand, with a slightly protruding end that formed a distinct bulge. The tip was exquisitely embedded with a piece of protein stone the size of a baby's fist. The entire staff emanated a powerful yet restrained wave of water magic, coupled with an aura of pressure from a deep-sea predator. She nearly held her breath as she cautiously accepted it. The staff felt cool to the touch, with a balanced weight, and the pure water magic resonated intensely with her internal mana pool, as if celebrating in jubilation. Merely holding it made her feel the surrounding water elements become remarkably active and docile. Such strong magical affinity. Ifarna's eyes sparkled with delight, her previous gloom dissipating entirely. She gently waved the staff, and the tip sliced through the air, leaving trails of pale blue light in its wake. "If you wish to test a wide-area spell, I suggest going outside," Mori proposed. "All right, see you in a bit." Ifarna readily complied, scampering away with a spring in her step. Once the young mage had departed, Mori approached the water tank, gazing into his reflection. At last, he found a moment to assess his current attributes. Name: Mori. Occupation: Alchemist of Concrete. LV 4 attributes. Strength: 16, 1. Agility: 14, 1. Constitution: 16, 1. Intelligence: 9. Perception: 13. Charisma: 11. Talents: Affinity for civil engineering, otherworldly fortune. Alchemy of Concrete. Spell slots: Second circle spells 3, first circle spells 4, feats: Pioneer of Alchemy, Executor skills, Cantrips, Mage Hand LV2, Shillelagh LV1, Mold Earth LV2, Magic Stone LV1. First circle spells: Grease LV1, Featherfall LV1, Alarm LV1, Speak with Animals LV1, Earth Tremor LV1. Second circle spells: Wall of Earth LV1, Barkskin LV1, Enlarge Reduce LV1. Combat techniques: Furious Slash LV1, First circle, shield bash LV1, first circle. Jumping slash LV1, no cost. Roll, LV2, no cost. Chapter 71. Combination techniques. The improvement is quite evident, and Mori feels a great sense of satisfaction. Setting aside his impressive intelligence score of 9, his overall attributes should surpass those of many peers within the same rank. However, as a mage, his spell repertoire is far from comprehensive. A typical 4th-level mage must master at least 4 second-tier spells to advance further, which is merely the minimum requirement for promotion. The difficulty of spells escalates exponentially with each tier, and the majority of mages find their progress stymied by the challenge of acquiring spells from higher tiers. To grasp the essence of spell construction, they often delve into a plethora of spells to enhance their understanding of casting. Consequently, a significant number of 4th-level mages manage to learn dozens of second-tier spells. In stark contrast, Mori's mastery of a mere 3 second-tier spells is rather paltry. Upon returning to the academy, he resolves to learn several more practical spells. Nevertheless, this decision entails a considerable tuition fee, particularly for private lessons, which gives him pause. Mori, when did you arrive? Brooke's imposing figure blocks the doorway to the water storage area, peering in with curiosity. I just got here, Mori replies. Perfect timing. Come with me, Brooke exclaims, his enthusiasm palpable. The steel bars he ordered have finally been processed at Magli's workshop, and they are now ready for mixing and pouring. Is that so? Mori's spirits lift. The arrival of the steel bars signifies that his envisioned reinforced concrete structure's test slab is finally within reach of realization. He promptly follows Brooke, striding purposefully through the factory, which is thick with dust and the scent of burnt materials, until they reach an open area designated for the expansion of the second floor. Piles of steel bars of varying thickness and lengths are neatly arranged, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. Nearby, a mountain of sand and gravel aggregates looms alongside several large barrels of freshly prepared cement powder. All the materials are ready. We can start any time. Brooke rubs his hands together, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Just a moment, Mori interjects, stepping forward to meticulously inspect the specifications and surface conditions of the steel bars. They are straight, free of cracks, and exhibit minimal rust, with diameter deviations within acceptable limits. The dwarven blacksmith, Magli, whom Bakov had recommended, indeed possesses commendable skill. Although the material strength of these bars may not match that of the HRB 500E in his possession, the abundance of these bars meets his requirements adequately. What's the quality like? Brooke asks, anticipation etched on his face. Quite good, Mori nods, but then adds, since we're using these steel bars, we can no longer use the previous salt as an additive. Huh, why not? Brooke looks puzzled. The salt will accelerate the rusting of the steel bars, Mori explains, gesturing towards them. Once the steel rusts and expands, it can compromise the integrity of the concrete structure from within. Ah, you're right, Brooke replies, his expression turning serious. Then we need to mix in something else. Ifarna, the mage girl, who had just finished testing her new wand outside the factory, stands momentarily stunned. As a native of another world, one has unexpectedly grasped the art of crafting living stakes. Truly, as a high-level earth mage, such prodigious talent is nothing short of astonishing. Mori was taken aback. However, the concept of crafting living stakes is neither scientific nor rational. Mere cement cannot possibly contain the essence. Just as he was about to dissuade, he observed his mentor continue, Ahem, I shall assess your familiarity with our school spells, as well as your ability to integrate them with those of other schools. Now, you will partner with Mori and utilize your spells to mix the raw materials thoroughly. Brooke crossed his arms, his demeanor calm and collected, clearly at ease with the task. It was merely a misunderstanding. Mori exhaled in relief. Ifalna, grasping her undulating shark-bone staff, approached briskly. All right, Minter, what shall we do? Quite simple. Brooke gestured toward the sand, cement pile, and rows of water tanks. Mori will employ earth manipulation to control the sand and cement powder, while you will use water control to precisely add the appropriate amount of water. The specific ratio is, the effects of spells from different schools can influence each other, either merging or repelling. This is the elemental reaction you will study in the upcoming semester. Consider this an advanced preview. He added earnestly. Mori and Afalna exchanged glances. Indeed, being a mentor at a prestigious academy, even the most laborious tasks were articulated with such reasoning. It sounded quite serious, yet their actual task was mixing concrete. Grumbling aside, they had to fulfill their duty. Mori gripped the rebar staff with one hand, raising it to shoulder height as magical energy surged and intertwined. Earth manipulation. Under the influence of an invisible force, the dry sand and pale cement powder began to swirl and mix as if stirred by an unseen giant hand, raising a cloud of dust. Simultaneously, Ifalna took a deep breath, lifted her shark-bone staff, the gem at its tip shimmering brilliantly. Water control. Streams of water surged from the adjacent water tanks, converging and tracing elegant arcs in the air, evenly cascading into the tumultuous mixture of dry materials. Why are we, in our fervent collaboration, standing on a construction site, mixing mortar? Mori struggled to suppress his urge to complain, maneuvering the sand to ensure thorough contact with the water for soaking and stirring. However, something felt different. As the dust and water vapor combined and evaporated, forming a hazy gray mist, he faintly sensed the configuration of the magical web within the spell. Proficiency in earth manipulation has increased. Is it truly effective? Mori raised an eyebrow. With their magical energies harmoniously aligned, the once dry and loose materials gradually transformed into a viscous, moist mass, ultimately coalescing into a large pool of flowing, uniformly colored brown-gray slurry. Fresh concrete, mixed to perfection. Quite commendable, Brooke remarked, observing the flowing concrete with satisfaction. Now, Mori, transport it to the designated location. Not a problem. Mori once again waved the rebar staff, directing it toward the pool of concrete. He altered the spell's shaping mode, attempting to manipulate the details directly through the magical web. The expanse of concrete seemed to come alive, coalescing into a viscous, oval gray mass that writhed slowly under the guidance of Mori's staff, reminiscent of a colossal clay creature. Indeed, Ifarna remarked softly, we could fashion a lump of it to frighten newcomers. Mori pondered this notion while maneuvering the concrete towards the designated construction area. Wait a moment, he suddenly realized. Mentor, the rebar hasn't been tied yet. Pouring concrete directly like this renders the rebar ineffective. Why the haste? Just observe. Brooke waved his hand dismissively, then took a deep breath. His massive frame slightly crouched as he swiftly formed intricate and arcane seals with his hands before uttering a deep incantation. Masterful craftsmanship. Brooke directed his finger towards the disarrayed rebar. Instantly, those cold steel rods appeared to be imbued with life, as if manipulated by an unseen master artisan. They leaped into the air, akin to metal strands drawn by magnetic force, precisely soaring to their predetermined positions. Horizontal bars, vertical bars, stirrups. Each piece of rebar weaved through the air, intersecting and overlapping, producing a melodious symphony of crisp clinks. They adjusted their spacing autonomously, bending at perfect right angles or graceful 135-degree hooks were necessary, fitting together as if bound by an invisible force. Four-ring spell, masterful craftsmanship. Chapter 72. Completion in the brief span of mere breaths. The meticulously designed steel framework, characterized by its straight lines and robust joints, was filled in at the predetermined locations of columns, beams, and slabs. Astonishing. Is this truly possible? Mori gazed in wide-eyed astonishment. Never underestimate the formidable power of the fourth circle spells. Brooke patted his shoulder, sharing a look at the sky interwoven with steel. One day, you too shall possess strength akin to mine. I hope so, Mori replied with a wry smile. The prerequisite for casting fourth circle spells is achieving a professional level of 7. This seems far beyond my current reach. I never anticipated that my mentor had mastered such a spell. Mori had heard of this spell, often regarded as a boon for the indolent. It could transform a cluster of trees into a small wooden bridge, convert a bundle of hemp into rope, or turn linen and wool into garments. Its practicality pales in comparison to the gateway spell, another fourth circle incantation, and its power is significantly inferior to that of the Nature Guardian, capable of transforming into primal beasts or colossal war trees. For a level 7 mage, possessing only 2 fourth circle spell slots, this spell is an extravagant luxury. Thus, it is typically studied by advanced casters who have surpassed level 11 and can freely cast spells below the 4th circle. However, I never imagined it could possess such remarkable utility. I tend to be rather lazy. Having this would indeed be quite convenient. Brooke asserted confidently. Now, stop dawdling. It is your turn. Very well. Mori snapped back to reality, suppressing the myriad thoughts in his mind, and focused his energy. Earthwall spell. He channeled his magic once more. The writhing concrete seemed to respond to his command, swiftly creeping upward through the gaps in the steel framework, filling them in, and ultimately fitting together seamlessly. Soon, the surface was smooth, and the concrete structure, embedded with steel reinforcement, began to take shape under the influence of magic. Yet, this was far from the end. Brooke turned to the nearby apprentices observing the process. You lot do not linger idly. Kalag, proceed as planned. Yes, Minter. The brown-haired youth, called upon, readily complied, raising his staff to cast a spell on his classmates. Flight spell. Gentle wind elements wove into a magical web, enveloping the targets and bestowing them with temporary flight capabilities. Grab the vibratory rod and ascend. Shake out all the air bubbles inside, just as we practiced before. Kalag directed. Another batch processed. McGriff's smithy operates with remarkable efficiency. Observing this scene, Mori pondered thoughtfully. The students, a blend of excitement and nervousness, grasped their vibratory rods, resembling clumsy fledglings, twisting and turning as they awkwardly soared above the newly poured concrete slab. Aim for the areas between the steel reinforcements and insert it. Maintain a steady motion. Brooke commanded from below, do not slack off. Only with proper compaction will the slab be sturdy. The students complied with his instructions. In an instant, a buzzing cacophony filled the air above the slab, as numerous vibratory rods plunged in and out of the damp concrete surface. Amidst the incessant high-frequency vibrations and overwhelming cacophony, fine bubbles were continuously extruded, rendering the concrete more uniform and dense. How noisy! Ifarna furrowed her brow and covered her ears. No, this is just right. Mori stood below, closing his eyes, enveloped by a familiar ambience. Once upon a time, he would fall asleep to this very sound every night. After a considerable time, he opened his eyes, realizing that the vibration work was nearing its conclusion. Mori, catch. We're almost done. Brooke tossed a heavy leather bag towards him. Mori caught the bag, discovering it contained a fine gray powder that emanated a faint earthy scent along with an odd, stone-like chill. What is this? It's the powder from gargoyles. This can be used. Mori nodded. This was one of the early strength agents they had identified through previous experiments, capable of hastening the concrete's setting without corroding the rebar like salt would. He manipulated the powder into a spherical form, enveloping the threaded sleeve at the tip of his rebar staff, directing it towards the still unset surface of the concrete. Buzz, the moment the staff made contact with the wall, ripples spread from the point of contact, akin to a stone thrown into still water, as a powerful wave of earth element energy rapidly radiated throughout the entire floor. Where it passed, the concrete lost its sheen at a visible pace, surface moisture evaporating swiftly, transforming from a damp brown gray to a pale gray, its texture becoming hard and compact. Your proficiency in earth wall technique has improved. Is it because the materials used this time are substantial, resulting in a permanent structure? Mori mused to himself. This casting indeed differed significantly from the temporary walls constructed with small bags of material. You have successfully constructed the Grud cement factory. Building type, factory. You have gained a random attribute point. Intelligence 1. Holy cow. Intelligence. Is this the alchemical art of concrete? A spark of brilliance flickered in Mori's eyes. An excitement flooded his face. The inherent talent granted upon his class change was finally coming to fruition. Moreover, the randomly obtained attribute was precisely the intelligence he desperately needed. At last, he could shed the title of Sir Nine Wisdom. Overwhelmed with emotion, Mori felt tears welling up. But does this count as my construction? Is it because I participated in the design and execution? If so, the potential later benefits of this inherent talent are unimaginable. As Mori pondered, a burly man was bounding back and forth, jumping while carrying heavy loads, causing the floor to thud resoundingly. It's done. Brooke wiped the sweat from his brow, setting the massive stone aside, a satisfied smile on his face. Despite his vigorous efforts, the floor had shown no signs of cracking. This also meant that the theory had been validated, and this construction was a resounding success. Everyone has worked hard lately. Today's labor concludes here. This evening, let us gather for a meal, distribute the wages and bonuses, and enjoy a few days of respite. He leapt down from the building, loudly proclaiming his arrival, which incited waves of cheers. Our mentor is wise. Our mentor is formidable. Upon hearing these words, Mori stood frozen in place. In his previous life, as a construction project near completion, he would typically be reassigned to a bustling new project, whether it be for bidding or organizing training sessions. In any case, he was never allowed to remain idle. Meanwhile, the original project would only retain a small contingent of staff to finish at reduced salaries. Yet, Brooke had the audacity to voluntarily disburse wages and grant a few days off. In an instant, he was filled with profound reflections. Could it be that after toiling like a beast for so long, returning to a state of humanity felt somewhat disconcerting? Mori, what are you still doing here? Brooke noticed someone lingering in the same spot. Mentor, what is it? I find that you can be quite understanding at times. Get out of my sight. Chapter 73. The feast that evening. The exuberant Brooke organized a sumptuous feast at the entrance of the newly constructed cement factory. A grand bonfire dispelled the chill of early winter, while the enticing aroma of roasted meat, the rich flavor of ale, and the sounds of laughter filled the air. Brooke fulfilled his promise, distributing generous compensation to all the mage apprentices and laborers who had participated in the construction, including Mori and Afarna. 50 gold coins. It was unexpected how generous the mentor was. Mori weighed the coin pouch in his hand, a slight smile curving his lips. For a team of practitioners at his level, the total remuneration for completing short-term tasks within a week typically ranged from 30 to 60 gold coins. After accounting for food, potions, and combat losses, the net income from a single endeavor generally did not exceed 10 gold coins. It is worth noting that each adventure was fraught with risks and unforeseen events. In contrast, the remuneration for working with Brooke was indeed quite substantial. What? You ask about that peculiar contraption parked at the door? Let me tell you, that is an auto carriage that traveled all the way from Steel Furnace Fort. Bakaf's booming voice interrupted his thoughts. Mori glanced aside to see two dwarves seated side by side on high stools, raising their mugs of draft beer and animatedly recounting tales of the wonders and curiosities of the dwarven capital, Steel Furnace Fort, eliciting rounds of astonished reactions. Both Bakaf and the blacksmith Magli, who had contributed significantly to the cement factory's construction, were naturally among the invited guests of the celebratory feast. Yet, Mori suddenly felt that something was amiss. Afarna, holding a glass of juice, sat down beside him and softly inquired, "Where is Senior Romeo? It is quite lively today. Has she not come?" Oh, indeed. Mori realized. It was evident that the absence of the elven counterpart to the dwarves was felt. Had she been present, the jesting about dwarven jokes would have likely commenced by now. Although they often quarreled in each other's company, it felt somewhat unusual without one of them. Forget that pointed ear. Bakaf boomed, belching loudly. She went to the guild a few days ago to take on an outside commission. Who knows when she will return? Never mind her, come, let's drink. A commission task. The dwarf's words inadvertently reminded Mori. With the recent earnings from their adventures, coupled with the newly acquired 50 gold coins, his wealth had barely reached 100 gold coins. For an ordinary person, this would be considered a substantial sum. However, for a spellcaster urgently needing to replenish their second circle spell repertoire and planning to learn third circle spells, this amount felt quite insufficient. This did not even account for the cost of spell components and other daily expenses. With this thought, Mori felt a slight headache coming on. It seemed he would need to undertake some commissions to earn more. Amidst the raucous atmosphere of the feast, Brooke, holding a cup of wine, sat down opposite Afarna. "Afarna," he began, his voice unusually gentle You have truly worked hard with the water conjuring these days. It's manageable. The mage girl managed a strained smile. Yet her tone was far from sincere. Haha. Brooke seemed to sense this and chuckled lightly. Beginning tomorrow, you shall no longer be troubled with the task of water production. With the completion of the factory expansion, our immediate need for water has diminished, and I intend to shift my focus towards sourcing water from the underground river. Is that so? The once dim emerald eyes of Afarna suddenly sparkled with life, and she exhaled deeply, as if liberated from an immense burden. It is truly a delight to have a moment of respite. She seldom took the initiative to clink glasses with Brooke. Brooke, satisfied, gulped down a generous mouthful, wiping the foam from his lips with his robust fingers, his gaze drifting over Afarna and settling on the contemplative Mori nearby. Hey, you two, he boomed, his voice rising again. With the cement factory's tasks momentarily wrapped up, what are your plans next? If you're heading back to the academy, I can give you a lift. Afarna instinctively glanced at Mori, hesitating to respond. I plan to visit the Adventurers Guild to seek some work, Mori declared, lifting his head. With the little money I have, supporting my studies in third circle spells might prove a challenge. Most students at the academy come from backgrounds that cannot fully sustain their commitment to learning, often resorting to part-time jobs, while the more daring register as adventurers. A wise decision. Brooke nodded in approval before turning to the other side. And you? I. Afarna pondered for a moment, then playfully poked Mori with her finger. Do you need a mage companion? Absolutely. Mori replied without hesitation. In the academy, the scarcity of spellcasters is not immediately apparent. Yet in the small town, they're exceedingly rare, with one appearing for every 3 adventuring teams. Those capable of casting third circle spells are even more elusive. Excellent, Brooke remarked. Young people should venture forth, as accumulating practical experience is equally vital. Moreover, this is the sole path to grasping the battle mage specialty. However, Brooke's tone shifted, taking on a serious note. The utmost priority is to ensure safety. One must never let their guard down. Understood, Mori nodded slowly. Bakav won't be able to join you for a while. Brooke indicated the dwarf, who was animatedly recounting tales. I must accompany him in that self-propelled vehicle to the capital. The capital? Both Mori and Afarna expressed surprise. Indeed, Brooke's eyes sparkled with excitement. The patent documents we have compiled, along with the tangible samples of the vibrating rod and the successful application of the reinforced concrete structure technology, all hold great promise. I must personally visit the Mage Association, the Alchemical Engineering Society, and the Patent Office in the capital to submit these. This is a matter of immense significance regarding the status of our school, research funding, and future development. He gently caressed his bald head, as though it were already adorned with the prestigious crown of the Mage Association's annual honor. If all goes well, I might even secure a substantial special research grant. By the way, Mori, as the inventor, would you care to accompany me? Not necessary. Mentor, Mori contemplated for a moment before shaking his head slowly. Let it be submitted under the Academy's name. My name need not be included. If there are profits, a fair share will suffice. This was his genuine thought after careful consideration. He was almost entirely ignorant of the circumstances in the capital, having only heard of the intricate relationships among various academies and schools there. He was truly reluctant to attract attention, preferring tangible benefits instead. Should these patents indeed garner significant responses, the esteemed instructor Brooke might be able to withstand the pressure, but as an ordinary apprentice mage, being entangled in such matters could lead to considerable trouble. That simply would not do. Brooke glared, unwilling to relent, yet assured that what rightfully belonged to him would not diminish in the slightest. Noticing the firmness in the other's tone, Mori could only shrug and raise his glass. Very well, Mentor. I wish you a smooth journey ahead. Absolutely. Brooke exuberantly drank from his cup and then rose, once again melding into the lively crowd. Once the Mentor departed, Mori turned to Afarna. It seems we must seek new companions this time. Indeed, Afarna nodded, her emerald eyes scanning the bustling throng. The Adventurers Guild Hall often hosted many solitary wanderers and underman teams, who frequently sought recruits on site. How about we take a look tomorrow morning? Sounds good. Chapter 74. Reunion and new teammates. In the early winter morning, the town of Shirshi was enveloped in a thin mist and a biting chill. Maury stood before the two-story building of the Adventurers Association. The wooden door bore a frost-covered emblem of crossed swords and staffs, appearing somewhat dim in the dawn light. He pushed the door open, and the familiar scent of sweat, leather, tobacco, and a faint hint of blood and potions rushed over him. He had thought he arrived early, only to discover he was rather late. The number of adventurers inside the hall was far greater than he had anticipated, perhaps only half as many as during the busiest morning hours. Most were gathered around the mission board, whispering as they discussed tasks or queuing at the counter for paperwork. Let me first glance at what suitable missions are available. Maury blended into the crowd and approached the massive task board that dominated an entire wall. Composed of several flipboards, it was densely covered with paper requests. As he was about to skim through the offerings, his peripheral vision unexpectedly caught sight of a familiar figure ahead. The person, stroking his chin, was intently gazing at a high-up mission notice, seemingly murmuring to himself. A smile crept onto Maury's lips as he silently approached and playfully slapped the person's shoulder. "Hey, The individual stumbled slightly, nearly colliding with the board, and turned around in astonishment. With tousled hair and a somewhat pallid complexion, it was none other than his fellow townsman and classmate, Dane. Maury. Dane's surprise transformed instantaneously into delight, his eyes widening in disbelief. "It really is you. I was just thinking about whether I would run into you here. Have you finished up with your mentor's affairs?" "I'm mostly done," Maury replied with a smile, though his gaze was involuntarily drawn to Dane's teeth, which were revealed in his broad grin. The already uneven teeth appeared even more sparse, with certain areas showing signs of decay and erosion. Moreover, it seemed he had lost several teeth, leaving his gaps unusually wide. "What happened to your teeth?" Maury furrowed his brow. "Did you drink lava?" Dane's smile faltered, quickly morphing into an expression of mixed chagrin and inexplicable pride. He instinctively covered his mouth and mumbled, "Don't mention it. It's all my fault for having a whimsical idea that day, and it backfired." "What do you mean?" Dane glanced around, lowering his voice. "After you left, I diligently studied a first-ring spell called Tasha's Acid Brew. It's quite powerful. Have you heard of it?" "I've seen some descriptions, but I haven't learned it," Maury replied. "This spell allows the caster to project a jet of strong acid that is 10 meters long and over a meter wide from their own position. If one is not quick enough to evade it, they will be engulfed in acid, suffering continuous corrosive damage until the substance is scraped or washed off. This spell requires a bit of rotten food as a casting material, and I found it cumbersome to rummage through my spellbook for decayed leaves every time I wanted to cast it. So I concocted a clever idea." "Did you?" Maury subtly sensed the thoughts of the other. "Indeed." Dane straightened his back. "There are always remnants of food lodged between our teeth during meals. As long as I refrain from brushing, they could very well be considered decayed matter. Subsequently, I deliberately left some ingredients between my teeth while dining, and when I attempted to cast spells, I found I could indeed channel energy directly from those crevices." "You are truly a genius." Maury's expression was peculiar. "Moreover, there is an advantage. Most individuals tend to focus on the mage's staff, making it exceedingly difficult to guard against what is expelled from the mouth." With that, Dane shrugged and sighed. "However, during one practice session, someone engaged me in conversation while I was still releasing strong acid. I couldn't resist responding, and the residual acid filled my mouth, resulting in my current dental predicament." Maury envisioned that scene, his lips twitching as he fought the impulse to facepalm. The number of spellcasters is so scarce. It appears that the limitations extend beyond mere talent. Nevertheless, Dane shifted his tone and beamed, exposing his array of decayed teeth. "Following that incident, I discovered that I seemed to have developed a resistance to acid erosion. Now, even if the acidic liquid splashes into my mouth, I only experience a slight burning sensation. Hey, do you think this could be considered a specialty?" Maury was utterly speechless. At that moment, a deep, steady voice, seemingly devoid of any emotion, resonated from their side. "Dane, who is this?" Following the sound, Maury turned to see a man clad in a gray cotton and linen robe standing behind them, close to Dane's side. His head was wrapped in a faded turban of the same color, and his face was obscured by a mask depicting a crying face, revealing only his profound eyes. "Master of Seals." Dane hastily introduced This is Moray, who, like me, hails from Grud Academy, a level 3 Earth Mage. Level 4, Moray interjected, while also assessing the masked figure known as the Master of Seals. The man bore a long staff wrapped in burlap, slung diagonally across his back, standing with a posture reminiscent of a pine tree, exuding a tranquil aura detached from the world. Such attire paired with this name clearly indicated his identity, a monk. Goodness, level 4 already? So soon. Dane expressed his astonishment. Quite fortunate. I had an epiphany regarding a specialty just a couple of days ago, Moray candidly replied. By heavens, that truly is fortuitous, Dane remarked with a hint of envy. Yet he did not forget to continue the introduction. This is Master of Seals, a level 4 monk from the sect of Life Flow, currently wandering the lands. He has recently arrived in Stone Creek Town, preparing to undertake a commission to earn some travel funds. We just formed a temporary team. Indeed, that explains the attire, Moray realized. The sect of Life Flow, a monk sect with an excellent reputation among adventurers. The core of this sect's practice revolves around perceiving and manipulating the flow of life energy itself to assist those in need. Unlike other organizations that charge exorbitant fees for healing services, they actively provide medical aid to the impoverished and the injured, for those whom they deem beyond redemption. Whether inherently malevolent or irreparably afflicted, their expression of compassion transforms into a swift release from suffering. They are ascetics traversing the precipice of life and death, often presenting themselves masked, symbolizing the shedding of personal emotions to focus solely on the essence of existence. Humble members of the clergy, benevolent healers, and the masked arbiter of death all represent potential facets of their identity. The monk before me evidently leans towards the latter. A pleasure to meet you. You may call me Inju. The voice of the monk, Inju, resonated steadily through his mask. He offered a slight nod, raising one hand to his chest in a succinct gesture of prayer. A pleasure indeed. Mori returned the gesture with a nod. He noticed that the other's gaze lingered momentarily on the scales of his shield, seemingly betraying a flicker of emotional response. How could a mage be adorned in such a manner? Chapter 75. The taskbar, though he had traversed several grand cities and encountered a few peculiar individuals, Injue still found it difficult to accept Mori's eccentricity for cross-dressing. Having been raised within a sect from a young age, he possessed a rather conservative disposition. In his worldview, a warrior ought to don armor and wield weapons, while a mage should be clad in robes. Similarly, a battle monk must be adept in martial techniques, and a senior monk must possess scholarly knowledge. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, merely lowering his assessment of Mori in his mind. We're still searching for the remaining teammates, Dane invited. How about joining us? In truth, he preferred to accompany Mori, yet having previously committed to Injue, he felt it inappropriate to withdraw abruptly. That sounds acceptable, Mori pondered briefly before acquiescing. Rather than engage with a motley crew of adventurers, it was wiser to team up with acquaintances. Moreover, the reputation of the monks from the Minglu sect was generally commendable, making it challenging to find more reliable temporary allies. I also have 2 companions, including a level 5 water mage. Is she from our academy? The new instructor from the Water Institute? Dane inquired. For the majority of spellcasters, reaching level 5 represented a significant milestone. Most would struggle throughout their lives to master the intricate magical web of 3rd-tier spells. In their academy, this was the threshold for qualifying as an instructor. It is a Farna. Huh? What? Dane's eyes widened in disbelief. Having mastered a 2nd-tier spell in his first academic year and advanced to a level 3 fire mage, he considered himself an exemplary student. If he were to complete the fire spell repertoire within the next 2.5 years and diligently acquire specialization through rigorous training, he might even have the potential to attain level 5 by graduation. Yet, how could someone from the same cohort achieve such a feat? That is impossible. Please tell me this is a falsehood. Well, I had a similar reaction when I first learned of this, Mori said, placing a calming hand on Dane's shoulder. All right. Dane grimaced. Your grip has certainly grown stronger. Once Mori released him, he turned to seek Injue's opinion. It is feasible, the monk Injue remarked, raising a single palm. However, with 3 spellcasters in the party, should we encounter an ambush or close-quarters combat, I fear I may struggle to protect you all simultaneously. While spellcasting professions are indeed scarce and sought after, having too many within a single team could prove detrimental. Their vulnerabilities were glaring, frail bodies unaccustomed to confronting close-range foes. Thus, it was customary for an adventuring party to include no more than 2 spellcasters. That is of no concern. I shall take the front line, Mori declared, gesturing with his shield. He felt confident that his physique was likely on par with that of a warrior of the same level. Very well, Injue replied, after a moment of contemplation. Coming from the Minglu sect, he understood the importance of relinquishing the urge to aid others and respecting the destinies of individuals. However, his evaluation of Mori had again diminished. At that moment, Mori sensed a faint pressure from the scaled shield on his left arm, attempting to draw his attention. He followed her gaze and found Afarna, who had donned her customary azure robe today, cradling a spell book and a shark-bone staff. "Am I late?" she inquired softly, tilting her head to look up at Mori. "You arrived just in time," Mori replied, turning slightly. This master of seals was a level 4 monk of the Flow of Fate sect and our new companion. The monk's gaze, penetrating through his mask, fell upon Afarna, and he felt a sense of relief upon seeing her standard mage attire and staff. It seemed they indeed had a reliable ally. He raised a hand slightly and nodded. "Pleasure to meet you, Miss Mage." Afarna courteously returned the gesture and then winked at Mori, signaling him to continue. Hey. Dane noticed her subtle action and stepped forward, saying, "Have you forgotten us after your promotion to level 5? We've teamed up for a few days, after all." Afarna's eyes widened in surprise as she covered her mouth with her hands, appearing somewhat embarrassed. "Ah, it's you. I thought you looked familiar," she paused, her gaze landing on Dane's gaping mouth, and added with genuine confusion. "Mainly because the Dane I know doesn't have such a wide gap in his teeth." Dane clutched his chest and took a step back, as if struck. "Do you remember people by the width of their gaps?" He sensed that Afarna bore no ill will, yet sincerity was indeed a potent weapon. "The thing." Mori winced slightly, supporting Dane with a hand, and briefly recounted the tragic experiment Dane conducted with Tasha's corrosive brew. Upon hearing this, Afarna's eyes filled with sympathy as she cautiously asked, "Dane, would you feel better if I apologized?" Dane rolled his eyes in response. All right, Mori interjected quickly. "Now that we're all here, let us see if there are suitable tasks available." He gestured toward the enormous task bulletin board. "All right then." The 4 of them gathered in front of the board, their eyes scanning the diverse array of quests. The types and levels varied greatly, encompassing but not limited to escort missions, bounties, investigations, and, primarily, the collection of monster materials. "How about this one?" Following Dane's finger, Mori looked at the quest notice. Task number 010 type. Hunting. Task summary. Adventurers are required to venture into the dungeon and capture 5 lightning falcons, located on the 2nd level and below, with the stipulation of not sustaining severe injuries. Intact bird eggs, 10 gold. Recommended level, Oak. Reward, 30 gold each, up to 5. Totaling 150 gold. Time limit, 5 days. Note, alive. The challenge level of the lightning falcon was half, posing no threat to them. However, the issue was eliminating a few was not difficult, but could they capture them alive? And, without getting hurt? Afarna inquired. A Dane lowered his head. "What about that escort mission?" The monk suggested. Task ID, D121 type. Escort. Task summary. An experienced band of adventurers is required to escort a merchant caravan from Stone Creek Town to the northwest city of Goler. Recommended level, Oak Iron. Reward, a minimum of a 4-person team, 20 to 50 gold per individual. Time constraint, 1 day. Escort duration, 7 days. Remarks, specific rewards can be negotiated at the Wildfire Tavern counter. The duration seems excessive. The round trip would take at least half a month. Mori shook his head. Perhaps this one would be better? Task ID, D443 type. Investigation. Task summary. In Windmill Village, located approximately a day's journey northeast of Stone Creek Town, unsettling roars have been heard emanating from the forest during the late hours over the past fortnight, resulting in the disappearance of several villagers and livestock. Adventurers are requested to uncover the source of this anomaly. Recommended level, Oak Iron. Reward, 60 gold. An additional 180 gold will be awarded for a complete resolution. Time constraint. 3 days remarks. Villagers have discovered enormous claw prints at the forest's edge, along with the remains of large beasts that have been torn apart. Chapter 76. Windmill Village. An omnipresent enchantment cloaked the entire continent, giving rise to countless extraordinary beings. Although Stone Creek Town lies in proximity to the underground city, the frequent activities of numerous adventurers have rendered the surrounding area relatively devoid of formidable monsters. In contrast, remote villages such as Windmill Village occasionally fall prey to indigenous creatures from the forest or monsters that have slipped away from the underground city. Such commissions are not uncommon, and I believe we can take this one on. To my surprise, the first to express agreement was Injue. However, are we truly prepared to confront an unknown creature? Dane furrowed his brow. Given the composition of our team, we can handle challenges ranked at level 4 or even 5. Injue spoke again, stating that based on the description of this commission, I believe the creature in question should not be particularly strong. Even if we encounter a monster that proves challenging, we need not engage in a direct confrontation. This is merely an investigative task. Moliai interjected, adding that he could utilize animal communication to inquire with the smaller denizens of the forest beforehand. What do you all think? That does make sense. Seeing no objections from the others, Moliai peeled off the commission notice and approached the task registration counter. Commission task number D443. Do you confirm your intention to accept it? The attendant at the counter wore a perfunctory smile. I confirm. Please present your identification badge. Moliai rummaged through his pocket and produced the wooden plaque, handing it over. All set. After completing the registration, the 4 of them took a moment to replenish their supplies before departing from Stone Creek Town. By the way, Master Injue, for where did you come prior to this? On the road, Moliai took the initiative to engage Injue in conversation. Although he had gleaned some understanding of the surrounding city-states from the library, he had visited only a handful of places himself. His curiosity about the wandering monk-esque experiences was piqued. Injue's voice, muffled behind his mask of sorrow, remained steady to the east, in a city-state known as White Ashwood City. White Ashwood City. Moliai mused, searching his memory and feeling a faint recognition, as if he had heard the name before. Indeed, Injue continued, slowing his pace. It is a stone city built against the mountains, renowned for its production of white ashwood. The people are quite valiant, yet they uphold their promises with great sincerity. He paused, then inquired, Has anyone among you visited there? Both Moliai and Afarna shook their heads. But Dane's eyes brightened as he interjected, White Ashwood City. We have a classmate named Carl at our academy, who is half from White Ashwood City. Ah, yes. That name rings a bell from our introductions at the beginning of the term, Moliai recalled. Oh, is that so? His father hails from White Ashwood City? Injue seemed somewhat taken aback. Indeed, Dane affirmed. And what of his mother? She is also from White Ashwood City. Injue fell silent for a moment, seemingly processing this information. After a few seconds, he spoke with evident confusion. But wait, if both his parents are from there, why is he only half from White Ashwood City? Because he lost half of his body during an adventure. Dane grinned broadly, revealing a wide gap between his teeth. A suppressed, yet unmistakable sound escaped from behind his mask of sorrow. Dane! Afarna's tone was laced with evident displeasure, her brow furrowed. Please refrain from such jests. Her complexion paled slightly as she instinctively drew closer to Mori, clearly recalling a previous, unsettling experience. All right, Dane sheepishly retracted his neck. That was not amusing, Dane, Mori stated seriously, forcing his lips to remain straight. Enough of this. We must focus on our journey. The chill of early winter swept across the barren fields, rendering the rural path exceedingly muddy, while the air was thick with a pungent stench of mingled earth and livestock waste. As dusk settled, a village dominated by towering windmills came into view. Windmill Village. It truly lived up to its name. Yet at this moment, although the massive blades continued to turn with the breeze, the surroundings were eerily deserted. The village appeared nearly devoid of life, with every household tightly shuttered. The few who ventured outside moved with haste, as if pursued by some unseen terror, and an oppressive sense of panic hung heavy in the air. It seemed the beast had a considerable impact on them, Mori deduced. Do you think they would answer if we knocked? Afarna inquired. Hard to say, Mori replied, lacking confidence. Have you studied the friendship spell? This enchantment could designate a non-hostile creature, allowing one to feel favor towards it for the duration of the spell, thus facilitating communication. Our academy does not offer such a course. This spell is typically reserved for bards. Ifarna shook her head. That makes sense, Mori mused, recalling its drawbacks. When the spell ended, the affected creature would become aware of the emotional manipulation, potentially turning hostile towards the caster. It was indeed more suited for bards who did not linger in one place for long. In most cases, it was less effective than a silver coin and devoid of side effects. Are you adventurers? Have you come from the guild? Suddenly, a head peeked out silently from behind the windmill. Mori focused, spotting a lanky boy of about 15 or 16, clad in coarse garments, with a keen yet anxious expression. Yes, Mori nodded slowly, regarding the youth with a meaningful glance. With a perception attribute of 14, how had he not detected anyone hiding so close? This lad would make an excellent rogue. We have accepted a commission to investigate the anomalies in the forest. Do you know Oliver? Certainly. He is our village chief. He instructed me to wait for you here. My name is Aiden. The boy visibly relaxed, a smile breaking across his face. Come with me quickly. Aiden led the four into the village. Mori observed his surroundings. In stark contrast to the muddy and filthy road outside, the paths within Windmill Village were clean and well-maintained, devoid of visible litter or animal waste, indicating diligent upkeep by designated individuals. This is the first time I have encountered a village so meticulous about hygiene, Dane remarked. Perhaps it is due to that? Following Moray's gesture, the group noticed a conspicuous sign. It boldly proclaimed in thick charcoal letters, "Note defecating in public. Violators will face severe penalties." Oh, that? Aiden pointed at the sign, a peculiar smile gracing his lips, stating that it was erected by our village chief. Speaking of which, before he could finish, a heavy wooden door creaked open. An elderly man, with hair and beard ashen and a face etched with worry, emerged, leaning on a cane, clearly having overheard the commotion. He scrutinized Moray and the others with a discerning gaze, his expression still tinged with concern. Judging by their attire, these individuals were most likely professionals, yet they appeared rather youthful. He would have preferred the company of more seasoned adventurers. It was only upon noticing the monk adorned with a mask resembling a crying face that his demeanor softened somewhat. Chapter 77. Friends in the Trees, Adventurers from Afar. Welcome to Windmill Village. Your assistance is greatly appreciated. The elder finally spoke, his voice weathered, revealing a profound sense of worry and fatigue in his eyes. Clearly, recent events had placed considerable strain upon him. I am Oliver, the village chief. You must have gathered the situation from the commission. We have a basic understanding. Is there any new development in the past few days? Mori nodded. The roars from the forest have become increasingly frequent, and they seem to be drawing nearer. Chief Oliver sighed deeply. First, a few sheep went missing, then the family of old John, and just the night before last, even the night watchman, Barton, vanished. Aiden bravely ventured into the forest yesterday, where he discovered disordered claw marks, torn clothing, and a pool of blood. Can you take us to see it? Dane inquired. If it's inconvenient, merely pointing us in the right direction would suffice. Noticing the chief's hesitation, Mori added, Let me guide them, chief. The boy named Aiden stepped forward. Very well. Seeing Aiden's eagerness, the old chief did not linger on his doubts. Aiden is brave and perceptive. He was the first to notice the traces. Let him take you to have a look. He glanced at Aiden, his eyes conveying unspoken concern. Be extremely careful, child. Take this for protection. As he spoke, he retrieved a scroll from his cloak and pressed it into Aiden's hands. If things go awry, simply tear it and throw it away. A spell scroll? Mori raised an eyebrow. Such items are not inexpensive for ordinary folks. Even a first-level spell scroll could fetch a price of 10 to 20 gold coins. This is... Aiden accepted the scroll, his expression a complex blend of gratitude and surprise. Oil, slick, it can slow down the pursuit of enemies. If you must use it, aim to throw it as far as possible. Thank you, Chief. Rest assured, I will exercise caution. Aiden nodded earnestly, fully aware of the scroll's value. Having finished his instructions, Chief Oliver turned to Mori and the others. If you find yourselves in over your heads, return to the village promptly and report the situation to the guild. We shall devise a plan thereafter. No problem. Let us set forth. After bidding farewell to the chief, the group, led by Aiden, departed the village, heading toward the forest shrouded in twilight. The sounds of birds and insects within the woods had diminished significantly, creating an eerily silent atmosphere. Dane snapped off a dry branch from a tree, producing a sharp crack. A stable flame flickered at his fingertips, igniting the branch and casting an orange glow that dispelled the surrounding darkness. Here, each of you take one. Dane repeated the process several times, distributing the torches. Aiden watched in awe, clearly envious of Dane's skill. We have arrived. Aiden pointed to a disturbed thicket and damp ground at the forest's edge. This is the spot. The claw marks and torn clothing were found right here. Let's take a look. Mori crouched down, scrutinizing the paw prints and traces with meticulous attention. His heightened perception, rated at 14, revealed that the soil around the edges of the prints exhibited a hardness greater than that of the surrounding drag marks. This indicated that, after the owner of the footprints had departed, some other entity had inflicted a certain degree of disruption upon the scene. He lifted his gaze and saw Aiden's face flickering in the firelight, suddenly enlightened. It was highly probable that this young lad, out of goodwill, had tidied up the belongings of the victim. This footprint, could it belong to an owlbear? Ifalna ventured, though her tone bore uncertainty. I believe I have encountered similar tracks in a book at the library. Indeed, it is an owlbear, the monk decisively asserted. I have come across such a creature. Its footprint is identical to this one. An owlbear, Mori mused, his focus sharpening. He had perused the entries concerning this perilous beast in the monster compendium of the Adventurer's Handbook. The owlbear, as its name suggests, is a hybrid of owl and bear. Once fully grown, it can reach a height of 3 meters, possessing the robust physique of a bear, yet crowned with the formidable head of an owl. Its temperament is fierce and savage. In battle, it exhibits a reckless disregard for life, coupled with a cunning intellect surpassing that of ordinary beasts. However, more often than not, it prefers to bulldoze its prey with its rock-like muscles, tearing them to shreds with its immense beak and sharp claws. If there are only one or two, we should be able to manage, he remarked. If I recall correctly, the challenge rating of an owlbear is level 3, which falls within our capabilities. Yet, determining the precise number is rather challenging, Dane expressed hesitantly. I shall give it a try, Mori declared, rising to his feet and raising his hand to cast a spell. Speak with animals. The spell took effect successfully. However, the forest was eerily silent, with only the occasional chirping of insects, symbolizing mating calls. Mori cast his gaze around, finding no creature willing to engage in conversation. Is there anyone, any friends who can hear me? After a moment, he attempted to speak. Friends upon the mountains, friends in the trees, friends in the water, friends behind iron bars. It seems something peculiar has slipped in. A faint rustling in the branches above, accompanied by a soft squeaking. As the sounds reached his ears, Mori instantly comprehended the message being conveyed. Do not shout. He looked up to see the treetops quivering slightly, revealing a gray squirrel peeking out, its small nose twitching rapidly, and its dark eyes fixed on him with caution. Do not be afraid, tree-dwelling friend. Could you tell me what has transpired in this forest recently? Mori spoke in a hushed tone, adopting the gentlest manner possible. Strange bear, very large, searching for something at night. It has ruined my nest. The gray squirrel chattered. Indeed, it was an owlbear. Mori felt a stir within, continuing to inquire gently. How many strange bears did you see? The gray squirrel tilted its head, seemingly straining to recall. One big bear. Very, very large. 2 smaller ones. Smaller than the big bear. They were together. It gestured with its tiny paws, emphasizing the enormity of the larger bear. The information is quite clear. An adult owlbear accompanied by 2 cubs. Thank you, my friend. This is a little gift to ease your surprise. Mori rummaged through his backpack and gently placed a small packet of nuts by the roots of a tree. The gray squirrel's eyes sparkled with delight as it swiftly darted down, seized the packet, and nimbly climbed back up the tree, emitting a satisfied chirp. Farewell. Mori waved his hand. Aiden stood by, utterly astonished, exclaiming, Goodness, you can converse with animals? This is the first time I've witnessed such a thing. It's merely a trick of magic, Mori shrugged, dispelling the enchantment. I see you possess a remarkable talent for stealth. You may very well become a wanderer of equal prowess to us in the future. Hee hee, I hope so. Aiden scratched his head, appearing somewhat bashful. So, what did the squirrel say? Dane inquired eagerly. It mentioned that an adult owlbear is searching for something in the forest along with its 2 cubs. Chapter 78. The Farmer and the Snake with 1 large and 2 small. Isn't this a sure win? Dane exclaimed, shaking his fist. The 2 smaller ones pose no threat to us, and we can easily handle a single adult owlbear. I sensed an unsettling feeling. However, Efarna furrowed her brow slightly. Casting her gaze into the dim depths of the forest, a hint of unease flickering in her eyes. A mother owlbear with cubs is typically quite cautious, diligently avoiding the revelation of her nest location, and would never approach human settlements with such commotion. Didn't Mori mention they were searching for something? Dane shrugged nonchalantly. Perhaps they were robbed? Not me. That was what the squirrel said, Mori corrected. Dane waved his hand dismissively. It's all the same. Once they start their usual cries, we'll sneak in and resolve the matter swiftly. Perfect. Well, let us assess the actual situation before rushing in, Mori pondered for a moment, unable to conjure a better strategy. Without sufficient information, we could only act as circumstances dictated. Indeed, at the very least, we must ascertain their species and numbers. Aiden readily nodded. Mori noticed the young lad's grip on the torch was overly tight, causing his knuckles to pale. No need to be anxious, Mori reassured him with a pat on the back. If a confrontation arises, just keep your distance. The wait felt interminably long. The sky grew increasingly dim, with only the crackling of the torch and the whispering winds breaking the silence. Perhaps due to the impending encounter with the creatures, Aiden trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering. Efarna, noticing his tension, sought to ease the atmosphere by initiating a conversation. Aiden, your village is remarkably clean, far superior to most villages I have encountered. Is it the work of your village chief? Yes. A flicker of a smile broke through Aiden's tense expression, seemingly relaxing a bit. It indeed has much to do with our chief. Have you heard the tale of the farmer and the snake? I have, came the reply. Yes, I have heard it. But does it relate to this? The group turned to him, eagerly awaiting the young man's explanation. One particularly frigid winter, the village chief awoke one morning to find a snake, covered in white frost, coiled beside a pile of firewood not far from his doorstep, utterly motionless. He thought the snake must have been frozen, so he took it into his embrace and brought it home, soaking it in wine. This differs from a story I know, Efarna blinked. 3 days later, the chief discarded that treasured jar of wine and erected the sign you see before you. Thus, our village remains so pristine. Dane was the first to burst into laughter. Cough, 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 was sorrowful tale. Mori expressed deep sympathy for the chief's misfortune. Yet, just as their laughter subsided, a thunderous roar erupted from deep within the forest, filled with rage. Even from a distance, Mori could discern the ferocity contained within that sound. Why shout so loudly? Dane shrank back in fear, clutching his chest as he complained towards the source of the sound. The roar was laced with a chilling intensity, far more daunting than anticipated. The sound emanated from the northwest. Mori's gaze sharpened. It was time to move. Stay close, do not lag behind. He signaled for everyone to extinguish their torches, then lowered his body, quietly creeping towards the direction of the roar under the sparse starlight. Aiden trailed closely behind, unnoticed by anyone, his eyes gleaming with a complex light. Stop! Mori raised his right arm and whispered. They found themselves behind a thicket, and ahead lay a small clearing in the woods. Indeed, it was an owlbear. Dane lowered his voice as well. Hush! In the clearing, 2 massive figures, cloaked in thick brown fur and feathers, paced back and forth, their amber eyes glinting in the moonlight as if searching for something on the ground. Your animal friend is rather unreliable, Dane murmured to Mori. Those are 2 adult owlbears. Didn't miscount the bears? Then what do you see behind them? Mori replied in a low tone, his perception far surpassing Dane's as his serious gaze locked onto the area behind the 2 owlbears. Where? Dane craned his neck. Look more closely, a bit higher. Is this? Guided by Mori, he finally discerned the looming figure partially concealed behind the 2 owlbears. By the gods! A cold shiver shot up Dane's spine, causing him to shudder. Judging by its shape, it too appeared to be an owlbear. Yet, it towered over its kin by nearly half a body, standing close to 5 meters tall. Unlike the usual amber-eyed owlbears, its eyes gleamed with a savage crimson light, which was why Dane had failed to spot it earlier. Roar! The colossal creature slowly rose, emitting that familiar roar once more. At this distance, Mori felt his eardrums vibrating painfully. So do we engage? He turned to seek the opinions of the others. The gray squirrel-s intelligence had proven accurate. There were indeed 1 large and 2 small, but the 2 smaller ones were merely adult owlbears rated at level 3. This enormous beast clearly possessed strength far exceeding that of its kind. Should we retreat? Ifarna whispered. We may not be able to handle this. I concur. Dane nodded emphatically. 2 adult owlbears were manageable, but this mutated red-eyed giant far surpassed their expectations. Indeed, the monk, concealed beneath his mask, bore a grave expression, subtly nodding in agreement. Seeing that everyone approved a retreat, Mori resolved himself. The reconnaissance mission could be deemed complete. Thus, they would withdraw. Wait, adventurers! A faint, tremulous voice called from behind them. It was Aiden. The tension and innocence that had once graced his face were now replaced by a resolute demeanor. Unbeknownst to anyone, he had already torn open the scroll entrusted to him by the village chief, unhesitatingly casting it upon the ground at the feet of the 4 before him. A resonant hum erupted as the magical energy surged forth, enveloping the ground within a 10-foot radius of the scroll in an exceedingly slick layer of grease. The grease spell. Oh dear! Dane and Ifarna were caught off guard, slipping and tumbling to the ground amidst their startled exclamations. Mori reacted with remarkable swiftness. His robust physique and sense of balance allowed him to barely maintain his footing, yet his feet were ensnared in the treacherous grease, impeding his movements to some degree. Only the monk, with his agile form, deftly propelled himself sideways the moment the slickness spread, landing securely beyond the greasy perimeter. What are you doing? Mori barked, casting an angry glare at Aiden. The commotion drew the attention of a fully grown owlbear, which approached with a look of curiosity. Aiden remained silent, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes as he drew forth another scroll, tearing it open with a sudden flourish aimed at the group. Everyone close your eyes. Quickly. Ifarna recognized the scroll's design, but her warning came too late. It was evidently futile. A dazzling display, reminiscent of a cascading rainbow, erupted from Aiden's hand, once again engulfing the 4. The 7-colored eruption, the blinding brilliance flooded Mori's vision, plunging him into a temporary state of blindness. He shut his stinging eyes and took a deep breath. The farmer and the snake. What a remarkable farmer and snake indeed. Chapter 79. The Colossal Mori, Physical Resistance. Translucent words flickered briefly, and Mori opened his eyes. His formidable constitution, boasting an impressive score of 16, significantly mitigated the impact of the first circle spell at this critical moment. Indeed, the practice of body refinement proved invaluable. This thought flitted through his mind as he swiftly assessed the current situation. I am well. Ifarna met Mori's gaze, signaling him not to worry. She had closed her eyes in time and thus remained unharmed. However, Dane was not so fortunate. Oh no! My eyes! Dane cried out in agony, covering his face as he rolled in the grease. Already disoriented from his fall, the sudden burst of blinding light struck his eyes, leaving him in a kaleidoscope of colors accompanied by sharp, stinging sensations. It seemed he would not be of much assistance for the time being. Prepare for battle, Inju whispered, one hand raised in front of his chest while the other steadied the mask of sorrow that threatened to slip from his face. His previous movement had tilted the mask just enough to shield him from the light, sparing him from its effects. Mori lifted his head. In the center of the clearing, the immense red-eyed owlbear abruptly turned its head, its crimson gaze locking onto their location with deadly intent. The colorful eruption had not merely caused temporary blindness. It acted like a flare in the darkness, utterly revealing their position. As for the instigator, Aiden had already vanished into the nearby thicket after unleashing the scroll, leaving no trace behind. A thunderous roar erupted from the creature, reverberating through the air. The 2 adult owlbears ceased their pacing, baring their fangs and emitting low, threatening growls. Though unaware of the events that had transpired among these humans, they knew that daring to provoke them at this moment would lead to only one outcome: death. The three owl bears charged forward in unison toward the group. The forest was too open for the earth wall spell to be effective. Mori quickly assessed the situation and abandoned the idea of using the spell to divide the battlefield. "Ifarna, buy me some time," he urged in a low voice. "Understood." The mage girl, trusting Mori completely, immediately began to cast her spell. Snowstorm, hail, and freezing rain cascaded down, enveloping the three owlbears and creating a slick surface of ice beneath their feet. Yet, for creatures adorned with thick fur, the lethality of this spell was rather limited, far less effective than it would have been against the fishmen. Nevertheless, as a means of delaying, it sufficed, as the newly formed ice significantly slowed the momentum of the charging owlbears. Barkskin. Mori extracted a piece of oak bark from his leather armor pocket, its tough and rugged texture growing and enveloping his entire body. Oak staff. The surface of his steel staff shimmered with a light brown hue, becoming even more resilient. He then formed hand seals and chanted incantations. Enlarge. As magical energy surged within him, Mori's body began to swell as if inflated. His leather armor and scale shield expanded accordingly, his height soaring from around 1.8 meters to nearly 3 meters, a surge of power erupting within him. Mole stepped forward, gripping the steel rod tightly, resembling a towering tree devoid of foliage, standing resolutely before the crowd. With enhanced attributes, bull strength. Realizing Mole's imminent action, Ifarna swiftly turned the pages of his spellbook and plucked a slender hair from a cow. Strength 1, duration 1 hour, excellent. He felt an exhilarating surge of power coursing through him, bolstering his confidence immensely. Seal the fate, restrain that red-eyed beast. I shall first deal with the two smaller foes. The giant mole's voice thundered like a muffled storm, imbued with unwavering resolve. However, the adversaries were now closely clustered. The monk's brow furrowed beneath his mask. "Fear not, I shall take action myself." Talent activated, extraordinary luck. Your next melee attack will undoubtedly land a critical hit. Faced with formidable foes he had never encountered before, the giant mole held nothing back. With his first strike, he poured forth his full might. Furious slash. Recalling Aiden's actions, the giant mole channeled his pent-up rage into the stout steel rod, aiming for the red-eyed great owlbear. This attack did not incorporate his other combat technique, the leap slash, but rather he stepped forward, swinging upward as if playing golf. The red-eyed owlbear disdainfully gazed down at the audacious human before it, a flicker of mockery gleaming in its eyes. Despite having swelled in size after much exertion, it merely matched the height of its ordinary counterparts, still towering over him. Thus, bang! With a resounding thud, the red-eyed owlbear's perspective began to whirl and twist. Crack, snap, crackle, accompanied by the sound of shattering ice. Its view finally stabilized, a night sky adorned with countless stars. Only then did a piercing pain radiate from its right arm, prompting it to let out a thunderous roar. The giant mole found satisfaction in the impact of his recent strike. Even with layers of enhancements, he knew he could not vanquish such a terrifying creature with a single blow. Achieving this outcome was indeed commendable. "I entrust it to you now." "Very well," the monk decisively responded, eschewing further banter. Upon witnessing the red-eyed owlbear tracing a perfect parabolic arc before crashing back onto the ice, he gained a clearer understanding of Mole's prowess. Thankfully, he had refrained from questioning earlier. One must not judge by appearances. The monk's face flushed beneath his mask. Once he composed himself, he sprinted towards the ice where the great owlbear had landed. Confronted by the resurgent, mountain-like red-eyed giant bear, he remained undaunted. The eyes beneath the weeping mask reflected the icy surface, calm as frost. Although defeating it head-on remained a formidable challenge, the opponent had already lost an arm, and the monk possessed some knowledge of martial arts. He did not draw his staff. Instead, he swiftly maneuvered toward the giant bear's flank. The martial techniques of the sect of Bloodflow were displayed in their full glory. Agility. He did not confront the colossal bear head-on. Rather, he deftly maneuvered amidst its frenzied swipes and savage bites. With a resounding thud and crack, his palms, fingers, elbows, and knees transformed into his arsenal, striking precisely at the joints of the bear's legs. The unique energy of the monk class penetrated its thick fur and fat, inflicting persistent pain and internal injuries. Though he could not deliver a fatal blow, his relentless assaults were sufficient to provoke a series of furious roars from the bear, firmly capturing its attention. For the time being, the most formidable adversary was held at bay by the monk, significantly alleviating the pressure on the giant Mori. Moreover, it appeared that the earlier display of prowess had instilled a sense of caution in the two adult owlbears, causing them to abandon their previous reckless charge. With a leap slash, the giant Mori took the initiative, its massive form suddenly soaring into the air, the enlarged steel staff creating a piercing shriek as it descended forcefully upon the nearer foe. Chapter 80. Oil and fire with a resounding thud. The steel rod plunged into the muck, splattering a wide circle of dirt. The adult owlbear regarded him with caution, deftly rolling away from his strike. The agility he possessed had diminished considerably. The giant Mori furrowed his brow, recognizing this as an unavoidable side effect of his transformation. The effect of the transformation could only last for 5 minutes. This thought left him feeling somewhat anxious. Oil. Mori, drive them towards the oil. Dane suddenly shouted. Upon hearing this, Mori turned to see his friend vigorously wiping his tear-streaked eyes with his sleeve. Though it appeared rather pitiful, it seemed he had finally shaken off the blinding effects of the colorful spray. Understood. The giant Mori's eyes flicked with realization. He observed that both Dane and Afarna had moved away from the area covered in the greasy spell. The oil strewn across the ground served as an exceptional accelerant, significantly enhancing the potency of fire spells. Mori immediately adjusted his strategy, no longer pursuing direct hits. Instead, he positioned his scaled shield in front of him, gripping the steel rod at an angle, leaning forward as he approached the owlbear with cautious intent. Gurgle. The owlbear let out a cry, its voice reminiscent of birds rather than that of a beast. It seemed to sense that Mori's transformation was not a permanent state, and thus did not rush to attack. The owlbear crouched low, matching Mori's movement step by step, maintaining a distance of 2 body lengths. Its amber eyes warily fixated on the iron rod in Mori's grasp. In this peculiar atmosphere, a strange dance unfolded between man and beast. However, this was not the only adult owlbear present. Where had the other bear gone? Afarna pondered this. I don't know, perhaps it ran away, or is hiding. Dane replied, shaking his head, admitting he had not paid attention earlier. We should be cautious, Afarna said, rising with her staff and scanning her surroundings warily. I should have opted for the dark vision spell Dark Vision. A second-tier spell grants the ability to see in darkness. This spell is almost exclusive to humans, as most other humanoid races possess this innate ability. But now, it was too late for regrets. Afarna's gaze swept over the surrounding inky foliage. Yet she found nothing, her expression tinged with frustration. Unbeknownst to her, a pair of orange-yellow eyes glimmered beneath the leaves, watching intently. The owlbear had heard Dane's call, sensing that this individual was directing the others. Although it did not comprehend the specifics, it felt that this little human must be dealt with first. Thus, it abandoned the idea of flanking Mori, crouching low and stealthily maneuvering through the shadows. Its target set upon the still rubbing his eyes Dane. As the human sorceress's gaze swept over the thicket once more, the owlbear suddenly sprang into action. Its movements were agile, and its timing impeccable, showcasing its rich experience in confronting spellcasters. Dane, behind you. Upon hearing the warning, Afarna quickly alerted him. Dane's hair stood on end. This time he reacted swiftly, diving to the side at the instant he heard the warning. Simultaneously, his wand instinctively aimed at the enormous shadow lunging from behind him. However, it seemed to be slightly too late. The owlbear, with its thick feathered claws, had already sliced through Dane's wand with a bloody gust. Clearly, it had anticipated Dane's movements, and the massive owl-like head suddenly twisted to face Dane as he toppled, opening its formidable beak to deliver a lethal strike. In that critical moment, a viscous, foul-smelling, vividly green liquid erupted from Dane's gaping mouth, specifically from between his wide-set teeth. Tasha's acid brew. The angle of this unexpected attack was astoundingly precise, splattering directly onto the owlbear's amber eyes. A chilling, distorted howl reverberated through the forest. As if seared by a red-hot iron, the owlbear's colossal head jerked back. The eye struck by the caustic substance instantly emitted a plume of white smoke, accompanied by a hissing sound. The excruciating pain clouded its judgment, and it instinctively clawed at its pained eye, staggering backward. Its retreat, however, led it directly into the slick area covered in grease. I am terrified. Dane, belatedly aware, clutched his chest as his heart raced. Now is the moment. Meanwhile, the giant Mori caught a glint of determination in its eyes. The owl bear it had been grappling with hesitated, startled by its companion's anguished cry. And this was the opportunity it had been waiting for. No longer circling the owlbear before him, he charged forward like a war chariot. "Let me in." Seemingly intimidated by the sudden outburst of the giant Mori, the owlbear retreated on all fours, desperately trying to evade. However, Mori had already adjusted its attack angle, and behind the creature lay that very greasy area. Crash! Crash! The two owlbears slipped and fell into the slick zone, one after the other. "Dane!" the giant Mori shouted. "I've been waiting for this." Dane spat out the residual acidic liquid in his mouth and scrambled to retrieve his wand, which he had dropped. A sense of vengeful delight lit up his face as he aimed the wand at the two adult owlbears, struggling and slipping in the grease. Incendiary ray. Buzz. 3 blazing crimson fire beams shot forth from the tip of his oak wand. 2 of them accurately struck the feet of the owlbear, attempting to ambush him, while the third targeted the one ahead of Mori. Sizzle. The moment the fire rays made contact with the grease, a blinding orange flame erupted skyward, instantly engulfing the two owlbears. The grease ignited violently, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds, with smoke billowing upwards. The thick fur and feathers of the owlbears now served as the finest fuel, as the flames hungrily licked at their bodies. "Awoo!" The anguished cries resonated, causing the few remaining leaves on nearby trees to tumble down like rain, their volume rivaling that of the red-eyed giant bear. In an instant, the 2 adult owlbears were transformed into massive fireballs, wildly rolling and flailing in the grease, desperately trying to extinguish the flames engulfing them. Yet the grease-soaked fur rendered their efforts futile, as strands of hair permeated the air, accompanied by the acrid scent of charred flesh. The abundant fur weakened under the low flames. Truly, the ancients did not deceive me. As the colossal Mori contemplated, he raised his steel staff, his gaze fixed upon the fleeing owlbear. Leap slash! His massive form surged once more, confronting the oncoming heatwave, as the hefty steel staff descended with immense force. Crack! The excruciating sound of bones fracturing resonated clearly. The shoulder of the struck owlbear instantly caved in, its flame-encased body shuddering violently. Bang! Crack! Mori swung his staff in succession, simultaneously utilizing his scaled shield to fend off the dying retaliations of the owlbear. A mournful cry echoed, and it finally collapsed, languidly succumbing to the burning filth beneath. Aside from the crackling of the igniting fur, silence reigned. It was then that he noticed a line of semi-transparent text gradually fading away. Jump/proficiency has increased. Chapter 81. The power of the hill. Giant Ifarna gripped her staff, gazing at the burning, blind-eyed owlbear, momentarily paralyzed by indecision. Her water spells clashed with the flames. Casting without caution might inadvertently aid the creature's escape. Wind conjuration. After a brief contemplation, she recalled this second-tier spell. Despite having mastered numerous spells, her application remained inflexible. Practical experience was essential. The young sorceress chuckled at her own folly. The owlbear was sent tumbling by a fierce gust, plunging deeper into the inferno as it struggled to flee. As a renowned magical beast of challenge level 3, its vitality was astonishingly resilient. Even in such dire straits, the creature retained a fragment of its combat prowess. Given a moment of reprieve, it could still. With a thunderous crash, the flame-imbued steel staff descended, driving forcefully into its skull. Execution. The specialized effect triggered, and the unfortunate owlbear perished instantly. The towering Moray released his grip on the steel, rising slowly from a half-kneeling position. "Are you all right?" he inquired, casting a glance at his fellow sorcerers. "Wow, that was quite impressive," Dane exclaimed. "I'm fine," Efarna replied, looking up at Moray, her tension easing. The fact that Dane could jest indicated he was indeed unharmed. Moray let out a sigh of relief. "Get away," the sorceress suddenly cried out. Moray began to respond, but was interrupted by a sudden heat radiating from his palm, prompting an instinctive release of his hold. Looking down, he realized the flames had leapt onto the steel staff, nearly engulfing him. That was close. Observing the now shrunken staff, which had lost its magical potency, a cold sweat trickled down Moray's brow. Residual oil clung to him. Had the fire ignited his garments, the consequences would have been dire. "Damn it, I couldn't even look cool for 3 seconds," he lamented. "Moray, we must assist Master Ingue immediately," Dane urged, tapping the giant Moray's leg. Following Dane's pointed direction, Moray turned to see their monk companion in a perilous predicament. The colossal, red-eyed owlbear, though deprived of one forelimb by Moray, still possessed a ferocity, speed, and strength that surpassed Ingue's in its frenzied state. The monk's gray robe was tattered in multiple places, his breath noticeably ragged beneath the mask of sorrow. Roar! With a piercing shriek, the remaining intact forepaw of the massive bear struck down once more. Ingue hastily sidestepped, but failed to evade entirely. Thud! His body was hurled backward, barely managing to stabilize himself against a sturdy tree, his mask askew, and his breath labored. "What to do?" Moray mused, lowering his gaze to the now normal-sized steel staff, his brow furrowing in concentration. It appeared he would have to resort to that item. The giant Moray reached into his cloak, retrieving a long-preserved bottle of murky orange liquid. The hill giant strength elixir. Upon consumption, it would temporarily grant the power of a hill giant, enhancing his strength by 3 points. With a forceful tug, he removed the cork. Glug! Glug! With a pang of pain, Moray tilted his head back and consumed the vial of liquid worth a staggering 30 gold coins. Ugh! How revolting! The moment the concoction slid down his throat, the pungent odor, fermented for ages, nearly induced a gag reflex. Fortunately, Moray managed to suppress the urge, ensuring not a single drop of the potion was wasted. Spitting out only the residue, he pondered, what on earth did he just drink? Dane scratched his head. A potion of strength. Efarna recognized the elixir, her expression a tapestry of emotions. The colossal Moray clenched his fists, tilting his face skyward as a volcanic surge of raw power coursed through him. His muscles bulged, veins protruded, and it felt as if molten lava flowed beneath his skin. In that moment, he sensed his strength skyrocketing, as if he could shake mountains. However, alongside this torrent of power, Moray felt an invisible hand glide over his head, smoothing the convolutions of his cerebral cortex. The world around him morphed into a paradox of simplicity and complexity. Stars, trees, flames, allies, and foes, all abstracted into mere lines and color blocks. Simultaneously, a cacophony of chaotic whispers buzzed in his mind. A tightness enveloped his scalp, as if something were pushing upwards against his skin. "Moray, why does your head look so pointed?" Dane exclaimed in disbelief, rubbing his reddened eyes and pointing at Moray's cranium. The giant Moray shook his head. "Well, let me ask you this. If a mirror were before him at that moment, he would discover that his intelligence, which had painstakingly reached a score of 10, had plummeted back to a single digit and was still descending. Oh no, after boosting my intelligence, I can no longer resist the side effects of the potion. I seem to be getting rather dim-witted." He mused. "Well, perhaps that's a good thing. I will soon be immune to Tasha's hideous laughter," he chuckled inwardly. Note: Tasha's hideous laughter does not affect creatures with an intelligence of 4 or lower. 2 conflicting voices clamored in Moray's mind. Fortunately, he retained a faint echo of his prior thoughts. Wait, I must hurry to assist. He cast his gaze toward the distant, roaring owlbear, which was attempting to tear apart the monk, dodging and rolling on the ground. Empowered by the strength of the hill giant, Moray sprang into action. He dashed forward and leaped into the air, unleashing sheer power without employing any combat techniques. Eat this. Mori descended from the heavens, landing behind the crimson-eyed giant bear, his hands clamping down like two massive iron pincers around the creature's neck, enveloped in coarse feathers. Gore? The bear's biting motion abruptly halted, interrupted by the sudden onslaught of terrifying force and the sensation of suffocation. Turn around. Mori's eyes brimmed with fury as his brawny arms flexed, unleashing an unrestrained torrent of strength. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of breaking bones resonated from the bear's neck. Its enormous owl-like head was violently twisted a full 180 degrees. The scene froze in an instant. The colossal figure of the blood-red-eyed owl bear froze, its eyes filled with a savage fury locking onto Mori's bloodshot gaze. In that brief moment, their stares intertwined. Time itself seemed to suspend. Is it over? So effortlessly? Mori found himself lost in contemplation. It was quite possible that this red-eyed owlbear could be dispatched with such ease. Yet, the notion that he could fell the creature with a single strike felt implausible. A low, ambiguous growl rumbled from the bear's throat, imbued with confusion and a hint of bewilderment. Fool! The owlbear could twist its neck nearly a full circle. The hastily arrived Afarna covered her face in disbelief. Huh? The gigantic Mori blinked in surprise. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the red-eyed owlbear twisted its body, its remaining unscathed forelimbs striking back with lightning speed towards Mori, who was still perched upon its back. Crack! He was sent flying from the bear's back, crashing through several branches before landing heavily 10 meters away in the forest. Chapter 82. Finishing move, the crimson-eyed owlbear flexed its neck and stood upright, its massive form casting a shadow over the forest floor. The unique cervical structure of the owl allowed this creature an extraordinary degree of head flexibility. What would have been a gruesome twist capable of snapping a human neck was, for it, merely a casual adjustment of its cervical joints. A malevolent grin graced its face as its blood-red gaze fell upon the human it had just hurled aside. How foolish of me. Oh, it's nothing. It was supposed to be dead. No, not dead. Oh, wait, yes, it is dead. The colossal Mori propped himself up from the ground, his left and right brains still engaged in a relentless struggle. There seems to be a bit of pain. He lowered his head. The finely crafted new leather armor was torn asunder beneath the claw of the owlbear, resembling ragged cloth. 3 horrifying claw marks appeared across Mori's chest, blood gushing from the wounds. Despite the protection of the barkskin spell, his defenses had been breached. As shadows gradually enveloped Mori's face, he raised his head, his gaze once again locking onto that of the crimson-eyed owlbear. Roar! The owlbear suddenly lunged forward, one claw extending, aimed directly at Mori's heart. Aegis of Aegis. At the crucial moment, a clear and urgent shout pierced the air. Ivalna had approached, her grip on the shark-bone staff radiating a brilliant blue light. This was not an ordinary protective spell, but rather a heightened spell casting. The mage girl activated her remaining third-tier spell slots. A wave of chilling magical energy enveloped Mori's massive form. No longer was it a mere phantom of frost. It solidified into a thick layer of formidable ice armor. Frost patterns spread, covering the gaping claw marks on Mori's chest. The biting cold also froze the wounds, simultaneously bringing a numbing analgesic effect. Crack! The owlbear's massive claw struck against the ice armor. Yet, only the sharpest tips of its claws barely penetrated the icy layer, causing cracks to spread. With the distant glow of fire illuminating the scene, Ivalna saw that the owlbear's forearm was firmly clamped by Mori's hands, unable to advance an inch. And she exhaled a sigh of relief. It's just a mere flesh wound. I have not lost my capacity for self-sufficiency. The colossal Mori fixed his gaze upon the owlbear's crimson eyes. Simultaneously, the chilling aura emanating from the ice armor began to spread from where the claws had penetrated, slowly creeping up the beast's limbs. Get off me! He unleashed an astonishing resilience, forcefully pushing his opponent away. Ugh! The owlbear let out a muffled grunt, its movements noticeably stiffened by the icy armor's chill, its reactions seemingly slowed by a fraction. It was rigidity. Mori would not let this opportunity slip away. Executioner, specialty activated. His massive form did not halt, but surged forward, slipping through the gap beneath the owlbear's armpit. At the same time, his enormous arms encircled the stout waist of the owlbear like iron bands. Drink! A guttural roar erupted from Mori, his right brain, and the apex of his head miraculously reaching a consensus. In that moment, every ounce of his strength surged forth unreservedly. He forcibly lifted the colossal red-eyed owlbear off the ground. The finishing move was unleashed. The gigantic Mori, cradling the beast that dwarfed him by twofold, exerted power through his waist, executing a breathtaking half-rotation in mid-air. Utilizing his own weight and the centrifugal force from a spin, he hurled the massive creature like a ragged sack toward the unforgiving, frigid ground. Boom! It resonated like a meteor crashing to earth, shaking the entire clearing in the forest, sending up a whirlwind of soil, ice shards, and withered leaves. The impact created a shallow crater, the shockwave momentarily halting the flames of burning oil. A mournful howl escaped the red-eyed owlbear, its breath evidently labored. This grapple, a culmination of Mori's strength, inflicted damage far exceeding any previous assault. Its resilient bones groaned under the strain, internal organs severely injured, as blood-tinged froth erupted from its mouth and nose. Combat technique, rôle. As he landed, the massive Mori rolled, dissipating much of the impact. Though his movements appeared somewhat clumsy due to his size and sluggish cognition, he achieved his objective. Was it still alive? The gigantic Mori leapt again, forcefully landing atop the owlbear's incapacitated chest. Bang, 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 bang. He unleashed a flurry of punches, each strike slicing through the air, landing heavily upon the owlbear's face. With the might of a hill giant, even the simplest of punches bore considerable force. Left fist, right fist, left fist. The left fist delivered high damage, the right fist equally formidable. The dull thuds echoed like war drums. With each blow, the sound of cracking bones accompanied the assault. Initially, the red-eyed owlbear attempted to twist its body, using its remaining claws to tear at Mori's arms and back, but only succeeded in scraping off ice shards. However, as the relentless punches fell like rain, its struggles waned, its roars gradually transforming into whimpers. Drink! Mori delivered a final, power-infused right punch. Bang! A second execution. The enormous head of the owlbear caved in, lying motionless, finally silenced. The battle was exhilarating. The gigantic Mori rose, howling toward the heavens. Silence enveloped the scene, broken only by the crackling of burning oil and the heavy breaths of the onlookers. Had it ended? Dane murmured to himself. Incredulous. Incredible, brother. Simply incredible. He approached swiftly, delivering a playful punch to Mori's thigh. As he did so, the colossal figure of Mori began to shrink rapidly, akin to a deflating balloon. Oh! Dane withdrew his hand sheepishly. The effect of the giant transformation had concluded. As his form diminished, the icy armor that adorned Mori began to peel away, revealing the shredded leather beneath and the gaping wounds. He gasped for breath, collapsing under the wave of fatigue that washed over him, overwhelming him. The sensation of pain arrived belatedly, with a searing throb now radiating from his chest. Mori! In a flurry of urgency, Ifarna rushed to his side, attempting to support him, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. She knelt on the ground, cradling Mori's head upon her thigh. It's all right. It's not a serious issue. Mori gestured dismissively, signaling to the young mage that she need not worry. The effects of the strength elixir seemed to be gradually waning, and he sensed his intellect beginning to resurface. He could discern that his injuries were not as grave as they appeared, though they looked quite alarming. Meanwhile, Dane had intended to assist Mori as well, but upon witnessing the mage's actions, he relinquished that thought, feeling somewhat superfluous. Instead, he turned his attention to the monk's condition. Master Ingua, are you all right? He inquired. I'm fine, the monk replied, clutching his chest where a dull pain lingered as he approached, his steps slightly unsteady. Master, could you examine his wounds? Ifarna lifted her gaze. Certainly, Ingua nodded slightly, crouching down to assess Mori's chest injury. It's not particularly severe, but I must apologize. During the battle, I exhausted my chi and am unable to heal him. Chapter 83. The necromancer. The words of the monk served as a reminder to Afarna. She paused for a moment, inhaling deeply to suppress her emotions, and began to chant a brief incantation. A semi-transparent, pale blue hand materialized beside her. Afarna deftly maneuvered the mage's hand, delving into the depths of her satchel to retrieve a glass vial containing a crimson liquid. It may sting a bit, so bear with it, the young sorceress stated gently as she removed the cork, the rich essence of life wafting forth. With utmost care, she tilted the vial, aiming it at Mori's ghastly wound. Wait, Mori gasped, attempting to raise his hand to halt her, not due to the pain of the injury, but because he recognized the vial, an elixir of superior healing. He had encountered such potions while procuring supplies at the Adventurers Guild, far more elegant than the healing potion he had previously purchased. The cost of one was double that of an ordinary healing potion, 20 gold coins. I have a vial of ordinary healing potion. That would suffice. No, he thought. This minor wound could wait until tomorrow when they returned to Stone Creek to seek a priest, which would cost half as much. Afarna, pursing her lips, paid no heed to Mori and carefully poured the deep red liquid. The moment the potion made contact with the wound, a soothing warmth mingled with a tingling sensation surged forth, penetrating deep into the flesh. The skin visibly writhed and knitted together at an astonishing rate, the pain gradually receding, replaced by a comforting warmth. The efficacy of the potion was evident, justifying its expense. Too much. A third of the vial would suffice. Before the wound could be completely healed, Mori hastily sat up, grasping the young sorceress's wrist to halt her actions, his expression more pain than Afarna's. Their budget for this adventure had already exceeded limits. The damaged leather armor, half a vial of superior healing potion, and the potion of giant strength he had just consumed amounted to nearly 50 gold coins in losses. Recalling the previous demeanor of their guide, Aiden, he surmised that the village chief, as the client, had likely not prepared any reward. Damn it, they better pay for this. The thought of financial loss jolted Mori back to full awareness as he clutched his chest. It hurts. It hurts so much, seeing Mori's distress. Afarna felt a blend of amusement and exasperation, tightening the cork on the vial and stowing away the remaining potion. Let us see how much we can recover from our losses. Mori stood and stretched, his gaze drifting to the corpse of the owlbear on the ground. The bear's paw was a valuable prize, with its hide and claws being of the finest material. Alas, Bakar was absent, otherwise with his culinary expertise. He might have crafted a dish that permanently enhanced their attributes. Mori felt a deep sense of regret. Bakar? Dane inquired. Oh, he is a dwarven friend of Minterbrook, skilled in cooking magical creatures, Mori explained while retrieving a short dagger from his discarded backpack. He approached the massive red-eyed bear, preparing to sever its enormous paw. Let us proceed to examine the other two. Dane and Injue approached the charred remains of the two remaining owlbears, seeking any valuable parts. Just as Mori's blade was about to graze the resilient fur at the base of the bear's paw, a long, cold sigh echoed abruptly from the shadows of the forest behind them. The four individuals felt a sudden chill, their hair standing on end as they swiftly turned. Weapons and staffs aimed at the source of the sound. From the shadows emerged a figure draped in a heavy black cloak, moving with deliberate slowness. The hood was pulled low, revealing only the pale, bloodless lips and a sharply pointed chin. In her hand, she clutched a bone staff entwined with dark vines, its tip adorned with a gem radiating an eerie green light. I initially intended to spare your lives, considering you dealt with these troublesome beasts, the shadowy figure rasped, her voice dry and hoarse. However, your greed in attempting to desecrate their remains has sealed your fate. Desecrate the remains? A shiver coursed through Mori as realization dawned upon him. You are a necromancer? Perhaps we can negotiate. Yet the necromancer wasted no time in idle chatter. She produced a cloth pouch, abruptly raising her bone staff, its emerald gem glowing fiercely. Stinking cloud. A dense, foul yellow gas erupted forth, swiftly spreading in their direction, its odor utterly repugnant. A third-tier spell, Stinking Cloud. Fall back. Mori recalled the spell's details. It could conjure a noxious cloud with a radius of 6 to 7 meters, creating severe obscurity within its range. The cloud would linger until the spell's duration expired, and any creature exposed to it with low toxin resistance would undoubtedly vomit. Fortunately, their party had an abundance of mages, capable of countering such a tactic. Wind manipulation. Ifarna waved her staff, employing a familiar technique. A powerful gust erupted, gradually dispersing the noxious cloud, revealing a horrifying sight that drained the color from the young mage's face. Countless sickly green motes were emanating from the bone staff held by the shadow, the stench of decay already permeating much of the red-eyed owlbear-esque corpse. A third-tier necromantic spell, Animate Dead. Not on my watch. Ifarna reacted swiftly, instinctively raising her shark-bone staff. Spell counter. Her focus sharpened, and the magical web intertwined rapidly. However, a wave of intense dizziness overwhelmed her, blackness clouding her vision, and a sense of exhaustion washed over her. She had already expended her third-tier spells in the earlier battle. Empty bravado. The necromancer seemed momentarily halted by the young mage's actions. But upon realizing that her spell had not succeeded, a disdainful snort escaped from beneath the hood. Servants of the Dark Winter, heed Kelsuka's call. No. Ifarna's face turned ashen as she watched the final vestiges of green energy seep into the giant bear-esque corpse. We are doomed. Dane's countenance was ashen, his oak staff hanging limply at his side. We must flee. There is still a chance. Keep your eyes on the necromancer. I will handle the bear. Molei gripped a charred steel staff in one hand while holding a scaled shield before the crowd with the other. Ifarna, give me the remaining half-bottle of potion. Molei fixed his gaze upon the imposing, massive owlbear that had risen once more. Its movements were sluggish, with eerie green flames igniting where its eyes once resided. Although he had never encountered an undead creature, Molei possessed a fundamental understanding of such monsters gleaned from textbooks. Its motions were far less agile than in life. Relying on his ability to block and counterattack, roll, and utilize potions, he might yet stand a chance against it. Do not underestimate an experienced old soul. I admire your courage, the necromancer Kel'Thuzad replied with a tone laced with mockery. But alas! Suddenly, a piercing shriek sliced through the air, emanating from the dense forest behind him. The necromancer's words were abruptly halted. In disbelief, he lowered his gaze to his chest, where the tip of an arrow protruded, dark crimson liquid dripping steadily. Ugh! The necromancer groaned, clutching his chest as his skeletal staff clattered to the ground, its glow extinguished. With the demise of its controller, the owlbear, which had only just regained its footing, swayed unsteadily before collapsing once more, stirring up a cloud of dust. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The onlookers turned in astonishment to see a tall figure silently emerge from the shadows of the forest. Silver hair danced lightly in the night breeze, and silver-gray eyes glimmered with a fierce light in the dimness, while the string of the longbow in hand quivered slightly. It was Lomia. Chapter 84. The Return. Thank you, Senior Romia. Upon discerning the visage of the elven ranger, Mori exhaled a sigh of relief, the tautness in his nerves dissipating abruptly. A wave of exhaustion washed over him, as if he had narrowly escaped death. I owe you my life. Well, perhaps half of it. I might be evenly matched with that undead owlbear. In any case, I shall repay you when the opportunity arises. As he spoke, Mori felt the remnants of the strength elixir begin to take effect once more, and fortunately, he regained his composure. At that moment, he began to comprehend the reason behind Brooke's fervent dedication to physical training, eschewing such potions. The side effects were indeed rather exaggerated. Romia lifted her chin and strode past Mori without a glance. No need. My actions were not solely for your benefit. As she passed him, her silvery locks brushed against the tip of Mori's nose. Who is she? Dane inquired softly. The monk, silent as a whisper, leaned in closer, straining to listen. A high-tier elven ranger, a former comrade of Masterbrook from the geology school. Ignoring the hushed murmurs behind her, Romia approached the fallen necromancer with purposeful strides, deftly pulling back the hood to reveal a face obscured by shadows. What came into view was a pallid, rigid visage, the eyes clouded and exuding a faint stench of decay, clearly long deceased. A corpse? How despicable. We've been deceived. That fiend is likely still lurking in the dungeon. Romeo recoiled in disgust, her silver teeth clenched tightly, her voice laced with frustration. This is merely a body? Mori, who lingered a short distance behind her, was taken aback. Does it imply that the puppeteer is someone else? Indeed, Romeo replied, her tone irritable as she kicked aside the bone staff on the ground. A few days ago, I accepted a commission from the Adventurers Guild to track down this elusive necromancer. According to the Guild's intelligence, 2 adventurer teams have already fallen victim to his malevolence, and he subsequently escaped the dungeon during the pursuit. I followed the trail all the way here, only to discover it was but a ruse. It appears that his true form is likely concealed somewhere within the dungeon. The range of controlling a corpse cannot extend this far. Can it? I have never heard of such a spell. Mori raised an eyebrow. The textbooks do not encompass all spells, particularly those of a forbidden nature. Romeo cast a sidelong glance at Mori. Tomes that document such malevolent connections, manipulating the boundary between the living and the dead, are certainly not meant for the light of day. They are typically classified as forbidden literature and hidden away in dark corners. She raised a finger, pointing at Mori's eyes. Your vision needs to be broadened. Do not limit yourself like certain short-sighted individuals who can only perceive the minuscule details directly before them. Very well, I shall broaden my horizons. Mori replied with a wry smile. By the way, Romeo slung her longbow across her back, her gaze sweeping over the chaos surrounding them, her arms crossed. How did you manage to provoke this necromancer, along with this frenzied horde of giant owls? With a sigh, Mori succinctly recounted their journey thus far. I see. As the sounds faded, Lomia's silver-gray eyes sharpened perceptibly. Spell scrolls, guides, owlbears, necromancers. This village harbors profound secrets. I share the sentiment, Mori concurred. Let us seek justice for you. Lomia placed one hand on her hip, while the other swept through the air dramatically. However, senior, are we departing now? Ifarna's complexion paled slightly. I feel as though I cannot endure much longer. Lomia surveyed the weary expressions of her companions, choosing silence as she deftly produced a small strip of white cloth, murmuring an incantation. Assistant spell? A gentle magical aura enveloped Mori, Ifarna, Dane, and Injua. A soothing yet resilient force surged into their bodies, alleviating some of the heavy fatigue. Mori felt a rush of vitality, though their injuries remained. Both stamina and spirit were remarkably revitalized. Are we ready now? Lomia turned, her steps light as she advanced toward the forest's edge. Time is of the essence. We must not let them escape. I recall your academy possesses a unified training acceleration spell, correct? Indeed, the 3 from the academy immediately activated their speed-enhancing magic, their bodies becoming incredibly light, each stride covering great distance. Though the monk Injua lacked magical prowess, his feet propelled him with remarkable agility, relying on the smoothly circulating energy within him, matching the speed of his enchanted companions. Before departing, Mori cast a wistful glance at the owlbear, now transformed into a creature of the undead. Alas, it seems I can no longer feast upon it. Only ghouls will find interest in it now. Such a pity. Why must necromancers be so malevolent? He clenched his fists, gazing up at the starry sky. Let's go, Mori. Coming. As an elf, Lomia possessed innate dark vision, her sight at night no less keen than in daylight. Acting as the guide, she illuminated the path for her companions, deftly avoiding various obstacles shrouded in darkness. Under Lomia's leadership, they navigated the rugged terrain of the forest as if on flat ground, soon emerging from the woods to behold the silhouette of a massive windmill rotating gently in the night breeze. Not a single household was illuminated. All doors and windows remained tightly shut. The village lay in eerie silence, more oppressive than when they had departed. They likely cannot fathom our return. Or perhaps they await good news from Aiden and the necromancer? Mori scoffed, a mingling of anger at betrayal and the sting of financial loss igniting within him. This way, he oriented himself, leading the group directly to the relatively spacious home of village chief Oliver. Wait, just as Mori raised his leg to forcefully kick open the courtyard gate, Lomia interposed her hand to halt him. What is it? Patience. The elven ranger's sharp gaze swept across the dark outlines of the houses. Should this village truly conspire with that necromancer, there may be ambushes within. Leave it to me. The monk Ingus spoke succinctly, with a subtle shift of his form. He leaped onto the rooftop, crouching low as he scanned the courtyard through the slits of his mask. Caught off guard, Romia's figure suddenly faltered. Never mind, never mind. She shook her head, and as if recalling something, turned her gaze toward Mori. Hey, Mori, have you ever encountered a dwarf who follows the rogue profession? Mori paused, thoughtfully recalling the adventurers he had met and the legends he had heard, and shook his head. I have not heard of any. Dwarves are predominantly associated with warrior-related professions. In contrast, the rogue profession, known for its skills in stealth, lock-picking, traps, and assassination, seems to suit halflings far better. I have scarcely heard of a dwarf taking on such a role. Do you know why? Oh, why? He inquired, playing along. A sly smile curled at the corners of Romia's mouth as she drawled. Because no tile or beam can bear the weight of a dwarf. Mori's lips twitched involuntarily. Romia, Bakaf isn't even here. Oomph. Romia scoffed, raising her chin slightly. I wasn't speaking specifically for him. Mori stroked his chin, pondering. It seemed that this elf indeed had a fondness for dwarf jokes. Chapter 85. Interrogation. Moments later, the monk descended from the roof like a falling leaf, landing almost silently. The roof and courtyard held no signs of unusual presence or ambush. No ambush. A sense of relief washed over Mori. It was indeed plausible. According to Romia's conjecture, since the necromancer had not made an appearance, it was highly likely that he remained in the underground city. This corpse puppet was probably the village's greatest reliance. Now that it had been dealt with, the remaining villagers posed little threat. It was time for reckoning. Without further hesitation, Mori took a deep breath and forcefully kicked the seemingly sturdy wooden door of the village chief's house. Bang! The door shattered into fragments, the sound piercing the stillness of the night with an unsettling sharpness. Old man, did you ever imagine we would return alive? Mori hoisted his staff onto his shoulder. Stepping boldly into the darkness of the house with a sinister grin, his voice intentionally raised. Inside, only a dim oil lamp flickered in the corner. With the faint light, Mori noticed Chief Oliver seated in a chair, gripping his cane tightly, his face a mask of terror. Who are you? He raised the lamp, tried to discern the sudden intruders, but his fingers trembled uncontrollably, nearly dropping it to the ground. What is this? Penty we just met a few hours ago. The old chief finally recognized the menacing group. Adventurers? You returned? His voice quivered uncontrollably. His murky old eyes filled with disbelief. What has happened? Where's that boy, Aiden? We heard that sound seems to have stopped. Was it you? Stop with the pretense. Mori stepped forward, seizing the man's collar and lifting him off the ground. The tattered leather armor appeared grotesque under the dim light. The greasy technique and rainbow spray scrolls you gave Aiden served you well when you plotted against us, didn't they? What? Chief Oliver seemed struck by lightning, his face draining of color. Scrolls? I only gave Aiden one greasy technique scroll for self-defense. Where did the rainbow spray come from? And how did he use it against you? It seems you remain unconvinced. Mori sneered. Oh, I forgot to mention after we dealt with the owlbear. That necromancer you had as a backup has already been dispatched by this kind-hearted elf who happened to pass by. Mori fixed his gaze on the chief's clouded eyes. Now, do you have anything to say? What? Owlbear? Necromancer? Good heavens. I have no idea what you're talking about. Suspended in midair, Chief Oliver struggled. Our windmill village has been ordinary farmers who have worshipped the Earth Mother for generations. How could we possibly be in league with a necromancer? This must be a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Is this your dying wish? Mori lowered his eyelids. If you confess all those involved in this matter, I might consider granting you a swift end. A misunderstanding. Truly, it is a misunderstanding. The old village chief excitedly waved his hands, nearly brought to tears. Wait, Mori. Put him down first. Ifarna stepped forward, placing her hand on Mori's arm. I observed the chief's reaction. It did not appear to be feigned. He seemed genuinely unaware. She shook her head at Mori and whispered, Indeed. Esteemed adventurer, I swear by the Mother of Earth, if I utter a single falsehood, may my soul eternally languish in the river of the dead. The chief clung to this like a lifeline, nodding fervently. Moreover, the priest at the Temple of Life possesses the domain of honesty spell. You may take me there to have them verify my words. I am not lying. As Mori beheld the chief's tear-streaked visage, his frown deepened, and the anger within him began to subside. In a world populated by numerous deities, such a solemn oath of faith, coupled with the suggestion to use the domain of honesty for verification, indeed held a measure of credibility. Have you prepared the bounty for the investigation commission and the extermination of the monsters? Of course, of course. I submitted the commission to the association when it was posted. After dawn, I will lead a few of us to claim it. Upon hearing this, Mori's expression softened. They had even prepared a reward. Could it be that this old man is truly innocent? What about Aiden? Don't tell me you know nothing. Mori released old Oliver back to the ground, slowly loosening his grip, and asked in a low voice. Aiden, he's a child from our village. We have watched him grow up. The chief, Oliver, finally steadied himself, his face reflecting confusion as he pondered. His father passed away unexpectedly during a hunt several years ago, and later, his mother remarried and left our village. Though he could be a bit mischievous and bold, he has a good heart. Could he really have done such a thing? I do not understand. The old chief scratched his graying hair in bewilderment. Where is he now? Has he returned? Would he dare to come back? He threw 2 scrolls at us and vanished without a trace. Dane interjected gruffly. Fine, even if you are unaware. However, until the truth is thoroughly uncovered, I cannot place my full trust in you. He surveyed the surroundings and spotted a bundle of twine used for tying firewood in the corner. Dane, help me restrain the chief and his family for now, to prevent any further complications. Very well. Upon hearing Mori's directive, the chief did not resist. Instead, he exhaled a sigh of relief. He gestured to a middle-aged woman who had rushed out, her face marked by fear, and a boy of about 14 or 15, signaling them not to oppose. Noticing they appeared to be ordinary villagers, Dane bound them loosely, merely as a symbolic restraint. After settling them in a corner of the main room, Mori stepped outside into the yard and gazed up at the night sky. He felt the need to calm himself and organize the information he had gathered. Moo! Suddenly, a cow's moo echoed from the corner of the yard. Mori's gaze swept over the indistinct shapes of the livestock visible in the darkness, igniting a thought within him. Perhaps the animals in the yard knew something. He approached the livestock shed once more, raising his hand as magic coursed through him. The animals conversed. A quarter of an hour later, Mori returned indoors and gestured to the crowd. Release them. They're truly innocent of any connection to the necromancer. How do you know? Ifarna inquired. I spoke with the creatures in the yard, thereby absolving them of suspicion. Mori then approached old Oliver and untied him. My apologies for my impulsiveness. It is of no matter. Such events are beyond your control, sighed the village elder, shaking his head. By what means did you ascertain this? Lomia asked curiously. I questioned the cows, chickens, and pigs in the yard, but most importantly, a particular sheep. It said, do not trust that you. Her mouth is full of lies. Suddenly, the village elder's youngest son sprang up, his face flushed, interrupting Mori. I shall go slaughter it, and treat you all to a lamb stew. Enough, enough, Mori interjected, shaking his head and casting a meaningful glance in the boy's direction, choosing not to elaborate further. Oh, you can converse with animals as well? How do you discern that sheep's penchant for deceit? Well. Chapter 86. Aiden the young lad navigated through the dark, frigid forest, cautiously stepping over the obstructive, withered branches. Each footfall was deliberate, aimed at avoiding any sound. His heart raced wildly, a mixture of trepidation and exhilaration painting his expression, accompanied by a faint whisper of guilt. The thunderous roar that had recently echoed through the woods had now fallen silent, leaving only the mournful wail of the cold wind as it swept through the barren branches. He paused, leaning against a rugged oak, his chest heaving with exertion. Exhaling a plume of white mist, Aiden cast a wary glance behind him, met only by an endless expanse of shadowy trees. Scaring myself, he chuckled softly, shaking his head. Despite his intimate familiarity with this forest, a playground of his youth, the dismal visibility of night and the tension within him hindered his pace. He tightened his thin, coarse garment around him, his teeth chattering. Yet, The thought of an impending transformation in his life ignited a warm surge within Aiden's heart. "Do not blame me," he silently chanted. "You accepted the commission yourselves. As an adventurer, isn't it reasonable to embrace a modicum of risk?" With this thought, Aiden found himself reminiscing about a day 10 days prior, a not-so-distant afternoon, when he encountered Kelsuga in this very forest. That day, while setting traps in hopes of catching a few wild chickens or rabbits to enhance his meager meals, he heard an unusual commotion, heavy footsteps, the brittle snap of breaking branches, and a roar that nearly halted his heart. Aiden had never encountered such a terrifying sound. Instead of fleeing, he found himself inexplicably rooted to the spot. It sounded as if someone were battling a monster. What if he could scavenge a prize? If he were to find some discarded gear from the adventurer, it could sustain him for weeks. Summoning his courage, he stealthily approached, witnessing a scene he would never forget. A figure cloaked in black was desperately weaving through the trees, pursued by a colossal beast with eyes as red as blood. The owlbear. He recognized this creature from tales spun by adventurers and villagers long ago. Yet, when its legendary likeness materialized before him, he grasped the true terror of such a monster, far more formidable than he had ever imagined. Each step left deep impressions in the ground, and a mere swipe of its claw could shatter trees. His diminutive frame would hardly serve as a snack, hiding behind a moss-covered boulder. He peered through a single eye, afraid to even breathe. The owlbear rampaged with ferocity, leaving devastation in its wake. The cloaked figure appeared to be injured, moving increasingly sluggishly. By a cruel twist of fate, this unfortunate soul passed directly in front of his hiding place. Aiden quickly recoiled, pressing himself against the stone, silently praying not to be discovered by the beast. Draw it away, further away. Yet in the next moment, a diamond-shaped crystal emitting a peculiar aura was thrust into his embrace. Simultaneously, a raspy voice resonated directly within his mind. "Young one, find a place to conceal it, then flee far away. I shall distract this beast. Once the task is completed, return it to me, and I shall alter your fate." It was the first time Aiden encountered supernatural powers. The profound shock and the allure embedded in those words rendered him nearly incapable of thought. Later, he would come to understand that such extraordinary abilities were merely a trick known as the art of communication. He could only recall that, after that moment, the heavy footsteps of the owlbear grew increasingly distant. Sensing that the moment was ripe, he swiftly slipped into a secluded spot deep within the forest, a hidden hollow at the base of an ancient giant tree known only to him. In haste, he buried the crystalline fragment and filled the cavity with dry leaves before fleeing the forest without a glance back. Since then, it seemed the owlbear had lingered nearby, and a series of misfortunes struck the village, leading Aiden to deduce that the peculiar crystal was indeed the object it sought. "Thank goodness I kept my promise and spoke of this to no one," he silently rejoiced. For just that morning, when he thought the cloaked figure might have perished, the raspy voice echoed once again in his mind, guiding him to meet at the forest's edge. Lord Kelsuga was indeed astute. Reflecting on the benefits bestowed by the Grand Sorcerer and the detailed instructions given, Aiden felt a genuine admiration. Fortunately, he had erased the great owlbear's tracks in advance. Otherwise, those adventurers would have likely fled, leaving him with no chance to relinquish the scroll. Now, the voice had been silent for quite some time. The battle must have concluded by now. After I linger in my abode for a while, that esteemed lord should come seeking me. He thought excitedly, his steps unwittingly growing lighter, almost breaking into a run. Once he fulfilled his promise and became a professional, he would retrieve that cube and present it to him. He resolved with determination, feeling a twinge of pride in his prudence. As the trees thinned, he could faintly discern the outline of the village, even recognizing the roof of his own home. Aiden exhaled a sigh of relief, striding forward in preparation to burst forth from the thicket. Just then, "I've been waiting for you." A powerful hand suddenly emerged from the shadows, deftly seizing the collar at the back of his neck and effortlessly lifting him off the ground. "Ugh!" Aiden screamed in terror, his limbs flailing futilely in the air. Turning his head, he met a pair of eyes brimming with fury. The figure was clad in tattered leather armor, wielding a charred staff, and exuded an aura that sent a chill down his spine. "You have made a decision, Father Marco." The The figure intently fixed his gaze on the boy's panicked eyes, his tone grave. Aiden's mind went blank in an instant, consumed by boundless fear and cold dread. He wasn't dead? How could this be? How could they be here? Or was Lord Kalsujiga? Father Marco? What did that mean? A clear voice rang out from above. Aiden looked up, only to behold a silver-haired maiden, her features so exquisite they seemed almost otherworldly, gracefully leaping down from the tree, momentarily leaving him in a state of dazed astonishment. "Oh, an idiom from our hometown," Mori casually remarked. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lomia, piecing together the youth's background as mentioned by the village chief, barely discerned the meaning of the idiom. "I told you, with me leading the way, we should return even earlier than this fellow." The elven maiden crossed her arms, a smug expression adorning her face. "He wouldn't remain in the forest all night without receiving any news. He is bound to return. At the very least, he will check the situation near the village." "Impressive. Truly worthy of a seasoned high-level ranger," she added. As she spoke, Mori forcefully slammed the bewildered Aiden to the ground. The steel casing at the tip of his iron staff pressed against Aiden's throat. "Any last words?" Aiden clutched his neck tightly, attempting to lift the steel rod slightly. Yet, his feeble strength was utterly insignificant against Mori. "Ha ha!" The boy's face turned a deep shade of purple, but he could not utter a single word. Chapter 87. The defense. "Hey, you don't actually intend to let him speak, do you?" Lomia stood with her hands on her hips, her silver-gray eyes wide with disbelief. "Wait, are you planning to kill him outright?" Mori turned to the elven girl, his grip on the steel rod loosening slightly. Is it that obvious?" "Absolutely. You aren't even pretending." Lomia rolled her eyes in annoyance, quickly stepping forward to grasp Mori's arm, still tense with restraint. "Release him at once. We need to extract information about that necromancer from his mind. What can we ask if he is dead?" Despite Lomia's slender frame, her wrist held a surprising strength. Yet Mori could feel that his own power surpassed hers at that moment. Nevertheless, the elven maiden's suggestion was indeed reasonable, and with reluctance, he finally loosened his grip. "All right then. Cough, cough." Aiden lay on the ground, gasping like a fish tossed on a dry land. His throat emitted wheezing sounds reminiscent of a broken bellows, his face etched with the terror and dread of narrowly escaping death. "Kid, you get a reprieve for now. But if you fail to provide us with the information we seek." Mori loomed over the curled-up boy, the steel rod tapping against his dirt-streaked forehead. He left his thought unfinished, confident that his message was clear. Aiden, however, had regained his composure, wiping his face and licking his parched lips, saying nothing. "Well, you actually caught him?" The monk stationed at the village chief's doorstep expressed mild surprise upon seeing the trio return. "Indeed." Mori pushed Aiden forward. Lomia was right. This kid did return to scout the vicinity of the village. "You're back." Upon hearing the commotion outside, Ifarna, Dane, and old Oliver emerged from the house. "Ah, you really brought this kid back?" Dane rubbed his hands together, eager for action. Ifarna, too, displayed a rare look of disdain, her gaze toward Aiden frigid. "There will be ample time to vent our frustrations later. Let Lomia handle the interrogation first." Mori raised a hand to signal them to calm down. "All right then." Dane appeared somewhat disappointed. Mori seated Aiden in the chair that had previously bound the village chief, picking up the rope that had been discarded moments ago and securing it tightly. "I never anticipated this tool would prove so useful. Now, we can have a proper discussion." Lomia pulled up another chair, sitting opposite Aiden, her silver eyes sharp as a hawk's. "What can you tell us about that black-robed necromancer? What enmity exists between him and the owlbears? Why have these owlbears been lingering near your village?" Aiden lowered his head, his body trembling slightly. "I don't know what you're talking about. I've never known any mage. It turns out that the esteemed individual is a necromancer. He is acutely aware that if he reveals everything, he would solidify his guilt of colluding with a necromancer, thus rendering himself utterly worthless and truly doomed. By remaining silent, he might endure until the arrival of that noble personage, or, at the very least, prolong his existence a little longer." Lomia pointed towards Mori and his companions, who were observing them with predatory intent. "Then why did you attack those for?" "I did it all for the village." Upon hearing this, Aiden suddenly raised his head, his expression resolute, his gaze unwavering like that of a martyr. I have seen those monsters drawing ever closer to the village each night, while you all plan to retreat. I had no choice but to use the scroll to force you to confront them. This was the rationale he had devised during his journey. At the very least, he needed to persuade the village chief to align with him. Huh. This response caused Lomia's brow to furrow, casting an inquisitive glance at Mori. What a grandiloquent justification. Mori scoffed. And how do you explain the necromancer afterward? I told you, I have never recognized any necromancer, Aiden declared with conviction. Aiden, observing the boy's demeanor. The elderly village chief, Oliver, could not resist stepping forward. Several esteemed adventurers have mentioned that aside from the scroll I provided you, you also utilized a prismatic spray scroll? That was a gift from my father for self-defense. I used it solely for the safety of the village, Aiden asserted with unwavering determination. Hearing this, old Oliver appeared skeptical, caught in a web of indecision. He turned to Mori, slightly parted his lips, intending to say something, yet ultimately remained silent. Alas, he sighed, retrieving a pipe from his pocket, lighting it with the oil lamp, and exhaling a heavy plume of smoke. Even if Aiden's words were true, he still bore a deathly grudge against the individuals before him. Lomia observed Aiden's unyielding demeanor, caught in a dilemma. She was proficient in tracking, archery, and wilderness survival, but interrogation truly lay beyond her expertise. As a ranger, the thought of tormenting a mere adolescent instinctively unsettled her. Let me handle it. Mori, witnessing Aiden's defiance, volunteered. You should refrain, Lomia interjected, crossing her arms to block him. Your touch is too harsh. I will exert control. And if something goes awry, couldn't we summon a priest to cast Speak with Dead? Mori reasoned, convinced of the soundness of his proposal. Moreover, during Speak with Dead, he would likely not lie as he did now. Sensing Mori's gaze, Aiden broke into a cold sweat. Fortunately, that beautiful, inhuman girl dismissed the notion. No, Speak with Dead can answer at most 5 questions. Furthermore, it is a 3rd-level spell, and finding such a priest is uncertain. Let me think of another approach. Seeing Lomia's firm stance, Mori regretfully shrugged. After a while, noticing Lomia still deep in thought, he leaned in and whispered a few words into Dane's ear. I assure you, the task will be accomplished. Dane's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he nodded vigorously, a look of exhilaration gracing his face. Senior, I have a solution. Please allow me to give it a try. Lomia cast a skeptical glance at the eager Dane. Is that so? With no better options at hand, she reluctantly decided to place her trust in this companion for Mori. Very well. Graced with her consent, Dane's lips curled into a broad grin, revealing his large teeth as he gripped his oak staff and approached Aiden. Young man, your willpower appears commendable. You possess considerable potential to become a spellcaster. He leaned closer to Aiden. Do you wish to become a mage? Although Aiden was dubious about Dane's seemingly benevolent intentions, he felt a stirring within. Had he exerted so much effort merely to pursue a profession? Yes. After a brief pause, he could not help but respond. Excellent. Satisfied with the affirmation, Dane straightened up. Let us discern to which school of magic you are inclined. How shall we proceed? Just wait and see. Dane began to pace before Aiden, a contemplative expression on his face. Arcane talent enlightens us. Suddenly, Dane let out an odd cry and forcefully struck Aiden's head with his staff. Bang! Caught off guard, Aiden felt dizzy, as if his mind were buzzing. Frost talent protects us. Before he could recover, Dane yelled again, swiftly seizing a nearby wooden bucket. With a splash, he doused Aiden's head with an entire bucket of water. This was the icy water left over from Afarna's earlier work, meant to cleanse Mori's wounds. The bone-chilling cold elicited a piercing scream from Aiden, his teeth chattering as he curled up like a drenched chicken. Dane did not relent, moving with astonishing speed. He snatched the bewildered village chief's pipe from his hands and raised it to cast a spell. Incantation, fire ignition. Dane concentrated the flames into the pipe, then pressed the glowing tip forcefully against Aiden's exposed toe. Flame talent empowers us. Chapter 88. Delivery of commission. A pungent scent of charred flesh wafted through the air. Oh, my foot! Aiden's anguished cries echoed, accompanied by his frenzied struggles, tears and mucus smearing his face as he nearly toppled the chair. "Hey, what are you doing?" Lomia exclaimed, wide-eyed. She turned to Moray, questioning, "Did you instigate this?" Moray, whistling nonchalantly, averted his gaze to the ceiling, feigning indifference. Ifarna tightened her grip on her staff, seemingly reluctant to intervene, yet offered no words of caution. The masked monk's expression twitched slightly. "I must say, dear adventurers," old Oliver ventured, observing Aiden's pitiful state, summoning his courage to step forward. "This cannot continue. Perhaps he truly bears no relation to the necromancer. Further torment serves no purpose. It will be wiser to wait until dawn." The village elder proposed earnestly. "At first light, we shall journey to Stone Creek, to the church. The clerics there possess the domain of honesty's spell. No deceit can escape its scrutiny. Thus, our innocence shall be duly verified." Moray glanced at Lomia, Ifarna, and the silent monk. All three nodded slightly, expressing their agreement. This notion bears merit. "Aiden, cease your actions." Upon witnessing this, old Oliver finally exhaled with relief. "I shall arrange accommodations for you all, and we shall depart at first light." The following morning, as dawn's light gently illuminated the world, the group, with Aiden bound and limping, arrived at the Adventurers Guild located in the heart of the town. They had arrived earlier than their previous visit, and the guild hall was sparsely populated by a few adventurers. Growing familiar with the procedures, Moray led the way directly to the task submission counter. "Good morning, everyone. How may we assist you?" The short-haired clerk, her brown locks somewhat disheveled, stifled a yawn, her voice weary and lacking vigor. It appeared she had been on duty throughout the night, reminiscent of Moray's own experiences of sleepless toil after a late-night endeavor. "Good morning. We are here to submit a task." He retrieved a wrinkled commission form from his pocket and presented his oak identification badge. "Very well." The clerk accepted the commission form, rubbed her eyes, and scanned the document. "Investigation Task D-443. May I inquire about the completion status? Do you possess a report or proof?" She produced a ledger and quill, preparing to record. "The situation is somewhat complex," Moray replied succinctly. "We located the source. It was 3 owlbears, which we have since dealt with." The clerk paused in her writing, raising her gaze to Moray's party, her expression one of astonishment. "3 owlbears? Your party's prowess is commendable. I understand," she continued, regaining her composure. "Do you have any proof of collection?" However, she did not forget her duties, swiftly resuming her inquiries. "No," Moray shook his head. "This presents a bit of a conundrum. We must dispatch a dedicated individual to the scene for verification." The clerk at the counter absent-mindedly twirled a strand of hair, exhibiting signs of frustration. Within her heart, a flicker of doubt arose. How could a team capable of dispatching 3 dire bears forget to collect the spoils? "Excuse me," Lomia interjected, presenting a silver identity badge alongside a folded square commission sheet. "The bounty target B056 was involved in this incident. I suspect there may be discrepancies in the information you provided. What I traced leads to nothing more than a manipulated puppet." "Silver tier adventurer?" The clerk forced herself to focus, gingerly accepting the documents from Lomia. "The bounty task B056 target is dead, a necromancer? A high-level one?" Her drowsy eyes suddenly widened in shock, and she exclaimed in disbelief. Her fatigue vanished, replaced by an expression of utmost seriousness. "Indeed, following our battle with the dire bears, we encountered the intervention of a necromancer." Mori indicated towards Aiden, who stood nearby. "Moreover, this individual, Aiden, a villager from Windmill Village, used a scroll to ambush us during the fight with the dire bears. We suspect he was acting under the necromancer's orders." "I did not," Aiden protested, lifting his chin defiantly. The clerk took a deep breath, her gaze sweeping across Mori and his companions. "I comprehend the situation to some degree, but given its gravity, this exceeds my capacity to manage. Please wait here a moment. I shall report this to my superior immediately." With that, she swiftly turned and whispered a few words to another clerk nearby before pushing open a door marked authorized personnel only and hurriedly entered. The hall fell into a momentary hush. The adventurers present evidently took note of the unfolding situation, casting curious glances at Mori and his group while murmuring amongst themselves. "Thank you for your patience." A middle-aged man clad in chainmail and wielding a sword at his side approached briskly. Most strikingly, he bore a badge depicting a sword crossed with a staff upon his chest, signifying his role as an officer of the Adventurers Guild. "I am Caleb, the head of the Adventurers Guild branch in Stonestream Town." After a brief introduction, he surveyed the crowd with a serious demeanor. "I have been briefed on the situation. I will oversee the investigation into this incident. As participants, you are required to fully cooperate throughout the inquiry, and only after everything is clarified will we proceed with the commission settlement." Very well. Mori felt a pang of regret at not receiving immediate compensation to cover his losses. "Lord Caleb," old Oliver interjected, grasping Aiden's arm and stepping forward with a slight bow. "I am the village head of Windmill Village and the one who issued the investigation commission. This child, Aiden, is also from our village. I firmly believe he would not conspire with a necromancer. I beseech you to escort us to the church, where the divine art capable of discerning lies can reveal the truth. This would also provide assurance to your fellow adventurers." Aiden, momentarily taken aback, raised his head. His performance from the previous day had indeed borne fruit, as the village head had spoken in his defense. Yet, he is indeed unable to withstand scrutiny. "Damn it. I must devise a plan." "Excellent. It is precisely my intention." Caleb cast a glance at old Oliver, his expression one of approval. "Miss Veronica of the Church of the Holy Light is the most impartial arbiter. She can ascertain your innocence. Come, I shall escort you to her." With a serious demeanor, Caleb led the group through the hall, and the adventurers, upon their approach, fell silent and stepped aside. The figure before them was not to be trifled with. Should they offend this leader of the Adventurers Association, they would find themselves blacklisted, forced to seek their fortunes elsewhere. Under Caleb's guidance, they arrived at a spire-topped structure beside the town square, the Chapel of Divine Judgment. This was Moray's first visit to such a place, and curiosity painted his features as he surveyed his surroundings. The chapel was but a single story, flanked by slender towers reminiscent of Gothic architecture. As they passed through the grand doors, light filtered through stained glass windows, casting a mosaic of colors upon the floor. The air was infused with the scents of incense and candles, creating a tranquil ambience. Within the chapel, a number of congregants had gathered, whispering prayers, while occasionally, a nun clad in white glided silently among them. Chapter 89. The Realm of Honesty. Ah, is that not Lord Caleb? An elderly priest, adorned in a resplendent robe embellished with intricate patterns, approached with a beaming smile. He appeared to be in his 50s, his hair meticulously styled, and his demeanor exceedingly cordial. "What brings you to our humble abode?" he inquired, bowing slightly and clasping his hands before him in a gesture of utmost respect. "Take me to see Miss Veronica, Mars," Caleb directed, his tone straightforward and accustomed to such requests. "Ah, you seek her holiness, the saint." Upon hearing this, the priest's enthusiastic smile faltered momentarily, a flicker of disappointment flashing in his eyes. However, he quickly regained his composure, almost imperceptibly. "Not a problem. I shall escort you to her at once." He stepped aside to lead the way, his gaze finally falling upon Mori and his companions. "Are these individuals accompanying you? Do they also wish to meet her holiness?" "Not necessary," Caleb replied succinctly, offering no further explanation. "Very well, then. Please wait here for a moment," Priest Mars said, nodding to Mori and the others before resuming his attentive guidance for Caleb, leading towards the rear of the chapel. Taking advantage of the moment, Mori surveyed the surroundings, absorbing the chapel's interior decor. Soon enough, his gaze was drawn to three imposing statues that stood majestically at the center of the church. Carved from white stone, they exuded an air of solemnity, their intricate details seemingly enveloped in a soft glow. Yet, he recognized none of the deities depicted. "Where's this?" Mori noticed that the usually reticent monk had quietly approached one of the statues. With one palm raised to his chest, he solemnly bowed before the figure. Mori lifted his gaze. This particular stone likeness appeared stooped compared to the others, its hands outstretched with palms facing upward, bearing distinct marks of chains upon its wrists. Its visage radiated compassion, as if it were enduring great suffering. It must be praying to the god of weeping, Ifarna commented softly, following Mori's line of sight. The god of weeping? Is it one of those deities that often suffers? Mori mused aloud, emboldened by the ordinary quality of the marble statues. Shoo! The mage girl, visibly anxious, stepped sharply on Mori's foot and raised her finger to signal him to be silent. This is the most revered deity in this church. Do you not know? This is my first time in a chapel. Mori shrugged nonchalantly. Fine, Ifarna sighed, finally relaxing once she confirmed that no one else was paying attention. The god of weeping is named Ilmet, also referred to as the god of brokenness. She lowered her voice to explain. He embodies endurance, sacrifice, and the redemption of suffering. His teachings revolve around taking on the world's hardships, and the church is renowned for its charitable, rescue, and medical endeavors. Then why does he not stand in the center? Mori inquired. He gazed upon the statue at the center, depicting an elderly one-armed warrior, blindfolded in bandages. You still do not understand at all? Sighed Ifarna with a wry smile. The figure in the middle is Tyr, the god of justice, law, and order, renowned for his stark moral standards. To his left stands Tom, the god of loyalty, presiding over fidelity, responsibility, and devotion. Concerned about Mori's astonishing remarks, Ifarna hurriedly provided the introduction. He, along with Tyr and that figure of Ilmater, is often referred to as the Trinity of Justice, a central faith in our Helsin and many realms of order. I see. Mori stroked his chin thoughtfully. Just then, soft footsteps echoed from the side corridor of the church. A young woman adorned in a pure white robe edged with gold approached gracefully, capturing everyone's attention. She wore a fitted, flowing white gown, her silky chestnut hair cascading over her shoulders, with a delicate silver, holy emblem nestled among her locks. Her visage radiated serenity and sanctity, seemingly enveloped in a gentle halo. Her azure eyes reflecting compassion, mirroring the gaze of the crying deity statue. Caleb trailed closely behind her, followed closely by the elder priest. Clearly, this was the Lady Saint Veronica, as mentioned by the elder priest. Esteemed guest from afar, I'm already aware of your intentions, Veronica spoke. Holding a wooden staff topped with a pure white crystal, her gaze sweeping over the assembly. Her voice was ethereal and melodious, imbued with a calming presence. Caleb inclined his head slightly. Thank you, Lady Saint. Veronica nodded softly, foregoing any further pleasantries. Clutching the holy emblem, she stepped slowly into the open space before the trio of statues, intoning a solemn prayer. In the name of Tyr's justice, Tom's loyalty, and Ilmater's compassion, the domain of honesty, an invisible energy surged forth with her words, forming a gentle, transparent hemispherical force field centered around the saintly maiden, enveloping a radius of 5 meters. Second Tyr's spell, Domain of Honesty. Please do not resist the effects of the spell. It will merely obstruct falsehoods and will not harm you. Mori felt as though he were ensnared within an invisible web, a peculiar sense of constraint lingering in his mind. Instinctively, he sensed that concentrating to resist might free him from this binding. However, he was aware of the nature of such spells, knowing that the caster could perceive whether each recipient was successfully resisting. Thus, Mori relaxed, accepting the spell's influence. Upon sensing the spell, Aiden's body trembled slightly, his eyes flickering with an expression of distress, clearly struggling against the spell's power. Failed to save. Child, in this domain, lies cannot hide. Yet Veronica merely cast a calm glance in his direction and gently shook her head. Caleb's gaze sharpened, fixating on Aiden. Aiden, now, answer my question. Did you use the Rainbow Burst Scroll to attack these adventurers yesterday in the forest? Previously, he had meticulously inquired about every detail from Mori and his companions, possessing a considerable understanding of the nuances. Aiden's lips trembled. He yearned to refute the accusation, yet the words faltered on his tongue. It was I who used it. Upon uttering this, he was startled himself, his complexion paling dramatically. Where did the scroll come from? Such an item does not come cheaply. Panic engulfed him as he sought to evade the inquiry. They bound and tormented me, dousing me with cold water and scorching me with cigarette butts. I am merely a child. I am frightened. He gestured toward Dane and Mori. attempting to elicit sympathy, his voice cracking with emotion. Mori remained silent, his gaze icy and unyielding. Caleb did not disappoint him, showing no signs of compassion. His voice stern. Aiden, answer my question directly. From whence did the scroll originate? Do you recognize and serve under the command of a necromancer? Chapter 90. The judgment under the influence of the spell. The boy, whose features were contorted, found himself unable to utter a lie yet unwilling to confess, momentarily succumbing to silence. Child, deception will only burden your soul with heavier shackles. Come forth and lay bare your experiences before the god of tears, spoke Saint Veronica once more. Mori could faintly perceive a gentle wave of magical energy flowing forth with her words. This was no mere counsel. It was likely a form of calming or a more advanced variant of spellcraft. Only through acknowledgement and confrontation of the truth can one hope to attain forgiveness and redemption. She approached Aiden, her voice soft, her azure eyes filled with compassion as they gazed upon the boy. No matter how heavy it may be, the god of tears will listen and grant you the strength to endure. Aiden lowered his head, avoiding direct eye contact with Veronica. If you remain silent, we will have no choice but to execute you on the spot, Caleb interjected, his patience seemingly waning. His tone icy as he placed his hand upon the sword at his waist. I will speak. I will speak. Under the dual pressure of the spell and Caleb's insistence, Aiden's mental defenses finally crumbled. Reluctantly, he recounted his encounter with the man in the black robe and the owl bear, detailing how he received the crystal and concealed it, along with everything that transpired the previous day. Once he finished, he seemed utterly drained, collapsing to the ground in tears. After hearing Aiden's account, the expressions of those present varied. Mori, Romeo, and Afarna exchanged glances, each perceiving the confirmation of their suspicions in one another's eyes. Alas, sighed old Oliver, painfully closing his eyes, his already stooped figure appearing to age several years in an instant. I have spoken. What will you do with me? Aiden murmured. Veronica regarded him with a look of compassion. May the mercy of Ilmart illuminate your lost soul, child. You mean? The words of the saint infused Aiden with newfound strength, flickers of hope igniting in his eyes. Wait, we shall discuss that later. First, lead us to the hidden item. We must verify the scene, Caleb interrupted. Very well, Aiden replied, his head hanging low. With matters having reached this point, further resistance held no meaning. The group once more ventured into the forest outside Windmill Village, where Caleb conducted a thorough examination of the chaotic battleground. It can be confirmed, your descriptions were accurate, he stated, casting a grim glance at the corpse clad in black robes. This individual was one of the team members who went missing in the 5th level of the dungeon over a week ago. I knew it. That fellow's true form is likely still in the dungeon. Romeo frowned, evidently displeased with the false information provided by the association. Your hypothesis holds merit. The serious-faced, middle-aged man nodded, looking towards the advanced ranger. This was our error. We shall compensate you with 30% of the bounty for this oversight. How does that sound? That is more acceptable. Subsequently, guided by Aiden, they located the enormous ancient tree, where indeed, a hidden hollow at its roots lay concealed beneath a blanket of dead leaves. Here it is. Caleb reached in and, to his surprise, his fingers brushed against a diamond-shaped crystal, roughly the size of an adult's fist. This is... Caleb's gaze sharpened as he carefully cradled it in his palm, examining it closely. The surface of the crystal was adorned with enigmatic natural patterns, resembling solidified flames. It felt warm to the touch, rough yet solid, emanating a faint orange-red glow, as if molten lava flowed slowly within. Let me see as well. Mori leaned in for a closer look. Semi-transparent text gradually emerged on the surface of the crystal. Core of the Titan's Fury, 70 energy remaining. Quality, epic, purple. Description, the core energy of an enraged adult Titan, infused with astonishing powers of fire and earth elements. Effect, can be utilized to create elemental constructs, golems, challenge level 7 to 9, or serve as a core energy source for special rituals. Soaking it in liquid will consume its internal energy, endowing the liquid with unpredictable properties. Note, I want delicious rock. I want delicious rock. Get rid of that pile of tenderloin rock. Bigby's Gift, The Glory of Giants, Volume 3 of the Titan. No wonder that owlbear was in search of this item. Even the necromancer desires it. Mori eyed the crystal with keen interest. Do not worry. I have no intention of coveting your spoils. Caleb chuckled at Mori's reaction, tossing the crystal into his arms. I must caution you. This object may hold certain dangers. I suggest selling it. The guild can offer you a satisfactory price. We will need to discuss this within our team. Mori did not rush to express his opinion. Upon returning to the chapel in Stone Creek Town, it was nearly noon. Veronica knelt in prayer before the statue of Ilmit, alongside many other faithful worshippers. Everything has been clarified. Here is the investigative report. Caleb handed the summary of events he had composed on the way to Miss Saint. As per tradition, let your side handle the judgment. Why would it be a church trial? Noticing Mori's puzzled expression, Ifarna tiptoed closer to his ear and whispered, The Adventurers Guild collaborates extensively with various churches of righteous deities, and often, paladins from the clergy serve as law enforcers in the town. So the church also plays a role in maintaining public order, Mori realized. Very well. Saint Veronica nodded gently, her gaze shifting to the anxious and fearful Aiden. May the God of Tears forgive your transgressions. Now it is time for the moment of judgment. As she spoke, she handed Caleb's report to a tall, young paladin standing beside the statue. Clad in polished half-armor, he bore a blue shield emblem on his chest, adorned with a symbol of a war hammer and a balance scale. The paladin reviewed the report, his gaze directed at Aiden devoid of pity, only cold scrutiny. The evidence is irrefutable, and the testimonies are complete. His voice rang out powerfully. Aiden, a villager of Windmill Village, is guilty of colluding with a necromancer, endangering the safety of the village, and maliciously attempting to harm adventurers, among other grave offenses. Your actions have egregiously transgressed the law, and according to the judicial provisions of the kingdom statutes, you are sentenced to death. His voice reverberated throughout the vast cathedral. What? Aiden felt as though struck by lightning. The faint color that had just returned to his face vanished in an instant. He struggled desperately, calling out to Veronica, No, please. Lady Saint, you promised that the God of Tears would forgive me. You deceived me. You do not honor your word. The paladin's countenance was as stern as iron. Lady Saint has never deceived you. Indeed, the God of Tears will forgive all souls that sincerely repent. He paused, and it is our duty to escort you to him. This is quite magical. Mori nodded discreetly. He had heard the notion that the underworld is one of the realms closest to the divine. I am not yet of age. You must give me a chance. Aiden screamed. Indeed, let us not forget he is still a child. Veronica turned away, leaving only her silhouette for all to see. The paladin clenched his right fist, striking it heavily against his left breastplate, producing a sharp clang. Understood, Lady Saint. It has been a while since I have wielded this. I shall seek out the smallest guillotine. Chapter 91, Visiting the Prison Side. Had I known, I would not have engaged in such frivolities. Dane leaned against the cold iron bars, exhaling a breath of resignation. Yet at least it was a release, was it not? Mori, with his hands clasped behind his head, reclined on a relatively dry pile of straw, gazing at the moldy stains on the stone ceiling. All right, you're right, he conceded, a smirk tugging at the corners of Dane's mouth as he recalled the events. A flicker of satisfaction danced in his eyes. I admit, it felt rather exhilarating at the time. That lad screamed like a pig being slaughtered. All things considered, the outcome was quite satisfactory. I can accept this conclusion, Mori added. Indeed, witnessing that boy's cowardly demeanor during the sentencing, not to mention the final scene, Dane mimicked the motion of a blade with his hand, savoring the paladin's actions from the previous day, a broad grin revealing his large teeth. Even if we are stuck here for half a month, it's worth the price of admission. That might not be entirely accurate. Mori turned over, a sigh escaping him as he reflected on their current predicament. Yes, they found themselves in the basement of the Adventurers Guild. Prior to this, Mori had never heard of this building housing a temporary prison beneath. The reason for their confinement was quite simple. Under the effects of the domain of truth, the youth from Windmill Village had thoroughly described the acts of corporal punishment inflicted upon him by the duo. Consequently, they were sentenced to half a month of imprisonment. I never expected that lad Aiden could trigger a death curse. Mori shook his head in resignation. Still, Dealing with quests from the dungeon area is far more straightforward. At least we won't be locked away for employing a few minor tactics. I'll need to exercise more caution next time. Muttering to himself, he idly picked up the only heavy tome nearby and began to peruse it. The comprehensive laws of the kingdom of Hailsun. As an outsider, it wouldn't hurt to familiarize himself with such matters. He might often find himself interacting with the guild, the church, and various commissions in the future. At that moment, the sound of boots clicking against the stone floor drew nearer. Mori sat up to see Afarna, clad in a sky-blue robe, appearing outside the iron bars, holding a multi-layered food container. How did you get in? With the permission of Mr. Caleb, Afarna replied, regarding the two unfortunate souls behind the bars with a sympathetic expression. Your luck is indeed rather unfortunate. Typically, the guild turns a blind eye in such situations, imposing only a nominal fine or a verbal reprimand. However, this time, the esteemed Lady Saint was present throughout, having witnessed Aiden confess in the presence of the statue. Therefore, there's no way to overlook this matter. I understand, Mori replied, wearily shrugging. With a graceful flick of her slender fingers, Afarna conjured a hand of magic. A translucent blue palm slowly materialized, taking the food container from her grasp and gliding through the gaps in the iron bars to hover before Mori. Thank you. I appreciate your assistance. As Mori sat up to take the food box, he lifted the lid, and an aromatic fragrance immediately dispelled the mustiness of the cell. It contained a two-person serving of the Wildfire Tavern's signature dish, a rich lizard tail soup, a roast thunderbird breast, and several pieces of golden brown toasted bread. The person in charge here understands the situation and has shown you some leniency, Afarna explained. The confinement room where the two found themselves was the best in the facility, barely clean and devoid of other inmates, with relatively good ventilation. I can see that, Mori nodded. Dane, let us eat together. Oh, do I get portioned too? Of course. After all, we are teammates. Afarna's translucent, pale blue hand gently withdrew. Mori picked up a piece of bread and took a bite. Well, I'm content. With food, drink, and books, we can consider this a retreat. He touched his chest through his clothing. The wound inflicted by the shadow bear had nearly healed thanks to the high-grade healing potion. And this. The pale blue hand returned, holding two pouches, one large and one small, drifting back in front of Mori. This is. Mori immediately sat up straighter, leaning forward. The commission reward, along with the proceeds from selling that crystal, has been divided according to our prior agreement. This is for you and Dane. So much, Mori exclaimed as he hefted the heavier pouch, overwhelmed with emotion. The coldness of Aiden transformed